Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Perfect Pair, Rimuru and Ciel. Chapter 1 Rewrite. Ciel. Voice of the World. It had been 200 years since the Great War and the fall of the mighty creator, and the hero of the conflict, the fifth true dragon, ruler of Tempest, sworn brother of the Storm Dragon, and the so-called omnipotent Rimuru Tempest, now sat in his office glaring at the one and only enemy he had failed to conquer all these years, paperwork. "I can't take this anymore," Rimuru exclaimed, throwing his hands into the air. In front of him lay an endless mountain of documents. "If I have to read one more report, my brain is going to explode from sheer boredom," he complained, looking dangerously close to unleashing one of his strongest fire spells just to burn the entire stack to ashes. "It is not possible. Master does not possess internal organs like a normal human," Ciel's voice echoed calmly in his mind. "Also, refrain from using that spell you just considered. It does not suit someone of your stature to throw such a childish tantrum." "Oh, come on, you know I wasn't actually going to do that," Rimuru shot back, rolling his eyes. Sometimes he forgot that Ciel had completely stopped bothering to hide her sentience, and she could be quite sarcastic and downright mean when she felt like it. "Actually, Master, I prefer to call it well-articulated and elegantly witty remarks." "Yeah, sure," Rimuru replied dryly. "Still, what's the point of being this strong if I can't even have a little fun anymore?" he muttered, slumping back into his chair with a sulk. "Master, what exactly are you complaining about? Did you not spend the entire last week playing with Veldora, Melim, and Ramiris in the dungeon? Hey! You can't call that playing." "I was babysitting them," Rimuru shot back, looking away. "You know that whenever Melim shows up, I have to deal with her myself for the sake of Tempest's infrastructure. And the moment that annoying fairy found out Melim was there, she came running because she had to compete with her Ordino over something stupid. And since she showed up, she dragged Veldora along with her, who was already lazing around on the dungeon's last floor. So to keep all that chaos contained in one place, I had to sacrifice my precious time and stay with them," he finished, wearing a completely self-righteous expression. "I must say, Master, that is quite the tale." "You are getting better at fabricating excuses for your lack of discipline," Ciel replied bluntly, cutting straight through his argument. "Even if we assume you were merely babysitting them, what about the week before that, when you suddenly disappeared to run experiments with Diablo? Or before that, when you dash? Okay. Stop. Stop. You don't need to go that far back." Rimuru quickly cut her off, already regretting picking a debate with the equivalent of a supercomputer that no one would ever be able to produce. "Geez, let a man live a little," he grumbled under his breath, only for his eyes to suddenly light up. "Oh, right. That reminds me, I just had a great idea. Ciel, what if I go back to the past and start over while leaving a parallel existence here to handle everything? Sounds like a perfect plan, doesn't it?" Ciel did not respond right away, but even without words, Rimuru could practically feel her silent exasperation at his suggestion. But wait. Rimuru suddenly paused, recalling all those paradoxes he had seen in time travel stories back in his previous life. "If I change the past, it would affect the future too, right? I mean, I don't want to mess everything up here just for my own fun," he said as he turned his gaze toward the window, looking out at the lively, bustling streets of Tempest. "Erasing all of this, everything we built together, would make me worse than that old man who wanted to reset the world." Rimuru tapped his finger against the desk as he mulled over the dilemma. Of course, he could have just asked Ciel to handle the thinking for him, but over the past few decades, he had been making a conscious effort to reduce how much he relied on her. Whether it was coming up with plans or figuring out new ways to use his own abilities, he wanted to stand on his own instead of depending on her for everything. And with how peaceful things had become lately, he actually had the time to work on that. Coming back to the present, Rimuru kept thinking it over while absent-mindedly continuing his paperwork, and then suddenly, an idea struck him. "Hey, Ciel, what if instead of messing with the past of this timeline, we create a separate, self-contained timeline to play around with? With our powers, that should be possible, right?" "That is indeed quite an ingenious solution you came up with, Master," Ciel praised him even though part of her was frustrated by how much less Rimuru relied on her these days, yet at the same time, she could not help but feel pleased watching him grow into someone who truly understood his own strength and place as the strongest being in existence. Because of that, she chose not to mention that even if they had gone back in time, nothing in the present would have changed. She decided she would explain that later and let him enjoy the satisfaction of reaching this solution on his own for now. Then, setting her conflicting thoughts aside, she continued, "As for your question, yes, it is indeed possible, Master." "Sweet. In that case, let's do it right now," Rimuru said excitedly as he leaned back in his chair. And this time, let's go for a dominant run, he added, a faintly sinister smile forming on his lips. Dominant run. Yeah, you remember how Diablo once asked me if I was planning world domination, and I turned him down because it would have been a hassle to rule everything. Not to mention Guy would have been on my case non-stop about balance and all that, Rimuru said, his eye twitching slightly in irritation as he recalled a certain red-haired primordial who loved dumping his problems on others. But now, since I'm stronger than him and any other threat that could come after me for being too ambitious, I want to see what I can do if I actually control the entire world. Think of it as an experiment, he explained. Besides, I've got a few other goals in mind too. And what are those? Ciel asked, her curiosity clearly growing as she followed along with Rimuru's train of thought. First, I want to get back at that annoying guy Crimson and mess with him as much as I can, Rimuru said, raising a finger as a wicked grin spread across his face. That bastard dumped all his problems on me and even sent that lazy idiot Dino to spy on me. And back then, I couldn't even do anything about it because I was no match for him. But now, he added, cracking his knuckles with clear anticipation. I agree. Guy Crimson definitely deserves to be tormented for all the trouble he caused you, Master, Ciel replied without hesitation. Even she remembered how helpless and frustrated her predecessor, Raphael, had felt when dealing with that men who constantly pushed their master around. Meanwhile, somewhere on the ice continent, a certain mediator suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, making him stand up and look around with narrowed eyes. That bastard Rimuru, he's definitely planning something again, Guy muttered, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Every time Rimuru made a move, it somehow turned into a headache for someone in his position. Whatever. That's a problem for my future self. For now, I just need to see if Leon accepts my offer this time, he added, a mischievous smile forming on his face. Back with Rimuru, who now raised a second finger. Second. Shizu, he said as a distant look settled in his eyes. How stupid of me, even after all these years, I still can't let her go, he muttered to himself with a self-deprecatory scoff. Meanwhile, Ciel remained silent, already aware of the deep regret that continued to haunt her master. Shaking his head, Rimuru pushed those thoughts aside and smiled as he raised a third finger. Third, I want to try being a bit more assertive, I guess, he said while idly spinning the spherical ornament on his desk. In this timeline, I had to play things safe since we were basically fighting an uphill battle with barely any information about the world or our enemies. But now, with you by my side, I think we can handle anything, even if I decide to mess around a little. A warm feeling spread through Ciel as she heard those words. Of course, Master. There is no variable I cannot predict and counter. I know, partner. That's exactly why I rely on you so much, Rimuru replied with a small chuckle, clearly sensing the butterflies in her stomach. Over the years, he had come to realize that she really liked being praised by him, even if she would deny it every single time he brought it up. It was honestly kind of funny how the most knowledgeable entity in existence could act like this sometimes. Was Master just thinking something rude about me? Nope, just your imagination, Rimuru shot back with a smug grin. Pout! Rimuru let out a quiet laugh as he felt Ciel sulking inside his mind. Anyway, you still haven't heard my final goal yet, he said, a devilish grin spreading across his face as he already anticipated how his partner would react to his next words. Well, you see, I'd like to have my libido back in this timeline. Come on, no need to go silent on me. I know you used to suppress those feelings for me, Rimuru said, unable to hide the smirk tugging at his lips at her sudden silence. I might be a bit oblivious when it comes to women, but I'm not stupid enough to miss the sudden changes in how I felt about them, he added, shaking his head. Not to mention how often you shut me down whenever I thought someone might actually like me like that, insisting it was all in my head. It's just your imagination. I'm not blaming you, Ciel. In fact, I'm glad you stopped me from acting on impulse and falling into some obvious trap while I was leading the strongest nation in the world, Rimuru said, already aware of just how naive and trusting he had been back then. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have made a lot of stupid decisions. He let out a small breath before continuing, but since I'm doing everything differently this time, why not try this too? After all, after living and ruling for so long, I doubt I'd fall for a honey trap now. Ciel remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking again. If this is what Master desires, she said in a flat, almost mechanical tone, reminding Rimuru of the days when she had still been great sage as he let out a quiet sigh. He understood exactly where that sudden shift was coming from, and he also knew it was something he needed to deal with before starting his new game plus. After all, the last thing he wanted was another rogue Monus running around the world, especially one as capable and dangerous as Ciel. Ciel, come out, Rimuru said, but all he got in response was cold silence. Letting out a small sigh, he created a clone of himself and used his commanding voice. I said come out, Ciel. Obeying his command, Ciel manifested within the clone standing before him. The body shifted as it took on a more feminine form, curves settling naturally into place, and the clearest sign was the change in the clone's eyes, now a deep red instead of their usual gold. However, even after appearing outside of Rimuru's consciousness, she refused to meet his gaze. Instead, she kept her expression blank, looking off to the side. Now that I think about it, Ciel, are you jealous? Rimuru asked with an amused smile. You're imagining things, master, Ciel snapped back, puffing out her cheeks as she shot him an indignant glare. Rimuru laughed at her reaction and stood up, walking around the table toward her. Stopping right in front of her, he met her red eyes and asked, Ciel, are you upset at the idea of me being with other women? No, it's not like that, Ciel replied as a faint blush spread across her face. But before she could finish, Rimuru suddenly leaned in and captured her lips, making her eyes widen in shock. A moment later, he pulled back with a playful grin. Master, she stammered, her face still flushed. Ciel. Rimuru gently cupped her face in his hands, looking straight into her wide, crimson eyes. You're the most important person in my life. I'm standing here today because you saved me, supported me, and bailed my ass out more times than I can count. You're not just some skill or a Manus. You're Ciel, my partner. And nothing can change that. Not even Shizu, the one person I truly loved. Master, Ciel found herself at a complete loss for words. The realization that her master placed her above Shizu, the one person whose death had haunted him for so long, left her shaken to her core. More than anything, she knew he meant it. As a part of his soul, she could feel the truth in every word he had spoken. That was exactly why she wanted to respond, to say something worthy of what he had just given her. But for the first time since her existence began, she simply did not know how. But unlike her, Rimuru took advantage of the moment and leaned in again, capturing her lips in another tender, lingering kiss. When they finally pulled apart, after what felt like far too long, he smiled softly at her. So, Ciel, do you need any more proof that we're soulmates and inseparable, no matter what? He asked with a playful grin. I understand, Master, Ciel replied, a genuine smile replacing her usual icy expression. Then the clone vanished, and Ciel returned to him. Creating an alternate timeline. Creation of the alternate timeline is complete. Master, we are ready to go. Sweet, Rimuru said as he created a parallel existence to remain behind. Then, Ciel, let's start our journey again, this time together. Of course, together, my lord, Ciel replied. In the very next instant, Rimuru found himself back in the cave where he had first been born, ready to begin everything from the start once more. But this time, he would bring far more chaos and headaches to the world than he ever had before. To be continued. Just a fair warning before we move ahead, this story is going to be a complete power fantasy. It won't be some deep piece of fiction that will leave you pondering deep thoughts late at night. Instead, it's going to be the kind of story that you read with a grin, building your own power fantasies in your mind. So if you don't mind that kind of story, then come aboard. This is going to be a fun ride. Chapter 2, Sworn Brother, Storm Dragon Veldora. Ciel. Voice of the world. So, this is where I was born, huh? Rimuru said as he looked around, taking in the sight of the cave where he had been reincarnated in his previous timeline. Glancing about, he also noticed a large number of hypocute herbs growing on the ground, along with plenty of magic ores that were most likely the only source of illumination in the cave. Not that he needed the light to see anything, given his magic sense and enhanced vision, either of those could easily enable him to see in the dark. After surveying his surroundings for a few minutes, Rimuru inquired, So, Ciel, where do we stand on the timeline right now? We are currently 6 days behind the day when you escaped this cave and met the goblins. So it took me 6 days to clear this cave last time? Rimuru asked. No, it took you 6 days to escape the cave, but before that, you wandered aimlessly within it for more than 90 days before encountering Veldora and consuming him. Ah, I see, Rimuru nodded. Well then, let's go meet the old man, he said, as he made his way towards Veldora, one of the only 4 known true dragons in the world. I am so bored, a gigantic black dragon known as Storm Dragon, Veldora, said in a tired voice as he slammed his head against the barrier of the infinity prison that had imprisoned him there. And can you really blame him? After all, it had been 300 years since he had seen or conversed with a living, breathing person or a monster. This isolation was due to the concentration of dense magicules that prevented anyone from approaching him or his surroundings. Only a few individuals could survive even standing in such an atmosphere, let alone spending time here, and such isolation would deteriorate anyone, even a mighty true dragon like him. But he knew there was no use in complaining, as no one was coming to free him. He understood that those with the power to set him free either didn't want to or were glad that he wasn't roaming freely in the cardinal world. Besides, it didn't matter, since in 100 or so years, he would perish and revive somewhere else anyway. So, he just needed to endure it a little longer. But then something unexpected happened. He noticed a person with long blue hair walking towards him. As they drew closer, he couldn't help but notice their golden eyes and a face even more beautiful than the hero who had sealed him in the cave. But then he noticed something unsettling about this visitor. They had no presence at all, which shocked him. Even the weakest of monsters always exuded some presence, but this person, he couldn't feel a single thing emanating from them. This could only mean two things: either they were too weak to have any kind of presence, or they were so strong that they could completely negate it altogether. And he wasn't foolish enough to believe it was the former, especially considering that they were now standing right next to him without appearing troubled by the dense magicules in the air. Hello, Veldora said, attempting to initiate the conversation. Hello, my name is Rimuru Tempest, and you must be Veldora, they replied with a smile. So they know who I am, Veldora thought, and immediately puffed up his chest. Quahaha. That's right, I'm the mighty storm dragon Veldora, one of the only 3 true dragons still alive, he boasted. Is that so? Rimuru tilted his head. Then how did a mighty dragon like yourself end up sealed in a cave? Why yeah, about that. Veldora fumbled with his words and rubbed the back of his head. 300 years ago, I crushed some human army, and after that, a hero came and sealed me here, Veldora explained. Well, it doesn't mean I was weaker than her. It's just that I let my guard down because I thought she was just a powerless girl, he said, hurriedly coming up with an explanation. Honestly, it sounds like you were distracted by this hero's beauty or something, Rimuru remarked while chuckling to himself. Veldora blushed and tried to give reasons why that wasn't the case but was failing miserably as he kept stuttering while giving the same lame excuse with different words. Well, enough about me, tell me something about yourself, Veldora said, clearly trying to change the subject, which Rimuru clearly noticed as he chuckled and began talking about himself. Phew, that was close. Rimuru almost got me there, Veldora thought as Rimuru continued speaking. Then as they talked for hours, Veldora learned quite a few things about Rimuru. For example, Rimuru told him that he was an otherworlder who had been reincarnated in this world as a slime. At first, Veldora didn't believe him, but then Rimuru transformed into a slime, leaving Veldora no choice but to believe him. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something different about Rimuru, something familiar yet at the same time different. Then Rimuru shared stories about his world and his past life, which proved to be quite entertaining. Honestly, just having someone to interact with was a pleasant experience for Veldora, who had spent the last 300 years in solitude. In return, Veldora also shared many stories from his past and about his family. He told Rimuru about his brother, Star King Dragon Veldanava, who was also the creator of their world. He shared stories about his sisters, and their methods of educating him, and recounted his adventures before getting trapped here. Rimuru listened to everything with great interest, never once telling Veldora to be quiet or scolding him. Rimuru is really a nice person, Veldora thought, smiling to himself. But then, after a few hours, Rimuru stood up and started dusting his pants. Oh yeah, he must be leaving now. After all, unlike me, he is not trapped here, Veldora thought with a frown on his face. Well, I am sad, but it's not like I can do anything about it. I just wish he would come visit me again. Then, as Veldora was preparing himself to say goodbye to Rimuru, the slime said something unexpected. Well, I guess I should release you from this prison now. Huh. Did I hear him right? No, he must have meant something else, Veldora thought with wide eyes. Did you just say that you're going to break this barrier? He asked Rimuru. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal, Rimuru shrugged. I have the infinity prison skill myself, so breaking this barrier won't be a problem for me. If what he is saying is true, then that means I can finally go out and don't even think about going on a rampage again, Rimuru said with a sharp look, which, for some reason, sent chills down Veldora's spine. Oh, of course, why would I go on a rampage? Veldora stammered, sweat dripping from his forehead. You say some silly things. Do I now? Rimuru asked, then sighed. Anyway, before I break this barrier, I need you to learn how to control your aura. Why do I need to do that? Veldora asked, tilting his head. Because if I released you right now, the world would descend into chaos, and I don't want that, not right now, at least, Rimuru muttered the last part to himself. Besides, won't your sisters immediately rush here if they find out that you're no longer imprisoned? Yep. Teach me how to control my aura. Veldora eagerly agreed as soon as he heard about the possibility of his sisters finding him. After all, he wasn't too keen on meeting them immediately after being freed from his centuries-long imprisonment. And so, for the next 2 days, Rimuru taught Veldora how to conceal his aura. Then he broke the infinity prison, and also provided him with one of his body doubles as a vessel to incarnate within, which Veldora reshaped to his liking. After those 2 days, Veldora stood in front of him, no longer as a gigantic, black, scaly dragon but as a tall, muscular, blonde-haired, handsome, albeit slightly intimidating, young man. And, by the way, in this FIC Rimuru is as tall as Veldora since he has been constantly absorbing null energy for the past 200 years. Haha. This feels good. Veldora said as he shadowboxed, punching the air in front of him. Now I can easily move around without getting caught by my sisters. but enough about them. He turned towards Rimuru. Come on, buddy, let's get out of here, he said and started walking when Rimuru suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Not so fast, Rimuru said as a smirk appeared on his face. He then snapped his fingers, and a barrier appeared around them. Why don't we spar a little? Don't you want to see how your new body works? Wait a minute, my friend. I know you're strong, but are you sure you want to face a true dragon in a fight? Veldora boasted with an arrogant smirk. Don't worry, I think I can hold my own, Rimuru said while cracking his knuckles. Ciel, I want to fight this battle on my own, make sure to review my performance later. As you wish. Meanwhile, Veldora still had that arrogant smirk plastered across his face as he said, well, since you freed me from the prison, I'll go easy on you. Sure, buddy, whatever you say, Rimuru replied, assuming a fighting stance. Prepare yourself, Rimuru. Here I come. Veldora declared, his voice resonating with power as he launched himself at Rimuru with incredible speed, his fist crackling with destructive power. Rimuru, however, appeared unfazed. His lithe form moved with grace and ease as he casually sidestepped, effortlessly dodging each of Veldora's punches, which would have normally brutalized even an awakened demon lord. Is that all you've got, Veldora? Rimuru taunted, a playful smile playing on his lips, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Veldora frowned as he clicked his tongue and pushed himself even harder. He called upon the power of the storm, summoning, death-heralding wind, and hurled it at Rimuru. In response, Rimuru, with a nonchalant wave of his hand, created a barrier around himself. In the next moment, the attack crashed against the barrier, but it failed to breach the barrier's defenses. Come on, Veldora, you can do better than that. Rimuru chided, his voice lighthearted, while Veldora's frustration reached its peak, prompting him to transform into his dragon form. Oh, breaking the rules already, Rimuru smiled, staring at the massive black dragon in front of him. Take this. Storm Blast, Veldora roared with an atmosphere-shattering voice, concentrating his immense magical energy into a pulsating orb before releasing it with a deafening roar as a cataclysmic beam of energy rushed toward Rimuru, threatening to tear him apart. Meanwhile, Rimuru stood there, calm as ever. His golden eyes sparkled with anticipation as Veldora's devastating attack closed in on him. He raised his hand and said, Azathoth, causing purplish-black smoke to erupt from his hand, devouring Veldora's attack. What? Veldora, who had returned to his human form, asked in a dumbfounded voice. How did you? Before he could complete his sentence, Rimuru appeared in front of him. It's my turn, old man. Rimuru said and punched Veldora right in the face, sending him crashing onto the nearby rocks. Ah, that hurt, Veldora said, rubbing his face. How are you able to hurt me? Even if I'm not as strong as my sisters, I'm still a true dragon, you know. Oh, about that, I'm something of a true dragon myself, Rimuru said as he briefly released his true dragon haki. Wait. How is that possible? I thought you were a slime, Veldora asked with a dumbfounded expression. Don't worry, it's complicated, Rimuru said, rubbing the back of his head. Anyway, I have an idea. Why don't we share a family name? Share a name? Veldora tilted his head. Yeah, like brothers, Rimuru suggested. Well, it would be nice to have a family member who doesn't try to educate me, he thought as he got back on his feet. Quahaha. I, Storm Dragon Veldora, will gladly accept your family name. Great. From today onwards, you will be known as Veldora Tempest. Rimuru announced, and immediately, Veldora heard a voice in his head. Creating a soul corridor with Veldora Tempest. Success. Unique skill, Investigator, has evolved into ultimate skill, Lord of Investigation, Faust. Whoa. I feel much stronger than before. And I even have an ultimate skill now. Veldora said in an awe-filled voice. Then he looked at Rimuru and asked, You have something to do with this, don't you? I might have, who knows? Rimuru winked at him with a smile. Ciel, can you show me Veldora's stats? Understood. Here are Veldora's stats. Name, Veldora Tempest. Race, True Dragon. Blessing, Rimuru's Compassion. Title, Storm Dragon. Magic, True Dragon Magic. Intrinsic skills, Dragon Spirit Haki, Universal Sense, Universal Shapeshift. Ultimate skills, Lord of Investigation, Faust. Wait a minute. How the hell does he have my blessing? I thought Veldora was someone who gave blessings to other monsters, Rimuru asked. That is due to the vast difference in power between you and Veldora. Also, just now, the world recognized your announcement as you naming Veldora. Oh, so I just named a true dragon and lived to tell the tale, sounds like something I would do, Rimuru thought as he remembered naming primordial demons without even knowing what they were. Also, Faust. You didn't give him, Nyarlathotep. Rimuru asked Ciel. Master, knowing Veldora's personality, giving him too much power without making him work for it will prove detrimental to his growth. Yeah, you are right. Veldora does have a habit of going overboard from time to time, Rimuru replied, and his thought was proven right by the very next words that came out of Veldora's mouth. Quahaha. I think I can even defeat my elder sisters now. Veldora said boastfully. This idiot dragon. Rimuru sighed. Veldora, don't even think about that. You just got your ultimate skill, whereas your sisters have had theirs for a very long time. So, you will lose to them just on the basis of experience alone. Oh, I see, Veldora said, sulking on the ground as a gloomy atmosphere formed around his head. Come on, stop sulking now. I said you can't beat them as you are now, but I never said you won't ever be able to beat them at all, Rimuru smirked at him. Let's go another round. Don't you want to see how much stronger you've gotten with that new ultimate skill of yours? Quahaha. Yeah, now I'll show you my real power. Veldora said as he got back on his feet, with newfound determination and a smirk on his face. And so, for the next 3 days, Rimuru and Veldora continued their spar. Veldora slowly got used to handling and using his new power, even managing to land some good hits on Rimuru, who was fighting without Ciel's assistance. Then, at the end of the 3rd day, we see Veldora lying on the ground while Rimuru sits on a nearby rock. That was fun, Veldora said with a smile as he recalled how much progress he had made in just the last 3 days compared to when he used to be educated by his sisters. He knew that part of it was the fact that he actually enjoyed sparring with his new brother. Instead of demeaning his lack of skills, Rimuru gave him useful tips on how to control his ultimate skill. Though he did wonder how Rimuru knew so much about his ultimate skill, he decided not to dwell on it since, in the end, it was only going to help him grow much more quickly than doing it on his own. Yeah, it was, Rimuru said and splashed Veldora with a healing potion, making all of his injuries and fatigue disappear. Now get up, it's time for us to go. Where are we going? Veldora asked as he got back to his feet. Rimuru turned around and smirked at him. Outside. Well, my encounter with Veldora went much differently than last time. I wonder how differently other encounters will go, he thought to himself and suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah, Ciel, keep an eye on that person and tell me when he gets here. Understood, Master. Good. Now, let's go and establish the foundation of our nation, he thought and started walking while Veldora followed behind. To be continued. Chapter 3, Village Chief, Rigard. Ciel. Voice of the World. After a few days of leisurely exploration within the cave, Rimuru and Veldora exited and began walking through the Jura forest. Unlike their previous encounter when Rimuru first met Veldora, this time Rimuru was emitting a powerful aura that frightened the animals and alerted the goblins to his presence in the forest. So, brother, where are we going next? Veldora asked as he lazily walked beside Rimuru. Nowhere in particular, Rimuru replied, but I have a hunch that something interesting is going to happen soon. Something interesting, huh? Veldora raised an eyebrow, then shrugged and continued following Rimuru. But then just as Rimuru had said, something did happen. A group of tiny goblins obstructed their path. Veldora also noticed that the goblins were carrying low-quality weapons and shields and had bruises and injuries all over their bodies. What's their deal? Veldora asked, addressing no one in particular. Don't worry, let me handle this, Rimuru said as he walked toward the goblins and positioned himself in front of them. So, goblins, tell me, why have you obstructed our path? Are you perhaps planning to rob us, he asked, his gaze piercing as he considered having a bit of fun before helping them. Master is really cruel. Ignoring Ciel's comment, Rimuru focused on the goblins, who were now trembling in fear while kneeling before him. You are mistaken, O Great One. We would never dare, the goblin with the red bandana, who was leading the group, stammered in a panicked voice. If you are still offended by us, please take my head and spare my comrades. I don't need your head, I have no use for it and you can all raise your heads since I am not angry either, Rimuru said, dismissively waving his hand. So, why are you here anyway? Rimuru asked. The thing is, our village is just ahead. We felt a strong demon's aura there and immediately came to investigate, the goblin with the red bandana explained. Also, if it isn't too much trouble, would you like to come to our village? Your village, huh? Rimuru said, pretending to think as he rubbed his chin. He then turned toward Veldora and asked, what do you think? I don't care, Veldora shrugged. We can go if you want to, not that I care. Rimuru nodded and turned back to the goblins. Very well, I will come to your village. Lead the way. You have our deepest gratitude, Great One, all the goblins exclaimed, bowing in unison. And so, the goblins guided Rimuru and Veldora to their village. Meanwhile, at the goblin village. I hope they come back alive, an old goblin said as he paced at the entrance of the goblin village. Some time ago, all the villagers had felt a strong aura coming from the forest. As the village chief, he had sent his younger son and other goblins into the forest to investigate and, if possible, bring whoever was producing this strong aura back to the village. But now, he was gripped with fear, imagining all the possible dangers they might encounter in the forest. However, his anxiety was interrupted when he noticed goblins returning to the village. And they weren't alone, they had brought 2 individuals with them. One was a muscular man with blonde hair who seemed disinterested in his surroundings, and the other was a blue-haired demon who was engaged in conversation with his son, emitting a similar aura to what they had felt earlier. Setting aside his worries, the village chief hurried toward the newcomers, greeting them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he dashed inside the village to make preparations for their reception. After guiding the guests to the best hut they had in the village chief went to speak with them. However, when he entered, he was shocked. The guests were seated on chairs made from a shiny-looking material. He didn't recognize the material, but he was certain it was something far beyond their means, even if they pooled every dwarven coin they had. Where did these chairs come from? His son murmured, his voice filled with awe and astonishment. I made them, the blue-haired demon replied. Made them? The old goblin asked in astonishment. Yeah, don't concern yourself with it, the blue-haired individual dismissed the matter with a wave of their hand. By the way, my name is Rimuru Tempest, and this is my brother Veldora Tempest. Once again, their eyes widened upon hearing the blonde-haired man's name. Rimuru-sama, please don't take offense, but isn't it risky for your brother to use Veldora-sama's name? The goblin with the red bandana cautiously inquired. Even if he has temporarily vanished, we believe he will return one day, and I'm not certain he'd appreciate someone, especially a human, using his name. Huh? What's all this about? Veldora tilted his head in confusion. I am me, however, before he could complete his sentence, Rimuru rested a hand on his shoulder and gave a subtle wink. While Veldora wasn't entirely sure of Rimuru's intentions, he grasped that Rimuru didn't want him to disclose his true identity. You don't need to worry about my brother. Even if you can't sense it, I can assure you that he is neither human nor weak, Rimuru replied, redirecting their attention away from Veldora. Besides, for you to invite us here, there must be something you want, right? Upon hearing Rimuru's words, the elderly goblin and his son exchanged glances for a moment before immediately prostrating themselves before him. Oh great one, forgive our impudence, but will you please hear our request, the old goblin asked. Rimuru nodded in response. As I mentioned earlier, Veldora-sama, the dragon god that protected this place, vanished without reason. As a result, monsters seeking to expand their territories have begun attacking weaker creatures like us. So, who is attacking you? Rimuru inquired, getting straight to the heart of the matter. Dire wolves, the old goblin replied. They are formidable opponents. Even if 10 of us were to face a single one, victory is far from guaranteed, he said, lowering his head. There are nearly 100 of them, and we have only 60 who can go into battle, including females. Obtaining information on the dire wolves came at a great cost, the life of my brother, Rigger, the goblin with the red bandana added. He had received a name from the Magian and was a formidable warrior in our village. Despite that. My son. I am proud of what he did for our village, the old goblin said. And even though fate often dictates that the weak meet their end, we want to survive, if only to honor my son's sacrifice. He concluded as he and his son both bowed before Rimuru once again. Great speech, really moved my heart, but... Rimuru began, his face devoid of emotion. What do I get in return for helping you? What can you offer that will make it worth my time? The village elder pondered for a moment before responding, Mighty One, we will pledge our unwavering loyalty to you. From this very moment, our entire village will serve under you. Rimuru maintained silence for a brief moment, letting the old goblin's offer hang in the air before responding, Very well, I accept your loyalty. Rimuru said, smiling at them. He then produced a barrel full of healing potions next to him. And as a reward for becoming my subordinates, here's a barrel of healing potions. Use them to tend to the wounded goblins. Upon hearing this, both the father and son beamed with gratitude. Without delay, the goblin with the red bandana summoned other goblins to assist in transporting the barrel to the injured goblins. Oh, great one. You have our deepest gratitude, the elderly goblin who remained in the hut bowed again, showering Rimuru with praise. Listen, just drop the great one and call me Rimuru, Rimuru told him. Of course, Rimuru-sama. As you wish, the old goblin agreed, immediately changing the way he addressed Rimuru. Now, about the wolves. Rimuru said, a devilish grin spreading across his face. I think I have an idea for dealing with those pups. In the Jura forest, under the light of the full moon. What a splendid moonlight, the leader of the dire wolves remarked, gazing at his pack, all of whom wore menacing grins. Those weaklings no longer enjoy the protection of the evil dragon. Tonight, we shall exterminate that goblin village, marking the first step in our conquest of the great Jura forest. He declared as the wolves responded with resounding howls of agreement. And so started their march towards the goblin village, and in just a matter of minutes, they arrived at the goblin village, only to find Rimuru standing in front of the gate, with goblins cautiously peeking out from behind huts. As soon as their eyes fell upon Rimuru, they realized that the figure before them was undeniably strong. It wasn't just the dangerous aura radiating from this individual, it was the primal instincts within the wolves, screaming at them to flee as far away as possible without looking back. Unfortunately, the leader of the dire wolves was a creature of pride, valuing his own arrogance over his instincts. Thus, the leader stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you? And why are you protecting those weaklings?" "I am Rimuru Tempest, and the goblins you seek to attack are under my protection," Rimuru declared firmly. "You have two options, either submit to me or bid farewell to your insignificant lives." As he spoke, Rimuru released even more of his imposing aura, causing the wolves to tremble where they stood. "Father, I think we should reconsider," the leader's son attempted to warn him. The son of dire wolf leader and the next leader of the pack was quite unique looking when compared to other wolves. He had regions of bluish silver fur surrounding his neck, his snout, and the ends of his limbs and tail, unlike the purely dark periwinkle coat of the other dire wolves. Also, he has a noticeable star mark on his forehead formed by a darker color of fur. "Shut up," the pack leader yelled at his son. "We are mighty dire wolves, we do not submit to anyone." Despite his words, he knew deep down that he stood no chance against the Majin before him. However, Rimuru's next words brought a sinister grin back to the wolf leader's face. "I suppose you've made your decision," Rimuru said with a casual shrug. "But engaging in a personal fight with you would be overkill. How about this instead, you and I each choose one fighter from our side for a fair duel?" "Ha ha ha. What a fool," the wolf leader thought to himself, his smile growing wider. "A goblin versus a wolf. Well, it will be entertaining to tear that weakling apart." "I have no objections," the wolf leader responded and stepped forward. "I nominate myself as our champion since I am the most powerful among our pack. From our side, I choose Rigard," Rimuru declared. From behind him emerged the old village chief, but he was no longer the feeble, scrawny goblin he had been. After Rimuru had named him, the old goblin had undergone a transformation, evolving into a hobgoblin with a tall, robust, muscular physique. The goblins erupted in cheers as their former chief confidently strode toward the battlefield. In stark contrast, the wolves regarded him with shock and awe, their eyes widened, and their mouths agape. They couldn't fathom how such a formidable presence had suddenly appeared in the village. "Hey, what's the meaning of this? I thought you were going to send one of those weak goblins from that village," the wolf leader protested, addressing Rimuru. "I never said I was going to send a goblin, did I? Besides, Rigard here was the village chief of this village. I merely named him and facilitated his evolution," Rimuru explained, wearing an unimpressed expression. He then smirked and added, "Are you suggesting that the mighty leader of the dire wolf pack can't handle a single hobgoblin?" "You'll eat your words, bastard, when I tear this weakling limb from limb," the wolf leader retorted while gritting his teeth as he and Rigard positioned themselves in the center of the battlefield. "Leader of the dire wolves, do you happen to remember another hobgoblin who was killed in your territory a few days ago?" Rigard inquired. "Oh, I remember that one," the wolf leader replied with a grin. "The weakling thought he could take us on just because he had a few more magicules than the other goblins. But I must admit, tearing him apart was quite enjoyable, even compared to the other goblins we've killed." "I see," Rigard replied, assuming his fighting stance. "Come at me whenever you're ready." The wolf leader wasted no time and immediately rushed toward Rigard at full speed. In mere seconds, he was right in front of Rigard, leaping to bite his neck. However, much to the wolf leader's surprise, before he could reach Rigard's neck, a swift punch from Rigard landed on his face, sending him hurtling backward and breaking one of his fangs in the process. With trembling legs, the wolf leader struggled back to his feet, staring at Rigard with wide eyes. "This doesn't make any sense. How can this mere hobgoblin be this strong?" he wondered. And the wolf leader wasn't entirely wrong. Typically, a hobgoblin named by a regular Majin would become strong, but not strong enough to overpower an experienced and battle-hardened dire wolf. However, what the wolves didn't realize was that Rimuru, who had named Rigard, couldn't be considered normal by any standard. Not only did Rimuru possess higher quality magicules, but he also had Ciel, who could directly influence and determine the strength of Rimuru's named monsters. Moreover, Rigard was a creature with tremendous potential and a strong desire to grow. When all these factors combined, the result was an exceptionally powerful monster, even if he appeared to be just a hobgoblin to an outsider. Returning to the fight, the wolf leader pushed aside his thoughts and once again rushed to attack. However, just like before, he was met with punches to the face, again and again, and again. This punishing cycle repeated until finally, the bloody and bruised wolf leader could barely stand on his feet. The wolf leader's condition had deteriorated so severely that some wolves from his pack even attempted to rush to his aid. However, a single stern glance from Rimuru made them retract their intent, causing them to drop their tails and freeze in place. "Give up, leader of the wolves," Rigard implored, observing the pitiful state of the wolf leader. Submit to our master, and neither you nor your pack need to die. Father, please listen to him, the wolf leader's son pleaded. This is not a battle you can win. Shut up. You're my son. How can you say something so disgraceful? The wolf leader glared at his son, but his words were feeble given his weakened state. We, mighty dire wolves. Don't dash. Black flames, Rimuru interrupted the wolf leader, summoning his flames to incinerate the pitiful wolf, reducing him to ashes. Rigard, I'm proud of you. Despite what happened with your son, you still showed him kindness. But the fool was too prideful for his own good, Rimuru commented with a frown. Rimuru then turned his attention toward the remaining wolves and asked, so, what will you do now? Will you submit to me, or will you choose to go your own way? The unique-looking wolf, now the leader of the pack, approached Rimuru and lowered his head in a sign of submission. The other wolves, having witnessed the humiliating defeat of their previous leader, had no objections and followed suit, bowing before Rimuru. Great one, we all submit to your authority, the new leader declared, and the rest of the wolves howled in agreement. Excellent. Now, come inside the village, Rimuru instructed as he began walking. Rigard, make preparations for these wolves to rest. But first, gather everyone in the center of the village. As you wish, Rimuru-sama, Rigard responded, swiftly gathering all the goblins and wolves in the center of the village, just as Rimuru had instructed. Meanwhile, Rimuru fashioned a throne for himself and took a seat, gazing upon the assembled creatures. As for Veldora, the evil dragon was within Rimuru's imaginary space, training his ultimate skill. Listen, everyone, I've gathered you all here because I've decided to name each one of you, Rimuru announced. A wave of excitement and chatter swept through the gathered monsters, but it subsided instantly when Rimuru raised his hand. Is that really okay, Rimuru-sama? Rigard inquired. Naming so many monsters will require a significant amount of magicules. No, that won't be a problem, Rimuru assured him. Now, form a line, he instructed. Over the course of half an hour, he named all the goblins. As for the wolves, since they were a pack, he only needed to name their leader, Ranga, which would be sufficient to evolve the entire pack. Once he had finished naming them, he addressed them again. Now that I have named you, all of you will likely evolve tonight. Take this time to rest, he advised. Rimuru then began walking toward his personal hut but paused to speak with Rigard. Tomorrow, I want you to gather them here, just as you did today. There are some important matters I wish to discuss with all of you. After receiving Rigard's confirmation, he continued on his way to his hut. Once Rimuru was inside, he sat on his bed and sighed. Well, it's regrettable that Ranga's father had to die, but I cannot allow someone like him to be a part of my nation because I am sure that sooner or later, he would have tried to instigate trouble within our borders. Master did everything in his power to spare that fool's life, Ciel reassured him. Master even told Rigard to hold back and not kill him. That's why you shouldn't feel bad for someone like him. You are right, there's no point in dwelling on something that has already happened, Rimuru said. I am always right, Master. Yeah, I can't argue with that, Rimuru chuckled as Ciel activated sleep mode. The next morning, when Rimuru arrived at the center of the village, he noticed that everyone had already gathered there, just as he had instructed them to. More importantly, as he had foreseen, all the monsters under his command had evolved, undergoing significant transformations. The goblins had all evolved into hobgoblins. With the exception of Gobata, they now stood much taller than before, with the male goblins displaying well-defined muscles, while the females had become more attractive and elegant. Gobata on the other hand remained short and annoying as usual. The wolves, previously dire wolves, had evolved into tempest wolves. Their brown fur had turned jet black, and they had grown to a length of 10 feet. Ranga, in particular, had a unique appearance with a horn protruding from below the center of the star on his forehead. His limb ends were covered in green socks, divided into sections of roughly equal size, leaving his paws exposed. Additionally, he had gained the ability to control his size, allowing him to shrink to the size of a normal dire wolf or even that of a regular dog. Hey, Ciel, correct me if I'm wrong, but last time not everyone evolved into a hobgoblin, right? Indeed, Master. Last time, Great Sage, prioritized evolving only those individuals who would be most beneficial to you, as you were using Veldora's magicules after exhausting your own. However, this time, you didn't have such limitations, so I evolved all of them. Ah, that makes sense, Rimuru thought as he took his seat on the throne, with Ranga and Rigard standing on either side of him. Well, first of all, congratulations on your evolutions, Rimuru began, and the crowd thanked him in unison. Now, let's move on to the important part. As you can see, our village has grown considerably, so I am going to establish some rules that all villagers must follow, Rimuru explained. The first rule, no infighting. I don't care what kind of problems arise, you are not allowed to resort to violence against another villager. If a dispute arises, you can bring it to Rigard, who will help you resolve it without resorting to violence. If Rigard cannot find a solution, I will personally intervene. The second rule, do not look down upon other races, even though you have evolved. Remember that once, you were just like them. Furthermore, if they need protection, you can bring them to our village, but only if they possess some talent or skill that could benefit our village. The third rule, do not initiate attacks against sentient creatures. You are still permitted to hunt non-sentient creatures for food and materials. However, remember that regardless of who they are, be they humans, monsters, demons, or dragons, if they attack first, you should show them no mercy and beat them within an inch of their lives, but also try to capture them alive whenever possible, as a living prisoner is more valuable than a dead one. Now, let's move on to the next topic. Rimuru continued after establishing the rules. After all of you completed your evolutions, you must have noticed that you now possess information in your heads based on your talents and interests. He glanced around, and almost everyone nodded. I want all of you to utilize that knowledge and start developing our village. If your talent is not currently applicable, then lend your assistance wherever you can. Is that clear? He received unanimous agreement. Rigard, I am appointing you as the chief. Supervise the projects and inform me if you encounter any difficulties. Of course, Lord Rimuru. You can count on me. Rigard responded enthusiastically. He immediately began assigning tasks, while Rimuru reclined on his throne, thinking, interacting with people can be quite draining. Despite your complaints, it seemed like you were enjoying yourself, Master. Well, of course, compared to paperwork, instructing people is much more enjoyable, Rimuru replied. If you say so, Master. But what do you plan to do next? I think I'll take it easy for a few days and observe if implanting knowledge of construction and sewing truly works or not, Rimuru explained. Then a mischievous smile spread across his face. After that, let's go pay a visit to our old friend, Gazel. To be continued. Chapter 4, Deadly Diva, Testarossa. Ciel. Voice of the World. It has been a week since Rimuru took goblins and dire wolves under his wing, evolving them into hobgoblins and tempest wolves. However, he didn't just evolve them, but he also implanted them with diverse knowledge and entrusted them with the responsibility of developing the village. During this period, Rimuru closely observed the villagers and their ability to perform tasks they were previously unfamiliar with, solely relying on the implanted knowledge. To his pleasant surprise, the hobgoblins not only adapted well but also exceeded his expectations. Within the week, they managed to construct habitable mud huts and fashion reasonably decent clothing. However, while their achievements were commendable, they still fell short of the level of craftsmanship exhibited by experts like Kaijin and his brothers, or the expertise in construction like Geld and his people. This was mainly because the hobgoblins, who had previously lived in makeshift habitats, lacked practical experience in construction and craftsmanship. Overall, Rimuru was impressed by their performance, but both he and the hobgoblins themselves agreed that they would need professional assistance to further develop their village. Besides the development team, there were other teams composed of villagers who couldn't contribute much to development, such as the hobgoblins, who excelled in combat, and the wolves, who lacked the skills for building and crafting. Therefore, they were assigned to different teams, like the hunting team, which focused on procuring food for the village, and the area clearing team, responsible for clearing the forest around the village to improve visibility and gather the wood needed for future village expansion. While Rimuru was busy observing the village, inside his imaginary space, he used his skill, Parallel Existence, to train with Veldora, hoping to make him as strong as he was in their previous timeline. In that earlier timeline, Veldora spent a year in Rimuru's stomach before Rimuru evolved into a demon lord and released him back into the world. During that 1 year though, with the help of Raphael, Veldora had become strong enough to go toe-to-toe against Velgrind. That's why, Rimuru was determined to make his brother even stronger this time. Returning to the topic of village development, Rimuru had decided that it was finally time to visit Dwargon. However, he didn't want to go alone, and he certainly wasn't going to take Gobata with him. So, before announcing his departure to the villagers, he decided to swing by Veldora's cave and create an anti-detection barrier because it was time to summon another one of his subordinates. Ciel, will you do the honors? Of course, Master. Leave it to me. The demon realm is a bizarre place, where demons come into being as lesser demons and spend their time endlessly fighting each other, as the concept of time holds little sway over these ageless creatures. Yet, even in this strange realm, hierarchy exists. At its pinnacle are the primordials, the oldest and most extraordinarily powerful demons. Currently, 4 of these primordials out of the 7 known ones rule their self-proclaimed territories within the demon realm. Blanc, infamously known as the White Primordial, is one such demon. Her status is reflected in her appearance, with crimson-red eyes, silky white hair, and an elegant charm adorning her face. At this moment, she sits in her mansion, sipping tea, while 2 of her subordinates stand dutifully behind her, ready to serve their lady. Suddenly, Blanc felt someone attempting to summon her. No, it was more than that. Someone was specifically targeting her for the summoning. Normally, she would have answered the call, entertained the summoner's request, and then made the summoner regret ever summoning her. However, she wasn't in the mood at the moment, so she decided to deny the request. However, it didn't work, and a blinding flash of light forcefully summoned her to the overworld. As the blinding light subsided, Blanc found herself in a cave, standing in front of a blue-haired figure. She wanted to say it was a human due to lack of any presence, but her instincts and centuries of experience told her otherwise. Caution guided her actions, and instead of hostility, she initiated a conversation and asked, "Who are you?" She inquired while subtly surveying her surroundings and noting the presence of some kind of barrier around them. "Hi, my name is Rimuru Tempest," Rimuru said, wearing a charming smile that even she had to admit was on a whole different level. "And you must be Blanc, the white primordial. You know who I am." She responded with narrowed eyes, although she knew that much since she was specifically targeted by his summoning spell. "So, what business do you have with me? But before you speak, you should know that even if we make a deal or not, this situation is already in my favor from the moment you made the mistake of summoning me," she continued, a wicked smirk playing on her lips as she released a bit of her aura. To her surprise, Rimuru didn't even flinch upon sensing her aura. Instead, he just chuckled at her attempt to intimidate him, which only further fueled her rage. "Don't worry, a deal won't be necessary," Rimuru dismissively waved his hand. "After all, I want you to become my subordinate, more specifically, my personal secretary." For the first few seconds, his words didn't even register in her system. When they finally did, her crimson eyes showed uncontained rage as she glared at Rimuru and asked, "How dare you?" Her voice was calm, but she raised it slightly, maintaining her elegant demeanor. "Who do you think you are to suggest that a primordial demon such as myself would serve under an inferior magen like you? Now, Blanc, calm down. Anger doesn't suit that beautiful face of yours," Rimuru said with a cheeky smile, while Blanc just rolled her eyes. "Let's make a bet. For the next 5 minutes, if you don't manage to land a hit on me, you have to become my subordinate," Rimuru suggested. "And what do I get if I do manage to land a hit, aside from your life?" she said, still glaring at the blue-haired men in front of her. "Good point," Rimuru nodded. "How about this, if you manage to land a hit on me, I will create a new body for you before you kill me," he said with a smile. Is he crazy? Blanc thought, bewildered by his offer, which appeared to be completely in her favor. But it wasn't like she cared, after all, she was the one benefiting from this deal. "Fine, but don't complain if this ends in under a minute," she said. "We'll see about that," Rimuru said, maintaining his smile. His demeanor was starting to irritate her. Not to mention how she couldn't help but notice his lack of fear or caution even though he was standing in front of a fearsome demoness like her, as well as the absence of any kind of fighting stance. "I will show him what happens when you mess with a primordial demon," she thought, and created a dark-colored ball in her hand, known as the Abyss Core. It was formed by aggregating mana into a core until it could no longer be compressed. "I'm going to end this in one move," she declared, and fired the Abyss Core at Rimuru. It shot toward him at blinding speed. In response, Rimuru simply raised his hand and devoured her attack with Azathoth. Blanc stared at him with wide eyes and a bewildered expression on her face. She wasn't about to be discouraged by one of her attacks being nullified, though. She created 10 cores simultaneously and once again launched them at Rimuru. Yet again, the blue-haired man repeated the same motion as before and consumed her attack. "Abyss cores, huh? A nice and powerful attack, but, unfortunately, projectiles won't work on me," Rimuru nonchalantly remarked. "I see," Blanc said, trying to contain her rage and barely succeeding. "If I can't use projectiles, then I will just have to get up close and personal," she declared as she materialized a dark-colored whip in her hand and rushed at Rimuru. And then just as she was about to strike him, he suddenly vanished from her sight. "Huh? Where did he?" Blanc began to question, but before she could complete her sentence, she felt a presence behind her. "Wow, your hair is really smooth," Rimuru, now behind her, commented as he observed her hair. Ignoring his comment, Blanc attempted to backhand him, but once again, he vanished and appeared in front of her, flicking her forehead. Too slow, he chuckled and vanished again as Blanc tried to attack him. This continued for 3 minutes until Blanc felt mentally exhausted, humiliated, and on the verge of giving into her rage, were it not for the need to maintain her elegant image in front of this person who had reduced her to this. Finally, she decided to take a deep breath and acknowledge that the opponent she was facing right now was strong, perhaps even stronger than her. But she still had one trump card that she was sure would end this fight. "Rimuru Tempest, I, Blanc, one of the 7 primordials, acknowledge your strength," she said as a dark aura surrounded her body. "But this is where it ends. Now, be grateful and feast your eyes upon my most beautiful magic." She spread out her hands and closed her eyes. Nuclear magic, blessing of death. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes, expecting to see the magen dead. However, her eyes widened in shock when she saw Rimuru standing there, looking at her with an amused smile, as he asked, "Was that supposed to do something?" Blanc couldn't answer. After all, upon casting Blessing of Death, the probability of death exceeds 99.999%, with 1 in a million having the potential to survive the technique. She wasn't sure if the man in front of her was actually that strong or just had incredible luck. Then, a self-mocking smile appeared on her face. There's no point in deluding myself anymore, she thought. Surviving Blessing of Death is a 1 in a million phenomenon, and I'm certain that he didn't put up any barrier around himself either. That means, he just shrugged off my strongest attack. Come on, don't lose hope now, you still have a minute left, Rimuru said, trying to encourage her. No, that won't be necessary, Blanc smiled. I'm not as stubborn or battle-hungry as John or Violet, so I can recognize when I'm outmatched. But still, before I accept you as my master, I have a request. Sure, what is it? Rimuru asked. I want you to use your strongest attack on me, she requested. When I was attacking you earlier, you refused to take me seriously and treated me like one would treat a child. I won't lie, that hurt my pride. But now that I've realized you're stronger than me, I want to see how much of a difference in strength we really have. So please, show me your strongest attack. My strongest attack, huh? Rimuru thought for a moment. Then he looked at her and said, sure, that works for me. In the next moment, for Blanc, everything went dark. The very next moment, light returned to her eyes, but to her surprise, she wasn't in a cave anymore. Instead, she found herself standing in a white, endless plain. What is going dash? Suddenly, she was assaulted by an unfamiliar emotion, an emotion foreign to a primordial like her, fear. What followed that fear was a tremendous amount of pain as unfamiliar energy began erasing her soul. And that's when she realized she was dying. Surprisingly, a smile bloomed on her face. I see, now I realize what kind of person I was dealing with, she said as she comprehended Rimuru's true capabilities. But I do not regret dying, no, the only thing I regret is not being able to serve a master like him. But maybe, just maybe, he will find me again, just as he did this time. And when the time comes, I hope I will be useful to you. Rimuru-sama. With those final words, she closed her eyes and prepared herself to embrace death. Master, are you a sadist, perhaps? Of course not, Ciel, and you know that. Rimuru retorted with a sigh. Right now, he was back in the village, and Blanc was resting on his bed, unconscious, after her little encounter with imaginary collapse. Naturally, there was a commotion in the village when he carried a striking woman like Blanc back in his arms, but a single stern glance from him silenced everyone. Master, don't you think you went a little too far? I know I overdid it a little, but it was necessary to earn her respect, Rimuru explained. In our previous timeline, when I met the Demoness trio, they were already educated by Diablo, and me being ignorant about their status as primordials made everything work out. But this time, I had to win her loyalty on my own, and Diablo had once told me that demons value strength over everything else, so I just showed her the energy that sits at the top of this world. As Rimuru was talking with Ciel, Blanc suddenly shot up from the bed, her breath heavy. What happened? I thought I died, she muttered, trying to make sense of the situation. I mean, you almost did, but I pulled you out at the last minute, she immediately snapped her neck towards Rimuru as he answered her question. Don't worry, though. I have already repaired your soul and healed your injuries as well. Rimuru-sama. Blanc said as she recalled how she had asked him to use his strongest attack and what followed after. What was that? I had never felt that kind of fear and pain before. Well, I just pulled you into my imaginary space, and then filled that space with nihilistic energy, which was going to destroy your soul, Rimuru explained. I see. She said, but then suddenly widened her eyes. Nihilistic energy. I've heard about that, but wasn't it something that only the creator, Veldora-sama, could use? Yep, that's the very same nihilistic energy we're talking about, Rimuru said with a shrug. Blanc just stared at Rimuru for a moment before bursting out laughing. I must say, Rimuru-sama, you really are full of surprises, she said and smiled at Rimuru. That's why it will be my honor to serve you, my lord. In that case, here, take this body, Rimuru stated, conjuring a golem crafted from divine steel, which Blanc immediately occupied. Well then, I will be in your care, he added, extending his hand. Testarossa. As soon as Rimuru named her, Testarosa's body glowed, and she evolved from an archdemon to a demon peer, gaining an insane boost in strength and magicals. Once her evolution was complete, she kneeled in front of Rimuru and gently took his hand in hers. I, Primordial White, Testarossa, swear my undying loyalty to you, she pledged, and promptly, she was granted another reward. Creating a soul corridor with Testarossa. Success. Unique skill, Death, received. Unique skill, Death, has evolved into ultimate skill, Belial, Lord of Underworld. Well then, Testa, take some rest because tomorrow, we are heading for the armed nation of Dwargon. To be continued. Chapter 5, Dwarven Blacksmith, Kaijin. Ciel. Voice of the World. A day had passed since Rimuru had successfully subdued Testarossa, the white primordial demon, and gained her allegiance. That's why, today, Rimuru was preparing to visit the armed nation of Dwargon, along with Testarossa, to hire craftsmen to further develop his village. So, without wasting any time, he called Rigard, the hobgoblin in charge of overseeing the village, to his hut. If you had told Testarossa that she would one day be utterly humiliated and brought to her knees by someone, only to find herself willingly serving that very same person the next day, she would have laughed in your face and then would have subjected you to an unimaginable amount of torture before giving you a painful death. But as they say, reality is often stranger than fiction, because that was the exact situation Testarossa found herself in right now. But Testarossa wasn't dissatisfied. On the contrary, she was quite delighted that she got a chance to serve a powerful master like Rimuru. What fascinated her more was how seamlessly he could transition from a commanding leader who held the utmost loyalty of the monsters under his command to a friendly, approachable man who made her feel at ease and was remarkably comforting and intriguing to converse with. Anyway, today was going to be an exciting day for Testarossa, as she was set to accompany her master, Rimuru, on a trip to Dwargon. It appeared that Rimuru intended to appoint some dwarven craftsmen to assist in the development of the village. When Rimuru asked her to accompany him as his secretary, Testarossa felt a rush of exhilaration akin to a garden of black roses blossoming within her heart. Without delay, she transformed her attire into an elegant, long black dress and adorned herself with black accessories that strikingly contrasted with her otherwise pristine white aesthetics, while a single silver pendant hung in her neck. Once she thought she was presentable enough to walk alongside her master, she promptly informed Rimuru that she was prepared to depart whenever he was ready. Upon receiving her confirmation, Rimuru immediately called Rigard, the hobgoblin whom he had appointed in charge of the village, and informed him that they would be leaving for Dwargon now. Rigard acknowledged Rimuru's words and offered to arrange for escorts, but her master stopped him. "Don't worry, Rigard. I'll be fine as long as I have Testa at my side," Rimuru reassured, briefly glancing at her with a warm smile, which made Testarossa's heart flutter with warmth. "I'll also have Ranga accompany me, concealed within my shadow," Rimuru continued, noticing the unconvinced expression on Rigard's face. "Besides, if there's someone I can't beat, what are your odds of defeating such a person?" he remarked, letting a fraction of his intimidating aura emanate, sending shivers down the spines of both Testarossa and Rigard. With that display, Rigard reluctantly departed, his reservations quelled by Rimuru's words and presence. Thinking that preparations were complete and it was time to depart, Testarossa inquired, "Are we setting off, Rimuru-sama?" "Not yet. There's just one more thing I need to take care of," Rimuru replied, and in the next moment, a blonde-haired man materialized before them. The blonde-haired man appeared taken aback for a moment, but upon noticing Rimuru, he inquired, "Hey, Rimuru, do you need something?" "Yeah, I'm headed to Dwargon for some business and should return by tomorrow," Rimuru explained. "That's why I'd like you to protect the village during my absence." "Hold on a second. If you're going somewhere, take me with you too," the blonde-haired man insisted, gripping Rimuru's collar. Meanwhile, Testarossa, who was standing behind Rimuru, felt irritated by the blonde-haired man's behavior toward her master, but her instincts told her to stay put and not interfere between the two individuals in front of her. "I'm sorry, Veldora, but I can't take you with me. One of us has to stay here to protect the village," Rimuru explained. Besides, poor Gazel would probably have a heart attack if he saw the storm dragon was roaming in his city. On the other hand, Testarossa commended her instincts upon realizing that the blonde man in front of her was none other than storm dragon Veldora. While she would defend her master against even a true dragon if necessary, judging from Veldora's interaction with her master, it was evident they were on good terms. So, once again, she decided to stay quiet and act as a silent observer, witnessing her master and the storm dragon's intriguing banter. "Rimuru, why are you being so cruel?" Veldora said, shedding crocodile tears. "Take me with you as well." "Oi, stop being so dramatic. Here, I have something for you," Rimuru said and produced a stack of books in front of him. "What are these?" Veldora asked, his curiosity piqued as he examined the books before him. "These are books from my old world, they're called manga," Rimuru explained. Meanwhile, Veldora was already engrossed in picking up and perusing one of the books from the pile. "These should keep you occupied for a while." Rimuru narrowed his eyes at Veldora. "However, just because you have something to entertain you doesn't mean you're allowed to slack off when it comes to protecting the village." He noticed that Veldora was deeply engrossed in the manga in his hand, hardly paying attention to his words. With a tired sigh at Veldora's behavior, he added, "If you do a good job protecting the village, I'll bring back something delicious for you from Dwargon." That caught Veldora's attention, and his focus turned back to Rimuru with sparkling eyes. "Really? In that case, you can rest assured and leave the protection of this village to the great Veldora," he boasted, while Rimuru rolled his eyes in response. "Well, now that's taken care of, let's get going as well," Rimuru said and snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, Testarossa found herself at the outskirts of Dwargon, with Rimuru by her side. "We're here already," Testarossa remarked, a slightly dissatisfied frown creasing her brow. Rimuru couldn't help but tease her. "What's with that frown, Testa? Were you anticipating a longer journey or something?" he asked with a playful smirk. And no, it's not like that, Rimuru-sama, Testarossa stammered, a hint of red coloring her cheeks. If you say so, Rimuru chuckled to himself, deciding not to further embarrass her, as they both ventured into the gates of the armed nation of Dwargon. All the troubles had to crash at the same time, huh? Kaijin, a dwarven craftsman with brown skin, a robust, muscular physique, and a luxuriant, bushy beard, sat in a dark room with the only source of illumination being the raging heat of a furnace in front of him. He had a huge frown on his face, and the dark circles under his eyes clearly showed his recent lack of sleep. What am I going to do now? If only I had a little more time, I could have managed somehow. He lamented, his voice tinged with exhaustion, as he released a weary sigh. As Kaijin wallowed in his troubles, a sudden knock broke the silence of his smithy. Who could be bothering me right now? Especially after that incident. Kaijin mumbled to himself. Yet, he lacked the energy to concern himself with whoever stood outside his door. With exasperation, he bellowed, "Go away. The shop is closed today." However, whoever was at the door didn't seem to get the message as they continued knocking. Enraged by the constant knocking, he stood up, walked toward the door, and opened it with a slam. "What the hell do you want?" His words trailed off as he saw the two beautiful people at the door. The first person had long blue hair and golden eyes, adorned in exquisite black attire, including a fur coat with golden accents in various parts of their clothing. Behind the first figure stood another, a mesmerizing beauty with hair as white as snow and eyes of fiery red, regarding him with a trace of indifference, draped in a stunning black dress. "Hello, you must be Kaijin," the blue-haired individual addressed, to which Kaijin nodded, albeit somewhat absent-mindedly. "May we come inside?" the person requested. Yes. Kaijin stammered, hurriedly welcoming them into his shop. "I apologize, but I don't recall seeing you around here," he admitted, his concern growing as he contemplated the possibility of these visitors being nobles or esteemed guests of the king. My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Rimuru Tempest, and she is Testarossa, my secretary and one of my most trusted subordinates," he introduced himself and the white-haired woman with him. Kaijin swore he saw a hint of joy in the red eyes of the woman. "And you can relax, I'm neither a noble nor someone important yet." "I see." Kaijin responded cautiously. "So, do you have some business with me?" Yes, I do have a request for you, but before we get to that," Rimuru's countenance grew solemn. "I was informed by the town guard about an accident in the mines a few days ago." Kaijin's face tensed, and a frown etched across his features at Rimuru's words. "Yes, it was a terrible accident," he confirmed. "Did you lose someone dear to you in that incident?" Rimuru inquired. "Fortunately, no, but..." Kaijin sighed, leading them to a room behind the shop. Inside, 3 beds were occupied by 3 grievously injured men, their bodies wrapped in bandages, some missing limbs. "This is the state my brothers are in after the mines collapsed on them that day. I'm deeply sorry for what has happened to your brothers, but I sense there's more to this, isn't there?" Rimuru probed. "There's something else troubling you." Kaijin let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "It appears you have quite the knack for seeing through people, or perhaps I just look that pathetic right now," he remarked. "Well, as you mentioned, there's another sword hanging over my head. You see, my brothers and I are obligated to deliver 20 long swords by tomorrow, but I'm currently lacking the time, motivation, and material to complete the project. Couldn't you simply cancel the order or explain your situation to the employer?" Rimuru inquired. If only it were that simple, Kaijin shook his head. The order this time was issued to any and all craftsmen in the nation who were capable of accepting it, directly on behalf of the country itself. Not fulfilling the order issued by the crown could have unintended consequences. "Forgive me for assuming, but 20 long swords doesn't sound like an order you and your brothers couldn't have completed even before this entire mine accident," Rimuru pointed out. "You are right, but it was my big mouth that boasted and accepted this order right in front of the king, despite knowing that there was a shortage of magisteel on the market and I had barely anything in my reserves," Kaijin said in a frustrated voice. "On top of that, it's that Minister Vesta overseeing the completion of this order, and I know that all he needs is one mistake on my part to make me lose face in front of the king." "I see. I understand your situation now," Rimuru remarked as he settled into a nearby chair, tilting his head slightly to the right while resting it on his right hand. Testarossa promptly positioned herself behind him. "You really have a lot of troublesome things piling up on you at the same time. Fortunately for you, I am here, and I can help in resolving both of your dilemmas." Kaijin's eyes widened upon hearing Rimuru's words, and he anxiously inquired, "Can you truly help my brothers?" "Why don't you see for yourself?" Rimuru said and produced a ball filled with some kind of blue liquid. Then he lazily tossed the ball at one of Kaijin's brothers, which burst open upon contact, spilling the liquid onto Kaijin's brother. Kaijin was initially enraged and about to yell at Rimuru, until Kaijin witnessed a miracle unfolding before his eyes. Not only did his brother's wound swiftly begin to heal, but the hand he had lost also regrew before their very eyes. "What is going on?" What was that liquid just now? Kaijin asked as he surveyed his brother's body, which was now completely devoid of any injuries. It was a full potion, created from hypocute herbs using a method that achieves a 99% rate of extraction, Rimuru casually elucidated, leaving Kaijin astounded and at a loss for words. 99%. Kaijin exclaimed. How is that even possible? Even with all our scientific advancements, the dwargon scientists couldn't create a potion of such potency. But I can, Rimuru responded with a shrug. As for your other issue, I assume you have a prototype sword to serve as a model, correct? Bring it to me. Upon hearing Rimuru's request, Kaijin swiftly returned to his workshop and soon reappeared with a long sword that bore a faint blue glow on the blade's edge, indicative of the magisteel ore used in its crafting. He handed the long sword to Rimuru, curiously observing what would happen next. Rimuru carefully examined the long sword, murmuring to himself, "This is a fine sword." He then extended his hand, from which black smoke emerged. In the blink of an eye, 20 similar longswords materialized, each bearing the same luminous glow as the prototype piece, neatly arranged in front of him on the ground. While Kaijin was reeling from the shock of seeing Rimuru casually create 20 longswords, Rimuru produced 2 flasks of full potions and placed them next to the swords. Now, as I mentioned, I can resolve both of your dilemmas, Rimuru articulated, indicating towards the healed brother and the longswords on the ground. However, everything comes at a cost, and I trust you understand that, he added while maintaining his gaze on the dwarf. I do understand, but I'm at a loss regarding what I can offer to someone like you, Kaijin acknowledged, fully aware that money wasn't what Rimuru was seeking. The stark difference in their statuses was evident from Rimuru's entire demeanor. The thing I want from you in exchange is related to my reason for visiting you in the first place, Rimuru explained. You see, I am building a town in the middle of the Jura forest and initially wanted to hire you to construct various structures in my town, as well as teach certain skills to the monsters under my command. However, I now propose that you and your brothers relocate to my town, in return for the healing of your other 2 brothers and these longswords. I see. Kaijin said as he carefully weighed the pros and cons of agreeing with Rimuru's request. Then, summoning whatever courage he had left, he asked, and what happens if I decline your offer? In that case, I'll just walk out of this shop and forget this conversation ever happened in the first place, Rimuru said and made a swift gesture with his hand, causing the swords and potion to disappear into thin air. After that, I'll most probably go and hire some other craftsmen from this city to help my people. Although I agree that they won't be as skilled as you, I can't force you to move to my village against your will. That said, Rimuru glanced at Kaijin's injured brothers. I'll feel sad for you. By this time tomorrow, you'll not only lose face in front of the king, but your reputation will also sustain a significant blow. I'm certain the minister you mentioned earlier will eagerly help disseminate this information far and wide. Kaijin lowered his head and clenched his fist, fully aware that even though Rimuru was emphasizing how dire his situation would become, he couldn't deny that Rimuru was right. What frustrated him, even more, was what was left unsaid, the unspoken burden of guilt that would weigh on him for a lifetime if he let this opportunity to heal his other 2 brothers slip away. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kaijin looked at Rimuru and affirmed, I accept your offer, Rimuru-sama, offering a respectful bow. Fantastic. Rimuru beamed and snapped his fingers, conjuring the 20 longswords and 2 full potions once more. Now, let's heal your brothers so you can share this good news with them. Kaijin used the 2 full potions provided by Rimuru to heal his other 2 brothers. Approximately an hour later, Kaijin's 3 brothers woke up with bewildered expressions on their faces, seeing their lost limbs restored. Kaijin explained the situation to them, and, as he expected, his brothers agreed to go to Rimuru's village, both to honor their brother's word and to repay the person who saved their lives. After further deliberation, they settled on departing for Rimuru's village the following evening. Kaijin would submit the swords, while his brothers would tend to their belongings back at the shop. With everything arranged, Rimuru and Tensura departed from Kaijin's smithy, embarking on an exploration of Dwargon and enjoying the sights the city had to offer. After exiting Kaijin's smithy, Rimuru and Tensura aimlessly wandered around Dwargon. They visited various shops and street vendors, tried different kinds of foods, and browsed through various items for sale. During this time, Tensura enjoyed herself, feeling Rimuru's enthusiasm rubbing off on her. However, 2 annoying things kept bothering her. The first annoyance came in the form of lecherous stares from onlookers, both men and women, who couldn't seem to stop gawking at her and her master. They made various disgusting remarks that, unfortunately, were audible to her due to her mastery over universal sense. However, as infuriating as these individuals were, a more substantial nuisance emerged in the form of a woman who had been tailing them since their arrival in the city. At first, Tensura had ignored the woman, thinking she could easily handle her if the need arose. However, as time passed, this persistent follower grated on her nerves, forcing her to divide her attention between her master and this woman relentlessly tailing behind them. Rimuru-sama, I think there's something I should inform you about, Tensura remarked, deeming it best to inform her master about the persistent woman tailing them. If you're referring to that elf who's been following us for a while, there's no need. I'm well aware of her, Rimuru replied, casting a casual glance toward the lurking elf in the shadows. Of course, he knows, Testarossa thought, feeling somewhat foolish for thinking her master wouldn't notice someone tailing them. Would you like me to take care of her, she asked, her eyes showing determination and a dangerous glint. Nah, just wait here. I'll handle it myself, Rimuru stated, then proceeded to stride into a nearby alley, vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, as Testarossa stood by the roadside, keeping an eye on her surroundings, a man approached her. Hello there, miss, the man greeted, while his eyes roamed over her body. I was passing by and couldn't help but notice a lovely lady like yourself standing here, looking alone and lonely. He shook his head, displaying exaggerated sadness on his face. Honestly, a gentleman like me couldn't bear to see a beautiful flower like you wither away in sadness. That's why, miss, I am here to generously offer you my company. Get lost, insect. I have no desire to talk with a disgusting creature like you, she retorted with a venomous voice, her mouth forming a disgusted frown, as if she were addressing filth. The man recoiled at her tone and the disdain evident in her voice. Against his better judgment, he made one last attempt, convinced he still had a chance. Now, I believe there's a misunderstanding, he insisted with a forced smile. How about we acquaint ourselves over some drinks? I know of an excellent tavern not far from here. Why don't we stroll? Step away, friend, abruptly, Rimuru materialized beside Testarossa, startling the man. She's with me, Rimuru declared, and, just to solidify the point, he took her hand, intertwining his fingers with hers. For some inexplicable reason, Testarossa felt flustered, though she couldn't quite fathom why. The man in front of them assessed the situation, then lowered his shoulders and retreated with a disheartened countenance. Testa, are you okay? He didn't trouble you too much, did he? Rimuru inquired. I am fine, Rimuru-sama, she responded, berating herself for stumbling over her words like a fool. That's good, Rimuru smiled at her. By the way, I apologize for holding your hand without a warning like that. And no, it's all right. I don't mind if it's you, Rimuru-sama, she replied, even though she couldn't understand why her cheeks suddenly felt warm as she uttered those words. I'm relieved to hear that. I would have felt terrible if I had unintentionally overstepped, Rimuru exhaled in relief before offering her another warm smile. Well then, now that's settled, shall we continue our walk, he suggested, resuming their leisurely stroll while still holding her hand. As they continued their stroll, Testarossa's cheeks remained tinged with a persistent blush, a testament to her acute awareness of Rimuru's fingers intertwined with hers, as well as the envious glances they attracted from both men and women. While the initial annoyance of the jealousy had bothered her, she found herself oddly enjoying the sight of envy in the eyes of those who observed her and her master. Thus, Testarossa decided to push her luck. Drawing comfort from the soothing warmth emanating from Rimuru, she leaned into it and gently wrapped her arm around his, allowing them to walk side by side. Testarossa couldn't quite fathom the whirlwind of emotions stirring within her or the sudden flustered state she found herself in. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that these matters could be addressed by her future self. For the present, she relished the simple joy of the moment shared with her master. To be continued. Chapter 6, Head of the Night Assassins, Henrietta. Ciel. Voice of the World. The armed nation of Dwargon was a prosperous nation that housed a variety of businesses offering high-quality products for both its residents and visitors of all races. However, accommodating all these people wasn't an easy task, which is why various inns were constructed throughout the prosperous nation. Among them, one inn stood out the most, King's Crest Inn. King's Crest Inn was unique in the nation as the only establishment sponsored directly by the crown, and its service quality reflected this prestigious association. However, such high-quality service came with a steep price tag, affordable only to nobles and high-ranked adventurers. To put things into perspective, the cost of spending one night at the King's Crest Inn equaled what an average adventurer might spend in an entire month. Consequently, only those with considerable wealth frequented its halls. But today, in the corridor of the topmost floor of the King's Crest Inn, a female elf in a maid outfit, with beautiful blonde hair and green eyes, was pushing a trolley laden with food toward a specific room. However, she was no ordinary employee of the King's Crest Inn. In fact, this woman was none other than Henrietta, the leader of Dwargon's dark ministry, known by her title Head of the Night Assassins. Henrietta was a woman of many talents, yet it was her mastery of stealth that secured her position as King Gazel Dwargo's undercover shadow and earned her a position among his inner circle of trusted members. However, she wasn't working as a spy at the moment. Instead, she was acting as a messenger for her king, on her way toward a room where a certain individual was awaiting a message from him. As she walked toward the room, her mind couldn't help but recall the events that led to the current situation. Flashback. It all began on that morning when Henrietta sat in her office, meticulously sifting through the reports of her subordinates when suddenly, one of them appeared right in front of her. Henrietta-sama, 2 suspicious individuals have just entered our borders, her subordinate informed her. Henrietta gestured for him to continue. One of them is a man, with long blue hair and golden eyes. The other is a woman with white hair and red eyes. Their guild cards identify them as human, but I doubt that's the case. Oh. And why do you think that? Henrietta asked, raising a brow. They don't feel human, her subordinate explained. It's hard to put into words, but they exude a terrifying aura that keeps anyone from getting close enough to discern their intentions. Suddenly, the air in the room grew heavy as Henrietta's glare bore into her subordinate. Standing up, she strode toward him, dagger in hand, and held it at his neck. Do you not feel any shame, admitting fear of approaching potential enemies of our nation and our king? Her voice echoed with a coldness mirrored in her eyes. And no, I wasn't, stammered the subordinate. Shut up, Henrietta snapped, retracting her dagger. I'll handle this myself. Henrietta then left her office and quickly located the two individuals she had been informed about. They stood out conspicuously among the crowd with their distinctive appearance and high-class attire, making them easy to spot amidst the bustling streets. And so, she began shadowing them, attempting to discern their intentions until they reached a familiar shop and entered. Kaijin's shop. What could they want with that man, she pondered, knowing that Kaijin's smithy was closed due to a recent tragic mine accident. However, she also knew that standing idle wouldn't provide her with answers. So, she moved toward the shop with the intention of slipping inside, but then, abruptly, her feet stopped in their tracks. For some unknown reason, her years of experience and elven instincts warned her to steer clear of that building. Is this what he was talking about, she wondered, recalling her subordinate's words. After a minute of internal debate, she chose to heed her instincts, retreating to the top of a nearby building to patiently await her target's exit. An hour later, the duo emerged from the shop and started walking away. Observing their departure, Henrietta swiftly summoned one of her subordinates, instructing her to check on Kaijin and his brothers. Continuing to track her targets, she anticipated some hidden motive, yet to her surprise, they simply strolled around, sampling various products and foods, appearing like two friends casually exploring the nation. Just then, her subordinate returned with the information about Kaijin and his brothers. What? Henrietta asked, her eyes widening upon hearing the report. Are you sure you weren't tricked with an illusion or some kind of magic? Of course not, ma'am. I can assure you that Kaijin's brothers were back on their feet, with their lost limbs restored and no visible signs of their injuries from that mine incident, she informed Henrietta. Moreover, Kaijin is currently on his way to the castle to deliver the order for 20 magic swords. Okay, you can go now, she said, dismissing her subordinate. Once her subordinate had left, Henrietta's mind grappled with the information she had just received, all while keeping her eyes fixed on her target. The fact that Kaijin's brothers, once beyond help, were now fully recovered, coupled with the completion of the supposedly impossible order of 20 swords by Kaijin, couldn't be mere coincidence. It couldn't be a coincidence that both of these events occurred after her targets visited Kaijin's shop. Nope, not a coincidence at all. Just then, her targets halted in the middle of the road. For a fleeting moment, it seemed like the blue-haired man glanced her way, but she dismissed the possibility, attributing it to her mind playing tricks. However, the blue-haired man exchanged words with the white-haired woman beside him, then veered into a nearby alleyway, disappearing from view in an instant. Where the hell? Henrietta's words hitched as a sudden chill shot down her spine, accompanied by an eerie sensation of someone's presence looming behind her. A weight pressed against her back, sending her senses on high alert. Stalking strangers, huh? Henrietta heard a whisper in her ear and instinctively drew her dagger, swiftly aiming a strike at the person behind her. However, Henrietta froze mid-swipe, her dagger halted by the mere touch of the finger belonging to the same blue-haired man whom she had been observing until now. Then the blue-haired man smiled at her and continued, that's a hobby best left to professional weirdos. A beautiful girl like should pick up something more elegant like bird watching, how that sounds. After a momentary surprise, Henrietta composed herself. I don't know what you're talking about, she said, simultaneously scanning for an opportunity to either neutralize the person confronting her or escape. Oh, really? The blue-haired man asked, his smile tinged with amusement. So you're going to tell me that you weren't following me and my partner for a while now? Yes, I don't. Don't lie, Miss Henrietta, he interrupted, triggering alarm bells in her head. It doesn't reflect well on a lady of your status. He knows who I am. Henrietta thought, realizing there was no point in continuing her facade of ignorance any longer. Who are you? And what do you want? She demanded, adopting the intimidating tone she used to interrogate her victims. However, Rimuru simply chuckled at her attempt to intimidate him. My name is Rimuru Tempest, and I'm merely here to visit your nation. I don't believe you, Henrietta countered, narrowing her eyes. There's no way someone like you. Now, let's not jump to conclusions, Rimuru interjected, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes, once again sending a shiver down her spine. Although, I do have a request for you. Request? Henrietta arched her brow. What is it? I want you to arrange a meeting between me and your king, Rimuru stated. Why do you seek an audience with our king? She inquired. That is for your king and me to know, Rimuru replied, a smile playing on his lips, signaling to Henrietta that she wouldn't glean any more information from him. What if I refuse? Henrietta questioned. Well, if your king won't extend an invitation, I'll simply extend one to myself, Rimuru replied casually. Before she could respond, he interjected, and I'd appreciate it if you ceased following me and my partner from now on, then vanished, rejoining his companion. Damn it. What now? Henrietta clicked her tongue in frustration, pondering her options for a few moments. She ultimately concluded that it was best to let her king decide the next course of action. In the present, Henrietta arrived outside a specific room and knocked on the door. After a few moments, the door opened, revealing Rimuru, who regarded her appearance with an amused smile. Oh, Ms. Henry. Sylvie, Henrietta interrupted him. My name is Sylvie, sir. I've brought the food you ordered. Please, come in, Miss Sylvie, Rimuru invited her inside, stepping aside to let her enter, and closed the door behind her. Then he leaned near the door and asked, so, what's up with that name and this a tree? I don't know dash. I have placed anti-information barriers around us, nothing you say will leave this room, Rimuru said and made the barriers he had placed visible for a second. Henrietta sighed and said, it is my civilian identity, she explained. And as for my attire, well I work here sometimes to get information on people of status. After all, quite a lot of nobles say a lot of important things in front of servants as they don't see them as people, which makes my work easier, she said as she started serving the food. Anyway, I have something for you, Henrietta said, producing a letter and handing it to Rimuru. This is a message from King Gazel, please handle it with care, she added, turning to leave the room. Hey, if you're free, why not stay for dinner? Rimuru extended an invitation. Thank you for the offer, but I have other matters to attend to, Henrietta declined politely, exiting the room. Outside, she released another sigh, already anticipating the exhaustion awaiting her on the following day. Tensura let out a sigh of relief as the annoying woman finally exited the room. Don't get her wrong, Tista wouldn't have minded if that woman had accepted her master's offer. However, she was grateful that the woman who had been causing them trouble earlier chose to leave her and her master alone. Then her attention turned towards her master who was reading the letter just brought by the woman. What does it say, my lord? Testarossa asked. It seems that we got ourselves a lunch with Mr. King himself tomorrow, Rimuru announced, settling into the seat where dinner had been served. After taking a bite of his food, Rimuru glanced up, only to notice Testarossa wasn't joining him. Testa, what's wrong? Aren't you going to join? It's all right, my lord. I'm fine, Testarossa replied, feeling it would be disrespectful to share the same table with someone she served. Well, at least she would have gutted her subordinates if they had tried to do something like this. Testa, come on, join me, Rimuru urged with a smile. I insist. Though tempted to refuse once more, Testarossa knew by now that her master was quite insistent in matters like these. So, she relented and joined him at the table. Then as they were enjoying their dinner, Testarossa decided to ask a question that was lingering in her mind. Rimuru-sama, do you mind if I ask you something? She asked and continued when Rimuru gave her permission. Why are you so interested in meeting this King Gazel? Well, there are multiple reasons actually, Rimuru began to explain. As you know, I'm working on building a nation in the Jura forest, he stated, and Testarossa nodded in understanding. Securing the support of a powerful and respected nation like Dwargon would significantly aid us in our initial phases. Dwargon's public acknowledgement of our nation would facilitate trade with smaller nations that have ties to or rely on Dwargon. Then there is the King of Dwargon, Gazel Dwargon, Rimuru continued. From what I have gathered, I can be sure that he is a good man and an even better king, which works in our favor, he said, stuffing a piece of meat in his mouth. As long as our partnership benefits his nation and his people, Gazel will never turn his back on us. But what if King Gazel decides to betray us? Testarossa asked because a long-lived demoness like her cannot trust a human to not go back on their word. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, Rimuru said as he leaned forward, resting his smirking face against his fist with a look in his eyes that made Testatrossa's heart race. After tomorrow's lunch, forget about betraying us, Gazel won't even think about it. Observing her master's confident and devious smile, Testarossa couldn't help but smile herself, feeling a twinge of pity for King Gazel, who had to deal with her master. While Rimuru and Testarossa were enjoying their evening, in a dimly lit room, Henrietta delivered a comprehensive report detailing all the information she and her team had gathered about Dwargon's unwelcome guests to the 4 individuals gathered there. And that's everything, Henrietta concluded, resuming her seat. That's it. Vaughn the Admiral Paladin and the Supreme Commander of Dwargon's military asked. I expected better from you. I agree with Vaughn, Dorf, the captain of the Pegasus Knights said. This is not enough to be called an elegance report. I'm aware that the information provided falls short and may be disappointing, and I apologize for that. However, I can assure you that this is the best we can do right now, Henrietta explained. Did I hear that right? Dorf said with wide eyes. Did I just hear a prideful and stubborn woman like you admit that can't do something? As much as it pains me to admit it, you heard that right. There is no way to get closer to Rimuru Tempest if doesn't want you to, Henrietta said, remembering the chill she felt when she tried to sneak into Kaijin's shop. Not only that, but even his room at King's Crest Inn is surrounded by invisible anti-information barriers, and I know because he showed me those barriers. Magic barriers, eh? Vaughn mused, casting a glance at a short, elderly woman shrouded in a dark hooded cloak. Miss Jane, can you dismantle those barriers? I can't definitively assess the situation until I've examined those barriers firsthand. That said, Jane, the Archwizard of Dwargon's royal court and King Gazel's close advisor, glanced at Henrietta. If what that girl is saying is true, then I doubt I can overpower a spell of someone that strong. In that case, wouldn't it be unwise to allow Gizel-sama to meet someone like that? Dorf voiced his concern. Dorf makes a valid point. Perhaps we should postpone the meeting until we're certain that this Rimuru Tempest poses no threat to us, Vaughn suggested, turning his attention to Gazel, seated at the head of the table. What are your thoughts, Gazel-sama? Gazel Dwargo, the king of the armed nation of Dwargon, surveyed his trusted subordinates before focusing on the woman who often acted as his shadow. Henrietta, given your direct interactions with this Rimuru Tempest, what's your assessment of him as a person? Gazel inquired. If I'm honest, Rimuru Tempest is the most contradictory man I've ever encountered, Henrietta began, addressing her king directly. Throughout my years of acting as your shadow, I've observed and spied on various individuals. Some were all bark, their worth only tethered to their family names, while others possessed genuine power to substantiate their claims. However, for the first time in my life, I faced the sensation of helplessness when confronted with an unfathomable power. When I stood before Rimuru, despite seeing numerous openings for escape or attack, my instincts warned against any rash actions, urging me to let him speak. Yet, when I visited him earlier to deliver your message, the intimidation was nowhere to be found, Henrietta continued. No hostility or suspicion. He welcomed me into their room, conversing as if we were old acquaintances. Even his invitation to join him for dinner felt sincere, despite the apparent lack of enthusiasm from his companion. In conclusion, Rimuru appears to be a genuinely nice person, but I would strongly advise against provoking him. I see. Gazel responded, patiently awaiting the input of the other three individuals in the room. Considering Henrietta's observations, we could hope that this Rimuru is, at the very least, a decent person, Dorf remarked. Nevertheless, even with that, I can't recommend Gazel-sama meeting this individual until we've gathered more information. I understand your concerns, but I need to know what kind of magic or medicine he used to cure Kaijin's brothers, Gazel stated firmly. We all know that after the accident in the mines, Kaijin's brothers were severely injured, to the point where even our highest-grade potions were ineffective. Now, I've received a report that this mysterious man cured them as if the accident never occurred. Successfully negotiating with him might grant us access to that magic or medicine, which would significantly benefit our nation, and our people won't have to wait for Holy Empire Rubrios to dispatch their priests during times of crisis, he said in a voice that left no room for the argument. Gazel then waited for a few minutes. When no one made any more objections, he was about to end the meeting. However, Jane stopped him, saying that she had one more question to ask. Henrietta, you said there is a woman accompanying Rimuru, right? Jane asked, and Henrietta nodded. Can you please describe her appearance once more? The woman accompanying Rimuru Tempest has snow-white hair and blood-red eyes, Henrietta explained. I see. Jane said as her face paled slightly, which didn't go unnoticed by the rest of the people in the room. Jane, is something wrong? Gazel asked. Do you perhaps know that woman from somewhere? I think I recognize that description from somewhere, but honestly, I hope I'm wrong, Jane said. She then looked at the others in the room and asked, have you ever heard of the Lakeshore Dyed Scarlet incident? The clock was almost hitting midnight as the moon was out in the sky, and watching that moon was white-haired beauty, Testatrossa, while clutching her silver-colored pendant in her hand, her mind consumed by a single thought, I miss Blanche. Blanche, a shy, polite, and soft-spoken girl who often seemed to carry the weight of the world on her shoulders. Yet, she held a unique place in Testarossa's life, as Blanche was the only girl Testarossa had ever considered a friend, even a sister perhaps. They say time heals all wounds, and so it did for Testarossa. With passing years, the pain of losing her friend gradually lessened, and eventually, she came to accept Blanche's absence, moving forward with her life. However, that acceptance didn't erase the occasional sting of old wounds. There were moments when longing for her friend would resurface, accompanied by a simmering rage towards those who had wronged Blanche. Testa, everything all right? Testarossa startled a little, suddenly hearing Rimuru's voice, who was now standing right next to her. You look a little off. Is there something troubling you? Ah, don't worry my lord, Testarossa dismissed his concern with a wave of her hand. It's nothing, definitely not something you should worry about. Testa, I won't pry if it's something personal, but if you ever want to share, I'm all ears, Rimuru said, smiling at her. Testarossa bit her lip, debating with herself if she should bother her master or not until she decided to give in and take her master's offer. Actually, there is something, she said while staring at the ground. There was this girl, Blanche. And so Tensura narrated the story of Blanche to him. She told him how she came into contact with Blanche. How they became friends. How a once shy and timid girl like Blanche started getting confident while making a name for herself. How Block was betrayed by her family and the men she loved. And lastly, how Blanche fell back into an immense depression and executed the contract between her and Tensura, destroying her soul and handing over her body to Tensura. Blanc didn't deserve that. Tensura's voice cracked. She didn't deserve any of that. Suddenly, Rimuru moved forward and pulled Tensura into a hug. Initially surprised, Tensura soon found solace in burying her head in his chest. They remained embraced for a few minutes until Tensura broke the silence. Why does she matter to me so much, she asked, her head still lowered. I am a primordial demon. I have existed since the dawn of time, taken countless lives without flinching. So why does the death of this one girl hurt so much? Why can't I just forget about her after all these years? There was no immediate response from Rimuru. Instead, he held her tighter, offering silent comfort, while Tensura kept her head buried in his chest and missed a determined expression in her master's golden eyes. To be continued. Chapter 7, Hero King, Gazel Dwargo. Ciel. Voice of the World. Gazel Dwargo, the renowned hero king of the armed nation of Dwargon, was sitting in his office, contemplating the upcoming lunch with Rimuru Tempest, a man who had put him and his associates on high alert. Rimuru Tempest was a man surrounded by many mysteries. Not only had he healed Kaijin's brother's previously untreatable injuries, but Gazel was almost certain that Rimuru had also provided Kaijin with magic ore to complete the order of 20 magic swords. However, the enigma surrounding him didn't end there. According to the information gathered by his allies, Rimuru Tempest appeared to be a dangerous individual. Furthermore, if Gazel's archwizard was correct, the white-haired woman accompanying Rimuru was equally, if not more, dangerous. In light of these observations, Gazel understood the significance of the upcoming lunch for Dwargon. A successful negotiation with Rimuru Tempest could bring significant advantages to his nation. In the best-case scenario, it might secure a powerful ally as well. Just then, one of his guards informed him that his guests had arrived and were waiting for him in the dining room. Gazel nodded and proceeded toward the dining room, flanked by his elite guards both in front and behind him. A few moments later, he arrived at the dining hall and instructed his guards to wait outside. Stepping into the room, Gazel noticed 6 people were already seated around the table. Upon Gazel's entrance, 4 of the 6 individuals in the room rose from their seats, offering respectful bows. Among them was Henrietta, a stunning blonde elf, known as the King's Shadow and the leader of Dwargon's Dark Ministry. Seated next to her was Jane, an elderly woman and the archwizard of Dwargon's royal court, renowned as King Gazel's trusted advisor. On the opposite side of the table sat 2 men. The first was Dorf, a middle-aged man with blonde hair, serving as the captain of the Pegasus Knights. Beside him was Vaughn, a dark-haired man recognized as the Admiral Paladin and the supreme commander of Dwargon's military. These 4 individuals were not only the closest confidants of King Gazel but also his most trusted subordinates, specially invited to this significant meeting to observe Rimuru as well as to ensure Gazel's safety. The 2 people who did not stand upon his arrival were Rimuru, a man with long blue hair and golden eyes, sitting at the opposite end of the table, directly facing Gazel who sat at the head of the table. Looking closely, Gazel noticed that Rimuru was studying him with the same intensity with which mirroring how he was observing the blue-haired man. Seated next to Rimuru was a stunning woman with red and snow-white hair, exuding an air of superiority in her demeanor. You must be Rimuru Tempest, Gazel stated, scrutinizing Rimuru. I've heard quite a bit about you. Likewise, King Gazel, Rimuru replied, casually sipping from his drink. Pleasantries aside, let's move on to the important business, shall we? Indeed, Rimuru, Gazel remarked with a nod. I've heard that you wanted to talk with me. Well, I won't beat around the bush and waste your time, King Gazel, Rimuru said. I am planning to build my own nation in the Great Jura Forest, and I want you to be our first ally when we finally establish ourselves. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, everyone except Tensura was taken aback. King Gazel himself was at a loss for words, yet his well-practiced stoic expression remained unchanged. You're planning to build a nation in the Great Jura Forest, you say. But what about Veldora? I doubt the storm dragon would take kindly to anyone claiming land under his protection, Gazel pointed out. Veldora won't be a problem. He's a good friend of mine, he won't mind, Rimuru said casually, once again putting Gazel's side on alert. Rimuru. Gazel narrowed his eyes at Rimuru. You know something about the storm dragon's disappearance, don't you? I might know something, I might not, Rimuru responded nonchalantly, a sly smirk playing on his lips. Gazel sighed, realizing he wasn't going to extract anything from Rimuru, and moved on to the next question. Well, let's just say that you do manage to create a nation in the Great Jura Forest. Why should we join you as allies? What do we stand to gain from such a relationship? Gazel asked. Before I answer your question, let me clarify something. I am planning to take the entire Jura Forest under my command, which includes all other races living there, Rimuru declared. My nation will house not just humans but any intelligent race that can follow my orders and benefit my nation. I understand. But you do realize that the kind of nation you're trying to create will attract the ire of the Holy Empire Rubrios, right? Gazel asked. Oh, I am counting on Rubrios to get their rear in gear, Rimuru said with a devilish grin. I'd be disappointed if they didn't. Troublesome, Gazel sighed inwardly, already feeling all kinds of headaches coming towards him in the future. Now, about your question, King Gazel, once we establish a proper contract, I am willing to offer quite favorable trade deals for our potions, Rimuru said, producing a barrel full of healing potions. Furthermore, high-quality monster materials and assistance from my subordinates during crises will be at your disposal. Naturally, I expect you to do the same should trouble come knocking at our doors. That sounds remarkably generous. What do you seek in return? Gazel inquired. Oh, nothing too demanding, Rimuru replied with a casual wave of his hand. When my nation is ready, I simply want our nations to declare mutual alliance on a global scale. I see, you are more cunning than I thought, Rimuru Tempest, Gazel mused to himself. By making this a public announcement, he wants us to declare to the world that we stand with him, forcing us into a position where we have to stand with his nation in future conflicts. The offer is not bad, but I will still need time to think about it, Gazel remarked, prompting a nod of understanding from Rimuru. By the way, Rimuru, you haven't introduced the lady, he added, motioning towards Testarossa, who had been quietly dining while following their conversation. Ah, my apologies, Rimuru said with a smile as if expecting the question. Allow me to introduce Testarossa, one of my most trusted subordinates, currently serving as my secretary and bodyguard. An honor to make your acquaintance, King Gazel, Testarossa replied, her tone indicating a courtesy rather than a genuine greeting. I hope you don't mind me asking, but I feel like I know you from somewhere, Jane, the archwizard, asked, her voice trembling slightly. Gazel understood the reason behind her nervous tone. If their suspicions about the white-haired lady were true, being nervous or terrified would be the only logical response. An amused smile played on Testarossa's face, her red eyes fixating on Jenna, who felt a chill creeping up her spine. Oh, that might be because I've gained quite a reputation in the East. Although here in the West, very few people know about me, he remarked, feigning a mockingly sorrowful tone in her voice, much to Rimuru's amusement. Meanwhile, on Gazel's side, a sense of unease had settled in as their suspicions about Testarossa had become crystal clear. Just to confirm, Gazel decided to ask, Miss Testarossa, are you perhaps the White Primordial? Indeed, King Gazel, I am the White Primordial. However, I would appreciate it if you refrained from using that name, as my master Rimuru has bestowed upon me this beautiful body and an even more exquisite and esteemed name, Testarossa, she responded, her voice laced with a hint of joy and pride. Of course. I understand, Gazel said, observing the visible unease among his people. Their faces had drained of color, each avoiding direct eye contact with Testarossa. He couldn't blame them. Hosting a being with the power to turn their entire country into a wasteland was an unnerving prospect. However, at this very moment, only Gazel was composed enough to notice a grave detail of their current predicament. As per Gazel's knowledge, primordial demons were extremely powerful beings, shrouded in legends that spoke about their might as well as the terrifying destruction that they brought along with themselves. Yet, there was another facet to these legends that spoke of the pride these primordials have, and justifiably so, as they sit at the pinnacle of the demon race. So keeping all of those things in mind, he found it more terrifying that such a being was serving under Rimuru. Rimuru Tempest, what the hell are you? Gazel pondered to himself. By now, he had deduced that Rimuru was by no means a human. This realization left him both curious and concerned about the true nature of Rimuru Tempest and, more importantly, whether Rimuru could be trusted enough to forge an alliance. Just then a sudden knock on the door shattered the tense atmosphere in the room. After getting permission from Gazel, the door opened, and immediately Henrietta's eyes turned ice cold as she laid eyes on her subordinate who had just entered the room. What are you doing here? Didn't I instruct you not to disturb me for the next few hours? Henrietta demanded, her narrowed eyes causing her subordinate's face to pale. I apologize for the interruption, ma'am, but there's an urgent development that I felt you should be informed about, the subordinate explained, awaiting Henrietta's permission to continue. Just moments ago, Minister Vesta ordered the arrest of blacksmith Kaijin and is demanding a trial, citing his authority as a minister. Did he now? Rimuru's sudden cold tone grabbed everyone's attention, sending chills down their spines. Rimuru, I'm aware that you assisted Kaijin and healed his brothers, but your reaction suggests there's more to this situation that neither I nor my people are aware of, Gazel speculated. Indeed, King Gazel. Kaijin and I had a deal in exchange for the healing of his brothers. However, it appears I'll be encountering some trouble in that regard, Rimuru remarked, feigning a dramatic sigh. Meanwhile, Gazel pondered for a moment, before he summoned one of his officers into the room and directed her to expedite Kaijin's trial, scheduling it within the next half hour. King Gazel, if it's acceptable, I would like to attend this trial as well, Rimuru interjected. I believe I can provide substantial evidence in support of Kaijin, if necessary. I have no objections, but our recent conversation won't singularly influence my decision in Kaijin's favor, Gazel cautioned him. Of course, that is given I suppose, Rimuru acknowledged before being escorted by a servant, along with Testarossa, to guest chambers until the trial commenced. 30 minutes later, King Gazel entered the court, accompanied by Dorf, the captain of the Pegasus Knights, and Vaughn, the Admiral Paladin. However, before entering the room he looked around and observed the people present in the court. On the right wing, he noticed Vesta sitting surrounded by his guards, wearing a smug smile on his face. On the left wing, Rimuru and Testarossa waited quietly for the trial to commence, their expressions betraying no emotions. Lastly, in the center were Kaijin and his brothers in handcuffs, surrounded by guards. Their eyes kept alternating between the ground and the left wing, where Rimuru was sitting, showing no hint of concern on his face. Once he believed he had observed enough, Gazel entered the court, prompting everyone to stand up in a show of respect, everyone except Rimuru and Testarossa. This action didn't go unnoticed by Vesta and his guards, who glared at Rimuru and Testarossa. However, before Vesta could make any rude remarks, Gazel initiated the trial proceedings. After all the formalities were completed, Gazel spoke, Minister Vesta, you may present your case to the court. Thank you, Your Majesty, Vesta bowed and continued. As you are aware, approximately 6 weeks ago, Kaijin and a few other blacksmiths were tasked with creating and delivering 20 longswords made of magisteel to the castle by today. However, when I sent my guards to Kaijin's shop today, they witnessed a truly shameful sight, Vesta said with exaggerated mock sorrow. My guards observed Kaijin and his brothers packing their belongings, seemingly preparing to flee the country as they realized they couldn't fulfill the order. Therefore, Your Majesty, I believe Kaijin deserves punishment for not honoring his commitment and attempting to flee instead of facing his failure. After hearing Vesta's case, Gazel turned towards Kaijin. Kaijin, what do you have to say in your defense? Thank you, Your Majesty, Kaijin bowed to Gazel. With all due respect, Minister Vesta's claims are false and baseless accusations. I have already submitted 20 longswords yesterday, he stated, causing surprise to flicker across Vesta's widened eyes. No way. That has to be a lie. Vesta exclaimed in disbelief. No, it is not, this time it was Gazel who replied, prompting Vesta's shock-filled eyes to turn towards him. I have already received the report stating that Kaijin had completed the order. But how? It shouldn't be possible for him to complete that order. Vesta's voice conveyed shock and despair. There was hardly any supply of magisteel in the market, and none of the traveling merchants who entered the city recently had any on them either. So how did he even get his hands on enough magisteel to complete the order? Kaijin, would you like to answer that question for us? Gazel inquired, noticing Kaijin's glance toward Rimuru, who nodded in response before Kaijin spoke. It was Rimuru-sama who provided me with the material to complete the order, Kaijin replied, concealing the fact that Rimuru not only supplied the magisteel but also replicated the swords instantly. Rimuru? Who is that? Vesta questioned. I've never heard of that bastard before, he stated, suddenly feeling a surge of killing intent that filled the court, causing them to tremble in fear. Gazel sensed the intensity and turned his head toward the left wing, observing Testatrossa's glare directed at Vesta, while Rimuru gestured to calm her down. With a deep sigh, Gazel addressed Minister Vesta, watch your words and refrain from disparaging my guests. Apologies, Your Majesty, Vesta stammered, his voice trembling with a hint of fear. Gazel nodded and refocused his attention on Kaijin, who was now free of his handcuffs. Kaijin, I relieve you and your brother of the charges that Minister Vesta had pressed against you, Gazel declared. Kaijin was about to express his gratitude, but Gazel halted him and continued, however, I believe there is something else you wish to inform me about, isn't there? Once again, Kaijin glanced at Rimuru, who smiled and nodded in affirmation. Forgive me for my offense, Your Majesty, but I have found a new master to serve and have decided to leave Dwargon to assist Rimuru-sama in developing his village. I see. Gazel said, glancing at Rimuru, who just smiled in return. So, this was the deal he had worked out with Kaijin, Gazel thought before redirecting his attention to Kaijin. And what if I denied you permission to leave the nation? I am sorry my king, but I have given my word to Rimuru-sama, and even if it is King Sama's orders I won't go back on my words, Kaijin said with a steeled resolve in his voice. Very well, in that case, I won't oppose your decision to leave Dwargon with Rimuru. However, before your departure, you and your brothers will need to renounce your citizenship of Dwargon, Gazel declared. Understood, King Sama. It shall be done, Kaijin replied without a hint of hesitation, while his brother nodded in agreement. Gazel nodded and delivered his verdict, as the king of Dwargon, I hereby revoke the citizenship of Kaijin and his brother effective from the stroke of midnight tonight, Gazel announced. After this date, they shall no longer be recognized as citizens of our nation. With this decision, my judgment concludes, Gazel stated before exiting the courtroom. Exiting the courtroom, Gazel was immediately approached by two individuals clad in white lab coats. Gazel-sama. Where did you acquire these potions? One of them exclaimed, holding a vial of blue-colored potion. This potion is. Calm down, Gazel raised his hand, halting the man's fervent speech. Whatever you need to report, do it in my office, he instructed, turning to a nearby guard. Inform Vesta that I wish to see him in my office. As he walked towards his office, Gazel contemplated, it's about time I have a serious talk with that boy. Later that night Rimuru and Tensura were standing outside the gates of Dwargon waiting for Kaijin and his brothers to arrive. Fortunately for them, they could wait for the blacksmith brothers in peaceful silence as unlike in the mornings, the area in front of the front gate was pretty bare since hardly anyone traveled at night. While waiting for Kaijin and his brothers, Rimuru took a moment to reflect on the past 2 days, contemplating how different his interactions had been compared to his previous experiences in Dwargon. He realized that this time around, his relationships and dynamics with the people here would likely take a different course, unlike his previous timeline. A notable example was his connection with Gazel. In the past, Rimuru had been cautious around the Dwarven King for a considerable amount of time, but then both of them became friends as well as Gazel saw Rimuru as his junior since both of them were the students of Hakuru. However, Rimuru doubted if this would unfold similarly now, sensing Gazel's wariness towards him. Well. Not that Rimuru could fault the men after bringing Tensura, a primordial demon in his nation which was equivalent to an act of bringing a nuclear weapon into someone's territory. Just then, Rimuru's train of thought was interrupted as Kaijin and his brothers arrived, carrying a substantial amount of belongings. After ensuring they had everything they intended to bring, they set off and halted in a forest a short distance from Dwargon's gates. What's happening? Are we camping here for the night? Kaijin inquired. No, we're going home, Rimuru replied. Suddenly, a magic circle materialized beneath their feet, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves on a hill overlooking Rimuru's village. As Kaijin and his brothers attempted to comprehend what had just occurred, Rimuru used telepathy to summon Rigard and 10 other hobgoblins to his location. A few minutes later, Rigard and the hobgoblins arrived, bowing respectfully. Welcome back, Rimuru-sama, they chimed in unison. Rimuru nodded and motioned towards Kaijin and his brothers. These are Kaijin and his brothers. They are joining our village as new members from today, he introduced the blacksmiths. Rigard, accompany them to the guest house and assist them in settling into the village. As you command, Rimuru-sama, Rigard acknowledged, leading Kaijin and his brothers who still looked in daze away while the remaining hobgoblins carried their luggage. So. Once Rigard and the others had moved a fair distance away, Rimuru turned towards Tensura. Did you enjoy our little vacation? He asked. Tensura reminisced about the 2 days spent in Dwargon with her master, the moments they shared together flooded her mind, and a smile immediately brightened her face. Yes, Rimuru-sama, it was truly delightful. I'm glad you enjoyed it because things are about to get a lot more exciting from here on, he announced, setting off toward the village. Tensura followed closely behind, wearing a contented smile. To be continued. Chapter 8, Exquisite Rabbit Folk, from Ciel. Voice of the World. After arriving back from Dwargon, Rimuru walked through the village, observing his subjects as they went about their daily lives. Tensura was, of course, attached to his hips, closely following him from behind, while Ranga walked next to him, happily wagging his tail. As he walked around the village he noticed how his village was smoothly progressing, evidenced by how different groups were busy doing different activities. In one part, Kaijin and his brothers worked with Rigard, drawing plans for their upcoming projects. In another part, you had a number of hobgoblins training themselves however they could under the watchful eyes of Rigard. Lastly, a group composed of hobgoblins and tempest wolves had gathered at the entrance of the village, preparing to depart for a hunting session to procure food for the village. Apart from these groups, other hobgoblins were busy with essential tasks such as cleaning, working on ongoing building projects, and various duties crucial for the village to keep running. While observing the village and its inhabitants, Rimuru eventually reached his destination, which was Veldora's hut. During his recent visit to Dwargon, he had left Veldora in charge. Well, technically Veldora was more like a figurehead as Rigard was the one effectively managing everything. However, before receiving a formal report from Rigard, Rimuru decided to hear Veldora's perspective on the past 2 days. So, without wasting any more time, Rimuru entered the hut and saw 2 things, one surprising and the other not so much. The first thing he saw was Veldora lying on the ground, munching on some sweet berries while leisurely reading manga. This wasn't surprising, as this was exactly what Rimuru imagined his friend doing at any given time of the day. However, the unexpected scene was a petite rabbit girl with lustrous brown hair diligently cleaning in a corner of the room, trying to make herself appear as small as possible. Ciel, isn't that from Aya? Rimuru asked, looking at the rabbit girl who had yet to notice his presence. Indeed, master. She is the same rabbit girl you hired as the guidebook creator for Tempest in the previous timeline. Last time, I didn't meet her until the Founders Festival, so isn't it too early for her to visit us? Rimuru mused to himself but decided that he could ponder on that later. For now, he had to see what was going on, so he walked inside and made his presence known. Hello Veldora, it seems that you are enjoying yourself, Rimuru said, walking towards Veldora, drawing two sets of eyes on him. Ah, finally dropped by, huh? Veldora grinned at Rimuru. So, did you bring something delicious for me? Yeah, I did. But before I hand it over, tell me, did anything interesting happen in the last 2 days? Rimuru inquired. Interesting. Veldora said, scratching his head trying to think of something. No, not really, it was boring as usual. Boring you say? Rimuru sighed, glancing at the rabbit girl. And what about her? I don't recall seeing her before. Oh, her. Veldora's gaze shifted toward the rabbit girl. I have no idea. Yeah, I figured, Rimuru shook his head, handing the box of sweets to Veldora, who eagerly accepted them before returning to his manga, zoning out from the world once more. Rimuru meanwhile approached the rabbit girl and asked, so, who are you? And what are you doing here? My name is Framea, she stammered, her voice shaky and quivering. Mr. Rigard told me that if I wanted to stay here, I needed to work. Since I'm not strong enough to hunt or skilled in building, he asked me to help with cleaning this place. Rimuru nearly winced, noting her self-conscious and underconfident demeanor, so different from the Framea he knew from the original timeline. However, he cannot show that emotion on his face, not right now at least when the ball is in his court, so even if he felt bad for doing what he was about to do, he had to do it this way nonetheless. So you are named, huh? Rimuru remarked in a cold, flat tone, studying the rabbit girl, who weakly nodded in response. Tell me, how did you end up here in the first place? I, sort of ran away from my village, Framea admitted, scratching her cheek with a strained smile. Let me guess, they wanted to thrust the position of village chief upon you just because you have a name, Rimuru suggested, noticing a surprise on Framea's face. Yeah, exactly. They wanted to push that job onto me, but I don't want to do that, Framea said with a pout, momentarily forgetting what kind of situation she was in right now. So I packed my stuff and ran away in the middle of the night. Sadly, the night patrolling guards saw me and chased me for 2 days until I reached here and found the hunting group of this village, who defeated those guards and brought me here. I see. Rimuru nodded thoughtfully. I understand your situation. But there's something I need to ask you, he continued, the atmosphere suddenly growing heavy as his gaze turned cold. How can I be certain that you're not a spy sent by Luminous Valentine? Framea's eyes widened in shock at the mention of Luminous' name. How do you? Luminous is a true vampire, her magicules have a distinct feel, and you, Framea, carry traces of them all over you, Rimuru explained in a bored voice. Now, what should I do with you? After all, I can't be sure that you're not a spy. No, please listen to me, I am not a spy, Framea pleaded in a quivering voice. It's true that Luminous-sama named me, but that's all. I haven't seen her ever since. Yeah, Rimuru knows that Framea was not Luminous' spy, he also knows that she named Framea just on a whim, after all, Luminous herself told him that. However, Rimuru wasn't going to let this prime opportunity to torment, sorry sweet, little rabbit girl a bit. I'm not sure. Rimuru mused, ignoring a pointed look he was getting from Ciel. Testa, what do you think? It might be better to be safe and eliminate her, Testarossa said, in a nonchalant voice. No. Please, I'm begging you. Framea pleaded, tears streaming down her face. I'm not a spy, I swear. I know, I was just kidding, Rimuru smiled at Framea who glared at him with an incredulous expression on her face. Then he summoned Rigard and asked him to take Framea to the guest house and feed her something before making his way back to his own hut. Testa, I need information on the current whereabouts of the rabbit village. Do you have someone in mind? Rimuru asked, already expecting the answer. I think I could be of help, Testarossa replied. In the demon realm, I have 2 subordinates. One of them specializes in information gathering and could be of great help to you. I could summon them if you allow me, Rimuru-sama. With Rimuru's approval, Testarossa summoned 2 demons who immediately knelt before Rimuru. We are at your service, Rimuru-sama, they declared in unison. Rimuru then granted them names and provided bodies for the 2 demons. The first was Ciel, a tall, well-dressed man with white hair and glasses perched on his face. The second was Moss, a young boy resembling an elementary school student, sporting ash-gray hair and gray eyes. Upon receiving their names and physical forms, the strength of both Moss and Ciel increased significantly compared to before. However, Rimuru chose not to evolve them further just yet as he didn't need the kind of military power at this stage. Moreover, he also thought that keeping their evolutionary rank lower than Testarossa would be a better choice for now. Moss, I have a task for you, Rimuru instructed and instantly found Moss knelt before him. I need you to gather information about Rabbit Village and its current affairs. Moss nodded affirmatively and promptly left the room to carry out his assignment. Meanwhile, Rimuru resumed his day, tending to his other responsibilities as the village leader. Later that night, Rimuru was sitting in his hut, discussing something with Testarossa, when he heard a knock on the door. Ciel, who had been quietly standing in the corner of the room, immediately moved and opened the door, revealing a nervously fidgeting rabbit girl standing at the door. You wanted to see me, Rimuru-sama? Framea asked hesitantly. Yes, please, come in, Rimuru welcomed, gesturing for her to take a seat. Framea, I will be honest with you. After our little conversation in the morning, I sent someone to your village, and what I found out is not very ideal. What do you mean by that, Rimuru-sama? Framea asked nervously. It appears that the beating my guys gave your pursuers really hurt their egos. So, back in your village, they reported that you were abducted by our village. Now they are gathering all the capable hands to march towards us. If my source is not wrong, they'll be at our door in under a week or so, Rimuru explained calmly, a stark contrast to Framea, who was sweating bullets. Oh no. Framea muttered under her breath, knowing what would happen if her village made the mistake of attacking this village not knowing what kind of monsters reside here. Rimuru-sama, please spare my villagers. I don't want anyone to die. Don't worry, Framea, I do have a solution to our little problem here, however, it depends on you, Rimuru said, noticing confusion in Framea's eyes. Well, you see, Framea, I am willing to help you, but I have 2 conditions you have to agree to. What conditions? Framea gulped, uncertainty evident in her voice. First, you have to become my subordinate, Rimuru said and saw Framea was about to object, so he raised his hand and stopped her. I know you left the village because you didn't want to take the responsibility of village chief, however, your talents are too good to let them go to waste. But don't worry, I have the perfect job in mind that you'll definitely enjoy. What kind of job, Rimuru-sama? Framea asked, unable to hide her curiosity. Don't worry, you'll find out once we're done with this ordeal, Rimuru said with a wave of his hand. Besides, my second condition will determine if you'll work for me or not, he added, noticing Framea's confused glance. My second condition is that you'll go back to your village and tell them that you are not going to come back. No. I can't do that. Framea rapidly shook her head. I don't want to go back to that place. They will never allow me to leave the village and make me. Are you really okay with living like that? Rimuru asked, cutting her off. Do you really want to keep running away from this situation until you can't anymore? Don't you want to stand up for yourself and tell them that this is your life and you want to live it however you want? After a moment of silence, tears streamed down Framea's face. I want to stand up to my father. I want to tell him I don't want to be the village chief. I want to tell him that I don't want to go back to that place anymore. But I'm scared. Framea clenched her fists and glanced down. I am scared that if I go there I won't be able to get out again. I am scared that I am not strong enough to defy them all. Rimuru silently rose up from his seat, walked towards Framea, and gently placed a hand on her head, prompting her to look up at him with glossy eyes. If power is what you seek, I can help you with that, he smiled at Framea and renamed her while keeping her current name, erasing any and all traces of luminous magicules and influence from Framea's body while simultaneously strengthening her soul and increasing her magicule capacity. Hey, Ciel, could you guide me through the process of creating skills again? I have something special in mind. 2 days later. Well, Framea, here we are, Rimuru said, having teleported himself and Framea outside the rabbit folk village. Now, all you have to do is walk in there and tell them you're not coming back. Simple. If only it were that simple, Rimuru-sama, Framea sighed. I'm still not sure if this is a good idea. Don't worry, Framea. You're coming back to Tempest. I believe in you, Rimuru reassured her with a smile. You do? Framea looked at Rimuru with wide eyes. Really? Absolutely, he said, ruffling her hair. And remember, Framea, you're a part of Tempest now. No matter what happens, we've got your back. With those words, Rimuru teleported away, leaving Framea behind. Okay, Framea, you got this, she psyched herself up, gathered her resolve, and entered the village. As she made her way through the village, she began to attract the attention of the villagers, however she ignored them and continued walking until she finally arrived outside the village chief's house. A few moments later, a tall, muscular rabbit emerged from the house, wielding a bow staff, and stared down at Framea with narrowed eyes. Hello, daughter. I'm glad you've come to your senses, deciding to end your foolish pursuit of freedom and return to the village to take your place as the village chief. A scowl crept onto Framea's face as she listened to her father's words. She hated how her father always had this condescending and know-it-all attitude when it came to her. He always made sure to let her know how little he trusted her with any of her life decisions. What Framea hated the most was the fact that she knew that the only reason she was even getting the role of the village chief was that this was another one of her father's attempts to quash her curious nature and tie her down to the village-like old ways. "Father, I don't know how many times I have to make this clear to you, but I have no interest in taking that position," Framea retorted, glaring at her father. "I am just here to inform you that I have found a job somewhere else and am not coming back to the village." "I see, so you returned just to inform me of that." "I'm not sure if this was an act of bravery or foolishness, but knowing you, it must be the latter." The rabbit village chief shook his head in disappointment. "Moreover, I don't recall giving you a choice in this matter. As your village chief and your father, I have ordered you to assume that position, and you will accept it with honor. It's our tradition that the old village chief selects their successor, and you will obey that tradition, no questions asked." "Did you not hear a word I just said?" Framea gritted her teeth, glaring at her father. "I said I'm not coming back, and I definitely won't accept that stupid position either." The rabbit village chief sighed heavily, casting a disappointed gaze upon his daughter. "You know, until now I was being very patient, trying to sway you through words alone, just so that you as the future chief of this village would maintain your dignity in front of all these people. However, you foolish daughter of mine have left me with no choice," he lamented, tapping his bow staff on the ground. In the next moment, 10 other strong-looking rabbit folks arrived and surrounded Framea. "Guards, subdue and capture my daughter. I need to re-educate her about the traditions of this village." One of the female guards nodded and advanced toward Framea. "Listen, Framea, just come quietly. I would really rather not knock you out." She reached out to grab Framea's hand, but before she could, Framea vanished from her sight, surprising everyone around them. "Where did she go?" the lady guard asked, frantically looking around. "Did you really think it would be that easy to catch me?" Framea's voice echoed through the village square. The village chief, guards, and onlookers turned toward the voice and saw Framea standing atop the village chief's house, wearing a smug smile directed at her father. "Phew, that was a close call," Framea breathed a sigh of relief. "I would have been so embarrassed if I had fallen face first in front of all these people." Framea's father observed his daughter with narrowed eyes, wondering how she managed to get there without catching anyone's eye. He knew that his daughter was a named monster, however he was also aware that her talents were not related to combat at all. "That was some impressive speed, daughter. However, you really think you can take all of our elite guards on your own?" "Oh, did you assume my speed was the only surprise, dear father?" Framea's voice dripped with confidence as a smug grin spread across her face. "Let me show you how wrong you are." In an instant, her form began to shift. Her once brown eyes turned a fiery red, while her hair and tail transformed into a snowy white. Not only that, but her ears grow larger and her claws become longer and sharper, giving her a blend of bewitching and deadly appearance. Meanwhile, spectators were captivated by her transformed appearance, framed against the backdrop of the full moon with blue lightning swirling around her. However, the atmosphere suddenly changed when an intense aura radiated from Framea, forcing everyone around her to drop to their knees in response. "Father, even though I despise the position of the village chief, I still love my village and its people, so I have no desire to harm anyone or cause destruction here," Framea declared, gracefully leaping from the building to land before her father. "Now you have two choices: either I fight your guards for my freedom and gravely injure them since I haven't learned how to hold back, or you can allow me to leave." So what it will be? Observing his daughter's unwavering resolve, the village chief recognized the determination in her eyes as she looked down at him. Ultimately, he relented. "Fine. I will allow you to leave the village and do as you please." "Thank you, father." "See. That wasn't so difficult, was it?" Framea said as she stopped, realizing her aura allowing everyone to wrestle their breath and sigh in relief. "Well then, I'll be on my way. Goodbye." With that, she turned and began walking away. Meanwhile, the village chief looked at his daughter's retreating form, and for the first time in a while, he didn't see the future village chief in her, but rather his little girl who used to look up to him, a girl who had grown distant ever since he started pestering her to take his seat, and now, in that moment it hit him that this might be the last time he will ever see her. "Framea," he called out, causing her to pause and glance back at him. "Take care of yourself," he uttered, witnessing a spectrum of emotions flicker across her face before a faint smile graced her lips. She nodded in response before walking out of the village. "I can't believe it worked." It totally worked, Framea thought as she strolled through the forest, her thoughts drifting back to 2 days ago when she received one of the biggest shocks of her life. Flashback, 2 days ago. When Rimuru placed his hand on her head, Framea wasn't certain what was going on, but for some reason, she liked it when he ruffled her hair. However, in the very next moment, warmth flooded through her body, and suddenly, she started feeling strong, definitely stronger than before. At that moment she didn't know how to explain that sensation in words, however, she was sure that it wasn't an unpleasant or unwelcomed feeling either. Then she heard a voice in her head. Renaming individual Framea. Success. What? Framia's eyes widened in surprise as she heard the voice of the world. Renaming. What does that mean, she thought. However, her thoughts were once again interrupted by another announcement. Creating a soul corridor with Framea. Success. Unique skill, Rabbit, received. Unique skill, Rabbit, has evolved into ultimate skill, Luna, Queen of Rabbits. By now, Framea had given up on understanding what was going on by herself. It was too much for her to keep up with all these new developments. So, she did the most logical thing she could think of. She looked at Rimuru and asked, Rimuru-sama, what is going on? Oh, I just renamed you, Rimuru replied matter-of-factly. From now on, you don't have anything to do with Luminous anymore. But what if she gets angry and decides to attack this village because of me? Framea asked in a low voice. She liked the idea of serving Rimuru. After all, he and everyone in the village were so nice to her. Moreover, unlike Luminous, he didn't treat her like a plaything or ever try to demean her like her father. However, she really didn't want Rimuru or this village to get destroyed because of her. She is a demon lord, after all. Don't worry, if that happens, I will just eradicate her, Rimuru replied with a smile as if he hadn't just said something ridiculous. However, when Framea looked at Rimuru's face, she couldn't help but feel that he was actually serious and wasn't just trying to reassure her. So, trusting her instincts, she decided to place her faith in her new master. And what is this ultimate skill? And why do I have it? She asked, and then one explanation later, she was looking at Rimuru with an incredulous expression on her face. Rimuru-sama, is it really okay for me to have something like that? I wouldn't have given an ultimate skill if I didn't think you could handle one, Rimuru shrugged. Now why don't you check out that new gift of yours, he said, and Framea didn't know why, but he sounded a little proud and excited for a second. Then Framea closed her eyes and focused on the new information that had been added to her brain. Ultimate skill, Luna, Queen of Rabbits. The skill is granted to an individual seen as the apex of the rabbit and related species. Sub-skills. Thought acceleration allows the user to greatly increase the speed of their thought process. Universal perception allows for the perception of nearly all things within a wide radius. Sovereign's Haki allows the user to exert a powerful spiritual pressure over their targets. Sovereign Usagi allows the user to bend rabbit and all related species to their will. Flash Step allows the user to teleport anywhere around them in a 10-meter radius. Lighting Manipulation allows the user to generate and manipulate lighting. Usagi Battle Mode allows the user to transform into the apex predator of their species, granting heightened physical abilities, predatory instincts, and enhanced control over all the abilities in exchange for a heavy toll on the user's body, mind, and magical reserves. Wow, 3 stars, Framea uttered, mostly speechless. It seems like she liked her surprise, Rimuru said in a pleased voice. He then gently nudged Framea, snapping her out of her shock. Now, let's get you ready to face your father and the rest of your people. And so, for the next 2 days, Rimuru formed a plan together with Framea and taught her a couple of things related to her skills. First, he instructed her on how to use her Flash Step skill so that she wouldn't slam into the walls every time she activated it. Although Rimuru wouldn't say it to Framea's face, watching her bounce around the training ground was quite entertaining. Next, he guided her in controlling her other 2 skills, Sovereign's Haki and Sovereign Usagi, so that she wouldn't accidentally kill any of her people with a weaker will. Lastly, he showed her how to trigger her Usagi Battle Mode. However, he also warned her about the dangers of using it too much and advised her to keep it as a last resort until she learned how to use it well. During one of her breaks, Framea questioned why Rimuru wasn't focusing on teaching her combat skills instead of all of this. In response, Rimuru arranged for her to spar with Ciel, who folded her in under a minute. As Framea lay on the ground, he walked over and explained that possessing an ultimate skill wouldn't automatically make her skilled in combat against someone with experience. It was better for her to follow their plan until she learned how to handle herself in a fight. And so after 2 days, Rimuru told her that she was now ready to return to her village and face her father. Flashback end. I will never forget the look on all of their faces, especially father. Ha! That will teach them to underestimate me. Framea pumped her fist in the air. I can't wait to tell Rimuru-sama how. Suddenly, her transformation dropped, and her vision started to blur. What? Oh yeah, toll of using the transformation. She remembered Rimuru's warning as she fumbled her steps and was about to fall when a pair of hands stopped her and gently picked her up. Don't worry, I saw everything and it was great, a familiar voice reassured her, bringing a smile to her face. I am proud of you. Thank you, Naisama. Framea murmured subconsciously before slipping into unconsciousness. Slowly opening her eyes, Framea found herself staring at the ceiling of a hut, her body resting on a soft bed. So soft and comfy. 3 stars. She absent-mindedly mumbled. Just then, a female hobgoblin peeked inside the room and smiled. Oh, you're awake. Let me call Rimuru-sama real quick, she said before leaving Framea with her own thoughts. Reclining on the bed, she recollected the events of the previous night. I suppose I pushed myself too far, she said with a sigh. That you definitely did, Rimuru said as he entered the room, accompanied by Testarossa. I specifically warned you about using Usagi battle mode, unless absolutely necessary, didn't I? I know. I just... Freimia's gaze lingered on her lap. You wanted to show off in front of your father and the others. Rimuru observed the dark clouds forming over Freimia's head. He sighed and gave a light chop on her head. I'll let it slide this time, but don't do it again. It could be really dangerous if you fall unconscious while alone, he cautioned. Once he saw Freimia nod, he moved on to the next topic. Now, let's talk about the job I promised you, Rimuru said, noticing Freimia's mood immediately perk up. Well, Freimia, starting today, you'll work as a quality control officer of Tempest. Your role will involve monitoring ongoing projects to ensure they meet our standards, and reporting to me at the end of each month. Wait. So, that means I'll get to experience all the great things first and for free. Freimia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'll do it, Rimuru-sama. I'll ensure that everything in Tempest meets a 3-star standard. Well, at least you're enthusiastic about it, Rimuru chuckled at Freimia's reaction, but then a frown appeared on his face. By the way, why are you calling me Rimuru-sama? Huh? Then what am I supposed to call you? Freimia tilted her head until suddenly her face turned red as she remembered what she had called him moments before falling unconscious. She immediately covered her face and looked at Rimuru through a gap between her fingers. Can we please forget about that? Please. Nope. Of course not, Rimuru teased, a grin spreading across his face, causing Freimia to groan into her hands. Besides, I don't mind if you want to call me that. Really? Freimia asked, once again peeking through the gaps of her fingers. I mean, it's not like I want to or anything. It just felt natural to call you that, so. It's okay. You can call me Naisama if you want. You don't have to make excuses for it, Rimuru said, shaking his head with an amused smile. Anyway, let's talk about the second addition to your schedule from now on. Second thing. Freimia asked, curious about what else was coming. Don't worry, it's not another job, Rimuru reassured her. Well, Freimia, from now on, you'll spend at least 3 hours every day learning combat under the capable hands of our lovely Testa. Huh? But why? Freimia's voice trembled with a hint of fear as she noticed an amused and somewhat cruel smile on Testarossa's face. I'm just going to be a quality control officer, right? So why do I need to learn how to fight? Freimia, stop making excuses, Rimuru's tone turned stern, causing Freimia to flinch slightly. The position that I am giving you is going to be an important one when our small village grows into a massive nation. Consequently, you will also have people working under you, and let me tell you that I expect all my top officers to be capable of protecting our people and nation. Besides, I wouldn't have pushed you for this if I didn't believe you could do it, Rimuru said, his voice turning soft. Freimia, you have the talent and potential to reach great heights. You don't have to limit yourself to one thing when you have the potential to achieve a lot more. Then he smiled and placed his hand on her head. But still, you don't have to push yourself just because I'm saying so. You can totally deny it if you want. I will do it, Freimia said in a firm voice. Are you sure? Rimuru asked. Yes, Naisama, Freimia nodded. Looking back at the past few days, I realized how powerless I was before meeting you. I was so weak that I had to run away from my own home because I couldn't even stand up for my own dreams. But I refused to find myself in that position again. Then she smiled at Rimuru. If I'm going to call this place my home, then I want to be strong enough to protect it and its people. Rimuru smiled at Freimia's determination and once again ruffled her hair. Well, good for you. Now, why don't you and Testa sort out your training schedule while I go check on some other stuff, he said, starting to walk out of the room. However, just as he was about to leave, a mischievous grin appeared on his face. Oh, by the way, just so you know, Testa is one of the primordial demons. Primordial demon? Freimia asked, puzzled. Do you know the 7 original demons that were born at the dawn of time itself? Rimuru asked, and Freimia nodded, her face starting to pale as realization hit her. Yeah, so Testa here is one of them, the original white to be precise, Rimuru revealed, enjoying the expression on his new sister's face. Oh, look at that, I'm getting late. Testa, please take care of my sister, okay? Bye. Wait. Naisama. Freimia called out to Rimuru, but he ignored her and left the room. Then Freimia slowly turned towards Testarossa with a strained smile. So, Testa, hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well, Freimia, Testarossa replied with a smile, though her eyes conveyed a different story. Now, before we start discussing your training, I'll explain why only Rimuru-sama is allowed to call me Testa, she said, flaring her aura a little, causing Freimia to chuckle nervously, a faraway look in her eyes. In the largest cathedral of the Holy Empire Rubrios, a lone figure with silver-blue hair and heterochromatic blue and red eyes could be seen walking through its corridors. This figure was none other than the Queen of Vampires, Demon Lord Luminous Valentine. At that moment, she was walking towards a special room where she had preserved one of the biggest secrets, not only hers but of the entire world. Yet, Luminous didn't view it in that light. After all, to her, it was merely fulfilling a promise made to a friend. As she walked toward that special room, she suddenly halted in her tracks, sensing something amiss. Concentrating for a moment, she realized she couldn't feel the connection with one of the monsters she had named a while ago, and she knew that this monster was none other than the bunny girl, Framea. Moreover, she knew that the bunny girl she had named hadn't died because she would have known if something like that had happened, but that wasn't the case. Something else was happening here. I suppose I need to pay a visit to Jura Forest one of these days, Luminous muttered to herself. That reminds me, he should have been born in this world by now. Perhaps I should pay him a visit too, she mused, frowning as she glanced at the moon outside the window. Rimuru, why did they both trust you so much? To be continued. Chapter 9, Conqueror of Flames, Shizue Izawa. Part. Ciel. Voice of the World. It has been 3 months since Rimuru's visit to the armed nation of Dwargon, and life has been quite peaceful ever since. Due to everyone's efforts, Tempest was growing quite steadily. The addition of Kajin and his brothers, along with Framea, significantly boosted the progress of the village. By now, their once small village almost resembled a small town, with all the huts replaced by wooden houses and numerous quality-of-life additions incorporated into the village. What helped the village even more was the additional manpower that arrived in the form of goblins from all over the Jura Forest, requesting to join Tempest, which Rimuru accepted. Once Rimuru named them all, he had an additional 500 hobgoblins under his command, providing extra hands for the development of Tempest. This development, however, didn't go unnoticed by Gazel, who was keeping tabs on Tempest's development, suspecting that Rimuru allowed him to do so. However, as Tempest grew, so did Gazel's wariness towards Rimuru, since the rapid growth shown by the Tempest was quite unheard of. So just to be cautious, he decided to inform one of his trusted associates about Rimuru and his nation, in hopes that the Kingdom of Information would get him something more about this mysterious man named Rimuru. In the Kingdom of Blumond, a short middle-aged man named Fuse sat in his spacious office, rubbing his head and examining a particular piece of paper in his hand. As the guildmaster of the Free Guild's Blumond branch, Fuse had a multitude of responsibilities on his plate, and he was accustomed to handling them with efficiency and haste. However, in recent times, things have taken a turn for the worse. It all started with the disappearance of the storm dragon, Veldora, and from there, things kept spiraling down. Now, he held a letter in his hand from none other than King Gazel himself, warning him about the possible emergence of a new nation in the Jura Forest. More importantly, the letter mentioned a man whom even King Gazel was wary of. Now that rang the alarms in Fuse's head. What intrigued him, and more importantly, confused him, was how anyone could build a nation in that deadly forest. The Jura Forest had always been a perilous territory. Even for veteran adventurers, the forest could be a death trap. Whenever there were quests related to the Jura Forest, the guild always recommended and actively pushed for multiple teams to take on those assignments. For Fuse, whoever was attempting to build a nation there was either an utter fool or an extremely dangerous person that he should be wary of. The second thing that worried him was the mention of the mysterious man in King Gazel's letter. Fuse was well aware of how strong King Gazel was. There were only a few people he knew who could stand in the same ring as King Gazel himself, so for him to be wary of someone said a lot about this mystery person. After thinking about it more, Fuse made a connection that the guy who was building a nation in the Jura Forest and the men whom King Gazel was worried about might be the same person. If that was the case, Fuse had more reason to worry about it, as Blumond shared its border with that forest. As the guildmaster of the Free Guild's Blumond branch and a loyal subject of Blumond, he decided to investigate the matter and opted to send someone to the forest. Fortunately, he had the perfect party in mind. Sitting at his house, Rimuru was enjoying his lunch while going over the reports that his subordinates had submitted earlier that morning. Next to him, Framea ate quietly with a huge smile on her face, clearly savoring the delicious food that she had grown fond of in the past few months. Rimuru glanced at her and smiled, thinking about how their relationship had grown in the past 3 months. Now, they both saw each other as real brothers and sisters. For Framea, it felt quite nice to depend on someone who cared for her, for who she was. She couldn't help but smile when every few days Rimuru made time in his schedule to either check on her or invite her over to his place for dinner. Soon, she grew so comfortable around him that she subconsciously started acting childish whenever he was present. She would whine and complain about Testarosa's harsh training, suddenly cling to his arm and demand something with puppy eyes, and sometimes ask for a day off only for him to turn her down, prompting her to grumble about the tyrant brother, and whatnot. For Rimuru, it felt really nice to have someone to call family, his family. Satoru had lost his parents at a very young age and was forced to live with extended family until he became an adult. After that, he moved out and lived alone until the day he was stabbed and reincarnated in this world. Here, he made quite a lot of friends, built a nation, and did many absurd things. However, in the end, he was alone with only Ciel by his side. Now, having Framea in his life, something just felt right. Just then, Rigurd knocked on Rimuru's door, saying that he had important news. Oh, she is here. Rimuru thought, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. Rimuru then asked Rigurd to enter the house, which he did and apologized for disturbing his lunch. After that, Rigurd began the report. Rimuru-sama, we received a message from Rigurd and the security team. It seems that they've discovered the suspicious humans in the forest. Humans? Framea arched her brow. They could be bad news, Nai-sama. Indeed, just as Framea-sama said, they might be spies from some nation, trying to expand their borders. Rigurd expressed his opinion. Rimuru pretended to think while he asked Ciel, it's her right. Indeed, master, there is no doubt about it. Hey, Framea, how is your training coming along? Rimuru inquired. Pretty good, I would say, Framea replied. I still can't use Usagi battle mode, without almost killing myself, but other aspects of my ultimate skill and my overall battle skills are coming along well. Good. In that case, I have a task for you. Deep inside the Jura forest, it was a calm afternoon. Small animals and birds were enjoying the warm weather when suddenly, the tranquility as 4 humans sprinted desperately for their lives, relentlessly pursued by a horde of giant ants. This group of humans consisted of 4 adventurers. The first 2 were men named Kaval and Jido, dressed in standard adventurer gear. The third one was a young woman named Erin, also wearing similar adventurer gear. The last one was another young woman named Shizu, donned in a white cloak and top, along with black pants. Her face, meanwhile, was covered behind a mask. This is your fault, Kaval. Jido accused, not stopping his feet. You just had to stab the giant ant nest with your sword. Shut up. Quit complaining about your leader. Kaval retorted. For a leader, you are way too careless. Erin screamed at Kaval. If I die, I swear I'll come back to haunt you. Ha ha ha. Kaval laughed in response. That's not possible because I will be dying with you. Meanwhile, the 4th member of their group, Shizu, just let out a tired sigh as she observed the antics of the group. It had been 3 days since she started traveling with this group, and she was surprised by how much trouble a single adventurer's party could get into in such a short time. And honestly, it takes a lot to surprise her, considering all the things she had gone through. However, she could not deny that, despite their shortcomings as adventurers, the 3 of them were good people. Besides, Fuse had specifically asked her to watch over them, though he hadn't disclosed the exact reason for hiring her on this seemingly straightforward reconnaissance mission. He had only instructed her to protect them if the need arose. So, as Shizu realized that running away wasn't going to get them out of trouble since the giant ants were hellbent on taking their revenge, she stopped and faced towards the ants, unsheathing her sword. Shizu. No, don't. Erin and Kaval said as their party stopped as well, refusing to leave Shizu behind. Flames swirled around Shizu's blade as the giant ants closed in on her. I need to end this quickly. I won't last much longer, thinking to herself, she moved, and in one swift motion, Shizu unleashed a torrent of flames upon the approaching horde of giant ants, reducing them to ash. Undeterred by her attack, more ants rushed toward her to attack. Shizu jumped at the ants with her blazing sword, beautifully maneuvering through them, slicing one giant ant after another. Meanwhile, Kaval and his party watched the unfolding scene with wide open mouths. Wow. Erin whispered to herself, her voice filled with awe. Their amazement, however, was short-lived as Erin spotted a giant ant that still had some fight left in it, rushing towards Shizu from her blind spot. Shizu, that one is still dash. Hearing Erin's words, Shizu hurriedly turned around and readied her blade to defend herself. However, just then, a wave of pain surged through her body and mind, causing her to collapse to her knees. Erin screamed Shizu's name as the giant ant closed in on the defenseless Shizu. However, just before the ant could reach her, a rabbit girl leaped out of a nearby tree, her leg raised high above her head. Luna Arc, the rabbit girl shouted, delivering a powerful blow with her raised leg directly onto the giant ant's head, shattering its skull into pieces. The force of the attack crushed the ground beneath the ant, creating powerful winds and a cloud of dust that enveloped the entire area. Shizu. Erin immediately rushed towards Shizu, who no longer had her mask on her face, revealing her black eyes as well as a red burn scar under one of her eyes. Enveloping Shizu in a hug, Erin asked, "Are you okay? That ant didn't hurt you, right?" "No, I am unharmed, but..." Shizu replied, then turned towards the cloud of dust where once the giant ant stood. Slowly, the dust settled, revealing a beautiful bunny girl with brown hair and a wide grin, walking towards Shizu while holding her mask in her hand. Seeing her approaching, Kaval and his party immediately went into a defensive stance. Not bothered by their caution towards her, the bunny girl continued walking and stopped in front of Shizu, offering her the mask in her hands. "Here miss, this is yours, right?" Shizu accepted the mask, placing it back on her face. "Thank you for saving us," Shizu smiled at the rabbit girl. "No worries. I just did what my Naisama asked me to do," the bunny girl replied with a smile. "Name's Framea, by the way, and luckily for you, my Naisama has invited you to our village." "Your Naisama invited us?" Eren asked. "Yep. Our security team told him about you guys and how you were being chased by the giant ants. Upon hearing about you guys, he really felt bad since, you know, giant ants are amongst the weakest monsters around here, so he deduced that you must be really weak to be chased by them," Framea said in a cheerful voice, not noticing the dark clouds forming on the top of Kavol, Jido, and Eren's heads. "So just to give you a break, my Naisama decided to invite you guys over to our village. The offer doesn't sound bad but..." Kavol hesitated, glancing at Shizu. "I think we should accept the invitation," Shizu suggested. "All of us could really use some rest right now, besides, she just saved our lives, it would be rude to distrust her without meeting her brother first." "Great. Let's go, Naisama is waiting for you," Framea said and began walking towards the village, with Shizu and the others following her. "This is not a rabbit village," Kavol said as he and the rest of his party stood outside the village gates. "This looks more like a goblin village, really tall and strong-looking goblin village." "Huh." Framea looked at Kavol and tilted her head. "I never said this was a rabbit village, did I?" "No, you didn't, but still, we weren't expecting this," he said, gesturing towards the village while Framea just shrugged, not caring about what he expected or not. Then, just as Framea set foot inside the village, Rigard came running towards them and approached. "Welcome back, Framea-sama, and it seems you brought the people Rimuru-sama had invited to the village," he said, and Framea nodded in confirmation. "In that case, welcome to Tempest," Rigard bowed his head. "Now, please follow me, we have prepared some food for you." As they followed behind Rigard, Shizu observed the village and found herself genuinely surprised at how happy everyone looked around her. Even though most of them were busy with work, all wore smiles on their faces. Then, some hobgoblin children who were running around the town suddenly stopped in front of them to greet Framea and Rigard. They curiously glanced at Shizu and the others, asking who they were. Once they learned that they were Rimuru's guests, the children politely bowed to them and ran away again. It's always nice to see children being so happy and well, Shizu thought, a smile forming behind her mask. Then Rigard led them to one of the medium-sized houses and served them food, which Kavol and his party immediately jumped on. Shizu, too, decided to eat some food, however, unlike Kavol and his party, she refrained from eating like her life depended on it. At one point, the dining table turned into a battlefield when Kavol, Jido, and Eren started fighting over the meat, only stopping when Rigard intervened, requesting more meat to be served to them. However, at that moment, another voice drew their attention. "I'm pleased to see you're enjoying our cuisine." Turning towards the source, they spotted a blue-haired man entering the room, accompanied by the white-haired woman following closely behind him. Just as curiosity about these newcomers sparked among the group, Framea happily skipped towards the blue-haired man. "Hello, Naisama," she said with a beaming smile. "I brought these people here safe and sound, just like you had asked." "You did great," Rimuru praised, ruffling her hair. "As a reward, you can take the rest of the day off." "Really?" Framea exclaimed with gleaming eyes. "Does this reward extend to training as well?" "Don't push it," Rimuru rolled his eyes, giving a light chop to her head, which prompted her to grumble about stingy brother and stingy rewards. Meanwhile, Shizu couldn't help but wear an amused smile as she watched the interaction between Rimuru and Framea. By now, it was clear to her that both of them were not biological siblings, but the way they interacted just reminded her of one. However, no matter how heartwarming the scene in front of her was, she wasn't blind to the power that Rimuru and the white-haired woman held. Additionally, she didn't know why, but the presence of the white-haired woman felt similar to a certain demon she had faced in her past. Ignoring Framea and her grumbling, Rimuru turned towards his guests, but then, when his eyes landed on Shizu, she noticed a myriad of emotions flashing through his eyes until he managed to compose himself again. Now, that wasn't the reaction Shizu was expecting, especially from someone she had never met before. So she observed Rimuru more closely, and suddenly something clicked in her mind, something that Eren noticed as well. "He kind of looks like Shizu, but still different, somehow," Eren whispered in a low voice. Indeed, Shizu thought the same thing, however, upon closer observation, she realized that Rimuru looked as if her body was molded to look appealing to males and females alike. Like he held a divine charm that radiated out of his eyes and smile, giving off a reassuring yet intimidating feeling, depending on which side of him you were on. "Hello, my name is Rimuru Tempest, and I am the head of this village," Rimuru introduced himself. "I hope you enjoyed the meal." "Yeah, it is really great," Kavol said, still chewing on the piece of meat in his mouth. By the way, is there any particular reason why you invited us to your village, Rimuru-san? Shizu asked while taking a sip of her tea. Well, there were 2 reasons for it, one of which Framea must have informed you about, Rimuru stated, noting the embarrassed expressions on Kavol and his party's faces. Then, the atmosphere shifted as Rimuru took a seat in front of them, resting his face against his fist. The second reason I invited you here is because I know that you are here to investigate me and my village, isn't that right? Kavol and his party choked on their food upon hearing Rimuru's accusation. No. No. It's not like that, Rimuru-san. Aaron exclaimed frantically, shaking her hands. We were just told to investigate the abnormalities in the forest. Like the sudden emergence of a village in the Jura forest? Rimuru asked, raising his brow. You see, your guild master, Fuse, is a very sharp and cautious man, so when he got a tip about our little humble village, he sent you to investigate us. And don't even try to deny it, after all, if that wasn't the case, why would he send Ms. Conqueror of Flames here with you, he said gesturing towards Shizu. What? Aaron, Kavol, and Jido exclaimed and looked at Shizu, who nodded in confirmation. Now. Rimuru said in a bored voice, once again getting their attention. What should we do with you? After all, I don't like people putting their noses in my business, you know, he said, eyeing the 3 adventurers, who were looking pale with fear. Meanwhile, Shizu, observing from the sidelines, felt uncertain about how to react. Typically, she would have intervened to defend her companions by now. However, something felt off about how Rimuru was threatening them. She couldn't feel even a speck of negative emotion coming off of him. Naisama, stop it. You are going too far. Framea interjected with a tired sigh. Look at that poor girl, she pointed at Aaron, you were almost going to make her cry. Oh. Rimuru responded, glancing at Aaron, who had tears welling up. Sorry, I was just kidding, my bad, he said, diffusing the tension in the air. What kind of joke was that? Aaron, Kavol, and Jido comically exclaimed, their fear turning into a mix of relief and irritation. Anyway, you don't have to be so scared. After all, as long as you are not a threat to me or mine, I am as harmless as a slime, Rimuru said with a cheeky smile. And trust me, I am not a bad slime. Suddenly, Shizu let out a muffled chuckle, getting everyone's attention. That line. She thought to herself as she connected the dots in her mind. Well, it seems you are more interesting than I thought, Rimuru-san. Later that evening, Shizu found herself outside the village, standing on a hill, gazing at the sunset, and relishing the calm atmosphere that surrounded her. It's beautiful, isn't it? Hearing a familiar voice, Shizu turned around and saw Rimuru approaching her with a smile. Yeah, it's lovely, Shizu said, turning her head back towards the sunset. Rimuru-san, that line you used earlier, I am not a bad slime, was from a game, right? Yeah, it was, Rimuru nodded his head. Have you played it before? No, I never played it myself, but I have heard it from someone else from my country, Shizu replied and turned towards Rimuru. Are you from Japan, too? Yeah, I was, but then I got stabbed and got reincarnated here in this world, Rimuru explained with a chuckle, as if recalling a memory from a distant past. I see, Shizu said and removed her mask, revealing her beautiful smile. I am glad I met you. You were summoned here, weren't you? Rimuru asked with a sad smile. Shizu was taken aback by his sudden question, but she soon calmed down and nodded. Yeah, I am summoned and cursed. She said, looking at her feet, unintentionally missing a frown on Rimuru's face. Then she looked up and asked, how did you figure it out? I can sense it, the spirit inside of you, Rimuru said, noticing how visibly Shizu tensed. Unfortunately, I can also sense how your body is getting weaker with each passing minute, and that spirit will burst out soon. I know that, soon my body will fail, and Ifrit will take control over me, Shizu said in a stoic voice. And honestly, I am not afraid of dying. I never was, but there are still some promises I would like to keep before my time comes. And what if I tell you that I can help you? Rimuru asked, and Shizu turned towards him with wide eyes. What if I tell you that I have a way to save you? If I could give you a chance, do you still want to live? Aye. Shizu didn't know how to respond to that. Gathering her thoughts a little, she continued, if I could get a little more time, I might be able to help those kids dash. I am not talking about that, Rimuru interrupted her as he walked forward and grabbed her shoulders, looking straight into her eyes. Shizu, I promise you that no matter what you decide, I will help your students. Shizu, I swear on my name that I will not let them die. Normally Shizu would have questioned Rimuru how he knew about her students, but right now she was too mesmerized by the look in his eyes that held promise and reassurance, making her believe that he would keep his promise no matter what. Shizu, I am asking if you would still like to keep living in this world, without any promise or debt tying you to this world. Rimuru clarified. Would I like to live, she asked herself, and the answer was immediately in front of her eyes. This was a world that took so much from her, a world that gave her so much pain, a world that kept testing her in ways she couldn't even think of. Why would she ever want to keep living in such a cruel and bleak world? However, just as she was about to answer with a no, she looked at him and was taken aback by what she saw. Rimuru appeared so scared and helpless, as if he already knew her answer. His eyes refused to look anywhere but at her face, silently pleading for her to say yes. His hands held her protectively, as though he feared she would vanish if he let her go. At that moment, Shizu realized that Rimuru wanted her to live even more than she had ever wanted to herself. Rimuru. Shizu said as she gently removed his hand from her shoulder and held it between both of her hands. What is it that you're trying to hide from me? Rimuru thought for a moment, trying to come up with an answer. In the end, he decided to be honest with her. I cannot tell you everything, however, I can show you some of it, he said, creating a privacy barrier around them. Then, he held her hand and continued, come on, let's go down memory lane. To be continued. Chapter 10, Conqueror of Flames, Shizue Izawa. Part. Ciel. Voice of the World. When Shizu took Rimuru's hand, she wasn't sure what to expect. Some would even call her naive and foolish for trusting someone whom she had only met a few hours ago. However, in her opinion, that kind of thinking was reserved for people who led normal lives and had time to judge others. Shizu's reality, however, was far from typical, with her having very limited time left of that world. More importantly, she had a gut feeling that trusting Rimuru might not be a wrong decision. So, without wasting any more time, she took Rimuru's hand, and in the next moment, the world went white. The next time Shizu opened her eyes, she found herself back on the same cliff. However, this time, tears streamed down her cheeks, and her hands were tightly gripping Rimuru's clothes. Shizu, are you all right? Rimuru's voice, tender and concerned, cut through the heavy silence as he gently brushed away her tears with his thumb. Meeting his gaze with watery eyes, Shizu didn't utter a word in response. Instead, she slowly wrapped her arms around him and buried her face into his chest. Rimuru was startled for a second by her sudden gesture, however, he immediately composed himself and wrapped his arms around her, gathering her into his embrace. They stayed like that for a few moments until Shizu gently pulled away, a soft smile gracing her lips. Thank you, she murmured, though unsure exactly what she should thank him for. Should she thank him for showing how her homeland built itself back after the war? For granting her wish to offer her students a chance to live a life? Perhaps for actually punching Leon, even if it was part of a ruse to fool an enemy? Or for building a nation that she would have loved to be a part of? There were so many things that she didn't know where to start. So she simply allowed her heartfelt words to convey the depth of her gratitude. Thank you, for everything. What are you thanking me for? I just kept a promise to a friend, Rimuru reciprocated her smile, though his expression shifted to seriousness once more. Shizu, returning to my earlier question, do you want to live? Shizu's smile softened, and she nodded gently. Yes, I do. Upon hearing Shizu's reply, Rimuru's face lit up with joy, but it quickly dimmed with concern as doubt crept into his mind. Shizu, you're not saying this because you think you owe me something, right? He asked with a voice tinged with worry. Looking at Rimuru's genuine concern reflected in his eyes, Shizu couldn't suppress a soft chuckle. You know, Rimuru-san, before today, I had all but given up on this world. The only thing that kept me going was the promise I made to those children. But you've changed everything. With a tender smile, Shizu reached up, her hand coming to rest on Rimuru's cheek. You've shown me that with you here, there's still hope for this damned world. You've shown me that this world can become a safe place for children to grow. And if you'll allow me, Rimuru-san, I want to stand by your side and help you. Shizu. Rimuru's voice wavered, emotions swirling as he struggled to comprehend Shizu's heartfelt words. He couldn't believe she had agreed to this, to stay with him. Shizu, do you really mean it? Absolutely, Rimuru-san, she affirmed, their faces drawing closer until their lips met in a tender kiss. Creating a soul corridor with Shizu Izawa. Success. Extracting, greater flame spirit Ifrit from Shizu Izawa. Success. Breaking away from their kiss, Shizu felt a sudden drain on her strength, causing her to falter. Looking up at Rimuru with concern etched on her face, she asked, Rimuru-san. What's happening? Stay calm, Rimuru reassured her with a gentle smile, his hand resting comfortingly on her head. I've got you. Creating greater flame spirit. Success. Shizu Izawa, meet your new companion. He said as Shizu's body glowed for a moment, merging with the greater flame spirit. Agni, Rimuru named the spirit and evolved it into Flame Lord. A few minutes later, the glow surrounding Shizu's body faded, leaving her stumbling on unsteady feet. Before she could collapse, Rimuru swiftly caught her in his arms. What's happening? I feel so sleepy, Shizu murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. It's okay. Your body is adjusting itself to the new spirit I have given you, and since this new spirit is stronger than Ifrit, it is taking more energy to accommodate itself with you, Rimuru explained. In that case, I'm taking a nap, Shizu declared with a faint smile before succumbing to exhaustion and falling asleep in Rimuru's arms. Meanwhile, Rimuru looked at her with a gentle smile, wondering what kind of change it would bring to the timeline now that Shizu was alive. Well, he had already crossed that line when he summoned Testarossa first and scared the shit out of Gazel, so he wasn't really that worried about it. Then he chuckled again, thinking about what kind of reaction Hinta would have upon seeing her teacher alive and stronger than before. When Shizu's eyelids fluttered open once more, she found herself gazing up at an unfamiliar ceiling. Startled, she bolted upright in bed, her hand instinctively reaching for her sword, only to find empty space beside her. A rush of panic surged through her before she remembered the events of the previous evening and all the tension drained from her body as she sighed in relief. As her mind quieted, Shizu turned her attention inward, realizing with a sense of astonishment that she felt more powerful than ever before. More importantly, for the first time in so many years, she felt completely in control of her own body. It was a sensation she hadn't experienced in what seemed like an eternity, a feeling that brought unimaginable relief along with it. Then she remembered the person who made it possible, immediately bringing a warm smile to her face. She got up from the bed and made her way to the window, casting her gaze upon the village nestled in the distance. This must be Rimuru-san's house, she mused to herself. I suppose I should speak with him. After tidying up her clothes, Shizu descended the stairs and found Rimuru already seated, savoring a cup of tea while reading some papers. As she walked closer to him, Rimuru noticed her and smiled. He got up from his chair, enveloping her in a hug. Initially taken aback by the unfamiliar gesture, Shizu soon relaxed into the embrace, savoring the comfort of Rimuru's touch. Moments later, he released her, leading her to the dining table and pouring her a cup of tea as well. Well, Shizu, how are you feeling? Rimuru inquired, placing the papers away so that he could focus on her. Honestly, better than I've ever felt before, Shizu replied, her smile radiating warmth. So, can you tell me exactly how you helped me? First of all, I removed Ifrit from your body and replaced it with another spirit, Rimuru began to explain. And what kind of spirit did you replace Ifrit with? Shizu inquired with curiosity laced in her voice. Well, considering your title as the Conqueror of Flames, I opted to maintain the flame element. So, now you're housing a flame lord named Agni, Rimuru explained calmly. A flame lord? Shizu exclaimed, nearly spilling her tea in shock. I was barely able to keep a greater flame spirit under my control. How am I going to handle a flame lord? Shizu, calm down, take a breath, Rimuru said, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Once she had composed herself, he continued reassuringly, listen to me. You won't have any problems with Agni. I created it, and I've given it a name. It won't cause you any trouble unless I specifically command it to do so. You created an elemental lord? Shizu asked, disbelief evident in her voice. Don't worry about it, Shizu frowned, clearly dissatisfied by Rimuru dismissing her question. Instead, why don't you try summoning Agni? Summon a fire spirit inside your house. Shizu frowned, casting a doubtful glance around the wooden structure. Just do it, Rimuru urged her, his tone unwavering. Fine, if you say so. Shizu conceded reluctantly, her apprehension palpable as she called forth the spirit dwelling within her. In the next moment, a woman materialized before them, her long hair and gown formed entirely of flickering flames. With graceful movements, she bowed before Shizu and Rimuru, her demeanor regal and polite. Hello, Lady Shizu, Lord Rimuru, the spirit greeted respectfully, taking a knee before them. Hello, you must be Agni, Shizu greeted with a smile. Indeed, Lady Shizu. Lord Rimuru created me and bestowed this name upon me to assist you, Agni confirmed. In that case, I look forward to working with you, Shizu said, returning the smile. Likewise, Lady Shizu, Agni replied with a gentle smile before vanishing and returning to Shizu's body. You know, it was refreshing to meet a spirit who doesn't threaten to take over my body and harm my loved ones, Shizu chuckled softly to herself. Moving on, Rimuru interjected, gently steering the conversation away from Shizu's somber past. The next step I took was to create a soul corridor between us, strengthening both your body and soul so you can harness and utilize the power of Flame Lord, he explained. Shizu nodded along, as she had given up understanding Rimuru's words. The only thing she knew was that he had saved her and made her extremely powerful. And lastly, I have gifted you an ultimate skill, he added, passing her a piece of paper. Still reeling from Rimuru's last words, Shizu accepted the paper and began to read it. Ultimate skill, King of Flames, Igneal. Sub-skills. Thought acceleration allows the user to greatly increase the speed of their thought process. Universal perception allows for the perception of nearly all things within a wide radius. Hero's Haki allows the user to exert a powerful spiritual pressure over their targets. Flame domination gives user the total control of flames in a given vicinity. Divine flames allows the user to generate and manipulate the highest rank of flames that can damage the opponent's soul and body while ignoring all resistances and immunities. Spirit dive allows the user to assimilate an elemental spirit into their body, giving them enhanced control over the power of the spirit, dramatically increasing their own power. Rimuru-san, this is utterly absurd. Shizu exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she scanned the list of skills. Hero's Haki. Divine flames. Spirit dive. I have no idea what half of these even mean. Allow me to enlighten you, Rimuru responded with a self-satisfied grin, giving an exaggerated bow. First, Hero's Haki. You've been granted this skill because, at this moment, you're as strong as the newly crowned hero. Wait. You are telling me that I am as strong as Hiro-sama? Shizu asked, unable to believe the words that left her own mouth. Nope, not even close, Rimuru clarified, his tone sobering Shizu's expectations. The hero you're thinking of could defeat you before you even blinked. However, you'd certainly give Leon a run for his money in your current state. It wouldn't be an easy battle, but I'm confident you'd come out on top. Well, I suppose that's something, Shizu muttered, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Now, don't let that dampen your spirits, Rimuru chided gently. After all, Ms. Hiro had plenty of time to hone her skills, he added, chuckling at his own joke, knowing that Shizu wouldn't be able to catch the humor behind it. Well, not just yet, at least. Moving on, let's discuss Divine Flames, one of my masterpieces, Rimuru declared proudly. You see, Shizu, there's no such thing as naturally occurring divine flames in this world. I melded the aspects of stardust, black flames, and holy magic to create these flames that defy fire immunity. I tailored them specifically for you, given your title as the Conqueror of Flames. Shizu was speechless for a moment, but then she smiled, shaking her head with an amused expression. Rimuru-san, I think you may have gone a bit overboard. Not at all, Rimuru countered, his confidence unwavering. Finally, he understood why Ciel enjoyed creating such overpowered skills so much. Lastly, Spirit Dive. Now, this is a skill you will need to work for, Rimuru grinned at Shizu. The Spirit Dive could become one of your strongest trump cards in a battle. However, for you to get to that point, you will have to create a bond with Agni. And is there any particular reason why you gave me this skill? Shizu asked. Because I want you to experience the joy of working with your spirit, Rimuru explained. I know you really had a bad time with Ifrit, so I was worried that you might subconsciously ignore Agni and hamper your own growth. That's why I thought of making a skill that will at least give you a little push to actively interact with her. You really thought this through, huh? Shizu said, with an amused smile on her face. Well, don't get used to it, Rimuru replied, prompting both of them to share a laugh. So did you like your gift, he inquired. At first, I was really overwhelmed upon seeing the functions of this ultimate skill. However, now that I think about it, I had really gone stagnant with my skills over the last couple of years, so this gives me a chance to progress my skills, Shizu said. In short, I loved it. Great, Rimuru smiled, feeling warmth upon seeing a genuine smile on her face. Then Rimuru looked at her and placed his hand upon hers. There's something else I wanted to talk about. What is it? Shizu asked. Well, I wanted to talk about us, he began, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. Specifically about what happened between us yesterday. Oh. Shizu said as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. I'm not sure, Rimuru-san. My life before coming here wasn't exactly filled with pleasant experiences, so I've never really given much thought to things like relationships or love. I don't know where we go from here. In that case, would you be willing to give us a chance? Rimuru asked earnestly. Wait, are you asking Dash? Yes, Shizu. I'm asking you. Will you be my girlfriend? Rimuru interrupted, his eyes reflecting hope and affection as he waited for her response. Shizu was stunned for a moment as she heard Rimuru's question. She had never imagined anyone would ask her such a question in this lifetime. Hell, she wasn't even sure how long her life would last until she met Rimuru, who offered her another chance at life. Yet, his question filled her heart with warmth. The nervous look in his eyes as he waited for her answer stirred butterflies in her stomach like she was a teenager again. And honestly, she loved that pleasant feeling, not to mention, the moment they shared yesterday was too addicting for her to not want to experience that again. So instead of answering his question, Shizu leaned in closer, capturing Rimuru's lips with her own. They parted moments later, leaving Shizu gazing at him with a giddy smile. I would love to be your girlfriend, Rimuru-san, she declared, before closing the distance between them once again, interlocking their lips with one another. It had been a week since Shizu accepted Rimuru's proposal, and although they hadn't made their relationship public, nearly everyone in the village suspected that something was going on between them. The way they interacted with each other spoke volumes, and it didn't go unnoticed by the villagers. Aaron and Framea, in particular, took great joy in teasing their respective elder sibling figures about it. During that week, Ciel and his party spent an eventful time at Tempest as they enjoyed all the good things that the village had to offer to them. However, it was time for them to return to the kingdom of Blumund. Despite their reluctance to leave Tempest, they still had to show their faces back at the Free Guild before they start sending the search parties for them. So, at that moment, Ciel, Jido, and Aaron stood at the village gates, donning new and improved gear crafted by Kajin and his brothers, ready to bid farewell to Tempest. "Thank you for everything," Ciel and his party bowed respectfully to Rimuru. "Don't worry, you guys are my friends now, so there's no need to thank me," Rimuru replied warmly. "Besides, knowing that you're protected well will also keep Shizu's mind at ease." "Oh, already taking care of Shizu's wishes, huh?" Aaron teased, sporting a mischievous grin. Shizu rolled her eyes at Aaron's remark, choosing to ignore the teasing as she stepped forward to hug the girl, bidding her farewell. "Framea," Rimuru called out, drawing the attention of the rabbit girl. "Take some of our goblin riders and safely escort them out of the Jura forest." "Of course, Naisama," Framea nodded in understanding, immediately setting about gathering the necessary goblin riders for her assigned task. "With that out of the way, Aaron, Ciel, and Jido, I have a favor to ask," Rimuru began, turning towards the adventurers, who were taken aback by the notion of someone like Rimuru asking for a favor from them. Now, don't make that face. "I'm not going to ask you to do anything dangerous," Rimuru assured them, waving his hand dismissively. "All I'm asking is for you to spread a false rumor." "What kind of rumor?" Aaron inquired, curiosity piqued. "Nothing major," Rimuru replied, a devious smile playing on his lips. "Just spread the word that the Conqueror of Flames, Shizue Izawa, has passed away." To be continued. Chapter 11, Manager of the Great Jura Forest, Trainee. Ciel. Voice of the World. It had been a few hours since Ciel and his party had left Tempest, and at this moment, inside a quiet house, Shizu gently stroked Rimuru's hair as he rested his head in her lap. "Was it really necessary, Rimuru-san?" Shizu asked softly, her fingers gently threading through his hair. "Did you have to spread false news of my death?" "I won't say it is necessary, but it is going to lead to a lot of fun interactions with two interesting people," Rimuru replied with a playful grin on his face. "And fortunately, you do know these two people quite well." "Oh, do tell, who are these interesting people?" Shizu asked, her curiosity piqued as she looked at her lover. "Well, Hinata and Yuki, of course," Rimuru said, grinning as he watched Shizu's eyes widen in surprise. "Wait a minute. Are you talking about my former students?" she asked, and the playful look in his eyes answered her question. "What did they do to catch your attention? And why would they have upset you?" "No, they haven't done anything yet, but they will once they hear the news," Rimuru smirked. "Honestly, Shizu, didn't you notice how troublesome both of those problem children can be? Especially Yuki." "Huh? What do you mean?" Shizu asked, genuinely puzzled. She hadn't perceived anything alarming about her two former students. "Well, allow me to enlighten you, Miss Observant Teacher," Rimuru sarcastically mocked, as Shizu playfully pinched his arm. "Firstly, Hinata, she was a good friend, but damn, that woman can be quite insufferable at times," he said, letting out a tired sigh. "Sometimes, she can be too stubborn and arrogant for her own good. Plus, her past and the country she serves right now only exacerbate her narrow-minded thinking. Overall, I think a lesson in humility would do her good." "And Yuki?" Once again, Rimuru sighed, his face displaying disappointment. "That kid is smart and persistent, but ultimately, he's just a moron." Rimuru was honestly very disappointed in Yuki. When he had first met the boy, he had genuinely believed they could become good friends. However, Yuki kept annoying Rimuru with his nonsensical schemes, and in the end, he bit off more than he could chew, fucking moron. "Anyway, forget about him," Rimuru spoke softly as he caressed Shizu's cheek gently with a reassuring hand, his thumb stroking across her soft skin. "I think I know a better way to spend our time." He stood up, closing the distance between them, and his lips locked onto hers in a passionate kiss. Their breaths mingled together as their tongues danced playfully inside each other's mouths, exploring and tasting. The sound of their kiss filled the air around them, punctuated by the occasional soft moan escaping from their lips. His free hand found its way around her waist, pulling her close against him. His touch ignited a warmth within her that spread through her body like wildfire. She could feel it in her core, pulsing with need. Her hands clenched in his shirt as she pressed her body closer to him, craving more of everything that was happening between them. Rimuru broke away from the kiss after what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only seconds, nipping at Shizu's bottom lip teasingly before pulling back to look into her eyes once again. "Should we?" he began huskily. "Should we head upstairs?" In response, Shizu simply nodded, mirroring the desire and intensity in Rimuru's eyes. A few hours later, as Shizu and Rimuru were making love inside his room. Outside the door, Testarossa found herself grappling with a maelstrom of emotions she couldn't fully understand. Earlier, Testarossa had come to Rimuru's house to deliver the daily report on the village. But as she approached his room, the unmistakable sounds coming from within made her pause. Realization dawned quickly, and she turned to leave quietly. However, she froze in place when she heard Rimuru's voice, filled with warmth and affection, declaring his love for Shizu. Confusion and anger welled up within Testarossa, emotions foreign to a demoness like her. Why am I so angry? She questioned herself, struggling to make sense of her feelings. I am a demon, loyal to Rimuru-sama. It shouldn't matter to me whom he chooses to love or be with. So why does it feel like a thorn in my heart? Rimuru's passionate words to Shizu reverberated in Testarosa's mind. I promise you, I won't lose you ever again. You will be mine as long as you will have me. Each syllable felt like a dagger, stirring a whirlwind of jealousy and a deep, unfamiliar sense of loss. She clenched her fists tightly, fighting to keep her emotions in check. Memories of her time with Rimuru, especially their journey to Dwargon, flashed through her mind, intensifying the ache she felt. No, this is wrong. I can't let my mind wander there, she reminded herself sternly. I am a loyal servant of Rimuru-sama. I must overcome these irrational feelings. Steeling her heart, she walked out of Rimuru's house while trying to suppress the storm of emotions raging in her heart. A few days later, Rimuru wandered around the village, taking in the progress that had been made. The past few days had been some of the best of his life. With Shizu now a part of his life, he had achieved one of his major goals of reliving his life. However, two things had seemed odd to him over the last few days. The first was Testarossa's behavior, which had become quite baffling. She felt more distant than before, even her reports were now brief and to the point, unlike earlier when she would include her own suggestions and recommendations. The second was Ciel, who, for some reason, had become unusually quiet unless he initiated a conversation with her. Though he would never admit it, he missed her sass. Shaking his head, Rimuru decided to ask Shizu about it later and went to the building he was using as his office for now. Then just as he sat down, a woman with green hair and blue eyes suddenly appeared with a swirl of leaves. She had a semi-transparent form and her body was surrounded by vines. Hello, ruler of this village. My name is Trainee, the Dryad, the woman said with a bow. Please forgive my sudden visit, but circumstances have forced my hand. I am Rimuru Tempest, ruler of this village, Rimuru replied, masking his surprise at Trainee's sudden appearance. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? I come with a grave request, Trainee said, a smile never leaving her face. I ask you to vanquish the Orc Lord. Vanquish the Orc Lord, you say? Who am I, the slime who lived? Rimuru chuckled, shaking his head while ignoring Trainee's confused stare. But the real question is, why me? Of course, you're joking, Rimuru-sama, Trainee chuckled. Who else would be better suited to handle this problem than a mighty being like yourself? Oh. And how can you be so sure of that? Rimuru raised an eyebrow. We Dryads are mangers of the great Jura forest, and the forest reveals to us the creatures that dwell within it, Trainee explained. It has told us about your strength and the dangerous demon you have in your service. You've gathered quite a bit of information on me, Rimuru said, tilting his head with an unreadable expression. It seems this forest is more sentient than we realized. Indeed it is, after all, the forest has been alive longer than most of its inhabitants, Trainee replied with a smile. Now, I ask you again, ruler of this village, will you help stop the Orc Lord before it becomes an even greater disaster? Rimuru rubbed his chin, deep in thought. After a moment, he looked up at her and said, Fine, I'll take care of this, but I'll need 2 favors from you in exchange. Of course, as long as it's within my power, Trainee replied. First, tell me about the current major powers in this forest, Rimuru requested. Considering their numbers and combat capabilities, there are 2 major groups, Ogre Village and Lizardman Village, Trainee explained. These are also the most at risk of being attacked by the Orc Lord and his army. In that case, as the first favor, I want your help in arranging a meeting between our village and these 2, Rimuru said. One of my most trusted subordinates will accompany you in 3 days. Take her with you, explain the situation to the villages, and she will handle the rest. Trainee nodded in agreement. And for the second favor? Trainee stared at him for a moment, clearly processing his words, before bowing. As long as you can handle this problem and provide protection for me and my sisters, I don't see any issue with that, she said. She knew that what she was promising Rimuru was a significant commitment, but she was also aware that, with Veldora gone, it wouldn't be long before human nations might attempt to conquer the forest for its resources. She believed it was better for the forest to have a protector in case they needed to fight for their survival. Great. Visit me again in 3 days while I gather more information on the Orc Lord, Rimuru said. With a final nod, Trainee vanished from the room. Looks like this timeline is already starting to snowball into unknown territory, Rimuru sighed and summoned Moss, who appeared kneeling in front of him. Moss, there's an orc lord rising in the Jura forest. I want information on that, Rimuru said, and Moss nodded in acknowledgement. I also need to know more about the ogre and lizardman villages, including their leaders. Just as Rimuru was about to dismiss him, a thought crossed his mind. Also, there's an elf who has been spying on the village, he added. Moss nodded again. Inform her about the orc lord as well. With that, Rimuru dismissed Moss. Now this information will reach Gazale, then Fuse, and from there to the Free Guild. Slowly, everyone will learn about the rising orc lord, Rimuru thought with a smirk. And when that happens, all eyes will be on this forest. Master is smiling like an evil madman. Oh, now you want to talk to me, huh? Rimuru mused. And here I thought you were giving me the silent treatment. That was just your imagination. Ugh, not this again. Rimuru groaned, creating multiple barriers around the room. He then commanded Ciel to appear in her human form, which she did. Now tell me what the hell is going on with you. Nothing, it's just Dash. Don't say it's my imagination because it's not, Rimuru retorted. Ciel, please tell me what's going on. You were born from the Lord of Wisdom, Raphael, whereas I was not. So, can you tell me what's happening? After standing there in silence for a moment, Ciel finally spoke. Master has been ignoring me ever since we arrived here. What? No, I haven't been ignoring you. Rimuru exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, you have, Ciel pouted. Fine, what do you want me to do? Rimuru asked wearily. Do you want me to introduce you to everyone? Or have you sit beside me as my partner? No, Ciel replied immediately. I am Master's own secret. I am Master's trump card. No one else deserves to know about me but Master himself. Okay, so what do you suggest? Rimuru asked. How about a date, Ciel suggested quietly. A date. Oh, that's a great idea. Rimuru beamed. Once we're done with this orc lord business, I'll take you out on a date, just the two of us. How does that sound? I would like that, Ciel said, a faint smile on her face. Great. Now I just need to figure out what's going on with Testarossa, Rimuru said. He then noticed Ciel staring at him with a blank expression. What's with that look? Master is being unreasonably thick right now, Ciel said, sighing when Rimuru returned her blank stare. Just go and talk to her, she sounded exasperated. Trust me on this. Well, trusting you has never gone wrong for me before, so I suppose I should trust you this time too, Rimuru said as he absorbed Ciel back into him and walked out of the office. Outside the village, Rimuru stood on his favorite cliff, overlooking the settlement. After admiring his home for a few minutes, he resolved to address the issue at hand. Testarossa, Rimuru called, and immediately a white-haired demoness appeared before him. There's a situation developing in the forest. Rimuru then explained Trainee, the Dryad's visit, her request, and his own counteroffer and demands. So, what do you think? I think you made a good bargain, my lord. Dryads are highly respected among the intelligent monsters of this forest as well as other humanoid races, and having their support will be a valuable asset in the future. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, Rimuru said with a thoughtful expression. I'm wondering, though, how should I handle this orc lord? Even excluding myself, we have 2 people in the village who can handle an awakened demon lord, so the orc lord isn't a problem for us. The question is how and when we should deal with it. I think that decision can wait until the meeting, my lord, Testarossa suggested. Depending on their attitude and willingness to accept your rule, we can decide our next course of action. True. Rimuru nodded. Then he turned to Testarossa and asked, Testa, what's going on? I don't understand, my lord. What are you talking about? Testarossa asked. I'm referring to your attitude over the last few days, Rimuru explained. Especially since Shizu started living here with us. As soon as he said that, he noticed a clear shift in Testarossa's mood. Testa, tell me what's wrong, and please be honest with me. Testarossa stood silent for a moment before beginning. I don't know what to tell you, Rimuru-sama. Even I don't fully understand what's going on, she admitted honestly. In all of my existence, this is the first time I've served someone with my utmost loyalty and respect. Funnily enough, even Rouge couldn't manage that. She smiled slightly, recalling how Rouge had always avoided her and Noir with a burning passion. But that's not all. This is also the first time my summoner has seen me as more than just a tool. You, Rimuru-sama, made me feel like a person, made me feel like a woman. Testarossa looked up at him with a mixture of respect and adoration. But then Miss Shizu came into your life, and new feelings started to emerge within me. These feelings are frustrating because I can't make heads or tails of them. So I decided to keep my distance from you and maintain a strict professional attitude to see if that would help, Testarossa explained. And? Did it help? Rimuru asked kindly. No, it did not, Testarossa lowered her head. It only made the storm within me even worse. Testa. Rimuru took her hand in his. Is there any way I can help? I don't think so, Rimuru-sama. Testarossa shook her head. This is something I need to figure out on my own. All I need is some time. In that case, you can take all the time you need, Rimuru said, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. Do you want me to send someone else with training to deliver the message about the meeting? No, I won't let my personal issues interfere with my duties, Testarossa said, standing up straight. I'm assuming there's a reason you want me to act as a messenger. Yep. Rimuru said, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I want to ensure that they understand attending this meeting isn't a suggestion but an order. Oh, Testarossa replied with a cruel smile. In that case, I'll make sure they get the message. Yeah, make sure you do, Rimuru said, returning her smile. To be continued. Chapter 12, Menacing Messenger, Testarossa. Ciel. Voice of the World. It had been 3 days since Trainee's visit, and once again Rimuru found himself sitting in his living room, accompanied by Shizu, Framea, and Testarossa. Enjoying his coffee, he quietly listened as Shizu and Testarossa discussed something about the village, while Framea sat on the ground between Shizu's legs, getting her hair combed. Ever since his conversation with Testarossa, her mood and attitude had improved significantly. In fact, in his opinion, her attitude was even better than before. When he talked to Shizu about this, he noticed a variety of emotions flicker across her face before she smiled and complimented him on how well he handled the situation with Testarossa. He accepted the compliment, ignoring the smug, smiling Ciel in the back of his mind. Just as Testarossa and Shizu's conversation came to an end, Moss appeared in front of Rimuru, kneeling on one knee. Rimuru-sama, I have information regarding the Orc Lord, he said, continuing when Rimuru gestured for him to proceed. It turns out that Demon Lord Clayman is behind this whole scenario. Ah. Moss figured this out so quickly, Rimuru thought, impressed by Moss's efficiency. Then again, he serves Testarossa, who usually has a no-nonsense attitude toward her servants. Moss, give me the details. How did you figure out Clayman's involvement? Rimuru asked as he leaned back on the sofa. After receiving instructions from you, Rimuru-sama, I easily located the marching orc army and started monitoring them. Lord, there are roughly 200,000 orcs, and surprisingly, they are all equipped with well-made armor and weapons. Is their entire army decked out in equipment? Framea asked, receiving a nod in response. That's strange. Orcs are not generally known for trading with humans. And even if they did trade, I doubt they would have enough money or barter goods to equip their entire army. Yes, I found it strange as well, so I followed their army and learned a few things, Moss continued. Lord, the orc army is marching through the forest with little rest between their conquests. So far, they have attacked 3 small monster settlements and consumed their bodies. Consumed their bodies? Shizu asked, looking disgusted, with Framea sharing the same reaction. I assume this is due to the unique skill, Starved, Rimuru explained. It's a skill that every orc lord is born with, allowing them to absorb the properties of any monster they eat. So the orc's goal here isn't just to conquer the forest, but to steal its power instead, Shizu speculated. That does seem to be the case, Rimuru remarked, gesturing for Moss to continue. Yesterday, after their most recent conquest, a magen named Gelmud met with the orc lord and was boasting about himself, Moss said. I left one of my clones with the orc army and followed the magen, which led me to Demon Lord Clayman's castle. There, I discovered some information that I thought you would find valuable. Oh, do tell, Rimuru said, leaning forward. Yesterday, Clayman had a meeting with 3 other demon lords, Moss continued. He had invited Beastmaster Carrion, Sky Queen Fry, and the destroyer Malim Nava. I don't know about Carrion and Fry, but Malim Nava joining them would be troublesome, Shizu said. Troublesome? Are you crazy? Framea exclaimed. Demon Lord Malim is considered as strong as Demon Lord Guy. We definitely don't want her as our enemy. Calm down, Framea, Rimuru said, placing his hand on Framea's head. I know Malim is terrifying, but so is your brother. So don't worry too much, he added with a smirk, before turning to Moss. So, what happened in this meeting, he asked as Moss began recounting what he had seen. A day ago, Puppet Nation of Gistav, Clayman's castle. Ah, what a wonderful fragrance. Clayman said, swirling and sniffing the wine in his glass. Don't you all agree, he smiled and asked the 3 demon lords sitting in front of him. Indeed, it does have an exotic taste, Fry said, taking a sip from her glass. Cut the crap, Clayman. We're not here to drink and discuss overpriced wine, Carrion said, though he did finish his own glass first. Tell us why you invited us. So impatient, Clayman remarked as Carrion's eye twitched in annoyance. Well, my esteemed demon lords, for the last few months I've been working on a project, and as a sign of goodwill, I'd like you to join me as partners in this endeavor. Oh. Fry raised her eyebrows curiously. What kind of project? You see, Clayman said, for the last couple of months I have been preparing a monster to turn him into a demon lord. He reveled in the shocked expressions on Carrion and Frey's faces while Malim sat there, eating snacks and seemingly lost in her own world. And once he becomes a demon lord, we'll place him on the Demon Lord Council as our puppet. Regaining his composure, Carrion leaned forward and asked, your plan does have merit. An extra vote on our side sounds promising, but there's more to it, isn't there? More importantly, what do you want us to do? Of course, Clayman said with a smug, charming smile. As you know, every demon lord is assigned a territory to rule. Once we install our demon lord on the council, we'll unanimously vote for him to receive the Jura Forest as his territory. Once he takes over, we can divide its resources among ourselves since we'll be the ones controlling him from behind the scenes, Clayman said, successfully appealing to the rulers within Carrion and Fry. That sounds too good to be true, Clayman. Fry narrowed her eyes. What's the catch? There isn't one, my lovely lady, Clayman said smoothly. Although, I do ask that you refrain from getting involved in what happens in the Jura Forest over the next few months. What do you mean by that? Carrion asked. For the next few months, my puppet will march through the Jura Forest, massacring the monsters within, Clayman explained. When that happens, I want you to turn a blind eye and refuse to help if any of the intelligent races come seeking your assistance or protection. Carrion and Fry exchanged glances, and just as one of them was about to speak, Malim suddenly stood up and stretched. This is boring. I'm going home. Huh? Why? Clayman asked, looking panicked. Malim was supposed to be a crucial part of his plan. I haven't even told you what I can offer you from this plan. I know, but your plan sounds stupid, Malim shrugged, while Clayman clicked his tongue, struggling to keep his composure in front of one of the strongest demon lords. Why would I need a puppet when I can just ask Guy and Ramiris to vouch for me? Besides, I think these silly games are pointless when I can just beat up whoever I want. But. Fine, I'll join your stupid plan, Malim groaned, causing hope to return to Clayman's face. But only if you actually manage to create this puppet demon lord. I agree with Malim on this, Fry said. I'll ignore everything happening in the Jura Forest as you asked, but don't count me as one of your allies. Yeah, the same goes for me, Carrion said, rising from his seat. I think it's a fair deal. Succeed on your own, and then we can talk. With that, Malim, Carrion, and Fry left Clayman's castle, leaving him seething in his seat. In his rage, he smashed his wine glass on the floor and ranted about Malim, completely unaware of Red Eyes watching him from the corner of the room. As Moss finished his report, Rimuru sat there with a thoughtful expression, pondering, Another contradiction from the previous timeline, he thought. I'm pretty sure Malim, Fry, and Carrion had joined Clayman's plan to create the puppet demon lord. Also, it seems like Demon Lord Malim knew I was there, Moss said, sounding a bit uneasy and disappointed in himself. She made eye contact and then just continued to ignore me. Ah, that must be because of her eyes, Rimuru said, nodding in understanding. Don't feel too bad about it. Malim has special eyes that can almost see through everything. I do wonder, though, if Clayman really intends to install a puppet demon lord, or if there's more to his schemes, Shizu wondered aloud. Of course there's more to his schemes, Rimuru said, waving his hand dismissively. But we don't need to worry about it right now. By the way, Moss, are there any other demons who can erase their presence like you? Rimuru asked. Yes, Rimuru-sama, Moss replied. There are 5 demons from Lady Testarosa's lineage that I had under my command. Upon Rimuru's request, Moss brought them to him. Now, Moss stood with the 5 demons behind him, all kneeling in front of Rimuru, all of them being named by him. Moss, these 5 will be under your command, and together, you will form my personal spy unit, Rimuru explained as Moss and the other 5 demons nodded in agreement. You will answer to me and me alone. For your first assignment, Moss, I want you to have 3 of your subordinates shadow Clayman, Fry, and Carrion at all times. As for you, Moss, go to the demon realm and find and train more subordinates for your unit. With that, Rimuru dismissed Moss and his team of spies. Then just as Moss left, there was a knock on the door. Rimuru-sama, Miss Trainee is here, Rigard informed him. Thank you. Please let her know we'll join her in a minute, Rimuru said, turning towards Testarossa. Are you ready, Miss Messenger? Of course, Rimuru-sama, Testarossa smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I'll make sure the ogres and lizards get the message. It was a normal day in the ogre village, with everyone going about their day. The village chief sat in his backyard, a wide smile on his face as he took a big gulp of alcohol from his gourd, watching his 2 sons train with the village elder. Meanwhile, inside the house, his wife happily chatted with their youngest and only daughter. Everything was going smoothly until suddenly, a village guard hurriedly approached the chief. Chief! Chief! The guard shouted at the top of his lungs, startling the village chief and making him drop the alcohol gourd. Stop shouting, you fool. Look what you've done, the village chief growled, shaking his head in disappointment as he looked at the spilled alcohol. So, what's got you so worked up, he asked, turning his attention to the guard. The dryad. We've been visited by a dryad, the guard announced, causing everyone's eyes to widen in surprise. Are you sure, the village chief's wife asked. Yes, lady, I'm certain. There's no mistake, the guard replied. It has been decades since the last time dryad has been seen, the village elder said, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. There must be a significant reason for her to visit our village all of a sudden. Yes, that might be the case, the village chief agreed. He then looked up at the guard and asked, did she say anything? Any kind of message? Yes, she wants to see you, village chief, the guard replied. Well, in that case, go and invite her inside, the village chief ordered. I will do that, but... The guard hesitated. But what? The chief barked, getting slightly irritated. There is also a demon accompanying the dryad, the guard explained. A demon accompanying a dryad, the village chief's wife asked, looking puzzled. Now that's unusual. Whatever the case may be, it won't do us any good to keep the dryad waiting, the elder said. The elder is right. Invite them inside, the village chief agreed, dismissing the guard. He then turned to his wife and said, take our daughter and stay inside. Also, bring the eldest daughter of the purple clan with you, just in case things go south and you need to defend yourselves or make a quick escape. Turning to another guard standing in the compound, he instructed, go and call the heads of the purple, blue, and black clans. Tell them it's urgent and to bring their sons with them. Once the guard left the compound, the village chief's oldest son approached him and asked, Father, why did you ask for their sons to be present? Son, just like you, those boys will one day take on the role of their clan heads, so it's important for them to see someone like the dryad, the village chief explained. Besides, it's time they start getting involved in village matters. That's why I'm also allowing you and your brother to join the meeting. Upon hearing this, the eldest son stood a little straighter, while the younger son looked pleased and determined. Well, let's go and see what the dryad wants with us, the village chief said, leading the way inside the house. Sitting inside the meeting room, the village elder observed those who had been invited. At the head of the table sat the village chief, the head of the red clan, and his two sons. Also present were the heads of the purple, blue, and black clans, accompanied by their heirs. Normally, ogres didn't involve women and children in village matters, a practice the village elder personally disagreed with. He understood keeping children away, but there was no practical reason to exclude brilliant minds simply due to their gender, especially when they were allowed on the battlefield as warriors. However, he kept his opinions to himself, recognizing that such was the tradition of their village, and one old man's perspective wasn't likely to change that. Today, however, these heirs were not here as children but as the future leaders of their clans, seizing the opportunity to meet the dryad, the manager of this forest that they call their home. Despite this, he was concerned about the dryad's sudden visit. He knew that the forest had been changing since the disappearance of the storm dragon, though he wasn't sure to what extent. He had a feeling that he would find out soon. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted when the door opened and the guard walked in, followed by a beautiful, semi-transparent woman with green hair and blue eyes. However, the atmosphere in the room suddenly dropped as a second woman entered, with white hair and red eyes. Immediately, the village elder felt a cold sweat forming on his brow. His warrior's instincts, honed over 2 centuries of experience, were not just warning him but screaming at him to run away, much to his surprise. She must be the demon the guard warned us about, the elder thought to himself as his hand instinctively reached for his sword. Looking around the room he could see that others had felt a similar pressure, evident by the uneasy expression on their faces. Glancing back at the white-haired woman, the elder noticed a pleased smile and a gleam in her eyes, indicating that she was fully aware of the pressure she was putting on them and was taking pleasure in their discomfort. Putting his discomfort aside, the village chief stood up and greeted the dryad. Welcome to the village, esteemed manager of Jura Forest. Thank you, chief of the ogre village, dryad, replied. I am Trainee, and I bring a grave warning. What kind of warning, Dryad-sama? The village chief asked. Trainee then explained the situation involving the orc lord and his army of 200,000 orcs on the march. The elder grew increasingly worried, but as he looked around, a frown appeared on his face as he noticed that while others were surprised, they did not seem overly concerned about the situation. So, what do you ask of us, Dryad-sama? The village chief asked, his voice filled with pride. Do you want us to handle this problem? That won't be necessary, Trainee replied. I have already asked the ruler of another village to address the issue. I see. The village chief said, sounding slightly displeased and disappointed. So, what is the purpose of this visit? The ruler whose aid I sought has asked me to set up a meeting with the leaders of both the ogre and lizard men villages, Trainee explained. And what is the purpose of this meeting? The village chief asked. Instead of answering, Trainee turned and glanced at the demon accompanying her. Hello, gentlemen, my name is Testarossa, loyal servant of Rimuru-sama, the demoness introduced herself. I am here on Rimuru-sama's behalf to invite you to our village, Tempest. I ask again, what is the purpose of this meeting? The village chief reiterated. That is something I am not at liberty to disclose, Testarossa replied. In that case, tell your master that I refuse to join this meeting without complete information about it, the village chief said, folding his arms. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped, and Testarossa's eyes darkened. I believe you're misunderstanding something, village chief of the ogre village, she said, her smile remaining but not reaching her eyes. Let me make this clear, the chief of the lizard men village has already agreed to attend the meeting, and so will you, she said as her pressing aura flooded the room. The invitation from my lord isn't a request or a suggestion, it is an order. You would do well to remember that. Upon hearing Testarossa's words, the ogre chief's face twisted into a mask of rage, but he held his tongue, knowing that the demon before him was far beyond his league. His youngest son, however, lacked the experience to recognize the threat posed by the demon. How dare you threaten my father in our own village, the youngest son yelled, drawing his sword. You're just a servant of some lowly magen. Who does he think he is to order us around? Hold your tongue, ogre, Testarossa said in a low, chilling voice as her aura flared, sending shivers down the spines of everyone in the room. This is your one and only warning. Do not insult my master, or there will be no village left for the orcs to ransack. As soon as those words left Testarossa's mouth, the youngest son of the chief lost his composure and charged at her, sword thrust forward. However, before he could reach Testarossa or she could react, another sword clashed with his, sending the younger son's weapon flying from his hand. Young master. Stand down, the elder commanded, glaring at the younger son. But. Young master, I said stand down, the elder repeated sharply, prompting the younger son to retreat. Miss Testarossa, please forgive the young master's sudden outburst, he apologized with a bow, much to the surprise of everyone else in the room. I will let it slide this time, but make sure it doesn't happen again, Testarossa said, assuming her dignified pose once more. I will ensure that, the elder replied. And please convey to your master that we graciously accept his invitation. Excellent. Testarossa smiled. In 2 days, one of Trainee's sisters will come to escort the chief and his entourage to our village. Until then, I will take my leave. With that, Testarossa and Trainee departed from the ogre village, and the occupants of the room collectively sighed in relief. Elder, what was that? The village chief asked. That was a disaster that the young master nearly brought upon the village, the elder replied, glaring at the red-haired youth. How many times must I teach you not to rush into fights without understanding the enemy's strength? Forgive me, elder, I lost my temper, the younger ogre apologized. Well, let's just hope that this Rimuru character is more reasonable than his servant, the elder said with a sigh. To be continued. Chapter 13, Prideful Fool, Ogre Village Chief. Ciel. Voice of the World. Village Chief of the Ogres, we have arrived, announced Trya, one of the Dryad sisters, as she stood at the entrance of Tempest. At the request of her sister Trainee and their new lord, Rimuru, she had taken the lead in guiding the Ogre Chief and his entourage to their destination. The Ogre Chief's group was made up of his wife, 2 sons, daughter, the village elder, and 4 other ogres from various clans. Trya then turned to the hobgoblin wolf rider standing guard at the entrance. Could you please inform Rimuru-sama of our arrival, she asked. After receiving an affirmative nod, she turned back to the ogres and said, please wait here for a moment, someone will be here shortly to receive you. Thank you, Lady Trya, the ogre village chief responded with a slight bow. A few minutes later, an elegant rabbit girl appeared at the entrance, radiating a power that even the ogres could sense. She glanced at the group of ogres before offering Trya a warm smile. Thank you for escorting them to our village. Of course, Freemia-sama, Trya replied, then vanished into thin air. Now then. Freemia said, turning to face the ogres. Please follow me, I'll take you to the meeting hall. They nodded and began walking behind her. As they followed, they observed the new village, and what they saw greatly surprised them. Not only were there a significant number of hobgoblins working throughout the village, but there were also menacing wolves collaborating with them. This alone made it clear that the leader of this village was a strong existence. The village elder, on the other hand, did a good job of hiding his concern, maintaining a calm and collected expression. However, in his heart, he knew that angering the lord of this village was a dangerous mistake. After all, anyone capable of naming so many monsters was not someone their village could afford to offend. What worried him even more was how his chief and the young master would react to this whole situation. Unlike him, they hadn't ventured beyond their small village, where they were the strongest among their people. In the end, he just hoped they would be able to return home with their heads intact. After walking for a few minutes, they finally arrived at a large wooden cabin guarded by a pair of hobgoblin wolf riders and lizardman warriors. Freemia paid them no mind and entered the cabin, instructing the others to follow. The ogre chief directed 2 of his guards to remain outside while the rest of the group entered. Inside, they noticed the lizard men had already taken one side of the table, so they sensibly chose to occupy the other. Freemia took a seat near the head of the table, quietly observing the two groups. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as the ogres and lizard men silently regarded each other, each race clearly looking down on the other. Just then, the silence was shattered as the cabin door swung open again. A blue-haired mageon entered, exuding a powerful, domineering aura. Without acknowledging anyone in the room, he took his place at the head of the table. Accompanying him were a white-haired demoness who had come to deliver a message to the villages, a black-haired human woman, and Trainee the Dryad. They all seated themselves near him. First, let me thank you for accepting my invitation to this meeting, Rimuru began. The ogres and lizard men exchanged glances, inwardly thinking, like we had any other choice. Now, the first item on the agenda is the orcs, Rimuru continued. Trainee, could you provide an overview of the situation? Trainee nodded and explained the sudden rise of an orc lord in the Jura forest. She described the massive horde of orcs marching through the forest, the threat they pose to all races, and the potential for the orc lord to evolve into an orc disaster. So, now that you're aware of the threat, what are you going to do about it? Rimuru asked, directing his gaze at the village chiefs. What do you mean by that? The lizardman chief asked, narrowing his eyes. Aren't you in the same situation as us? Not exactly, Rimuru replied with a shrug. My village and I are fully capable of dealing with the orc lord, even if he evolves into an orc disaster. The real question is, can you say the same? If you're so confident in your ability to handle the orc lord, why haven't you done so already? The ogre chief challenged. Oh, that's simple, Rimuru replied with a smile. Why should I? I'm not running a charity here, he added with a nonchalant shrug. Even if you're strong enough to defeat the orc lord, what about his army? The lizardman chief pressed. What about the damage and destruction that could be brought to your village? It will take the orcs about 3 months to reach my village, which gives us plenty of time to prepare our defenses, Rimuru said, then turned his attention to the ogre chief. But I doubt you can say the same. What do you mean by that? The ogre chief demanded, rising abruptly from his seat and glaring at Rimuru. His younger son was about to do the same but his mother held him back. Unfazed by the ogre's anger, Rimuru leaned back in his chair. In a week, over 100,000 orcs will march toward your village from the east. The situation is far more dire for you than anyone else at this table. What? The ogres exclaimed in unison. The ogre chief turned to Trainee and asked urgently, is this true? Are we really going to be invaded by orcs? Yes, what Rimuru-sama said is indeed true, Trainee confirmed. She then turned to the lizardman chief and added, moreover, I'm certain that once they've dealt with the ogre village, they'll march straight toward the marshlands where your settlement is located. Silence descended once more as both chiefs struggled to think of ways to protect their villages and people. Now that you understand your circumstances, let's get to the heart of why I invited you here, Rimuru said, leaning forward. I can help you with this situation and take care of the orc lord and his army, for a price. And what is that price? The lizardman chief asked cautiously. Simple. I want both of your villages to come under my rule, Rimuru stated, causing the ogres and lizardmen to widen their eyes in surprise. Isn't that price a bit too high? The lizardman chief asked. Do you really think so? Rimuru raised an eyebrow. I'm offering you protection not only against the orc lord and his army but also against other monsters, demon lords, or anyone else who might threaten your people. Additionally, once you're under my rule, I'll help develop your villages, making transportation and travel easier and more efficient. Still, we would like some time to consider your proposal, the lizardman chief replied. Fair enough. You have some time to think it over, Rimuru said, then looked at the ogre chief. You, on the other hand, don't have that luxury. So what's your decision? The ogre chief scoffed and crossed his arms. You may be a powerful mageon, but your tactics don't scare us, he said defiantly. Testarossa, who was standing behind Rimuru, bristled at the perceived insult and was about to act, but Rimuru stopped her. You might be able to bully these lizard men into submitting, but we ogres are not so easily swayed. We're not afraid of some orcs, the ogre chief said arrogantly. If they dare to attack our village, we'll deal with them ourselves. We don't need outsiders to protect us. I see, Rimuru said, tapping his fingers on the table. In that case, there's nothing more for us to discuss today. You can leave, after all, you don't have much time left. With those words, Rimuru exited the meeting hall, not bothering to give the ogres or lizard men another glance. Master, is it really wise to let them leave so easily? Testarossa asked as she walked beside Rimuru. We could have easily forced them to swear loyalty to you. Testa, you're thinking like a demon, Rimuru replied, shaking his head. The cardinal world operates differently from the demon world. Here, people and monsters don't blindly follow the strongest with unwavering loyalty. Until they realize they truly need my protection, they won't submit. And you're confident they'll come to that realization? Testarossa inquired, her curiosity piqued. The atmosphere suddenly shifted, and a chill ran down Testarossa's spine as she caught sight of the smile forming on her lord's face. Oh, I'm certain they'll do something foolish. When they do, those ogres will experience what it's like to lose. To feel so desperately that they're right, yet to fail nonetheless, and in the end, they'll come running to me, desperate for shelter like rats fleeing to their holes. Hearing this, Testarossa couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement, a smile spreading across her face. Watching her master outmaneuver those weaker than him stirred something deep within her. So for now, we let them proceed as they wish, Rimuru said softly, gently caressing her face. In the end, everything will unfold exactly as we desire. The day after the meeting in Tempest, the ogres returned to their village, and the atmosphere remained as tense and heavy as it had been when they left. Chief, do you think we made the right decision? The elder asked, his voice tinged with concern. Of course we did, the chief replied, a trace of anger in his tone. We don't need anyone's help to defend our village. Very well, village chief, but now we must address the pressing issue. What are we going to do about the orcs marching toward our home? The elder pressed. The chief frowned, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. You're right. That's a problem. Even if we manage to defeat the orcs, the damage to our village could be catastrophic, he admitted. Not to mention the danger it would pose to our young ones. After a moment of contemplation, the chief's eyes lit up with an idea. I've come up with a plan, he declared, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Instead of waiting for the orcs to attack our village, we should take the fight to them. A murmur of excitement rippled through the gathering. We, the mighty ogre warriors, will march out and crush the orcs before they even reach our village, the chief proclaimed, his voice rising in a rallying cry. The air was soon filled with shouts and cheers of approval. Clan heads. Prepare your best warriors. Tomorrow at dawn, we march to battle. As the cheers grew louder, the elder quietly shook his head and turned to leave. He knew this was a reckless decision, but confronting the chief now would only escalate tensions further. Resigned, he decided to do what he had always done, lend his blade to the defense of his village, even if he feared it was the wrong path. 2 days later. Damn it. This was a terrible mistake, the ogre village chief cursed inwardly as he blocked another strike from a heavily armored orc. I should never have rushed into this. As he shoved his attacker back, his heart sank when he witnessed one of his comrades being brutally cut down right in front of him. I have to do something. I can't let these young ones die in vain, the chief thought, steeling his resolve as he tightened his grip on his sword. Elder, he shouted, eyes fixed on the orc before him. This will be my final order as your village chief. With a swift motion, he beheaded the orc. Take the young ones and whoever is still alive back to the village. The other clan heads and I will hold these orcs off. But chief, the elder began to protest, but the chief cut him off. No. Do as I say, the chief roared. We cannot allow the future of our clans to perish here. Hearing the chief's words, the elder felt the weight of responsibility settle in his chest. Reluctantly, he commanded everyone, except the clan heads, to retreat. Naturally, many refused, unwilling to abandon their comrades, but the elder's tone left no room for argument. Yet, there was one who remained defiant, the chief's younger son. There's no way I'm leaving father behind, the younger son shouted, his teeth clenched in frustration. Brother. How can you just accept this? I don't like it any more than you do, the older brother admitted, his fists clenched tightly. But this is father's last wish, and I won't let anyone disrespect our village chief's final command. But, before the younger brother could argue further, the elder struck the back of his head, knocking him out cold. Let's go. We need to get back to the village as quickly as possible, the elder ordered, leading the remaining survivors in a hasty retreat. As the village chief watched his people retreat, a bittersweet smile crossed his face. Turning back to the orcs, hatred burned fiercely in his eyes. With a final, determined grip on his sword, he charged into the fray, prepared to give his life to buy his people time. And so, the last chief of the ogre village met his end, facing the enemy head-on. To be continued. Chapter 14, A No-Nonsense Chief, Edelgard. Ciel. Voice of the world. The puppet nation of Gistav was cloaked in a gloomy atmosphere as Demon Lord Clayman brooded in his dimly lit castle. He drummed his fingers impatiently on the armrest of his couch, his thoughts fixated on the recent meeting with Fry, Carrion, and Malim. The outcome had been far from what he expected, and the memory of it gnawed at him like a persistent thorn. His carefully laid plans, which had nearly succeeded in convincing Fry and Carrion to side with him, were derailed at the last moment. The reason was all too clear to him, Malim Nava. The moment she opened her damn mouth, everything fell apart. Malim, that bitch. Clayman seethed, his anger boiling over. He crushed the glass of wine in his hand and slammed his fist on the armrest. Just you wait, once I have you under my control, you'll regret ever crossing me. A sinister grin twisted his lips as he imagined the sweet revenge he would exact on the so-called ancient demon lord. Just then, the heavy door to the living room creaked open, shattering the silence. Gelmud, Clayman's loyal Magian servant, sauntered in with his usual swagger. Hello, Lord Clayman. It's good to see you in good health, he greeted cheerfully. Spare me the pleasantries, Gelmud, Clayman replied, his voice tinged with irritation as he glared down at the shorter Magen. How is the plan progressing? Any unforeseen problems that need to be dealt with? None at all, my lord, Gelmud assured him, though a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Everything is proceeding as planned. However, something odd did happen last night. Clayman's gaze sharpened. What do you mean? Last night, a few hundred ogres launched an attack on our orc army, Gelmud explained. Although they were defeated and lost half their men, it was strange how the attack came out of nowhere. Clayman scoffed, leaning back on his couch. So they lost. Then what is there to worry about? They likely caught wind of the orc army advancing on their village and made a futile attempt to stop it. That's all there is to it. Indeed, Lord, Gelmud agreed. If anything, that unexpected attack has only made our army stronger. Soon enough, we will have a new demon lord under our control. Clayman nodded, satisfied. Good. How long before the orc army reaches the ogre village? 3 days, Lord, Gelmud responded promptly. In that case, make sure the invasion proceeds without any setbacks, Clayman commanded, his eyes growing cold. I've decided to invite Fry and Carrion to witness the massacre firsthand. Once they see what our army is capable of, they'll have no choice but to acknowledge the merit of my plan, he continued, his smile darkening. And they'll also understand the consequences if I decide to turn that army against their nations. As you wish, Lord Clayman, Gelmud bowed and exited the castle. As Gelmud exited the room, Clayman leaned back, his thoughts already drifting to the power he would soon wield, the pieces of his grand scheme falling into place. Melee might have thwarted him once, but he was determined that the next time they crossed paths, she would be nothing more than a puppet in his hands. My lord will surely praise me once he sees the brilliance of my plan, Clayman mused, a smile creeping across his face as he raised a fresh glass of wine to his lips. Back at the Tempest, Rimuru received the report about Clayman's conversation with Gelmud and he couldn't help but chuckle as he couldn't help but feel how laughably self-assured Clayman was in his plotting. He really thinks he has everything under control, Rimuru mused aloud, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I almost feel sad for him, but then again, not really. Standing beside him, Testarossa scoffed in agreement. Clayman is nothing but an arrogant fool, she remarked, her voice cold and disdainful as she uttered his name, arms crossed in clear disapproval. Though I do wonder who this lord he's referring to might be. It's probably Kigali, the former demon lord Kazalim, Rimuru explained. But we don't need to worry about her since I have my own plans for her. As expected of you, Lord, Testarossa said with a pleased smile. Anyway, from what I gathered in that conversation, Rimuru continued, leaning back in his chair, the ogres must be in a desperate situation right now. If my calculations are correct, we'll be getting a message or a visit from them any moment now. As if on cue, the space in front of them began to warp, and with a swirl of leaves, Trainee, the dryad, materialized before Rimuru, bowing her head respectfully. Rimuru-sama, there has been a new development regarding the Orc Lord situation that requires your immediate attention, she explained calmly. Last night, warriors from the Ogre village launched an attack on the Orc Lord and his army. Unfortunately, the attack failed, and they lost half of their warriors, including the village chief. That's unfortunate, Rimuru said. So, what do you want me to do? Lord, as you know, the orcs will reach the Ogre village in 3 days. The wife of the deceased village chief is requesting an audience with you, hoping for your protection in this dire situation, Trainee explained. Rimuru rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I'm not promising anything yet, but I'm willing to hear what she has to say. Thank you for your generosity, Lord, Trainee nodded. Shall I bring her here now? Once she received Rimuru's permission, Trainee vanished and returned a few minutes later with an ogress who had white hair, pink skin, and 2 white horns protruding from her forehead. It's good to see you again, Lord, the ogress greeted Rimuru, though her eyes were devoid of life. Please, don't force yourself, Rimuru said kindly. Have a seat. He paused before continuing, first of all, I'm sorry for your loss, but I doubt you need my sympathy or want to talk about it. So, please, tell me, why did you seek an audience with me? Lord, you must be aware that my village is on the brink of extinction with those damned orcs marching toward us, the ogress said, clenching her fists as her voice trembled slightly. In this situation, we have 2 options, fight for our survival or abandon our home and flee. The first option is no longer feasible with half our strongest warriors dead and the other severely injured, she continued after a deep breath. As for fleeing, we would rather not, considering our people have called this place home for generations. She straightened, her eyes meeting Rimuru's with fierce determination. That's why, as the mother of 3 children and the wife of the last village chief, I humbly request that you lend us your power to protect our village, she said, bowing deeply until her forehead touched the table. Rimuru regarded her with a calm expression before speaking. Please, raise your head, he said gently. I understand your situation, and I'm willing to help you. However, you know my terms. As long as your village submits to my rule, you will be under my protection. That won't be a problem, Lord, the ogress replied without hesitation, her voice unwavering. As long as we survive this threat, we are willing to swear our loyalty to you. When the ogress said those words, she knew that not everyone in the village agreed with her. Some were opposed to seeking help from a magen, but right now, she didn't care about any of that. She wasn't going to let anyone's pride stand in the way of their survival. After all, her husband had sacrificed his life for the village last night, and today, she had steeled her heart to slit any throats who dare to oppose her. It also helped her cause that her eldest son and the village elder, two of the most powerful figures in the village, were behind her. Furthermore, the families of other clan heads who had lost their lives in the battle were also supporting her decision. In the end, the survival of their village and their young ones was what mattered most. Their pride could be healed later. Very well, Rimuru nodded. In that case, from now on, your village is under my protection. I give you my word that not a single threat will step foot in your village, he declared. For now, return and assume the position of village chief, he instructed. Just as Trainee was about to escort her back, Rimuru stopped them. Wait a moment, there's one more thing, Rimuru said, walking towards the ogress and standing in front of her. Then he produced a jet-black axe with a golden texture and a red ruby adorning its blade, placing it before her. Make sure to tell the entire village that from now on, your name is Edelgard. Once Edelgard had left, Rimuru wasted no time. He swiftly set up privacy barriers around him and began the next step of his plan. Now that I've secured the loyalty of the ogres, it's time to empower the Orc Lord, Rimuru muttered to himself, a sly smirk playing on his lips. He extended his hand and produced a humanoid doll crafted from gleaming metal. It stood rigid and lifeless, awaiting its purpose. Next, Rimuru summoned an egoless spirit, a formless entity devoid of will or consciousness, and guided it into the metal skeleton. As the spirit merged with the metal, the doll's hollow eyes began to faintly glow, marking the creation of an egoless spiritual being. Satisfied with his work, Rimuru then conjured the necessary number of souls to imbue the vessel with the power it needed. He carefully infused the souls into the doll until the once empty shell was brimming with energy. Now, go and be consumed by the Orc Lord, Rimuru commanded, and the newly created being, filled with nothing but souls, bowed deeply before disappearing in a flash, teleported by Rimuru to where the Orc Lord would find and consume it. Meanwhile, Testarossa, who had been silently observing her master's actions with a mix of awe and curiosity, could no longer contain herself. Lord, what was that about? She asked, her crimson eyes gleaming with intrigue. Oh, I'm just preparing an opponent that will be worth my time, Rimuru replied casually, a hint of mischief in his eyes. The being I just sent out will push the Orc Lord's power to its limits. With this boost, the Orc Lord will be on the verge of reaching its full potential, making it ready to evolve by the time of our fight. Moss, Rimuru said, summoning his trusted spy. On the night of the third day, the Orc Lord and his army will reach the ogre village, and I will confront them with my troops. Spread this news to Dwargon and Blumund. I want their spies to witness the spectacle that will unfold that night, and our important guest will be the newly evolved orc disaster. Meanwhile, back at the ogre village, the air was heavy with the lingering threat of orcs and the weight of recent loss. In the village chief's house, the second son of the deceased chief abruptly awoke, gasping for air as his body convulsed from the remnants of a nightmare. His skin was slick with sweat, and his heart raced wildly in his chest. Disoriented, he looked around frantically, trying to piece together his surroundings. What? Where? He muttered, his voice shaky and strained. Brother, calm down, came a familiar, soothing voice. Relief washed over him as he turned to see his younger sister sitting beside him, her eyes filled with concern. You're back at the village, safe now. Back in the village. He repeated slowly, his mind catching up with the present. Memories of the previous night flooded back, the desperate battle against the Orc Lord's forces, his father's valiant stand, and the brutal realization that they were hopelessly outmatched. The weight of what had happened pressed down on him like a stone. Sister, what happened to father? Did he? His voice trailed off, dread twisting in his gut as he hesitated to complete the question. But he didn't need to. The sight of fresh tears streaming down his sister's face told him everything he feared. His heart sank as an overwhelming mix of emotions crashed over him. Frustration, anger, and deep sorrow swirled within his soul, but above all, a gnawing sense of powerlessness consumed him. He clenched his fists, the feeling of his own weakness biting into him like a cruel reminder. If only he had been stronger, if only he had been able to protect his father. What about Big Brother and Mother? How are they? He asked, his voice heavy with grief. Big Brother is busy fortifying the village defenses, his sister explained, her voice steady despite the tears still glistening on her cheeks. Mother, she went with Lady Trainee, the Dryad, to visit the powerful Magent's village we went to a few days ago, to seek his assistance against the orcs. Oh. He responded, absorbing her words as his mind processed this new information. His mother's decision to seek help from the Magen wasn't entirely surprising, but it still stirred a mix of anger and uncertainty within him. The thought of relying on an outsider, especially a powerful magen, was unsettling, but they were left with little choice. After all, last night's defeat forced him to differentiate between pride and foolishness. Just then, a guard burst into the room, panting heavily. "Princess, quick," he began, but his gaze shifted to the younger son, now awake. "Oh, young master, it's good to see you awake. But both of you, come quickly. Mistress has returned from the Magian's village and has asked everyone to gather in front of the house." Sensing the urgency, both brother and sister swiftly got to their feet and followed the guard outside. As they stepped out, they saw the entire village already assembled, including their elder brother, who stood with the villagers in front of their home. A tense silence fell over the crowd as the door to their house slowly creaked open. All eyes widened in shock and amazement as a woman stepped out. "Is that mother?" the young girl whispered, her voice trembling with awe and disbelief as she gazed at the woman before them. Indeed, the figure who stood before the village was their mother, but she was profoundly changed. She now radiated an unseen confidence and power that had never been present before. Her once familiar appearance was transformed in ways that left her children, and the entire village, stunned. Her stature had grown taller and more imposing, with muscles that replaced her once slender frame. Her long, lustrous white hair flowed down her back, framing two black horns that emerged from between the strands. Her eyes, once a soft pink, now glowed with a faint lilac hue, brimming with newfound power and confidence. Her skin, formerly a warm red, had turned smooth and milk-white, giving her an ethereal, almost divine appearance. Her new equipment was equally striking. A beautiful jet-black axe hung by her side, and she wore armor that was unfamiliar to their village. The woman who stood before them seemed less like the mother they had known and more like an older sister they had never imagined. "Lady." The elder began hesitantly, but Edelgard quickly cut him off. "Call me Edelgard, elder. That is the name Lord Rimuru has bestowed upon me," she said, a hint of pride coloring her voice. "Ah, so just as I suspected, you have been named," the elder replied with a knowing smile. "And it seems that evolving into a Kijin has done wonders for you." "Indeed, my strength has increased," Edelgard acknowledged. "But that's not why I have gathered you all here." Her gaze sharpened as she looked out over the assembled villagers. "As you all know, I went to visit Rimuru-sama's village with Lady Trainee to request his aid in dealing with the upcoming crisis. As you can see, the negotiations were successful." She continued, her voice strong and clear. "In Rimuru-sama's own words, he will not allow a single threat to enter our village. In return for his protection, our village is now under his rule, and we are to swear our loyalty to him once we deal with this crisis." Her eyes scanned the crowd, her expression firm. "Now, if anyone has any objections to this arrangement, come forward and speak to me. As of now, I have been appointed chief of this village. Is that clear?" There was a murmur among the crowd, and then an ogre stepped forward, his face twisted with anger. "Oi! Oi! Oi! What the hell do you think you're doing?" he shouted, glaring at Edelgard. "Not only have you sold our village to some Magian, but now you're also trampling on the traditions of our village," he spat, venom in his voice. "You know very well that our traditions don't allow women to take the position of village chief. So do us a favor and appoint someone more suitable for the position before we do it for you." Edelgard's expression hardened, and her voice dropped to a cold tone. "Oh, is that a threat? Tell me, how do you plan to remove me from this position?" The ogre opened his mouth to retort, but before he could utter a word, Edelgard moved. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of him, her speed nearly incomprehensible. With a swift motion, she struck him with the blunt side of her axe, sending him flying across the square, crashing into a building with a thunderous impact. The villagers stared in stunned silence, their mouths agape at the spectacle. Edelgard turned back to them, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Does anyone else have any opinions they want to share?" she asked, her voice calm but deadly serious. Every head shook in response, no one daring to challenge her after witnessing the display of her newfound power. "Then stop wasting space and get back to work," Edelgard commanded. Slowly, the villagers dispersed, leaving only her children and the village elder standing with her. "Mother, I didn't know you could move like that," her eldest son said, awe evident in his voice. Edelgard smiled warmly at him. "Don't be so surprised, son. You haven't seen anything yet," she replied, though she kept to herself the full extent of her transformation. When Rimuru named her, she had received a unique skill, Kijin Empress, which included the sub-skill, Axe Mastery. This skill granted her unparalleled efficiency with any axe, along with the knowledge and muscle memory of the greatest axe wielders in the world. "Anyway, children and elder, please follow me inside," Edelgard said, her expression turning serious. "Even though Lord Rimuru has assured us that he will take care of the orcs, we can't just sit idly by. There are many things I want to discuss with you, especially about the future of this village." To be continued. Chapter 15, Kijin Empress, Edelgard. Ciel. Voice of the world. Armed nation of dwargon. King Gazel Dwargon, the ruler of the armed nation of Dwargon, sat at his desk with a serious expression, deep in thought. The recent reports from Henrietta had brought troubling news, each one a fresh source of stress. The most recent report, however, was the most concerning, an impending battle between the Orc Lord and Rimuru, a newly emerged power in the Jura forest. As he was lost in these thoughts, a knock at the door interrupted him. A guard entered, informing him that his guest had arrived. With a nod, Gazel straightened his posture, adopting the regal demeanor expected of a king. "Send him in," he instructed. Moments later, the door creaked open, and Fuse, the guild master of the Free Guild's Bloomin' branch, entered the room, looking visibly nervous. "Your Majesty," Fuse greeted, bowing deeply. "Welcome, Fuse." "Please, take a seat," Gazel responded, gesturing to a chair opposite his desk. "I assume you know why I've summoned you here." "I can guess. It's about the new lord who has appeared in the Jura forest, correct?" Fuse settled into the chair with a cautious smile. "The same lord who is set to face the Orc Lord tonight." "Indeed," Gazel nodded, with a serious expression. "Before I share what I know, I'd like to hear what information you've gathered about this new lord." "I must admit, Your Majesty, that despite our reputation as a kingdom of information, details about this new lord and his city have been incredibly scarce," Fuse sighed, his brow furrowing in frustration. "If it weren't for the 3 adventurers who managed to befriend this Rimuru, we would have virtually no reliable information. Even then, most of what we know comes from anonymous tips." He paused, collecting his thoughts before continuing. "According to these adventurers, Rimuru is a powerful mageon who has a considerable amount of named monsters under his rule. Despite his apparent strength, they believe he possesses a good character, which gives me hope that we might maintain peaceful relations, at least unless something drastic happens." Gazel listened carefully, a small, satisfied smile forming on his lips. It appears that, for once, Dwargon has the upper hand when it comes to information. Fuse blinked, surprised by the king's statement. "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" Leaning back slightly, Gazel's smile widened. "Unlike you, who heard about Rimuru through second-hand reports, I had the opportunity to meet him personally," Gazel said as a look of surprise appeared on Fuse's face. "Well, it would be more appropriate to say that Rimuru was the one who approached me." "Rimuru approached you on his own, Your Majesty. What does this new lord of the forest want with you?" Fuse asked, surprise evident in his voice. Gazel recounted the entire conversation he'd had with Rimuru, including the remarkable full potions that Rimuru had presented as a gift. "What? Potions that can regrow limbs?" Fuse exclaimed, quickly catching himself as he realized where he was. "Apologies, Your Majesty. It's just, the existence of such a potion is astounding." "Indeed, it is," Gazel nodded, understanding the guildmaster's reaction. "But that's not the only matter of concern. Rimuru intends to establish a nation within the Jura forest." "A nation of monsters in the Jura forest?" Fuse leaned back in his chair, an exhausted sigh escaping him. "That could have significant repercussions for us and our neighboring human nations, especially those bordering the forest, not to mention the Demon Lord-ruled territories. What does Rimuru intend to do about them?" "I don't believe even the Demon Lords will pose much of a problem for him," a chuckle escaped Gazel's lips. "You think Rimuru could take on a Demon Lord?" Fuse stared at the king in disbelief. "If my subordinates and my estimation is correct, Rimuru has the power to challenge even Dwargon itself, with all its armies, and possibly emerge victorious," Gazel replied, his voice grave. Fuse felt a cold pit of dread forming in his stomach as he absorbed the implications of the king's words. Gazel, on the other hand, looked at the men in front of him with pity in his eyes as he realized that he hadn't even mentioned the white primordial that accompanies this monster, and he didn't intend to either, believing that he had already caused enough chaos in Fuse's life and saw no point in adding to it. "If my instincts are accurate," Gazel continued, "Rimuru Tempest might be as dangerous as Veldora himself, if not more so. As terrifying as a true dragon." Fuse's face paled. "No, you said more terrifying. How could that be possible? His power might not be comparable to Veldora himself, but unlike that crazy dragon, this monster is quite intelligent and cunning." Gazel's eyes narrowed as he considered his next words. "He already possesses a kingly aura and knows how and when to flaunt his power. This kind of person is not someone you can ignore, otherwise, the world itself will force you to acknowledge his existence at the most inconvenient time. So, what do you suggest we do?" Fuse swallowed hard, his nerves on edge. "Isn't the answer obvious? A man as sharp as you should already know what I'm hinting at," Gazel chuckled softly, leaning back in his chair. "But if you need me to say it outright, then so be it. Convince your king to ally with this new nation after I, the king of Dwargon, will officially recognize Tempest as a sovereign nation." Fuse frowned, thinking carefully. "It's easy for you to say, Your Majesty. Dwargon is a powerful nation, one that cannot be attacked without severe consequences. But Blomond is a small country. We must tread carefully for the sake of our survival. If we ally ourselves with a nation of monsters, we risk making an enemy of the Holy Empire of Lobelia, one of the Western superpowers. Is it really wise to provoke them? You're right. For Dwargon, such a gamble is manageable. We've never been on particularly good terms with Lobelia anyway, Gazel nodded thoughtfully. But for Blumund, the decision rests with you and your king. Don't rely solely on my word. Observe Tempest yourselves, weigh your options, and do what you believe is best for your people. Now, enough of politics, Gazel stood up from his seat, signaling the end of their discussion. Let's have a drink and rest for a bit. I suspect tomorrow will bring yet another round of headache-inducing news. Fuse managed a weak smile, grateful for the brief reprieve, though his mind was still reeling from the implications of what he had just learned. Ogre Village, the night of the invasion. Today was a night heavy with tension in the Ogre Village. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale light over the village, and the atmosphere was thick with anticipation and fear, as the villagers prepared for the imminent orc attack. Despite the newfound strength of their new chief, Edelgard, the uncertainty of the coming battle left everyone on edge. However, the villagers, especially the village elder and those who had seen many winters, were shocked by the chief's bold decision. Instead of following the traditional strategy of hiding the non-combatants, the elderly, the children, and those unable to fight, Edelgard had ordered everyone to gather at the entrance of the village. This was the very place where the orcs were expected to launch their assault. The village elder couldn't hold back his concern any longer. So he approached Edelgard as the villagers assembled. Chief, is it truly wise to gather everyone here? Wouldn't it be safer to shelter the children and the others somewhere more secure, away from the front lines? Elder asked with a furrowed brow and a voice laced with worry. Edelgard turned to face the elder with a stern and hard expression. Elder, I hold your wisdom in the highest regard, she said, her voice carrying the authority of her position, but do not question my decision in front of the village. As she spoke, she released a controlled burst of her aura, a force that sent a shiver down the spine of every ogre present. It was a reminder of the immense strength she now possessed, strength that was far beyond anything the village had known before. I understand your concerns, Edelgard continued, her tone softening as she addressed the elder more personally. But I have my reasons. This village, these people, they are under my care now. I will not dishonor my husband's memory by allowing harm to come to them. He gave his life to protect this village, and I intend to do the same. Her words were said in such a tone that left little room for argument. The villagers, who had been nervously whispering among themselves, fell silent as they listened to their chief's words. Unbeknownst to them, Edelgard's new unique skill, Kijin Empress, was subtly at work, easing their anxieties and fears, aligning their emotions with her will. The skill was a gift from Rimuru, crafted with a particular vision in mind. He had modeled it after Empress Edelgard, a character from a video game in his old world, ensuring that the Ogre Chief's wife would embody the same regal authority and power. That is also why he named Ogre Chief's wife Edelgard, so that she would rule over Ogre Village for him and according to his wishes. Unique skill, Kijin Empress. Sub-skills. Ruler's aura, the user exerts spiritual pressure over targets in the surrounding area, freezing their bodies in place and bending them to the user's will. Axe Mastery, the skill grants its user unparalleled efficiency with any axe, along with the knowledge and muscle memory of the greatest axe wielders in the world. Multi-slash, the skill allows the user to slash multiple targets simultaneously. Ultra Speed Regeneration, grants the user incredible regenerative properties, healing any injury or damage that doesn't instantly kill them in moments. Despite being unaware of Rimuru's true intentions, Edelgard was deeply grateful for the power she had been given. Her loyalty to Rimuru was unshakable, strengthened by the knowledge that this power would help her protect her people and her children. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a shout from one of the ogre scouts. Chief! They are here! The scout's voice echoed across the village, filled with urgency and dread. Orcs will be here soon. As soon as the words left the scout's mouth, the tension in the air thickened once more. Warriors immediately tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to rush forward and defend their home. The sound of steel on steel, as swords and axes were unsheathed, filled the night air. But before they could take even one step, Edelgard's commanding voice rang out. Stop. Only I will be stepping outside the gates of the village. Her words brought the warriors to a sudden halt, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Warriors. Stay here and protect the people. Do not even think about interfering in my battle. Her tone left no room for debate. With steady steps, Edelgard walked through the village gates and positioned herself at the forefront, the only barrier between her people and the oncoming orc horde. The sight of her standing alone, bathed in the cold light of the moon, was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. A few moments later, Edelgard unsheathed her jet-black axe and steadied her nerves as she laid her eyes on the approaching orc lord and his army. The dense, ancient trees of the Jura forest trembled as the earth quaked beneath the march of 200,000 orcs. The air was thick with the stench of bloodlust and desperation, a vile miasma that clung to the leaves and dirt. At the head of the horde stood the Orc Lord, towering over his minions, his eyes burning with a hunger that could devour the world. His grotesque form was a mass of bulging muscle and steel-like skin, pulsating with the power he had stolen from countless victims. Every step he took reverberated through the forest, echoing the doom he promised to bring. Across the battlefield, the lone figure of Edelgard stood in defiance, her gaze fixed on her husband's killer. Her cold, piercing eyes were devoid of fear, but beneath the surface, a storm of emotions raged. Her white hair whipped in the wind, and the black axe in her hand felt as though it was thirsting for the blood of her enemies. In normal circumstances, even the bravest of the orcs would have hesitated to approach her, sensing the death that radiated from her very being. But now, driven by their leader's overwhelming bloodlust and madness, they charged forward without a second thought, a mindless horde intent on destruction. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed through the forest as Edelgard lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, she was already upon them, her axe cleaving through the air with such a blinding speed that the orcs had no time to react. Edelgard swung her axe, and the skill, axe mastery, activated with flawless precision. The first blow sliced through the orc general leading the charge as if he were made of paper, his body splitting apart in a fountain of blood. The second swing decapitated another general who attempted a cowardly strike from her blind side, his head tumbled to the ground before his body realized it was dead. The orcs scrambled to raise their weapons, but it was futile. Edelgard was a blur of motion, her multi-slash skill allowing her to cut down scores of orcs in a single sweep. With every strike, her axe moved with unparalleled efficiency, guided by the collective knowledge of the greatest axe wielders to ever live. 200 fell before her, their blood staining the earth, their screams a bitter symphony to the ears of a widow who had lost her husband to these monsters. The ogres who watched from behind the village gate stood in stunned silence, awe, and fear mingling in their eyes. Even Edelgard's own children, who had known her as a gentle and loving mother, could barely recognize the warrior that now stood before them. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of the fallen, and the woman who stood on top of them was littered with her enemy's blood with no sign of stopping anytime soon. Meanwhile on the battlefield, even though it looked like Edelgard had the upper hand right now, the situation wasn't that simple at all. At that time only she knew that using her unique skill was taking a toll on her body. Moreover, even though Edelgard was cutting down orcs with prime efficiency, the numbers were against her. For every orc that fell, another took its place, driven by the orc lord's insatiable hunger and will. The tide of bodies was endless, and the longer the battle dragged on, the more the scales tipped out of her favor. Edelgard's mind raced as she assessed the situation. There was only one way to end this, and that was to take down the orc lord himself. Without hesitation, she made her decision. With blinding speed, she maneuvered through the throng of orcs, cutting down any that dared to stand in her way. Her target was clear, the orc lord that led this horde. The orc lord's eyes narrowed as he watched Edelgard approach. Her determination was palpable, but he did not falter. With a bellow that shook the very trees around them, he charged toward her, his massive cleaver raised high. The ground splintered under his weight, and the air hummed with the raw power of his presence. Edelgard met his charge head-on, her axe clashing against the cleaver in a shower of sparks. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the forest, toppling trees and scattering debris. They exchanged blows with the speed and ferocity of a lightning storm, each strike powerful enough to shatter the earth beneath them. But as the battle raged on, Edelgard quickly realized that the Orc Lord was no ordinary opponent. Every time she struck, the Orc Lord absorbed the blow, his flesh rippling as he regenerated the damage almost instantly. His cleaver swung with brutal precision, nearly catching Edelgard off guard more than once. His sheer size and strength began to overwhelm her, pushing her back with every clash of their weapons. The Orc Lord roared and brought his cleaver down with a force that would have split a mountain in two. Edelgard barely managed to parry, the impact sending her skidding backward, her feet digging furrows into the ground. She panted, her chest heaving as she struggled to maintain her focus. The Orc Lord was relentless, and even with her ultra-speed regeneration, she could feel the toll the battle was taking on her body. The Orc Lord sensed her hesitation and pressed the advantage, his attacks becoming more frenzied, more brutal. Edelgard could see the madness in his eyes, the unyielding hunger that drove him. He swung again, and this time, Edelgard wasn't fast enough. The cleaver grazed her side, clashing against her with a deadly force. Pain shot through her, but she was glad that the armor, a gift from her new lord, Rimuru, had saved her life. Even so, the realization dawned on her, this battle wasn't winnable. Not like this. The Orc Lord's army was endless, and his regenerative powers rivaled her own. No matter how many she killed, they kept coming, and her strength was not infinite. With a growl of frustration, Edelgard leaped back, putting distance between herself and the Orc Lord. She could feel the weight of the orc's gazes on her, thousands of eyes filled with hatred, fear, and bloodlust. But she wasn't foolish enough to let pride dictate her actions. She knew the fate of the last chief who had let his pride rule him, and she wasn't going to make the same mistake. Damn it. Edelgard gritted her teeth, frustration boiling over. Even after gaining this new power, I still can't end this monstrosity. The fear she had kept at bay now gripped her heart as she realized the terrible truth: if she fell here, her village, her people, everyone she cared about would be slaughtered by these monsters. Her mind raced, searching for a solution. She couldn't fall here, not like this. But as she looked at the overwhelming horde before her and the monstrous figure of the Orc Lord, doubt crept into her heart. She needed a plan, a way to turn the tide, or everything would be lost. But then, just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, hope reignited in Edelgard's heart as she heard a voice she desperately wanted to hear. That was a splendid performance. She whipped her head around, and there, beside her, stood her new lord, Rimuru, a calm smile on his face. I am glad I chose you to lead this village. Edelgard's heart swelled with pride and happiness. The fatigue that had begun to weigh on her shoulders lifted as Rimuru's words confirmed that her efforts had not been in vain. Thank you, Lord, she replied, her voice trembling with emotion as she dropped to one knee right there on the battlefield. For a moment, the chaos around her faded away, the looming presence of the Orc Lord, the relentless march of his army, none of it mattered. She knew, without a doubt, that her lord wouldn't let any harm come to her or her people. Stand up, Edelgard, Rimuru said gently, placing his hands on her shoulders and helping her to her feet. You did well, now stand back. Let me take care of this. Lord, please, Edelgard pleaded, her voice filled with urgency. Let me support you. I can't just stand back and watch while my people are the ones being attacked. Edelgard, did you forget what I told you before? Rimuru asked in a voice that sent shivers down Edelgard's spine. The moment I took this village under my rule, you and all of its residents became my people. So stand back and let me deal with this Orc Lord that dares to threaten my people. Edelgard hesitated for a moment, her warrior spirit yearning to fight alongside her lord, but she knew better than to disobey his command. Reluctantly, she stepped back, her eyes never leaving Rimuru as he turned his attention to the Orc Lord. Then he turned towards Orc Lord and started walking towards it leisurely. Well, Mr. Orc Lord, let's see what are you made of. To be continued. Chapter 16, Orc Disaster, Geld. Ciel. Voice of the World. Well, Mr. Orc Lord, let's see what you're made of, Rimuru said with a confident smirk, his tone laced with arrogance. Hands casually stuffed into his pockets, he began a leisurely stroll toward the Orc Lord. There was no rush in his steps, no sense of urgency in his demeanor, and his eyes betrayed no hint of concern. As he moved forward, Rimuru became acutely aware of several presences surrounding him, silently observing the unfolding battle. The first presence was Henrietta, the head of the spy organization from Dwargon. Ever since Rimuru's visit to Dwargon, she had been stationed around Tempest, keeping a watchful eye on him. Given the fantastic impression Rimuru left on Gazel, it was no surprise that Dwargon considered him a top priority target, hence why they had sent Henrietta, their best available spy, to personally monitor his every move. However, despite her best attempts at maintaining secrecy, Rimuru made a habit of playfully taunting her by sending over delicious food from time to time, a subtle reminder that he was fully aware of her presence, much to her frustration. The second presence belonged to a team from the Kingdom of Blumund. Consisting of 4 highly skilled humans, they had hidden their presence remarkably well, a testament to Blumund's reputation as the Kingdom of Information. Honestly, Rimuru respected Blumund's hustle to maintain their reputation and status against these other superpowers of the West, despite being a small nation itself. The third group consisted of a Magian and a demon from Demon Lord Clayman's camp. The Magian, Piron, one of Clayman's 5 fingers, hovered in the sky, surveying the scene below. Meanwhile, the demon, Gelmud, concealed himself in the shadows, broadcasting the battle back to Clayman's castle for the eyes of Clayman and the other 2 demon lords, Carrion and Fry. The fourth group consisted of 2 clowns, Tyr and Footman, lurking nearby, most likely keeping an eye on the battlefield for either Laplace or Yuki. As he sensed their presence, he suddenly remembered something and telepathically instructed Testarossa, Testa, there are 2 clowns currently watching the battle. Go to them and capture the fat one. With his orders given, Rimuru shifted his focus to the last, and perhaps most surprising, presence he had sensed. This one had appeared only minutes ago, lingering at least 5 kilometers away from the battlefield. They were perched calmly on a distant cliff and their icy blue eyes fixed on the events unfolding in the forest. Then, for a brief moment, their gazes met across the distance. Though their presence piqued his curiosity, Rimuru knew this was not the time to address them, so he returned his attention back to the Orc Lord and continued walking toward him. The Orc Lord, upon seeing this new enemy appear on the field, let his anger be known as he unleashed an earth-shattering roar, raising his cleaver menacingly toward Rimuru, signaling his troops to attack. In response to their leader's roar, thousands of orcs raised their weapons and charged at Rimuru. However, before they could even take a single step, Rimuru casually removed his hand from his pocket and made a simple swiping down motion with his fingers. The next moment, every single orc on the battlefield, aside from the Orc Lord himself, collapsed to the ground, crushed under an overwhelming gravitational force that pushed them from above. Those watching from the sidelines were left shocked and dumbfounded. A force of more than 200,000 orcs had been rendered helpless with just a swipe of Rimuru's 2 fingers. Whether they were humans or demons, a new wave of awe and fear surged through the hearts of all the spectators. It was one thing to witness a dragon or a demon lord causing widespread destruction. Such chaos often felt impersonal, a consequence of raw power. But what Rimuru had just done was precise, deliberate, and terrifying in its simplicity. Although he had merely subdued the orc army for now, it didn't take much imagination to envision what would happen if Rimuru had even 2 of his subordinates joined in to finish the task. To all the watchers, what Rimuru had just done was nothing short of outrageous. Meanwhile, the orc lord was seething with fury at the sight of his army in such a pitiful state. With a deafening roar, he charged at Rimuru, swinging his giant cleaver with all his might. Rimuru, however, elegantly dodged the first few swings with ease. He then pulled out a small pocket knife and effortlessly deflected the orc lord's massive cleaver, demonstrating his overwhelming power to onlookers. After a few minutes of toying with the enraged orc lord, Rimuru began to grow bored. Dodging one more attack, he coated his knife in black flames and slashed at the orc lord, sending him flying backward with a deep, burning wound slashed across his chest. The orc lord staggered to his feet, more enraged than ever, but then he noticed something alarming: the wound on his chest wasn't healing. Desperate, he grabbed a nearby orc and brutally tore it in half before consuming him, an act of brutality that left nearly all the onlookers in utter disgust. However, just then, the orc lord's power spiked to a new level as a violent purple aura surrounded and gushed out of his body. Well, it's about time, Rimuru thought with a smirk when the voice of the world echoed in his and every person's ear who was watching the battle. Orc Lord Geld has evolved into orc disaster. As soon as those words were heard, panic spread among the onlookers, especially the ogres and humans who had been watching the battle. But then, once again, Rimuru did something outrageous that none of them thought was possible. As the Orc Lord roared with his newfound power, releasing an even more terrifying aura, Rimuru suddenly appeared in front of him in a blur of motion and placed his hand on the Orc Lord's chest. "Sorry, Geld, but your journey ends here," Rimuru said calmly. Those were the last words Geld heard before everything went dark. When Geld opened his eyes again, he found himself in an infinite white plain. The overwhelming hunger, rage, and madness that had consumed him moments before were gone, leaving only a strange sense of calm. As he tried to make sense of his surroundings, he noticed another presence nearby. Turning towards it, he was startled to see the magen he had been fighting just moments ago standing beside him. "It's over, Geld. You are already dead," Rimuru calmly informed him in a gentle but firm voice. "No. I can't die yet. My people will starve to death. I need to keep feeding them," Geld pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. But his body and spirit felt powerless, drained of all the strength and fury that had driven him. Overwhelmed by helplessness, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, a warm feeling enveloped him as he felt a comforting hand placed on his back. "Don't worry, Geld. From now on, I will take care of your people," Rimuru said in a kind, reassuring voice. "Here, let me show you something." With those words, Rimuru extended his hand, and the white plain around them began to shift and change. Geld watched as the scene before him transformed into an unfamiliar landscape of marshlands, depicting a different battle between Gled and Rimuru in an alternate reality. A tug-of-war between Rimuru's, Predator, and Geld's, Starved, skills resulted in Gled's defeat in the end. Rimuru showed him a promise made to another Geld, one where Rimuru vowed to take care of his people and take responsibility for their sins. Geld watched in awe as Rimuru took all the surviving orcs under his wing, offering them a place in Tempest. He saw how his people began to thrive under Rimuru's care, working together with the other races to build a new life. The visions shifted again, showing feasts and celebrations where his people, once emaciated and desperate, now laughed and danced, their bellies full and their hearts content. He saw orc children studying in school and playing with children of many different races, their faces alight with joy and curiosity. But most of all, what captured Geld's attention were the smiles. The genuine, happy smiles of his people, faces that no longer bore the marks of hunger or despair. "Are they really my people?" he asked, his voice trembling with emotion. "Yes, they are your people, and this is the future that awaits them," Rimuru replied softly. "Geld, you have done so much for your people, but now it's time for you to rest. Leave them to me." Geld looked up at Rimuru, a small, relieved smile breaking through his tears. "I see, in that case, please take care of them, Rimuru-san," he said, his voice filled with gratitude and trust. With that, he closed his eyes, his burden finally lifted. "Don't worry, I will take care of everyone," Rimuru promised and remembered the compliment Geld had given him in the last timeline. "I am quite greedy, after all." As those words reached Geld's ears, he felt a profound peace settle over him for the first time in years. Knowing that his people were in good hands, he allowed himself to truly rest. His spirit, once tormented by endless hunger and rage, finally found peace as he drifted into eternal slumber. In the real world, As soon as Rimuru placed his hand on Geld's chest, golden flames suddenly erupted, engulfing the massive orc lord. The intense fire crackled and roared, yet there was an almost serene quality to its glow. Moments later, Geld collapsed to the ground, still burning in those ethereal golden flames. Geld's brother, freed from the influence of starved, hesitantly stepped forward. His heart was heavy with helplessness and sorrow as he watched the flames consume what was once his proud and powerful sibling. But as he drew closer, something unexpected caught his eye. Geld's face, rather than twisted in pain or anger, bore a gentle, content smile. It was as if, in those final moments, Geld had found peace, a peace that had eluded him for so long. The sight filled his brother with a bittersweet mixture of relief and sadness. A few moments later, the golden fire completed its task, reducing Geld's massive form to ashes. As the last remnants of the flames flickered out, the ashes were caught by a soft breeze and scattered into the air, carried away like whispers on the wind, marking the end of orc disaster. Geld. As silence settled on the battlefield, Rimuru's loud yet authoritative voice suddenly echoed across the plain. Orcs. You have two options, you either surrender or continue to fight, he declared in an unwavering voice. However, if you surrender to me, I promise you that not a single orc will ever go hungry from this day onward. The choice is yours. The orcs exchanged glances as the weight of Rimuru's promise sank in. A moment later, the collective decision was made as each one of them dropped to one knee, submitting where they stood. Orc Lord's brother walked toward Rimuru and knelt before him. We orcs surrender to you, my lord, he proclaimed with conviction on the behalf of all of his comrades. Good. In that case, I accept you under my rule, Rimuru said and summoned Ciel. Ciel, lead these orcs back to Tempest and establish a temporary camp for now. Then consult with Rigard about their housing situation, he'll know what to do. Ciel absorbed the instructions carefully, nodded in acknowledgement, and began guiding the orcs toward their new home. Now that this is taken care of, let's get to the important topic, shall we? Rimuru announced, ensuring that everyone around him could hear. In the next moment, Gelmud, who had been hiding in the shadows, was violently yanked out of his concealment by an unseen force, landing face first in the dirt in front of Rimuru. Rimuru looked down at the demon with cold, merciless eyes and stomped his foot on the back of Gelmud's head, eliciting a pained yelp. As Gelmud writhed in agony, Rimuru noticed the crystal ball lying next to him. He picked it up, examining it with an ominous smile. Hello, Clayman. I hope you enjoyed the show, Rimuru said, his voice dripping with mockery as the realization dawned on those around him that Rimuru was addressing a demon lord. Oh, I know it's you on the other side, watching as your entire scheme crumbles before me. Honestly, it wasn't a bad plan, Rimuru continued, almost as if praising Clayman's efforts. In all likelihood, you would have succeeded today in destroying the ogre village. But, unfortunately for you, someone like me happened to appear in this forest, and now all your plans lie in ruins. Rimuru's tone shifted to one of chilling seriousness. Now, here's what's going to happen, he said, his gaze narrowing at the crystal ball. Carrion and Fry, I know you had nothing to do with this scheme, so I hold no grudge against you. But as for you, Clayman, Rimuru's eyes darkened with intent, you tried to plot within Jura Forest, which is my territory. You've already offended me, but I'll overlook this offense, considering you didn't know of my existence. However, should you attempt anything against me, my country, or my people again, demon lord or not, I will end your existence. With that final warning, Rimuru crushed the crystal ball into pieces, the fragments scattering on the ground, severing Clayman's connection. Rimuru then grabbed Gelmud by the collar and walked toward Edelgard, who stood at a respectful distance. Stopping in front of her, he tossed the demon at her feet. Here, take this demon and publicly execute him. That should help quell some of your people's anger, Rimuru said, his tone leaving no room for argument. As for Clayman, leave him to me. Sooner or later, he will find himself on the wrong end of my blade. Of course, Lord, Edelgard responded, picking up Gelmud by the collar in a manner similar to Rimuru's own earlier action. Also, tomorrow I will visit your village and speak with your people, Rimuru added. Edelgard respectfully nodded as she took Gelmud back to the village with her. Now then, let's deal with the unexpected surprise, Rimuru murmured to himself. In an instant, he vanished from the forest, reappearing moments later on a distant cliff, standing behind a beautiful woman with striking white hair. Honestly, I'm quite surprised, and a little curious, about what such a majestic and beautiful lady is doing here, Frost Dragon Velzard, Rimuru said with a charming smile. Our surprise is quite mutual, Velzard responded, turning to face him. Her diamond blue eyes locked onto his golden ones with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. I was also wondering when the fifth entity of our kind was born into this world. To be continued. Chapter 17, Frost Dragon, Velzard. Ciel. Voice of the World. Frost Dragon Velzard, one of the 3 living true dragons and the eldest of her kind, stood before the blue-haired man, scrutinizing him with a curious, intrigued gaze as she could sense the familiar aura of a true dragon emanating from him. Truthfully, Velzard was impressed. The man had mastered hiding his true dragon essence to such an extent that even her siblings, Scorched Dragon Velgrind and Storm Dragon Veldora, likely wouldn't notice, even if they were sitting next to him. The last time she had seen such control over one's own existence was from her elder brother, Star King Dragon Veldonava, the creator of the Cardinal World. Veldonava had developed this very technique to spend time with his human mate, Lucia, without terrifying the inhabitants of the Cardinal World with his overwhelming presence and a large number of magicules that are poisonous to most humans. Although the man's technique was equally remarkable, it didn't pose a challenge for Velzard. As the eldest, she had spent the most time with Veldonava, who taught her how to see through this concealment, just in case she ever needed to track down not only him but any other true dragon if the need ever arose. And that's exactly how she discovered this man's existence. It had all begun a few months ago. She had been lounging in her frost palace when she felt something peculiar, her brother Veldora's presence disappearing from the world. At first, she paid it no mind. Veldora had been sealed in Infinity Prison, and it was only a matter of time before he disappeared and was eventually reborn somewhere else. The thought of educating him again, as she had many times before, had even brought a sadistic smile to her face. She ignored the incident for months until today, when she realized something, by her calculations, he wasn't supposed to perish for another 100 years. Suspicious, she decided to investigate and used her secret technique to search for her brother's true dragon factor. To her surprise, she found not only him, but also sensed that he was no longer confined within the Infinity Prison, as he wasn't in the same place she last sensed him. What alarmed her even more was the presence of another unfamiliar true dragon factor nearby, an entity she had never encountered before. Curiosity piqued, Velzard left her frozen dominion in the ice continent and followed this strange new presence all the way to Jura Forest. Upon her arrival, she quickly located the man, emitting the true dragon aura. And much to her surprise he too noticed her almost immediately, and while most would have been cautious under such scrutiny, Velzard was fearless. She was one of the strongest beings in existence, after all. Fear was a foreign concept to her. However, as she watched this man wield golden flames during the battle, a rare sense of caution flickered in her mind. Those flames, they rivaled her own ice, her ice that could even give trouble to Scorched Dragon Velgrind herself. Not one to take unnecessary risks, Velzard transformed into her true adult form, just as the man appeared behind her. Honestly, I'm quite surprised, and a little curious, about what such a majestic and beautiful lady is doing here, Frost Dragon Velzard, he said with a playful smile. She turned to face him, and despite herself, had to admit that he was rather handsome up close. Our surprise is quite mutual, Velzard responded. Her diamond blue eyes locked onto his golden ones with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. I was also wondering when the fifth entity of our kind was born into this world. Who gave you that idea? The man replied, raising an eyebrow, amusement playing on his lips. My name is Rimuru, by the way, and as far as you know, I might have just been born into this world like you said, or I might have always been around. Who knows? He shrugged playfully, a glint of mischief in his eyes, much to Velzard's annoyance. That's impossible, Velzard declared with unwavering confidence. I am the first true dragon to exist after my brother, the creator himself. He would have told me if another sibling of our kind had been existing in this world. Ah, that's where you're mistaken, Rimuru replied. Though I may be considered a true dragon in some ways, I'm not your sibling. Unlike Veldora, we haven't acknowledged each other as such. I see, Velzard mused, eyes narrowing slightly. So, you're the reason my little brother suddenly has the ability to conceal his presence so masterfully. She crossed her arms. But you say you're not a true dragon, even though you have the essence of one. If that's the case, then what are you? If I had to describe myself, Rimuru began thoughtfully, I'd say I'm a subspecies of true dragon, comparable to your kind. The key difference is that I don't have the same reincarnation cycle that you naturally born true dragons do. That being said, I will say one thing though, I'm quite confident that I am much harder to kill than you guys. Well, aren't you humble? Velzard scoffed, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Claiming your resilience surpasses that of a true dragon. You must have a lot of confidence in that tiny body of yours. If you doubt me, why don't you try me for yourself? Rimuru teased, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively. Velzard rolled her eyes at his obvious innuendo. No, there's no need for that, she said with a shake of her head. I'm not an ill-tempered, whiny little girl like Velgrind or a hot-headed moron like Veldora. Save your provocations for them. Thanks for the advice. I'll be sure to do that, Rimuru replied, bowing his head in mock sincerity. It might have fooled her if not for the mischievous glint in his eyes, revealing that he wasn't serious at all. Then the playful atmosphere between Rimuru and Velzard vanished as Rimuru narrowed his eyes, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. By the way, earlier you said your brother would have told you about me if I had existed before, but are you sure that's really the case? Do you honestly believe your brother has shared every single secret of this world with you? Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted as Velzard's eyes turned icy, glaring at Rimuru. Though Velzard was usually calm and composed, there was one thing she could never tolerate, any insult toward her elder brother. "What do you mean by that, Rimuru?" she asked, her voice frigid enough to send shivers through anyone in the world, but Rimuru remained unfazed, maintaining his calm expression despite her growing fury. "Calm down, Velzard. If we were in a public place, you might have scared a lot of children and adults just now," Rimuru chuckled, attempting to diffuse the tension. But it was clear from the icy glare in her eyes that Velzard wasn't in the mood for jokes. "Very well," Rimuru said, dropping the humor. "If you don't believe me, then allow me to tell you a secret, something your brother never told you. A secret that's quite relevant to you." Curiosity flickered briefly in Velzard's heart, though she remained stern, determined to hear what Rimuru had to say before passing judgment. "Tell me, Velzard, did you know that all individuals who possess an ultimate skill from the virtue system can be controlled by the holder of, Lord of Justice, Michael?" Rimuru said, watching with amusement as Velzard's eyes widened in genuine surprise. "What?" Velzard exclaimed, disbelief and shock evident on her face. "In fact," Rimuru continued, "not only does Lord of Justice, Michael, have control over the virtue system skills, but it also has absolute control over any holder of angelic skills." He watched as her expression paled further. "So now you must realize that you, who possess Lord of Patience, Gabriel, are at risk of being controlled by the current holder of Lord of Justice, Michael." Velzard's eyes widened even more, and she stared at Rimuru in disbelief. "How does he know about my ultimate skill?" she thought. "This is the first time I'm meeting him. There's no way he should have this kind of information on me." As these thoughts raced through her mind, Rimuru's potential threat level increased dramatically in her estimation. "And yet," Rimuru continued, as though unaware of her growing shock, "I don't think Rudra will use ultimate dominion on you, at least, not yet. You're more valuable as a pawn in his future plans, likely to be used against Guy." He casually dropped another bombshell of information. "Unfortunately for your sister Velgrind, she doesn't have that kind of leverage. Her skill, Lord of Charity, Rugel, also falls under the virtue system, and given her affection for Rudra, I'd wager she's already heavily influenced by him." Velzard's fists clenched as the truth behind Rimuru's words sank in. She had known that Rudra possessed Lord of Justice, Michael. After all, she was there when he traded his Lord of Vows, Uriel, for it. But she had never imagined that Michael could wield such power over the ultimate skills of the virtue system. How do I know you're telling the truth?" Velzard asked, her voice softer now but still filled with uncertainty. True, you have no reason to trust me," Rimuru acknowledged with a thoughtful nod. "In that case," he said, producing a crystal ball out of nowhere and offering it to her, "this will serve as proof of my words. I could give it to you, but in return, I want a promise." Velzard looked at the crystal ball suspiciously. "What kind of promise?" she asked. "It's simple. I want you to promise not to mention a single word of this conversation to Guy," Rimuru replied. "Huh? Why?" Velzard asked, genuinely confused. "Because," Rimuru sighed, "I have a lot of things to handle in the coming days, and I don't want to deal with that annoying fellow right now." Velzard narrowed her eyes. "And how do you know I'll keep my promise?" she challenged. "Honestly, I don't," Rimuru admitted with a carefree shrug. "But I like to think we're friends now, and friends don't break each other's trust." He smiled sweetly, though Velzard could sense the mischief behind it. "Besides, even if you did tell him, I'd deal with him myself. The problem is that Guy is shameless enough to keep bothering me, no matter how many times I beat him." After taking a moment to think about Rimuru's offer, Velzard sighed and took the crystal ball from Rimuru's hand. "Fine, I will keep our conversation a secret," she said. "Anyway, what is this?" she asked, gesturing towards the crystal ball. "Don't worry about it. As I mentioned, it's proof that I wasn't lying to you. Just pour your magicules into it when you see your sister next time," Rimuru explained. "By the next time you see her, keep two things in mind. First, observe your sister carefully and see if you notice any unusual behavior. For example, see if she's doing or saying things that are out of character. And second, remember that Lord of Justice, Michael's strongest ability is Castle Guard." With those final words, Rimuru flashed her one last smile before disappearing, vanishing from sight. Velzard stared at the spot where Rimuru had stood just moments ago, then down at the crystal ball in her hand. Letting out a tired sigh, she muttered, "I never thought a casual visit would turn into something so troublesome." With a heavy heart, she turned and flew back toward the ice continent, although her mind was still going through the revelations she had just received. Armed nation of Dwargon. In the private quarters of Dwargon Castle, two men sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts as they shared a drink. The room, dimly lit and filled with the faint smell of alcohol, felt heavier than usual. King Gazel Dwargo, ruler of the armed nation of Dwargon, and Guildmaster Fuse were both wearing grave expressions as they read through the recent report of the battle between Rimuru Tempest and the Orc Lord. To kill Orc Disaster with a single touch. Fuse muttered, rubbing his temples. His voice was laced with disbelief as he tried to comprehend what he had just read. How am I even supposed to report this back to the king without sounding like a complete nutcase? That's not even the worst part, Ciel sighed, downing another glass of alcohol in one gulp. He pointed at a specific section of the report. Look at this. Subduing 200,000 orcs with a single spell, this is beyond even my understanding. How could any nation hope to survive if they became enemies with such a monster? That's more than half of our nation, Fuse said in a low voice. We have a population of around 300,000 people. If Rimuru ever decided to turn against us, he could wipe out 2/3 of the kingdom of Blumund with a snap of his fingers. To emphasize his point, Fuse snapped his own fingers, the sharp sound echoing through the silent room. Just like that. Thank you for that wonderful thought, Fuse, Ciel replied bitterly, shaking his head while Fuse grimaced. And it gets worse. This demon lord Clayman seems to be behind the Orc Lord's rampage, and according to the report, Rimuru openly expressed hostility toward him. Rimuru's gutsy, that's for sure, Fuse muttered, leaning back in his chair. But what happens if that Lord of Darkness himself decides to retaliate? He may not take kindly to Rimuru targeting his subordinates. Ciel set his glass down, staring at it in contemplation. There are two possibilities, he said slowly. Either Rimuru is overconfident and unaware of the forces he's dealing with, or... His voice trailed off as he looked Fuse in the eye, he's already powerful enough that he doesn't fear Clayman. Or even the Lord of Darkness. No, no, no. Fuse exclaimed, shaking his head furiously. I don't want to hear that. I've had enough troubling news for one day, don't add any more to the pile. He quickly drained his glass and stood up, signaling he was done for the night. As Fuse departed, Ciel remained in the room, staring into his drink as his mind raced with countless thoughts. He considered every possible outcome, and every strategy, but no matter the route he envisioned, it all led to one inevitable conclusion. I need to form an alliance with Rimuru, Ciel thought, his expression hardening with resolve. For the survival of this nation. He took a final sip, sealing his determination with that last drink. Harpy Queendom of Fulbrosia. After returning from Clayman's territory, Fry slumped onto her throne, rubbing her temples in frustration. That damned Clayman. He nearly managed to steer that monster right into my kingdom. Fry muttered angrily. Thank the stars that man was reasonable enough to understand we had nothing to do with that fool. As she closed her eyes and leaned back, the events of the day replayed in her mind. She couldn't stop the involuntary shudder that ran through her body as she remembered the battle she had witnessed. The image of the blue-haired men, subduing the orcs with terrifying ease replayed in her thoughts. Fry was the queen of the harpy race, a species that prided itself on its speed and wings. But she knew, if that man could bring 200,000 orcs to their knees with a mere spell, her kingdom's strength could be neutralized just as quickly. What unsettled her even more was the fact that this powerful man was building a nation right next to her own and there was absolutely nothing she could do about it. She clenched her fists in frustration. She might bear the title of a demon lord, but the cold truth was glaring at her with the fact that she was no match for that blue-haired man. It wasn't just his power that frightened her. Orc disaster was formidable, yes, but Fry was confident that she could have handled him in a direct fight. No, it was Rimuru's presence, his gaze through the glass ball after the battle. The moment he looked at her, Frey's instinct screamed danger. Every fiber of her being, every animalistic instinct honed from years of survival as a harpy queen, had begged her to stay away from this predator. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a loud bang as the door to her throne room burst open, splintering into pieces. Ancient demon lord, Melim sauntered in, oblivious to the destruction she had caused. Fry. How are you? I came to play. Melim chirped cheerfully, leaving behind a trail of broken doors. Fry sighed, glancing at the shattered remnants of the doors. This girl has no respect for doors, she thought in exasperation. She had tried countless times to encourage Melim to act more elegantly, but the girl was far too free-spirited, doing as she pleased without a second thought. Sorry, Melim, Fry said truthfully, shaking her head. I can't play right now. That meeting at Clayman's drained all the energy out of me. Melim's expression immediately shifted to an exaggerated pout. What? Clayman hosted a meeting and didn't invite me. How rude. Fry barely stifled a smirk at Melim's childlike outburst. But Melim quickly recovered, her curiosity piqued as she eyed Fry. So, what happened at this meeting? Not much, Fry replied with a tired wave of her hand. Just watched Clayman's so-called brilliant plan crumble into a million pieces. Melim's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ooh. That sounds fun. Tell me more. Fry sighed, knowing Melim wouldn't let up. Well, it started with a Kijin woman. She recounted the day's events to Melim, how a Kijin warrior had defeated the Orc Lord's subordinates, and how the blue-haired man had performed absurd feats on the battlefield, ending with his warning to Clayman. Melim listened intently, her eyes gleaming with interest. Oh. This blue-haired guy sounds interesting, she exclaimed, practically bouncing in place. You think he's strong? Fry paused, considering her words carefully. I don't know what you define as strong, Malim, but this man is definitely stronger than me and Carrion, for that matter. Malim's face lit up with excitement. Is that so? Well then, I guess I'll just have to test his strength myself. Before Fry could react, Malim clapped her hands and made up her mind. Yes. It's decided. I'll go and test this man's strength myself. To be continued. Hey everyone. If you're enjoying the story so far, please consider leaving stones and comments for the chapters as well as a review on this story. Your involvement helps to increase the story's visibility. Thank you. Chapter 18, The Queen of Ants, Cassandra. Ciel. Voice of the World. After dealing with Velzard, Rimuru returned to Tempest, making a beeline straight to his house. Despite his body being immune to fatigue, his mind felt the weight of the day. It was a remnant from his human life, an old habit of letting his mental exhaustion linger, though he could easily negate it. Yet, he chose not to, finding satisfaction in the weariness that came from a productive day. Upon entering the house, Rimuru flopped onto the couch, eager to unwind. However, as soon as he sat down, a pair of soft hands wrapped around his neck, and a familiar face appeared next to him. You look tired. Had a long day? Shizu asked, rubbing her cheek against his affectionately. Yeah, kind of, Rimuru said, turning his head to give her a quick peck on the lips. A mischievous grin crossed his face. But I know a great way to get rid of that fatigue, if you know what I mean. He pulled her closer, initiating a deeper kiss. After a moment, Shizu pulled back, her breath a little ragged, and playfully swatted Rimuru's arm. Calm down, lover boy, she teased with a smile. No need to start anything here. We have a bedroom for that. Yeah, you're right, Rimuru said with a laugh, pulling her gently from behind the couch and making her sit beside him. Then he lay down, resting his head on her lap. Now this is what I call comfortable. Oh, how lovely, Shizu teased, rolling her eyes. From Conqueror of Flames to Pillow for My Beloved. What a promotion. Despite her sarcasm, she smiled and ran her fingers through his long, silky blue hair. Rimuru grinned, enjoying the warmth of the moment. Love, you watched my battle against the orcs, right? What did you think? He asked, looking up at her. Before heading out to face the Orc Lord, Rimuru had made arrangements for Shizu to watch the battle unfold from the comfort of their home. Even though he had asked her not to reveal her existence to the world until his visit to the kingdom of Inglacia, he wasn't going to leave her out of the loop regarding the evolving situations around them. Shizu put on a mock high-pitched voice, impersonating a giddy fangirl. You look so handsome and dashing while defeating that Orc Lord like it was nothing, she teased, mimicking a love-struck girl, which made Rimuru laugh. Then, her expression softened. But seriously, a demon lord, huh? Not that I'm surprised. So, what's next? Are we going to war with this claimant? Are you worried about your boyfriend? Rimuru responded, mimicking Shizu's love-struck voice from earlier. Honestly, as your girlfriend, I should be worried, Shizu said, rolling her eyes. But knowing how ridiculously powerful you are, it'd just be a waste of both our time. Her tone became more serious. Still, be careful. Demon lords are tricky opponents, and things could get messy if Guy Crimson decides to get involved. Rimuru waved off the concern. Don't worry. Even if Guy does get involved, it won't be a problem. But I doubt he'll care, he said, knowing well that Guy Crimson really didn't give much of a shit about demon lords and their business. The only two demon lords he actually cared about were Malim and Ramiris, the two oldest demon lords alongside him. Otherwise, he won't do jack shit unless it gravely disrupts the balance of the world. Well, if you say so. Shizu shrugged, trusting his confidence. Over time, she had learned that when Rimuru made such statements, he usually had things well in hand. Then she shifted, gently removing her lap from under his head. Anyway, she said, standing up and stretching, I'm going to take a bath. Care to join me, love? Her voice dropped, teasingly sultry as she shot him an intense look. I'd love to. Rimuru sighed, giving her a dreamy look, but I have a few things to take care of before I can call it a night. You go ahead, I'll join you in bed soon. Alright, don't take too long, Shizu winked at him, playfully biting her lower lip as she headed toward their personal outdoor bath, aka a luxurious hot spring attached to their home. As she disappeared from view, Rimuru stared after her, shaking his head with a smirk. The sacrifices I make for this nation, he muttered with a chuckle. Poor master, I must create an extremely powerful skill to compensate for master's misfortune. Shut up, Ciel, and stop with your sarcasm, Rimuru rolled his eyes. Then his expression turned serious as he straightened up on the couch, adopting a dignified posture. Testa, Cien, he called, and in an instant, two demons appeared before him, kneeling respectfully. With a gesture, Rimuru motioned for them to stand. He first addressed Ciel. Ciel, what's the current situation with the orcs? They have already covered a considerable distance, my lord. They should arrive by tomorrow afternoon or evening, Ciel reported with precision. Good, Rimuru nodded. I have another task for you. Once the orcs arrive, hand them over to Rigard. Afterward, head to the orcs' old nation. Place some of your subordinates there and seal off the land. It might not be fertile anymore, but we can still find some other uses for it in the future. As you command, my lord, Ciel said, vanishing from the room without another word. Rimuru then turned his attention to Testarossa and the unconscious figure of the fat clown, footman lying at her feet, severely beaten and bruised, slumped in a heap. I see your mission was a success. Well done, Testa. Thank you for your praise, my lord, Testarossa said, a pleasant smile spreading across her face. Were there any complications? Rimuru asked, glancing at Testarossa. And what's your assessment of their strength? No, my lord, there were no complications, Testarossa replied. As for their strength, I must admit, they were stronger than I anticipated, especially when desperation set in, once they realized there was no escape. I expected as much, Rimuru said thoughtfully, knowing firsthand how annoying these clowns could be. He glanced at the fat clown, footman, and without hesitation, absorbed him into his body with a single motion. Ciel, the other soul, it's there, isn't it? Rimuru mentally asked. Indeed, master. The soul of the great evil sorcerer, Jahil, has already been implanted into Footman's body. So Feldway has been active much earlier than I anticipated, Rimuru thought. Ciel, separate the two souls and keep them isolated. I have plans for how to use them both effectively. It is already done, master. Thanks, partner, Rimuru thanked Ciel internally before turning his attention back to Testarossa. Testa, is there anything else to report? Yes, my lord. The envoy from the Lizardman village arrived earlier today. They've accepted your proposal and are ready to come under your rule, she explained. Perfect. In that case, tomorrow, visit both the Ogre and Lizardman villages and invite them here within 2 days, Rimuru instructed. Also, send the same message to the new leader of the orcs. We'll settle their issues during the meeting as well. Of course, lord, as you desire, Testarossa said with a respectful bow before disappearing from the room. With the day's matters finally settled, Rimuru leaned back, a small grin forming on his lips. With that out of the way, it's time to enjoy myself, he muttered, standing up and heading toward his bedroom. When Rimuru entered, he found Shizu lounging on the bed, her damp hair spilling over her shoulders, still fresh from her bath. She glanced up at him, a soft, knowing smile playing on her lips as their eyes met. Took you long enough, Shizu teased lightly, patting the empty space beside her. I was starting to think you'd let me fall asleep alone. Now, why would I ever do that? Rimuru chuckled, quickly shedding his clothes and joining her. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close, feeling the warmth of her body against his, and for the rest of the night, both of them lost themselves in the world of pleasure. The next day, Rimuru could be seen walking leisurely through the Jura forest, appreciating the beauty of the scenery around him. By his side was Framea, a lively rabbit girl whom Rimuru had come to regard as his sister. Her fluffy ears twitched excitedly, and she hummed a tune as she walked beside him, trying to match his pace. So, Naisama, where are we going? Framea asked, casting a curious glance up at Rimuru. We're going to meet someone, Rimuru replied, without glancing at Framea. Oh. Is there going to be a fight? Framea asked eagerly, shadowboxing the air with enthusiasm. I may have accidentally created a battle maniac, Rimuru thought with a strained smile. Hopefully not. My plan is to achieve my goal with words this time. Oh. Framea said, her excitement visibly dimming. So, why bring me instead of someone like Testa? She looks way more intimidating than little old me. I brought you because we haven't spent much time together recently, Rimuru smiled at her. Between me being busy with nation building and you being occupied as quality control officer, we've barely had time to hang out. Upon hearing Rimuru's explanation, Framea's face lit up, a beautiful smile blooming as she skipped happily beside him, her hands clasped behind her back. By the way, how's your training going? Rimuru asked, genuinely curious. It's going great actually, Framea said with a pleasant smile, which honestly surprised Rimuru. He was expecting her to whine and complain about Testarossa, but here she was smiling upon hearing his question. Testa is a slave driver, Framea explained, and she's pretty merciless, but her training is effective. I can feel my body getting stronger after each session. Plus, I'm way more efficient with my skills now. I can even maintain Usagi battle mode for 30 minutes without passing out, she finished with a proud grin. That's impressive, Framea, Rimuru said, ruffling her hair affectionately. He was genuinely impressed by her progress. Yeah, but I still haven't been able to beat Ciel land or land even a single hit on Testa, she said with a frown. Don't worry, you're far from the level where you could challenge Testarossa, Rimuru laughed, earning a scowl from Framea. You're supposed to encourage me, not tear me down, she pouted, making Rimuru laugh even harder. They continued walking and chatting until they arrived at a large, looming hill made entirely of dirt and mud. Here we are, Rimuru said, stopping in front of the mud mound. Where are we? Framea began but froze as she sensed multiple presences surrounding them. Naisama, we're. Rimuru cut her off with a smile, pressing a finger to his lips. Obeying his silent command, Framea stayed quiet, and seconds later, they were surrounded by hundreds of giant red ants. Naisama, what now? Framea asked, not appearing frightened at all by the army of giant ants surrounding them. Nothing, Rimuru replied calmly, placing his hands in his pockets. He began to release a portion of his aura, causing the surrounding ants to hesitate and retreat slightly. However, just as the ants began to withdraw, another 100 or so emerged from the mound, positioning themselves in a defensive line in front of the anthill. From the center of the line, a lone, enormous brown ant, twice the size of the others, crawled out and fixed its gaze on Rimuru. Naisama, is that? Framea whispered, staring at the massive ant. Yeah, that's the queen of this colony, Rimuru confirmed, watching the massive ant with interest. The ant queen's voice echoed in Rimuru's mind through telepathy. Powerful Majin, why have you approached my colony? Hearing Ant Queen's words, Rimuru raised a brow with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Before I answer your question, would you answer one of mine? What is your query, Majin? The Ant Queen replied. How is it that you're so fluent in human language when your kind doesn't usually interact with humans unless it's to prey upon them? Rimuru asked. You are indeed right that I do not interact with bipedal creatures of your kind, the Ant Queen replied. However, I have a skill that allows me to acquire the memories of the prey I consume. And in my several century-long life, I have consumed enough human-speaking beings to master the art of human language. Ah, I see. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity, Rimuru said, nodding in understanding. Ciel, did you know about this skill? Rimuru asked internally. Yes, master. The Ant Queen's skill is an inferior version of Predator, allowing her only to absorb memories, not abilities. Now that I have satisfied your query, tell me why you have approached my colony, the Ant Queen asked. Queen of Ants, I am here to invite you and your colony to join me under my rule, Rimuru announced, flaring his domineering aura once more. The Ant Queen's antennae twitched, but she remained calm. Majin, I am aware of your recent activities in the forest, but I do not understand why you would seek the allegiance of my kind. I have a project in mind that could benefit from your species' talents, Rimuru explained. Besides, after the orcs and lizard men, your ants are the strongest, not by individual strength but by sheer number, Rimuru said. Even now, he could sense almost 1,000 ants under the ground he was standing on. And what if I refuse to submit my colony to your rule, the Ant Queen asked, maintaining her calm demeanor. Suddenly, Rimuru's aura shifted, growing colder and more oppressive. Then I will have no choice but to eradicate your colony or drive you out of the forest, Rimuru said in a chilling voice. I cannot allow a dangerous element like you to thrive within my territory without my authority. You drive a hard bargain, Majin, the Queen said, her tone calm despite the deadly ultimatum. You know that forcing us out of the forest is a death sentence. Either way, you are sentencing my colony to death. You're quite perceptive, Ant Queen, Rimuru said. If you understand your situation, why can't I sense any anger or negative emotion towards me? Don't be mistaken, I am not fond of the situation you put me and my colony into. But living for so long has taught me one thing, which is the fact that strong prey on the weak. So I don't see anything wrong with you trying to subdue us with force, the Ant Queen calmly explained. I see. Rimuru nodded, respecting her pragmatic perspective. So, what is your decision? You ask as if I have a choice, the Queen chuckled, for the first time showing a hint of emotion. Very well, Majin. I, Queen of the Ants, willingly bow down and accept you as my new lord. Thank you for your cooperation, Queen of the Ants, Rimuru said sincerely. If you don't mind, I'd like to show my appreciation by granting you a name. I would be honored, my lord, the Queen said, standing before him. Rimuru gently placed his hand on the Ant Queen's head. Majestic Queen of Ants, from this day forward, you shall be known as Cassandra. As the name was bestowed, the Ant Queen's massive form began to glow. Moments later, the giant ant was replaced by a beautiful, muscular woman with dusky skin, long red hair, and black eyes. Her body was well-built, curvaceous, and striking, with ant-like antennae sprouting from her forehead. Creating a soul corridor with Cassandra. Success. Unique skill, Ant Monarch, received. Unique skill, Ant Monarch. Sub-skills. Ruler's aura, the user exerts spiritual pressure over targets in the surrounding area, freezing their bodies in place and bending them to the user's will. Scale mastery, the skill allows the user to freely manipulate their size, shrinking down to the scale of an ant or growing into a colossal giant. Mass alteration, the skill allows user to manipulate their mass while maintaining their size, or vice versa. Kin link, allows the user to communicate with their kin from anywhere in the world. Ant monarch's authority, the skill allows the user to command all ant-like creatures, granting the ability to control them with perfect synchronization with a single thought. Transformation, the skill allows the user to transform back into their original form. It also grants the user the ability to partially transform any specific part of their body or to transform into a complete hybrid battle form. Rimuru hummed in appreciation, admiring the new, unique skill he had created based on his past life. However, his self-appreciation was interrupted by a tug on his sleeve. Framea stood there, a strange expression on her face. What? Rimuru asked, raising an eyebrow. That. Framea pointed awkwardly at Cassandra, who was now standing there, completely nude without care in the world. After all, just a few minutes ago Cassandra was an ant who had no concept of shame or modesty whatsoever. Right. Rimuru muttered. He quickly conjured an armor set and handed it to Framea. Help her put this on. It's enchanted, to let her use her new skills without going nude every time. Got it, Framea said, taking the armor. And after. Once you are done with helping her, take Cassandra back to Tempest and introduce her to Shizu, Rimuru instructed. Once she's settled, have Shizu help her familiarize herself with the city. Understood, Naisama, Framea nodded. Aren't you coming with us? No, you go ahead, Rimuru said, looking towards the east where he sensed the approaching catastrophe class being. I have to go and greet an old friend. To be continued. Chapter 19, Ancient Demon Lord, Melim Nava. Ciel. Voice of the World. Melim Nava, the daughter of the creator Veldora and one of the 3 ancient demon lords, soared high above the vast Jura forest. Her bright eyes gleamed with anticipation as they swept over the sea of trees below. She was on a hunt for a certain someone. Yesterday, when Melim visited her friend Fry to play with her, she learned about someone powerful who had recently emerged in the Jura forest. Without wasting a second, Melim had launched herself from Frey's castle to find this mysterious strong person so she could test their strength herself. As she flew over the forest canopy, Melim suddenly felt a powerful presence rapidly approaching her. Curious and excited, she paused midair, folding her arms as she waited. Within moments, a man with flowing blue hair and striking golden eyes appeared and stopped in front of her. Hello, Melim Nava, one of the most ancient and strongest demon lords, the men greeted her with a smile. Melim also smiled at him, liking the way he referred to her. My name is Rimuru Tempest, the new ruler of this forest. Is there some way I can help you? Melim's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, absolutely, she nodded enthusiastically. I'm looking for someone super strong. Rimuru raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. That's a bit vague, don't you think? Can you tell me more about this person? Melim placed a finger on her cheek, thinking for a moment. Oh, I remember. My friend told me that this super strong person was involved in a big battle yesterday. That's all I know, she said, a proud grin on her face. What she was proud of, Rimuru had no idea. Ah, I think I know exactly who you're looking for, Rimuru said. Melim's excitement spiked. Really? You do, she leaned forward, eyes wide with anticipation. Rimuru nodded, his smile widening. Yes, really. Because the person you're looking for is me. Wait, you. Really? Melim blinked, then stared at him skeptically. But you don't look that strong, she said, even though she already figured out as much since no matter how well Rimuru had suppressed his power, her eyes could easily see through it. Looks can be deceiving, Rimuru chuckled softly. I think you of all people know this better than anyone, don't you? Melim nodded sagely, not catching the hidden compliment. True, she agreed. Then, without missing a beat, she bounced on her toes, fists raised. All right. Now that I've found you, let's fight, she said, throwing a few punches in the air. Rimuru smiled at her enthusiasm but held up a hand. I don't mind a quick spar, but not here. This is my home, after all. I'd rather not destroy it for the sake of a little fun. Melim tilted her head. Fair enough. But if not here, then where, she asked. But then her eyes lit up as an idea crossed her mind. Oh, I know. We can go to the ice continent. There's plenty of space there, and no one lives there besides Guy and Aunt Velzard. No, not the ice continent, Rimuru shook his head, though he did find her suggestion quite amusing. I have a better place in mind, somewhere even more secure. A place where we can go all out without having to worry about any collateral damage or Guy nagging in our ears for wrecking some part of the world. Oh. That sounds amazing. Melim's eyes widened and her excitement returned in full force. Take me there. Take me there, she chanted, grabbing onto Rimuru's arm and shaking him energetically. All right, calm down, Rimuru laughed, gently prying himself free from her grip. He then placed a hand on her shoulder. Hold on tight. The next moment, both of them vanished from the Jura forest and reappeared in a vast, empty white plain. The landscape stretched endlessly in every direction, devoid of any features. Whoa! Melim gasped. What is this place? She asked as she curiously observed her surroundings. This, Rimuru explained, is a separate dimension I created with one of my skills. Here, we can fight without any restrictions. With a snap of his fingers, the white expanse transformed into a stunning mountainous landscape, complete with dense forests, flowing rivers, and towering peaks. I figured this would make things more interesting. Melim's excitement reached its peak as she couldn't hold herself back anymore. This is perfect. I can't wait any longer, let's get started, she exclaimed, clenching her fists as she readied herself for the fight. Very well, Melim Nava. Come at me with everything you've got. Rimuru grinned, assuming a fighting stance. Ciel, match my physical and magical power with Melim's, and don't assist me with any of my skills. I would like to play with Melim on my own. Understood, master. For the first time in centuries, a genuine smile of excitement crossed Melim's face. It had been far too long since anyone had asked her for a fight rather than the other way around. I hope you don't disappoint me, she declared, her eyes gleaming as she charged at Rimuru, ready to deliver the first strike. As Melim launched herself toward Rimuru, the sheer power of her movement caused the earth beneath her to fracture, leaving a massive crater in her wake. Her fist rocketed toward Rimuru's face, the speed creating a deafening sonic boom that tore through the air. Rimuru, unfazed, raised his arm to block the blow. When her punch connected, the impact was cataclysmic. A shockwave rippled outward, flattening trees, sending debris flying in all directions, and causing the nearby mountains to tremble. The ground cracked and buckled under the strain of their clash. Rimuru was pushed back, sliding several feet as his heels dug into the earth. Behind him, the land had been leveled by the force of Melim's strike, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Impressive, Melim. You're just as powerful as I thought. Melim's grin widened as she lunged forward again, throwing a flurry of punches and kicks with blinding speed. Rimuru met her every strike, their fists and feet colliding with the force of a meteor shower. The surrounding forest bent and broke under the aftershocks, trees snapping in half from the sheer pressure of their movements. Rimuru, ducking beneath one of Melim's wild punches, swept her legs out from under her. But Melim, laughing in sheer exhilaration, twisted in midair and brought her elbow down toward Rimuru's head. He blocked with his forearm, but the impact was enough to send him skidding backward, tearing deep trenches into the ground. Rimuru quickly regained his footing and, without hesitation, retaliated by grabbing Melim's arm and spinning her around. With a mighty heave, he hurled her through the air like a rag doll. Melim crashed through a line of trees, uprooting them as though they were nothing, before slamming into the side of a mountain. The force of the impact triggered an avalanche, and boulders tumbled down, threatening to bury her beneath them. Before the rocks could touch her, Melim burst from the rubble with a shout. Not bad, Rimuru. But now it's my turn, she declared, her voice brimming with glee. In an instant, she vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Rimuru. With a wicked grin, she wrapped her arms around his waist and suplexed him into the ground with enough force to shatter the earth beneath them. The resulting crater was massive, chunks of stone and earth flying skyward from the impact. Rimuru, however, flipped backward, landing a powerful kick to Melim's chest, sending her rocketing into the sky. Melim's laughter echoed through the air as she tumbled through the sky, but she quickly regained her momentum. Kicking off the air itself, she launched herself back toward Rimuru, delivering a spinning kick that connected with his side. The force sent Rimuru flying into a nearby mountain, the sheer power of her blow causing the mountain to collapse into rubble. Yet, Rimuru emerged from the debris, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Let's see how you handle this, he called out, grabbing a massive tree from the ground and swinging it like a club toward Melim. Melim dodged the incoming tree with a graceful spin. In retaliation, she ripped another tree from the ground and swung it with equal force. The two makeshift weapons collided with a thunderous crack, splintering into pieces, and sending fragments of wood flying across the battlefield. Without missing a beat, Rimuru charged at Melim, ducking under her next swing. He delivered a devastating uppercut to her stomach, launching her high into the air. Melim crashed into the mountainside with enough force to carve a deep ravine through the stone. Yet even as dust and rubble fell around her, she burst free, grinning like a madwoman. This is amazing. I've never had this much fun. She sprinted forward, moving so fast that the earth tore apart beneath her feet. Her punch flew toward Rimuru, but he deftly sidestepped, grabbing her arm mid-swing. Using her own momentum against her, he swung her through the air, sending her crashing through the forest, trees snapping like twigs in her path. Melim twisted in midair, landing gracefully on top of a mountain peak. She grinned and stomped her foot, causing the entire mountain to collapse beneath her. Massive boulders tumbled toward Rimuru, but with a flick of his hand, he controlled the falling debris, using it as projectiles to hurl back at Melim. Melim, unfazed, leaped from boulder to boulder, using them as stepping stones. As she approached Rimuru, she grabbed one of the largest rocks and flung it toward him with terrifying force. Rimuru ducked just in time, but Melim was already upon him, her fist slamming into his jaw with a brutal punch that sent him crashing backward. Flipping through the air, Rimuru landed on his feet, skidding to a halt. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, grinning. "You're really going all out, huh?" Melim laughed, her eyes wild with excitement. "You wouldn't want me to hold back, would you?" Rimuru's grin turned feral. "No, I wouldn't. In fact, why don't you show me your true form? Let's see what the real dragon princess looks like." Melim's grin widened as a pink glow enveloped her body. Her form began to change, jet black armor materialized around her, a crimson horn emerged from her forehead, and large, powerful wings sprouted from her back. Her entire being radiated raw, untamed energy, and the crazed look in her eyes sent a shiver down the spine of anyone who might have witnessed her transformation, anyone except for a select few people in the world. Rimuru's eyes lit up with anticipation as Melim completed her transformation. Her once playful expression had morphed into something far more primal, an aura of untamed power radiating from her every movement. Her jet-black armor gleamed like obsidian, and the crimson horn on her forehead pulsed with raw energy. The wings on her back flapped with a force that sent gusts of wind roaring across the battlefield, causing the remaining trees to sway violently. Rimuru's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "This is exactly what I wanted to see. The true dragon princess." Melim's voice echoed with an almost guttural thrill as she responded, her eyes flashing with a crazed excitement. "You asked for it, Rimuru. Now prepare yourself, because I'm not holding back anymore." With a roar, Melim shot forward, her wings propelling her at breakneck speed. In an instant, her armored fist connected with Rimuru's midsection, sending shockwaves through the ground. The sheer force of the impact created a massive crater beneath them, and Rimuru was sent flying backward through the air. But Melim wasn't finished. Before Rimuru could even regain his balance, she was already upon him. Grabbing him by the neck with one hand, she hurled him toward a nearby mountain. Rimuru's body collided with the rocky surface, and the impact caused the mountain to shatter, unleashing a cascade of boulders that rained down around him. Melim descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the ground with enough force to shake the entire landscape. As she stood, her hand raised high, the very air around her began to shimmer, charged with an intense, cosmic energy. Glowing stardust swirled around her, gathering into a bright, pulsating sphere between her palms. The energy was so potent that the ground beneath her feet began to fracture, and the sky above rippled from the sheer magnitude of the power she was summoning. "Drago Nova!" Melim roared, her voice booming across the battlefield. The stardust sphere exploded, transforming into a concentrated beam of destructive light aimed directly at Rimuru. The beam tore through the air, vaporizing everything in its path. The ground split open beneath it, and the atmosphere seemed to buckle under the weight of the attack. Rimuru's eyes narrowed as he assessed the magnitude of the incoming attack. "She's not holding back. But, projectiles won't work on me." With a calm wave of his hand, Rimuru opened a void that consumed the Drago Nova entirely, leaving no trace of its once catastrophic energy. Melim's eyes widened in shock, this was the first time anyone had negated her Drago Nova so effortlessly. She stared, momentarily stunned, her excitement mixing with disbelief. Taking advantage of her hesitation, Rimuru sprang forward. He closed the distance between them in a flash, aiming a powerful punch toward Melim's midsection. But Melim, recovering quickly, twisted gracefully in the air, dodging his strike with ease. "You're fast," Rimuru remarked. "Of course I'm fast." Melim shot back, her voice full of exhilaration. She responded with a knee aimed at Rimuru's ribs, which he blocked with his forearm. Even so, the impact sent a powerful shockwave through his body, pushing him back several meters. Melim lunged at him again, her fists and feet moving with blinding speed. Rimuru met each blow with calculated deflections, their clash sending tremors through the already devastated battlefield. The ground cracked, and the remains of the nearby forest splintered under the pressure of their attacks. Rimuru threw a quick jab aimed at Melim's chest. She blocked it with her armored forearm, though the sheer force still sent her skidding backward. Taking advantage of the moment, Rimuru manipulated the terrain, ripping huge chunks of the shattered mountain from the earth and hurling them toward Melim. Melim blasted through the boulders as if they were nothing, stardust swirling around her like a storm. She grabbed one of the larger chunks mid-air and hurled it back toward Rimuru with terrifying force. Rimuru dodged, and the massive boulder smashed into the ground, creating yet another enormous crater. As Rimuru closed in on Melim, she ascended once more, her wings carrying her high above Rimuru. With a crazed gleam in her eyes, she began gathering even more stardust into her palms, forming a much larger sphere of cosmic energy. "Let's see if you can handle this one," she shouted. The crimson light of her Drago Nova flickered violently as it grew in intensity. Below her, Rimuru gazed up, his eyes filled with anticipation. All right, Melim. Time to match your power. Summoning his own energy, Rimuru concentrated it into his mouth, creating a sphere of stardust energy that mirrored Melim's attack. With a battle cry, Melim unleashed her Drago Nova, the beam cutting through the sky with terrifying speed. At the same time, Rimuru released his own attack, and the two beams of stardust collided in midair. The resulting explosion was blinding. A cataclysmic eruption of energy tore through the battlefield, the sheer force of it shattering the earth and sending ripples through the sky. The landscape below was devastated, and the shockwave that followed seemed to warp reality itself. When the dust finally began to settle, Rimuru stood at the edge of a massive crater, a satisfied grin on his face. Above him, Melim hovered, breathing heavily. Her chest rose and fell as she caught her breath, her eyes still gleaming with wild excitement. But as Rimuru looked closer, he noticed the feral glint of madness in Melim's eyes had intensified, a sign that she was dangerously close to losing control and entering her destructive stampede mode. Hey, Melim, I think that's enough for today, don't you think? Rimuru suggested, knowing that theoretically both he and Melim could go on for years, if not centuries, if they didn't consciously stop themselves. Melim, still lost in the thrill of battle, growled in response. What are you talking about? We're just getting started. Her voice had taken on a crazed edge, one that would have terrified anyone else. No, really. It's time to stop, Rimuru shook his head. And if you stop now, I'll make it worth your while. Oh. Melim paused, tilting her head in confusion. And how exactly do you plan to make it worth my while? Smiling, Rimuru conjured a small, golden ball and tossed it to her. Try eating that and tell me how it tastes. Curious, Melim caught the ball and sniffed it. It smells sweet. Without hesitation, she popped it into her mouth, and the moment she did, her eyes widened in surprise. What is this? It's so good, she cried, her battle-crazed demeanor instantly replaced by a childlike glee. The next moment, she rushed towards Rimuru with stars in her eyes. Then she grabbed him by the shoulder and shook him hard. It was so sweet. Good. And amazing. I need more of it. Yeah, get it. Stop shaking me. Rimuru said as he gently shoved her back. That's honey candy. I've got more where that came from. He produced 2 jars filled with the golden sweets and handed them to her. Once again, stars appeared in Melim's eyes, and drool leaked from her mouth as she hugged the jars close. Thank you, Rimuru. These are amazing. It's okay, that's what friends do, Rimuru said, smiling warmly at her. Melim blinked, her expression softening. Friends. Rimuru feigned hurt. What, you don't want to be friends with me? No. No. Melim shook her head furiously, panicking. I'd love to be your friend. Good, Rimuru beamed. Then from now on, we'll be best friends. A beautiful smile bloomed on Melim's face as Rimuru pulled them both back into the real world. The battlefield they had left behind vanished, and they stood once again in the Jura forest. Hey, Melim, Rimuru said, why don't you visit again in 6 months? By then, I'll have finished building my nation here in the forest. I'll introduce you to all my people as my best friend. You would do that? Melim's face lit up with excitement. I'll definitely come back in 6 months then. With a final wave, Melim took off into the sky, flying away with her jars of honey candy. Rimuru watched her disappear into the horizon, a warm smile on his face. It was nice meeting her again, he mused. Then his expression turned serious and he glanced towards the direction of the tempest as he turned his attention back to the task at hand. Now, time to build a nation. To be continued. Chapter 20, Ruler of the Jura Forest, Rimuru Tempest. Ciel. Voice of the world. Today was an important day in Tempest, and the city was bustling about. Rigard, the acting mayor of the city, was tirelessly whipping everyone in the city to be on their best behavior as people from other villages were going to visit them, and the last thing Rigard wanted was for people from Tempest to ruin the reputation of their beloved lord, Rimuru. By afternoon, the expected guests had already arrived and were waiting for Rimuru in the meeting room, half an hour before the designated time. After all, the last thing they wanted to do was offend the men who could destroy their existence and homes with just a thought. The atmosphere in the room was tense, as each representative cast wary glances around, silently gauging their soon-to-be allies. Until recently, they would have been at each other's throats for a variety of reasons, but now here they were, sitting under the same roof, waiting for the men they were about to serve. Just then, the door of the room swung open, and an oppressive aura filled the room as Rimuru entered, flanked by 3 beautiful women. One was a rabbit-eared girl, the second was a black-haired human with a strong aura, and the last was a white-haired demon they had all interacted with the most. Taking the seat at the head of the table, Rimuru sat down with Shizu taking a seat on his right while Framea sat on his left. He then glanced over everyone before leaning back and gesturing to Tensura, who stood behind him, along with Rigard, to commence. Tensura stepped forward, her smile warm, yet not a single soul except for Rimuru and his aides felt at ease under her gaze. "Greetings, esteemed guests and allies of Tempest," she began. "Today, we are here to discuss the formation of the Jura Tempest Federation under the leadership of Lord Rimuru Tempest. Please keep all discussions civil and express any concerns or objections by raising your hand." She then gestured to the attendees, introducing each in turn. First, representing the Orc tribe, is the new leader, Geld. A towering Orc rose to his feet, bowing respectfully. Some attendees eyed him warily, particularly the ogres who bore fresh memories of the Orcs' invasion. After Geld's people had settled in the camps outside Tempest, Rimuru had personally visited him and told him to attend this meeting before naming him Geld, after his brother, as a sign of trust in him and his people. Overcome with emotion, Geld knelt before Rimuru, vowing undying loyalty for himself and his tribe. Next, representing the Lizardmen village is its chief, accompanied by his daughter, Tensura continued. An elderly Lizardman rose, bowing alongside his daughter. Internally, the elderly Lizardman sighed, since he wanted to bring his son to this as well but decided against it. He didn't want his son to say something rude to Rimuru, only for the other party to make an example out of him. Now, representing the Ogre village is Lady Edelgard, joined by her children and the village elder. The group rose and bowed, though their gazes briefly flickered toward Geld. Edelgard knew that two of her children, as well as guards standing behind her, were glaring at Geld. However, she had already warned them not to do anything, as Rimuru had expressed his wish to take the Orcs under his rule. She understood that not everyone was pleased with this decision, but she had made it clear to everyone in the village that they would have to accept it or leave, as long as she remained the leader. Next, representing the Dryads are Trainee and her sisters, Doris and Tria, Tensura announced as the three sisters stood up elegantly and bowed to the room. Rimuru had already informed them about his intentions of taking over the forest, and with Veldora's disappearance, they had no objection to Rimuru's decision. He had been kind to them so far and was willing to protect them and the forest. And finally, representing the giant ants is their queen, Cassandra, Tensura announced. The Queen of Ants stood and gave a nonchalant nod. After spending 2 days in Tempest, Cassandra had learned quite a lot about surface dwellers and formed a good relationship with Shizu, who had acted as her guide during that time. At the moment, Cassandra didn't care about any of the present in the room aside from Rimuru, whom she had chosen to serve under, and Shizu, whom she had genuinely come to like after spending time with her. After introductions were done, Tensura turned towards Rimuru, gesturing for him to begin. Rimuru nodded and looked over the room once more before he began speaking. "Everyone, today, in the presence of all the major forces in Jura Forest, I declare myself as the new ruler of Jura Forest," Rimuru declared, releasing a wave of his aura that weighed heavily on everyone in the room. "If anyone has any objection, speak now," he said, and just as he had expected, no one said a word. "Good. Now, let's discuss the future I envision for Jura Forest and the role each of you will play." Rimuru leaned back in his chair and began explaining his vision. "First of all, I have plans to make Jura Forest into a country that will welcome and house any and all different kinds of races in the world," Rimuru began. "But before that, I will be improving the living conditions of all the races currently under my rule. And to do that, I will need all of your cooperation." Turning to Geld, he continued, "Geld, you and your people will oversee the construction of the infrastructure. Your tribe's strength and numbers will be invaluable for the labor-intensive tasks ahead." He then addressed the Lizardman leader. "As for your village, you'll provide the primary supply of fish and other aquatic resources. In the future, I'll arrange transportation and escorts for resources from nearby seas, making the most of your proximity to water sources. Edelgard, your village will be responsible for our military forces and weapons production," Rimuru said, meeting the gaze of the ogre leader. "Your people have a rich history when it comes to combat, and from what I have seen, your village has a real talent when it comes to making weapons, so it would benefit us if we don't have to import them from outside. Trainee, you and your sisters continue monitoring this forest like you were doing before," Rimuru said, turning towards the Dryads. "However, in addition to that, you will also work as messengers and mediators between villages. If there is trouble between races under my rule, you come and report it to Tensura or Rigard, or directly to me if something you deem to be quite serious. I would also appreciate it if you could occasionally bless the farms to enhance our crop yields." Finally, Rimuru addressed Cassandra. "For now, Cassandra, there's no immediate task for you. However, I have a future project that will require the expertise of you and your colony. Until then, continue familiarizing yourself with the surface world. Of course, Shizu will keep helping you as well." Once his plan was laid out, Rimuru looked over the room. "These are my plans for each of your villages. If you have any objections, now is the time to voice them." Silence reigned as the leaders absorbed his words, none daring to oppose the vision he laid before them. "Very well," he said, nodding with satisfaction. "In that case, I consider this conference a success," Rimuru declared. Rimuru stood to conclude the meeting. You're all dismissed, but be aware that over the next week, I'll visit each of your villages to grant names to those under my rule. A ripple of surprise went through the room, though they quickly composed themselves. Ignoring their reactions, Rimuru offered a final nod. This meeting is officially over, farewell. With that, he exited, leaving the leaders of Jura Forest's factions to ponder the new era they were about to enter under the rule of Rimuru Tempest. In the luxurious office of the Free Guild headquarters in the Kingdom of Inglacia, Yuki Kagarazaka sat comfortably on a plush couch, a frown creasing his brow as he sipped his tea. Across from him sat Kigali, an elegant elven woman with violet eyes and flowing blonde hair, her gaze fixed on him with a similar expression of frustration. Tyr, meanwhile, paced nearby, looking visibly agitated and impatient, mumbling under her breath. So, Tyr, did you manage to find Footman? Yuki asked, leaning back on the couch. No, I couldn't, Tyr replied, her tone uncharacteristically disheartened. I lost track of him that night, and now, nothing. Not even a hint of his location. I tried sending contracted demons, but they were eliminated before they even got near the town's border. Her hands clenched into fists, her gaze hardening. It's like he vanished into thin air, she added, flapping her hands in frustration. That does sound troublesome, Kigali remarked, glancing at Yuki. Yuki, isn't there anything you could do to help Footman? Yuki shook his head, his expression remaining calm. I wish there was, but from what Tyr has gathered, it sounds like Footman is trapped in an isolated dimension, likely the result of a specialized skill. Our only option to free him would be to eliminate the skill user themselves, which is no easy feat. I suspect it's either the blue-haired demon that had Clayman enraged or the white-haired one who directly captured Footman. Tyr clenched her teeth, her frustration bubbling over. Boss, can't you and Clayman go there and take them down? If you two work together, you could easily handle this newly emerged demon. It's not that simple, Tyr, Yuki sighed, shaking his head with mild exasperation. Based on Clayman's observations, this blue-haired demon might be stronger than both Fry and Carrion. At worst, they could even be a true demon lord. If we make a move without understanding the full extent of their power, we could lose our strategic advantage in one reckless move. Then what? Are we supposed to just let Footman rot in enemy hands? Tyr's voice rose in frustration. Calm down, Tyr, Kigali said, her tone measured as she placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Yuki's right. Rushing in without knowing what we're dealing with could cost us more than Footman. Besides, he's still alive. I can still sense his life force, even if I can't pinpoint his location. That said, an ominous smirk began to form on Yuki's face. We may not be able to free Footman right now, but that doesn't mean we can't retaliate as well as gather information on our new enemies. What are you planning, Yuki? Kigali raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the sudden gleam in Yuki's eyes. Oh, something interesting, Kigali raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the sudden gleam in Yuki's eyes. Tell me, Kigali, how much do you know about Charybdis? 5 months later. In the blink of an eye, 5 months passed since the first official conference of the Jura Tempest Federation, and Rimuru was quite pleased with the progress they had achieved so far. During this time, Rimuru named all the monsters under his rule, causing them to evolve and increasing their efficiency and use. Under Geld's command, the orcs had quickly integrated into Tempest and worked with unrelenting diligence on each task they were assigned. The orc labor force had been organized into 5 specialized groups. The first was tasked with expanding Tempest's capital, designed as a commercial and administrative hub. Working alongside them was a second group, responsible for constructing a separate residential city for Tempest citizens. Both of these groups collaborated closely with Framea, Tempest Quality Control Officer, and the Wolf Riders, who provided essential resources, such as timber and stone, sourced from the Jura Forest's vast resources. A third orc group focused on building roads to connect each village under Rimuru's rule, ensuring safer and faster travel across the nation. This group, too, worked with the Wolf Riders, who provided protection during construction and scouted the safest routes. Meanwhile, the fourth group specialized in manufacturing essential building materials, including bricks and slabs, produced with the expertise of Kai Jin and his brothers, who had developed a way to produce these materials in Tempest itself. The last group of orcs has been responsible for creating and maintaining farms. This group worked with goblins who were already assigned the roles of farmers, as well as wolves who guarded the fields against crop-stealing monsters. As per Rimuru's request, dryads too showed up once in a while to use their magic on the fields, giving the crops a nourishing and enticing glow. Edelgard, the chief of Kijin village, remained as faithful as ever and governed her village in perfect alignment with Rimuru's vision. Moreover, after naming all the villagers, Rimuru had also asked for her to send her 2 children, her younger son Benimaru and her youngest daughter Shuna, to Tempest to work directly under him. Edelgard happily agreed, as she secretly hoped her children would receive similar favor and blessings from Rimuru as she had. Meanwhile, she entrusted her eldest son, Iro, with village responsibilities to prepare him for future leadership. Benimaru and Shuna were joined by Hakuru, Kurobe, Cheyenne, and Sui, along with a select group of elite Kijin warriors. Rimuru assigned each of them roles similar to those they held in his previous life, with a notable change for Cheyenne, who was made Rimuru's personal bodyguard rather than his secretary, an honor now held by Testarossa. Rimuru also encouraged Cheyenne to recruit and train a squad of elite warriors for his private army, a task that filled her with pride, if the stars in her eyes were any indication. Well, Cheyenne did annoy him from time to time in his original life, but he couldn't refute that she was pure of heart and quite entertaining in her own regard. Not to mention a huge asset when it comes to raw power, which could even rival some top hitters in the world given enough time. Fortunately, the tension between the orcs and Kijins started to ease a little as they worked closely in the capital. Surprisingly, it was Rimuru who started chatting with Geld normally. After an unexpected sparring match with Geld, the two warriors gained mutual respect. Seeing their supposed prince talking with an orc normally, other Kijins also lowered their guards, and the animosity started to fade away as well. The Dragonauts, led by their chief Abiru, were also fulfilling their roles. Thanks to the wings they developed after Rimuru named them, the Dragonauts could now make the journey from their village to Tempest far more swiftly, bringing fresh fish weekly to supply the capital. After naming the Dragonauts, Rimuru brought Abiru's two children, Sauka and Gabaru, and a group of their finest warriors to Tempest to learn under him. Sauka and her friends enthusiastically embraced the opportunity to explore beyond their village, while Gabaru was being a little shit but well, there is nothing a good beating can't solve. So with everything going smoothly, today Rimuru decided to take it easy and hang out with his brother Veldora as he lazed around with him while reading some manga. Surprisingly enough, aside from these two, Cassandra was also there reading the manga with them. The ancient aunt had quite a thirst for knowledge, and Veldora managed to convince her that these indeed were sacred texts that Rimuru had conjured from other dimensions, a misunderstanding that Rimuru didn't feel a need to correct. Just then, Rimuru received a message over his mental link. Lord Rimuru, Rigurd's voice echoed in his mind. There is a human woman here requesting an audience. She claims to have been sent by King Gazel. Gazel. Rimuru murmured, intrigued. The Dwarven King was not one to make casual requests. Did she give her name? Yes, Lord Rimuru, Rigurd replied. She introduced herself as Tawa, Queen of Raja. To be continued. Hey everyone. If you're enjoying the story so far, please consider leaving reviews, stones and comments for the chapters. Your involvement helps to increase the story's visibility. Thank you. Chapter 21, Queen of Kingdom of Raja, Tawa. Ciel. Voice of the World. Tawa, the young Queen of Raja, sat nervously in a guest room within Tempest, her delicate fingers fidgeting as they traced idle patterns on the edge of her gown. Before her, a tray of meticulously prepared tea and an assortment of snacks lay untouched, their inviting aroma wafting through the air. Yet, the weight of her nation's troubles pressed so heavily on her that she couldn't bring herself to take even a single sip or bite. Her heart pounded relentlessly as she waited to meet the ruler of this place. If she were honest with herself, she wasn't entirely sure how wise it was to seek help from a demon. Yet, given her nation's dire state, she couldn't trust any other country to assist without demanding a heavy price from her nation and its people in the future. She had initially reached out to someone she thought could help, but even that avenue had turned out to be a dead end. Before leaving, however, they had directed her here, albeit with a warning, there was no guarantee she would receive aid, and if she did, the cost might be steep. Just as her thoughts began to spiral, the soft creak of the door jolted her from her reverie, and Rimuru Tempest entered, accompanied by Testarossa and Shuna. Rimuru glanced at Tawa briefly before taking a seat across from her, while Testarossa stood behind him like usual. Shuna, however, immediately noticed the untouched tea and snacks on the table. Her brow furrowed slightly in concern, and she stepped forward. Is everything all right? She asked in a soothing voice. Do you not care for these? Perhaps I could prepare something else more to your taste. And no. Not at all, Tawa stammered, shaking her head. A flush crept across her cheeks as she realized how rude she must have seemed. It's nothing like that. Shuna, please refresh the tea, Rimuru said calmly. Miss Tawa, you should try some. Shuna prepared it herself, and trust me, I could stake my name on her culinary skills. Rimuru-sama, you're too kind, Shuna said with a soft giggle, covering her mouth with one hand as she replaced the teacup with a fresh one. Feeling the need to reciprocate their hospitality, Tawa hesitantly took a sip. Her eyes widened slightly as the delicate flavor danced on her tongue. It's amazing, she murmured, the words escaping her lips almost involuntarily. Shuna beamed at the compliment, her smile radiant. I'm so glad you like it. As expected, Rimuru said, taking a sip of his own tea. With Shuna's expertise and tea leaves from the druid-blessed fields, the result was bound to be exceptional. For the first time since arriving in Tempest, Tawa felt a sliver of her apprehension ease. Her shoulders, which had been tense with uncertainty, relaxed just a fraction as she allowed herself to breathe more deeply. She gave a polite smile, her tone softer than before. Thank you for your hospitality, Ruler Rimuru. I only hope I haven't imposed too much on your time. It's no trouble at all, Rimuru replied, his tone light before shifting into a more serious demeanor. Let's get straight to the point, why are you here? With a silent nod, Rimuru turned his gaze to Shuna, who had been quietly observing the exchange. The graceful attendant returned the nod and, with a soft smile, excused herself, as she exited the room. Rimuru leaned forward slightly. Before anything else, let me formally introduce myself. I am Rimuru Tempest, the ruler of Tempest and the entire Jura forest. It's a pleasure to meet you, Queen Tawa. In return, Tawa rose to her feet, straightening her back with regal poise. The pleasure is mine, ruler of Jura forest, she said, offering a respectful curtsy. I am Tawa Oram, queen of the kingdom of Raja. I am deeply grateful for your generosity in agreeing to meet me on such short notice. Rimuru leaned back in his seat. No need to worry. I assumed it must be something urgent if the queen of a nation came to my doorstep personally. Tawa's lips trembled with the weight of her admission. She could feel the burden of her kingdom's fate pressing against her chest. Yes, the situation in my kingdom is truly dire, she said, her voice betraying a subtle sadness. She swallowed, gathering herself before continuing. It's no exaggeration to say that Raja's very existence is at stake. That does sound serious, Rimuru frowned, his expression reflecting genuine concern. Go on. Tell me everything that's happening. We'll see what can be done. It all started a year ago, when the main source of our nation's water was poisoned, Tawa began, her voice thick with the weight of the memories. It didn't just affect our people's health, it also poisoned the land, devastating crops and livestock. I tried to purify the lake over and over, but no matter what I do, it always returns to its poisoned state after a while. Tawa continued, her fingers clenching around her skirt. And as if that wasn't enough, 3 months ago, our neighboring country began sending us threats. They demand we surrender our kingdom to them or face war. We can't defend ourselves, not with our people weakened by illness, and certainly not with our army in such a fragile state. Her voice cracked with emotion as she mentioned her people's suffering. How can we face them in war if we're barely surviving as it is? Her words hung in the air for a moment, and Rimuru's expression turned serious, as he leaned forward, his gaze fixed on her with a deeper intensity. And then there's your own declining health, too. Tawa froze, eyes widening in surprise. What do you mean? She asked, her voice tight with a sudden sense of vulnerability. Rimuru, blunt as ever, met her gaze unflinchingly. I've got eyes, he said plainly. A healthy human shouldn't be this thin, especially the queen of a nation. Tawa's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly looked down, her gaze dropping to her hands. I didn't want to burden anyone with it, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. With so much going on in the kingdom, I didn't want to appear weak to my citizens. Rimuru didn't push further, instead, he shifted the conversation. Anyway, I was told King Gazel sent you here. How does he fit into all of this? Tawa nodded, her eyes softening at the mention of Gazel. Actually, King Gazel and I are distant relatives. My grandmother was his aunt. Rimuru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Interesting. Then why not ask him for help? I'm sure he wouldn't turn you down, as far as I know. Tawa sighed, a hint of regret clouding her expression. She closed her eyes for a moment before meeting his gaze again. Yes, King Gazel is a kind man, and I know he would have helped me without hesitation, if it weren't for a treaty standing in the way. Rimuru's brows furrowed in confusion. A treaty. Tawa nodded gravely. There's an old non-interference treaty between the armed nation of Dwargon and the kingdom of Raja, signed by my great-grandfather and King Gazel's father, back when my grandmother married my grandfather. She paused, the weight of her history pressing on her as she continued. It's a treaty that forbids any aid between our nations unless it's under very specific circumstances. My great-grandfather insisted on it to protect Raja's sovereignty. Rimuru frowned, his thoughts racing. That sounds ridiculous. Why would you refuse help from a nation like Dwargon, especially after your grandfather married the daughter of that nation? Tawa let out a weary sigh, her hands folded tightly in her lap. I shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but from what I've been told, my great-grandfather was an egoistic and paranoid man. He feared that Dwargon would try to meddle in our kingdom's affairs if we gave them too much influence. So, he pushed for that treaty, hoping to protect our autonomy. But now. Her voice wavered with frustration. Now it's a curse. The treaty was declared publicly, and if Dwargon were to break it now, it would be a massive blow to their reputation, especially since they're such a powerful nation. So Gazel, despite wanting to help, can't. He's bound by that treaty. Rimuru took a moment to process her words, his fingers tapping lightly against the armrest of his chair. I see. I understand the situation now. Though he still had questions, particularly about why Gazel had sent Tawa to him, but he figured that would be something to ask the king himself later. So, Queen Tawa, Rimuru said, leaning forward slightly, his voice returning to its calm and measured tone. I understand the gravity of your situation, but now tell me, how can I help you? Ruler Rimuru, I am requesting military assistance to defend my nation, should our neighboring kingdom decide to attack, Tawa said, her voice taking on a newfound regal quality, a sharp contrast to her earlier hesitations. Rimuru's expression remained neutral, but his gaze was calculating. Just for defense, not retaliation. His voice was casual, yet the sharpness of his words cut through the air. Or better yet, why not go on the offensive and eliminate the threat once and for all? Tawa faltered, her resolve momentarily shaken. She struggled to meet his intense gaze, the question ringing in her ears. That. She stammered, unable to find the right words. Ah, Rimuru nodded knowingly. You must be one of those who believes in the good in people. A noble trait, no doubt, but not one we can afford as rulers. He leaned forward slightly, the atmosphere in the room shifting with his words. From what I've heard, your neighboring kingdom has been harassing you for decades. Isn't it counterproductive to keep merely deflecting their advances, only for them to return with something worse each time? Tawa was caught off guard, her mind spinning at his words. She opened her mouth to respond, but the words didn't come. She was left speechless, struggling to reconcile the truth in Rimuru's statement with her own beliefs. Rimuru, sensing her discomfort, waved a hand dismissively. Forget it. We'll talk about that later. He leaned back in his chair, his tone shifting to one of quiet confidence. For now, you should know two things. Tawa listened intently, her anxiety building again. First, Rimuru continued, his eyes locking with hers, I can solve all three of your problems. He paused for a beat, letting the words sink in. Second, it will come with a price. All three. Tawa's voice rose in disbelief, her eyes wide with surprise. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, but then her mind quickly grasped the second part of his statement. What kind of price? Without a word, Rimuru produced a file from thin air and placed it in front of Tawa. Go ahead. Read it. It will explain my condition for helping you. Tawa hesitated, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached for the file. She unfolded it carefully, her eyes scanning the words printed within. As she read, her breath caught in her throat, her heartbeat quickening as the implications of Rimuru's terms became clear. The proposal was audacious, bold, and more than a little unsettling. Her eyes shot up to meet his, the weight of her decision pressing down on her like a heavy mantle. This. She murmured, the word barely escaping her lips. Her mind raced to process the offer before her. Rimuru, unfazed, watched her closely, his expression calm. Yes, that's my condition for solving all your problems, he confirmed, his voice measured and steady. But you don't need to decide right away. He leaned back in his chair, his tone lightening just a little. Take your time, well, what little time you have, he added, a small, knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tawa nodded at Rimuru's words as he continued, so, when are you heading back? I'll be leaving immediately, Tawa replied. I can't afford to be away from my kingdom for too long. Especially not in these circumstances. I see, Rimuru said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. You arrived on a wyvern, right? In that case, can your wyvern carry two people? It should be able to, but why? Tawa asked, raising an eyebrow. Rimuru gave her a reassuring smile, his eyes twinkling with purpose. Just wait a moment. He gestured toward the Goblina maid who had been silently standing in the corner of the room. The maid nodded and swiftly exited, leaving the room for a brief moment. When she returned, however, she was accompanied by none other than Shizu. Rimuru, you asked for me. Shizu's voice held a touch of confusion, her eyes scanning the room as she entered. Yes, I do have a favor to ask. But before we get to that, let me introduce you to Queen Tawa of Raja, Rimuru said, gesturing toward the purple-eyed woman. And Miss Tawa, this is Shizu, my girlfriend and soon-to-be wife, he added, causing both Tawa and Shizu to widen their eyes in surprise. Shizu blinked, her mouth slightly agape. Rimuru, what? Before she could finish, Rimuru quickly calmed her, explaining the situation with Tawa and the plight of Raja. Shizu's face softened with sympathy as she listened, her expression turning to one of understanding. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, she said in a gentle voice. That's why, Shizu, will you please accompany Miss Tawa back to her kingdom and protect her for a while? Rimuru asked, causing Tawa to blink in surprise again. Not only will it help keep the queen alive, but it will also be good for you, since you've been cooped up here for so long. Shizu gave a small frown, considering the request. I understand, but what about keeping my identity secret, she asked. Wasn't that the reason I had to stay out of the public eye? Rimuru smiled reassuringly. Yes, I still intend to keep it that way. He asked Shizu to turn around, then materialized a silver pendant in his hand and carefully tied it around her neck. Rimuru, what is this? Shizu asked, admiring the pendant now hanging from her neck. Just something I created after realizing how unfair I've been, keeping you restricted to Tempest for my own plans, Rimuru explained. Try channeling magicules into the pendant. Shizu followed his instructions without hesitation, and the moment she did, her black hair turned a golden blonde, and her brown eyes shifted to a brilliant blue. She gasped, her hand reaching up to touch her newly altered appearance. "It's amazing," she exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. Without thinking, she hugged Rimuru tightly, her gratitude overflowing. "Now I can appear in public more often without affecting your plans." Rimuru chuckled, returning the hug briefly before stepping back with a grin. "Exactly. Now you can go to the kingdom of Raja like it's a vacation, all while protecting the queen from any assassination attempts." Shizu stood a little straighter, her confidence shining through. "Don't worry, Rimuru," she said, her voice firm and reassuring, "with me by her side, no one will even touch a hair on her head." "I have no doubt about that," Rimuru replied with a pat on her head, his voice filled with warmth. Then he turned to Tawa, and asked, "Can I have your hand?" Tawa, still a little overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, looked at him in confusion, but nonetheless, she placed her hand in his. The next moment, she felt a wave of warmth rush through her body. Her strength returned, her limbs filling out as if life itself was coursing back into her. Her face flushed, and the color returned to her eyes as vitality surged through her once frail form. Rimuru smiled with satisfaction, stepping back slightly. "And just like that, one of your problems is solved," he said. "What I just did was a token of trust between us, and proof that I can really help you. By the way," he added, "when I healed you, I found 2 types of poisons in your system. One is magical, likely from the lake, and the other is man-made, which you'll have to figure out on your own." He said this with a certain finality, but Tawa was still too shocked to speak aloud, simply nodding her head. Rimuru gave her a knowing smile. "Now that that's out of the way, I think it's time for you to leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, and I hope you make the right decision so we can meet again soon." With that, Rimuru led the 2 women outside, his gaze following them as they mounted the wyvern. As Tawa and Shizu took flight, Rimuru stood for a moment, watching them disappear into the distance, before returning to his office. As soon as Rimuru returned to his office, he activated his mental link to summon Sui. Within moments, the blue-haired Kijin appeared, kneeling gracefully before him. "Sui, you're aware that Queen Tawa just visited us, correct?" Rimuru asked. "Yes, Lord Rimuru," Sui replied with a slight nod. "I observed her arrival and departure." "Good," Rimuru said, leaning back in his chair. "Take your team and head to Raja immediately. Once there, I want you to investigate thoroughly, not just Raja, but also the neighboring kingdom that's threatening them. I suspect there's more happening behind the scenes than even Queen Tawa is aware of. Do you have any specific leads or suspicions I should focus on, my lord?" Sui asked. Rimuru tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the armrest of his chair. "Yes. First, confirm the source of the magical poison affecting the lake. It might be tied to someone targeting Raja intentionally. Second, look into the man-made poison I detected in Tawa's body, it didn't feel like an accident. Lastly, investigate the neighboring kingdom's recent activities. I have a hunch they're being backed or influenced by a third party." Although Rimuru gave these instructions confidently, the idea to delegate this way wasn't entirely his own. It was Ciel who had gently reminded him to rely on his subordinates for such tasks if he didn't want to appear as an omnipotent being who magically had all the answers. In this case, while Rimuru already knew that this incident had involvement of Ultima, the primordial of Violet and one of the zealous demons of her lineage, he couldn't reveal that outright. Admitting knowledge of Raja's affairs despite never having been there would raise unnecessary questions. "As you command," Sui said, bowing low. Without another word, his form dissolved into shadow, vanishing from sight as swiftly as he had appeared. Later that evening, Rimuru found himself in the bustling town square, enjoying the lively atmosphere as he played with the children. Their laughter filled the air, and he couldn't help but smile as he indulged their playful antics. However, his mental link suddenly buzzed with an urgent message. After a quick goodbye to the disappointed children, who smiled again when he handed out sweets from his pocket as a parting gift, he excused himself. Once back in his office, the moment Rimuru settled into his chair, Testarossa appeared, standing silently behind him. Not long after, Sui materialized in the room, kneeling as he had before. Rimuru nodded in acknowledgement and Rimuru gestured for him to rise and began his report. "Lord Rimuru, we've identified the source of the magical poison," Sui began. "It's emanating from a magical structure located at the bottom of the lake. Unfortunately, we couldn't approach it closely. The closer we got, the more dangerous the poison became. Without the potions you provided, some of my team members would have succumbed to its effects. Additionally, your suspicion was correct. Raja's neighboring kingdom is indeed being manipulated by a third party, a traveling merchant who goes by the name Lacua. He's been whispering in the king's ear, claiming new gold mines have been discovered under Raja's territory, so he continued. However, unlike those humans, it's clear to us that this so-called merchant is actually a demon in disguise, one who's intent on provoking a war between the two nations. Sui paused briefly before adding, we also identified the culprit behind Queen Tao's poisoning. It's an elven doctor named Chiquan, who has long served Raja's royal family. He, too, turned out to be a demon in disguise. We relayed this information to Lady Shizu, who passed it on to Queen Tao. Though reluctant at first, the queen acted swiftly and had him arrested and detained in the underground dungeons. Testarossa, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke, her voice carrying a note of intrigue. Sui, did you notice any particular color dominating these demons' appearances or aesthetics? Sui thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Both of them seemed to have a heavy influence of violet in their appearance. Ah, I see now, Testarossa said, a knowing smirk spreading across her face. Lord Rimuru, it seems little Violet is stirring up trouble in the kingdom of Raja. By Violet, you mean? Sui said, sounding surprised. Yes, Testarossa confirmed. I'm talking about one of my peers, the primordial of Violet. Rimuru sighed, leaning back in his chair. So, Violet's the one behind all this, huh? Thanks for the insight, Testa. Turning his attention back to Sui, he added, excellent work, Sui. You and your team have done a fantastic job. For now, continue monitoring the situation. If tensions escalate further, let them. Relay anything important to Shizu, who will inform Queen Tao. It'll encourage her to make a decision on my offer much faster. Sui bowed low. As you command, Lord Rimuru. With that, he vanished into the shadows, leaving Rimuru and Testarossa alone in the room. Violet, huh? Rimuru murmured, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the polished surface of his desk. A mischievous glint lit up his golden eyes, and a faint smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Say, Testa, what do you think about adding another primordial to my ranks? I think that's a splendid idea, my lord, Testarossa replied, her smile widening with a touch of excitement. I figured you'd feel that way, Rimuru said with a nod, leaning back in his chair. In that case, Testa, how do you feel about taking a little trip back home? With pleasure, my lord, Testarossa replied, her grin stretching wider as her crimson eyes glowed ominously. It's been far too long since I reminded that brat of her place with my own hands. To be continued. Chapter 22, Poisonous Brat, Ultima. Ciel. Voice of the World. In the queendom of Fulbrosia, Sky Queen Fry reclined gracefully on her throne, savoring a glass of crimson wine. The fiasco with Clayman and his ill-fated attempt to create a puppet demon lord was now a distant memory, leaving her days quiet and predictable as her queendom thrived in stability, and her stature as a demon lord ensured external threats remained at bay. Just then, the tranquil atmosphere was interrupted when one of her guards entered the throne room and bowed low. Lady Fry, Demon Lord Clayman has arrived and is requesting an audience with you. Frey's brow arched at the mention of Clayman's name. Requesting, she repeated, her tone laden with skepticism. The guard hesitated, her expression darkening as she cast her eyes downward. No, lady. He demanded an audience with you. The words had barely left her lips when a feather from Frey's wing streaked through the air, grazing the guard's cheek with such precision that a thin line of blood appeared. Do not lie to me again, Fry said, her voice cold and sharp, sending a shiver down the guard's spine. Now, did he give a reason for his visit? No, lady, the guard replied quickly, in a trembling voice. He claimed we were unworthy of knowing his intentions. He said he would speak only to you. Fry sighed, setting her glass aside. How typical, she muttered. Taking another deliberate sip of wine, she added, send him in. But first, summon my daughters. As you command, my queen. The guard bowed deeply before retreating from the chamber. Moments later, two harpies entered the throne room, their wings beating softly as they descended with effortless grace. The identical twins carried sleek, polished spears while their stoic expressions bordered on disinterest. Their only distinguishing feature amongst the two was their hair. Lukia's was blonde, while Claire's was silver. Greetings, mother, the twins said in unison, bowing their heads. Without needing further instructions, they glided behind Frey's throne, standing guard with icy, stoic expressions as Clayman entered the room. Clayman arrived shortly after, striding into the room with his usual theatrical flair. His smirk was smug, his movements exaggerated as though every step demanded attention. Ah, Fry, he drawled, spreading his arms as if to embrace the room. Looking as radiant as ever, I see. Spare me your flattery, Clayman, Fry replied coolly, reclining back with her wine glass. State your business. I have no time for your nonsense. Clayman's eye twitched, but he quickly masked his irritation with a practiced smile. Now, Fry. I'm not sure what I've done to earn your hostility, but don't you think we, as fellow demon lords, should strive to get along? Fry swirled her wine lazily, her expression unmoved. Get along with you, she repeated with a note of derision in her voice. Clayman, I'm a busy woman and unlike you, I don't waste my time coming up with Ponzi schemes that fail moronically, she said, taking another sip of her wine. That's why I won't repeat myself, get to the point. Clayman's smile faltered as his fist clenched at his side. I understand your frustration over the last plan, he said, his voice tight. And believe me, I share it. But let's not forget that it wasn't my fault some upstart demon decided to interfere and ruin everything. That's why I believe that now we have the perfect opportunity and a reason to retaliate against that upstart demon and crush him with the might of us demon lords, Clayman said with a grin. Once we do that, the entire Jura forest and all of its resources will be ours for the taking. Fry, however, looked no more interested than before. I will be honest with you, Clayman, I have no interest in crossing that demon if I don't have to, she said. In fact, in my opinion, it is much better for Fulbrosia to have a reasonable demon ruling the Jura forest because even if we do succeed in conquering the forest, I will have to invest and expand my own resources and people to extract the value out of that forest. So the most reasonable thing I could do as the queen is to negotiate with that demon when the time comes, saving both the lives of my subjects as well as the resources of my nation. Clayman clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing that his persuasion wasn't going to yield any results here. Pivoting, he decided to attack her pride instead. Well, I wasn't aware the infamous Sky Queen had grown so spineless. Afraid of a mere upstart, and willing to negotiate with him. How disappointing. The moment the words left his mouth, Frey's daughters, who had been silent until now, raised their spears, pointing them directly at Clayman. Their eyes blazed with fury as they glared at him. Fry, however, simply chuckled, raising a hand to stay her daughters. Stand down, my dears. Clayman forgets himself, but he's harmless, like a yapping dog with no teeth. She turned her gaze back to him, her smile icy. Clayman, the only reason you still draw breath after insulting me in my own throne room is because I have no interest in dealing with Guy over your sorry corpse. You should thank him for sparing your pitiful life if you ever get the time away from all of this foolishness of yours. She leaned back in her throne, wings shifted, their feathers gleaming menacingly in the light as she smirked. And it's laughable, truly, that you accuse me of losing my spine when it's you who's lost your mind. Provoking someone far superior to you in power. Now that's the mark of a fool. Then her tone turned dismissive. Leave. I don't have time to entertain your idiocy any longer. Feel free to continue your schemes, though. I'll be sure to raise a toast when they inevitably lead to your downfall. Clayman glared at Fry and gritted his teeth, but he knew that now was not the time to retaliate. So he simply turned around and stormed out of the castle, swearing to himself that he would find a way to have his vengeance and make the Sky Queen beg for mercy in front of him. In the demon realm, Violet, the purple primordial, lounged in her grand castle, a look of utter boredom etched on her face. Her recent skirmishes with John had grown monotonous, and Blank's absence only added to her irritation. Violet was convinced Blanc had been summoned to the overworld and was having the time of her life, leaving Violet stuck in her dull routine. Just as she was about to let out another exasperated sigh, a smile spread across her lips as she felt a familiar presence approaching her. Well, 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 Violet said, leaning forward on her throne. If it isn't the lovely Blanc. How considerate of you to show up, especially since I was just thinking about you. Blanc, clad in regal white attire, stepped gracefully into the room. Her crimson eyes sparkled with an unsettling calm. I'm flattered you were thinking about me, Violet, she said with a cool smile. But please, refer to me as Testarossa. My new lord has given me this beautiful name, and it is the only one I will answer to now. Violet's eyes widened in shock before narrowing into a pout. Folding her arms, she huffed, What? Someone named you? Who on earth would be foolish enough to name someone like you? Testarossa tilted her head slightly, her serene demeanor masking a flicker of menace. Now, Violet. Jealousy doesn't suit the cute face of yours, she said, her voice light and teasing. But as her smile lingered, her crimson eyes darkened with malice. And I would strongly advise you to watch your tongue when speaking of my lord. Should you choose not to, I'll be forced to rip that insolent tongue out and wrap it around your neck until you choke on your own arrogance. Violet's eye twitched at the venom-laced threat, but she rolled her eyes with an exaggerated sigh. Fine, she muttered, waving a dismissive hand. No need to throw a tantrum about it. Then, leaning forward slightly, her grin sharpened. So, what brings you here, Testarossa? If it's a fight you want, I'm always game. Oh, Violet, as much as I'd enjoy putting you in your place, I'm here for business, Testarossa said smoothly. My lord has commanded me to bring you to the overworld and have you swear your loyalty to him. She took a step closer, the sound of her heels echoing ominously in the silent chamber. Her tone dropped to a deadly whisper and her crimson eyes flashed dangerously. You can either come willingly, or I can drag you along with you after roughing you up a bit. Your choice. The playful glint in Violet's eyes vanished, replaced by a cold, steely glare. Her aura flared to life, the room filling with crackling energy as tendrils of violet light swirled around her body, filling the room with suffocating pressure. Like hell you're taking me anywhere, she growled, slamming her fist in her palm. Testarossa's smile didn't waver. Instead, it deepened, and the room seemed to darken as her own power surged forth. A swirling black aura enveloped her, cold and suffocating, reminiscing of death. "I was hoping you'd say that," she said, her tone dripping with malice. "Now, let me show you the strength bestowed upon me by my lord, a power far beyond anything you can comprehend." The room trembled as the auras of the two primordials clashed, the oppressive weight of their power turning the air dense. The floor cracked beneath Violet's feet as her violet energy surged like wildfire, illuminating her small yet menacing frame. Testarossa stood unfazed, her black aura swirling around her like a calm, predatory storm. With a sharp cry, Violet closed the distance in an instant, her fist cloaked in violet energy aimed squarely at Testarossa's face. The speed and force of the attack shattered the throne behind Violet, but the white primordial had already moved. "Too slow," Testarossa teased, her voice cool and mocking as she reappeared effortlessly behind Violet. Snarling, Violet spun on her heel, unleashing a ferocious barrage of punches and kicks. Her attacks blurred with speed, yet Testarossa wove through them with an elegance that bordered on insulting. Each dodge was calculated, every sidestep graceful, as though she were performing a well-rehearsed dance. "Is that all you've got?" Testarossa asked, her voice laced with faint disappointment. She sidestepped a brutal kick that split the marble floor beneath them, her crimson eyes glinting with amusement. "I expected more from you, Violet. Or has all this time without me around made you soft?" The taunt struck a nerve. Violet's snarl deepened, her frustration crackling like the energy that surged around her. She leaped back, summoning a swirling orb of concentrated nuclear magic between her palm that condensed into a volatile sphere that hummed with deadly intent. "Let's see you dodge this." Violet roared, hurling the orb with the force of a comet. It tore through the air, obliterating a section of the castle wall as it sped toward Testarossa. Testarossa didn't flinch. With a flick of her wrist, the black aura around her condensed into a whip-like tendril, slashing the orb in two. The resulting explosion was deafening, shaking the very foundations of the castle. When the dust settled, Testarossa emerged unscathed, her expression serene. "Impressive light show," she said lightly, brushing a speck of dust from her sleeve. But still, utterly lacking. Without warning, Testarossa vanished and reappeared in front of Violet, driving a palm strike into her stomach. The impact sent Violet flying across the room, her body smashing through one of the massive stone pillars. She coughed, staggering to her feet, her eyes blazing with rage. "You're going to regret that." Violet roared in frustration, the ground beneath her erupting as she surged forward once more. Twin blades of violet energy formed in her hands, their edges crackling with a deadly poisonous aura. She slashed furiously at Testarossa, each swing aimed to maim, but each strike met the same fate. Testarossa meanwhile countered with her whip, parrying each of Violet's strikes with effortless precision. The sound of their blades clashing echoed like a symphony of destruction. Each time Violet pushed harder, her frustration grew, and so did Testarossa's smirk. "You're slipping, Violet," Testarossa taunted, her voice dripping with condescension. Finally, with a sharp flick of her whip, Testarossa knocked one of Violet's blades aside with enough force to send her skidding across the room. In the same motion, the whip lashed out again, piercing through Violet's shoulder with a searing, black-edged strike, causing Violet to cry out while clutching her wound. "Careful now," Testarossa said, her tone mocking. "You might start to think you're outmatched." With a guttural growl, Violet erupted in a surge of energy, the violet aura surrounding her intensifying until they roared like a storm. "I'm not done yet, bitch," she bellowed. The castle trembled as she unleashed her full power, creating a maelstrom of poisonous aura that tore through walls and shattered windows. "I'm not done yet, bitch," Violet bellowed, her form blurring with speed as she charged again. Testarossa's laugh rang out, cold and chilling. With effortless movements, she blocked every strike, each collision of their power sending shockwaves through the chamber. Violet pushed harder, her attacks growing more desperate, yet Testarossa remained untouchable. "Pathetic," Testarossa muttered. In a single, fluid motion, her whip lashed out in a flurry of strikes, each one glowing with an ominous black aura. The blows rained down on Violet, tearing through her defenses and forcing her to retreat under the relentless assault. Panting, Violet glared at Testarossa, her tattered clothes clinging to her battered form. "I won't let you take me," she spat, defiance burning in her eyes. Testarossa chuckled, her crimson gaze gleaming with cold amusement. "Oh, darling," she said, her voice sickly sweet, "you never had a choice." Raising her hand, Testarossa conjured a sphere of blinding white flames. She vanished in an instant, reappearing in front of Violet and driving the searing energy into her gut. The explosion engulfed Violet in a crushing wave of heat and force, slamming her into the ground. As the flames dissipated, Violet lay sprawled, her body battered and barely able to move. Testarossa loomed over her, her expression one of smug triumph. "See? Was that so hard?" Testarossa asked, crouching to meet Violet's glare. "Now, let's make this easy. Swear your loyalty to my lord, or we can go another round. I don't mind playing with you a bit longer." Despite her state, Violet growled weakly and her eyes blazed with defiance. Testarossa straightened, letting out a theatrical sigh. Take your time, dear. But first. Her crimson gaze shifted toward the shadows lingering in the corner of the room. Why don't you step out? I know you've been watching this whole time. A moment later a swirl of black smoke materialized, parting to reveal a figure with jet black hair streaked with red and gold. His golden eyes, with fiery red pupils, gleamed mischievously as he stepped forward, a sharp grin playing on his lips. He, the newcomer chuckled in an eerie voice. How perceptive of you, Testarossa. But then again, I'd expect no less from one personally summoned by the great Rimuru-sama. Testarossa's eyes narrowed, her aura flaring slightly. Noir, she said icily. What do you want? Don't tell me you're here to pick a fight too. Noir waved a hand dismissively, his grin widening. Oh no, nothing so crude, he replied. In fact, Testarossa, I've come to ask for a favor. In the quiet serenity of the evening, Rimuru sat in his home, casually playing cards with Framea. Uno. That's my win again. Framea exclaimed triumphantly, her face lighting up with pride. That's 4 wins in a row. You're really good at this. I just can't seem to beat you, Rimuru chuckled, setting his remaining cards down as Framea eagerly began reshuffling the deck, her ears twitching with excitement. Master could easily win by using probability manipulation through Nyarlathotep. Sure, I could, Rimuru thought with amusement, but where's the fun in that? I dislike seeing you lose, Master, whether it's in battle or a mere card game. Winning isn't the point here, Rimuru explained. For me, victory is getting to spend time with Framea and seeing that bright smile on her face. As if sensing Rimuru's sentiment, Framea looked up with a warm smile. At that moment, a thought communication interrupted the peaceful atmosphere. Ah, she's done already. Testarossa really is efficient, Rimuru mused as he rose to his feet. Framea, I'm sorry, but something important just came up. I need to go, Rimuru said gently. He noticed the way her ears drooped slightly but saw her nod in understanding. Hey, don't look so down. I'll be back soon. How about this, while I'm gone, enjoy a nice bath, and when I return, we'll have some ice cream together. Sound good? At the mention of ice cream, Framea's eyes lit up, and her mood flipped instantly. That sounds perfect, she exclaimed, springing to her feet and pushing him toward the door. Now go finish that important thing quickly, so we can eat ice cream sooner. As the door shut behind him, Rimuru chuckled softly. Did she forget I can teleport? He murmured with a smile. What a silly girl. With a thought, Rimuru teleported to the deepest part of the Jura forest cave where Veldora had once been sealed. Over the months, he had transformed the cavern into a lush hypocute herb cultivation site for potion making. So it wasn't as isolated as before. But despite that, he had made sure to restrict access to the deepest part of the cave, where only he and his authorized people could go. Rimuru had also covered this area with various kinds of barriers that prevented every possible kind of information leak as well as retained any and all kinds of magicules leaked in this place. Testa, you can bring her here now, Rimuru instructed via thought communication. Moments later, Testarossa appeared, holding a battered and bruised Violet by the collar of her torn dress. Despite her injuries, Violet's fiery spirit remained unbroken as she alternated between glaring at Testarossa and shooting furious glances at Rimuru. Hello, Lord, it is nice to see you again, Testarossa greeted, her voice soft and sweet as she tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear. Her demeanor starkly contrasted the deadly presence she'd displayed earlier. Violet's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, seeing the same woman who had ruthlessly overpowered her acting like a shy maiden. I missed you too, Testa, Rimuru replied warmly. Thanks for completing the task so efficiently. His gaze shifted to Violet, who thrashed futilely in Testarossa's grip. So, this scrappy-looking kid is Violet, the purple primordial. Who are you calling scrappy, you bast? Violet's retort was cut short as Testarossa slammed her face into the ground with enough force to crack the stone beneath them. My apologies, my lord, Testarossa said coldly, pressing Violet's head further into the ground while the little demon continued thrashing her arms and legs. It seems I failed to properly educate her. It's fine, Testa, Rimuru said with a wave of his hand. Let her go. I'll handle this my way. At his command, Testarossa released her grip, and Violet leaped to her feet, brushing herself off while glaring daggers at them both. You want me to swear loyalty to you? Fine. Prove you're worthy of having me as a subordinate, she challenged, folding her arms defiantly while ignoring the deathly glare Testarossa was sending her way. Rimuru stepped closer, unfazed by her bravado. All right, he said calmly. But first, let me ask you something. You're an expert in torture and poison, right? And there isn't a poison in the world that can affect you. Of course. Violet boasted, puffing out her chest. There's no poison in existence that can harm me. Is that so? Rimuru's smile turned icy, and Violet felt an unfamiliar chill run down her spine. Confusion flickered across her face since she'd never experienced fear before. However, then before she could even realize what was going on, suddenly dark black claws materialized on Rimuru's hand, and he thrust them into her abdomen. The world seemed to freeze for a moment before an unbearable pain unlike anything Violet had ever felt surged through her body. She collapsed, writhing on the ground, a guttural scream tearing from her throat. "What kind of poison is that, my lord?" Testarossa asked, her crimson eyes narrowing as she watched Violet's torment. "It's a special concoction," Rimuru said matter-of-factly, watching Violet writhe. "One specifically designed to harm primordial demons. Originally, this poison was created by Diablo as a gift for Rimuru. Funnily enough, when he had asked why Diablo felt the need to create something like this, it turned out that it was Ultima who had taunted him about how she was more useful to Rimuru with her poisons, which Diablo took to heart and created this poison. "I think this should be enough," Rimuru said, placing a hand on Violet's body. He channeled the antidote through her system, and after a few moments, she managed to stand, panting heavily and looking worn for worse. "That." Violet's voice was hoarse, but her expression shifted into a wide grin. "That was incredible. What kind of poison was that? I've never felt anything like it before." "So, was that enough of a demonstration, or do you need more?" Rimuru asked. "It was plenty," Violet exclaimed with excitement. "I'll gladly serve someone who can create poison like that." "Good, in that case, here is a body for you," Rimuru said, conjuring a body made up of divine steel, which Violet immediately occupied. "From now on, you will be known as," he added, extending his hand and placing it on her head, "Ultima." As soon as Rimuru named her, Ultima's body glowed, and she evolved from an archdemon to a demon peer, gaining an insane boost in strength and magicules. Once her evolution was complete, she kneeled in front of Rimuru and placed her hand on her chest. "I, primordial purple, Ultima, swear my undying loyalty to you," she pledged, and promptly, she was granted another reward. Creating a soul corridor with Ultima. Success. Unique skill, Poison Master, received. Unique skill, Poison Master, has evolved into ultimate skill, Samel, Lord of Deathly Poison. "Well then, Ultima," Rimuru said, sitting on a nearby rock. "As your first task, why don't you start by telling me everything you know about the Kingdom of Raja?" To be continued. Chapter 23, Scorched Dragon, Velgrind. Ciel. Voice of the World. "I see," Rimuru murmured thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on Ultima as she finished recounting her centuries-old history with Raja and the enchanted tiara she had once gifted to the kingdom's queen. The tiara, which was capable of performing miracles, however, came at a steep cost. Each use drained the wielder's life force, leaving their skin stained with Ultima's signature violet hue. According to Ultima, she had made a contract with the queen. Violet would win the game if the queen or any of her descendants became completely stained in her color. However, should the queen's lineage resist and remain untainted, the queen and her lineage would be able to keep using the tiara. Violet's plan had been to claim the fully stained body as her vessel. But now, having received both a name and a body from Rimuru, she no longer cared about the deal or the kingdom. Just as the silence settled between them, Sui materialized in the room, kneeling with practiced grace before Rimuru. "Lord Rimuru," he announced, "the neighboring nation of Raja has decided to advance their plans. They aim to strike within 2 weeks. Rimuru nodded, "I see." He paused, then conjured a letter with a flick of his wrist, the parchment glowing faintly with magic. "Take this to Shizu. Read its contents to her, and once she understands, destroy it completely. Leave no trace behind." Sui accepted the letter with a deep bow. "As you command," he said before vanishing into the shadows as swiftly as he had appeared. Turning his attention to Testarossa, Rimuru gestured toward Ultima. "Testa, take Ultima and show her around. Ensure she is familiar with our nation's rules and the people in important positions. Also, introduce her to Geld and his team, and have them construct a house according to Ultima's preferences." "Understood, my lord," Testarossa replied with a poised smile. She turned to Ultima, her crimson eyes gleaming with pride. "Come with me. You'll see just how much we've accomplished here," she said, her voice warm yet tinged with the satisfaction of someone who had helped build something extraordinary as she led Ultima away. As their footsteps faded, Rimuru sighed softly and stretched his arms. "Now, all that's left is to wait for her reply," he muttered to himself. Deciding to make good use of his downtime, he left his house and strolled toward Veldora's house. The storm dragon greeted him with a boisterous laugh, already holding out a stack of freshly acquired manga, courtesy of Rimuru, of course. With a grin, Rimuru joined him in their sacred ritual of idly passing time, one manga volume at a time. The Ice Continent, Demon Lord Guy Crimson's castle. Inside Demon Lord Guy's castle, Velzard sat alone in her room, her expression unreadable but tinged with an air of quiet intensity. She was waiting, her thoughts swirling as she anticipated the arrival of a particular visitor. Rain, Velzard called out, and within moments, a blue-haired woman clad in a pristine maid outfit appeared, bowing gracefully before her. Lady Velzard, you summoned me? Rain asked politely. Where is Guy? Velzard inquired. Lord Guy has gone to El Dorado to meet Leon-sama, Rain informed her. I see, Velzard said with a small, dismissive gesture, prompting Rain to take her leave. As the sound of her retreating footsteps faded, silence reclaimed the room and Velzard's thoughts wandered to the blue-haired men she had encountered months ago. Her gaze drifted to the crystal ball Rimuru had given her. Her fingers brushed lightly against its surface as a familiar thought tugged at her as she sighed. To possess knowledge that even I, Veldonava's first sibling, was unaware of, and to share it so freely. Who is this man, really? The question had haunted her for months, circling her mind in an endless loop ever since that encounter. Her musings were abruptly interrupted by a sudden, powerful, and familiar aura arriving at the castle and heading straight for her. Velzard's lips pressed into a thin line as the presence drew closer. Without bothering to knock, the door swung open, and a confident, melodic voice rang out. Hello, sister. It's been a while. Velgrind, the scorched dragon, strode into the room with all the poise and arrogance befitting her title. Her azure-blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing her enchantingly sharp features, while her curvaceous figure moved with an effortless grace. An amused, almost mocking smile played on her lips as she seated herself across from Velzard without so much as a glance for permission. You look sad and lonely, Velgrind teased, her tone laced with malice and mocking glee. Perhaps you chose the wrong partner in this little game. Velzard regarded her sister coolly, her own demeanor a perfect mask of indifference. Hello to you as well, sister, she replied, her voice calm and detached, brushing off the provocation with ease. Velzard's relationship with Guy had always been complicated. Once, there had been a spark between them, a connection she had been certain was mutual. They were drawn to each other in ways she had rarely allowed herself to acknowledge. Over time, that spark had shifted into something else. Now, they shared the castle not as lovers but as housemates, their interactions marked by familiarity rather than intimacy. It was a quiet arrangement, one that suited them both, most of the time. Velgrind, however, was never one to let sleeping dragons lie. She leaned back in her chair, a smirk tugging at her lips as if she had already unraveled Velzard's innermost thoughts. You always did have a knack for choosing the most complicated paths, she said, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. I, on the other hand, chose wisely. Rudra and I are a perfect match. He appreciates me exactly as I am. Velzard raised an elegant brow, her icy composure unshaken. Rudra, she repeated, her tone light yet tinged with disdain. A man so obsessed with the control he turned himself into a puppet for his own ideals. Yes, quite the match indeed. Velgrind's smirk faltered, her expression tightening for a fraction of a second before an unexpected glaze of fury filled her eyes. Her voice, sharp and laced with rage, sent a ripple of unease through the room. Do not speak of my Rudra as if you know him, she snapped, her tone vibrating with barely restrained anger. The temperature in the room spiked without warning, the air shimmering from the sudden heat. Velzard felt it immediately, the intensity of Velgrind's aura pressing against her like a suffocating wave. I apologize, Velzard said evenly, her voice a soothing contrast to her sister's fiery outburst. I take my words back. Velgrind's anger dissipated almost as quickly as it had flared, leaving the room eerily calm. It was as though her rage had never existed, her expression now cool and composed, her smile returning in an unsettlingly smooth transition. Velzard's eyes narrowed slightly as Rimuru's voice echoed in her mind. Observe your sister carefully and see if you notice any unusual behavior. The memory of his words sharpened her focus. Velgrind's explosive reaction and subsequent calmness struck Velzard as distinctly unnatural. Was it merely a defensive response to her comment about Rudra? Or was there something more beneath the surface? Determined to test Rimuru's warning further, Velzard kept her gaze steady on her sister. You're right, of course, she said, her tone measured and deliberate. Rudra must be unique to have earned your unwavering loyalty. Velgrind tilted her head slightly, her lips curling into a faint smirk. Unique indeed, she replied, her tone carrying an unsettling affection towards the men. At that moment, Misery, the green-haired maid quietly entered the room, her movements graceful and unintrusive. She carried a tray with 2 crystal glasses and a bottle of fine wine, setting them on the table with practiced precision before bowing and slipping out of the room without a word. Velzard reached for her glass, her expression unreadable as she watched Velgrind out of the corner of her eye. Her sister, now perfectly calm, picked up her own glass, swirling the liquid with a casual elegance. Velzard took a slow sip from her glass, her icy blue eyes never leaving her sister. She placed the glass back on the table with deliberate precision, her gaze sharp yet unassuming. Velgrind, Velzard began softly. Tell me, what is it about Rudra that inspires such fierce devotion in you? It must be something extraordinary to captivate the scorched dragon so completely. Velgrind's smirk deepened, as she leaned back in her chair, her movements languid, yet her aura felt slightly off, like a flame burning just a little too brightly. "He is everything," Velgrind said, her voice dripping with an intensity that bordered on reverence. "Rudra is not just a man. He is a vision, a purpose-given form. His ideals, his dreams, they are perfect. And I will see them realized, no matter the cost." Velzard tilted her head, her expression neutral, but the words struck her like a cold gust of wind. "No matter the cost," she repeated, her tone light, almost teasing, yet her words were a calculated probe. Velgrind's eyes darkened, and the air in the room grew heavier and warmer. "Yes," she said firmly. "Even if the world must burn, his will is absolute. His dream is worth everything. That is the bond we share, one forged in trust, understanding, and purpose." Velzard studied her sister, her fingers lightly grazing the edge of her glass. This devotion, it was too absolute, too consuming. It wasn't mere love or admiration, it was something far deeper, more dangerous. Rimuru's warning resounded in her mind like an alarm. "His will is absolute?" Velzard asked, her voice tinged with a faint edge. "Forgive me, but that doesn't sound like a partnership. It sounds more like servitude." Velgrind's smile faltered, and her hand tightened around her glass. The temperature in the room spiked again, the wine in Velzard's glass warming unnaturally. Velzard met her sister's gaze, unflinching even as the heat pressed against her like a tide. "I serve no one," Velgrind said sharply, her voice low but seething with indignation. "Rudra and I are equals. Our bond is unbreakable. You wouldn't understand." Velzard leaned forward slightly, her expression softening as she allowed the faintest flicker of emotion to show, concern. "Perhaps I don't," she said, her voice quiet, almost kind. "But I've known you for millennia, Velgrind. I've never seen you this fervent about anyone or anything. I'm simply worried." Velgrind's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering in her expression, but before she could respond, Velzard pressed on, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "You're right, Rudra must truly be exceptional to inspire this in you. But are you certain that your feelings, your loyalty, are entirely your own?" Velgrind froze, the room plunging into a heavy silence. For a moment, Velzard thought she might have pushed too far, but then Velgrind laughed, a sharp, humorless sound that filled the room like crackling fire. "Do not insult me, Velzard," Velgrind said, her voice cold and cutting despite the heat radiating from her. "I am no one's puppet. Rudra and I are bound by destiny, not by coercion or deceit. You should concern yourself with your own affairs rather than questioning what you cannot comprehend." Velzard inclined her head slightly, conceding the point without argument, but her mind raced. The vehemence of Velgrind's reaction, the unwavering certainty in her words, and the brief flare of fury all pointed to one unsettling conclusion: Velgrind's devotion to Rudra was not natural, it was absolute in a way that defied reason, perhaps even her own will. Velzard's fingers brushed against the crystal ball Rimuru had given her, hidden discreetly beneath the tablecloth. Following Rimuru's instructions, she poured her magicules into the ball. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. The luxurious room of Guy's castle dissolved, replaced by the sleek interior of a flying vessel, and the two dragon sisters found themselves standing before two other figures. Rudra. Rimuru. The sisters' eyes widened in shock as they each recognized one of the two individuals now accompanying them. However, before the sisters could process what was happening, Rimuru abruptly raised a sword radiating with storm magic, and without hesitation, he swung it downward, unleashing a deadly arc of energy that hurtled straight toward Rudra. Rudra! Velgrind's scream echoed through the chamber. Without a second thought, she threw herself in front of the attack, shielding him with her body. "What the?" Velzard's breath caught as she watched her sister's reckless reaction, and Rimuru's earlier warning echoed in her mind: "Remember, Lord of Justice, Michael's strongest ability is Castle Guard. That attack wouldn't have harmed Rudra, and Velgrind should have known that. So why did she?" Velzard's thoughts were cut off as the illusion shattered and the luxurious room of Guy's castle reappeared around them. Velgrind stumbled backward, disoriented, her eyes darting around the room before her gaze locked on her sister, now filled with rage. "You," she hissed, her voice dripping with venom as her hands ignited in roaring flames. "What did you do?" Velzard stood her ground, her icy calm unshaken. She stepped forward, her piercing gaze locking onto her sister's. "Why did you jump in front of Rudra?" she asked, her tone unnervingly composed as she folded her arms across her chest. "What do you mean, why?" Velgrind snarled, the flames in her hands flaring. "That attack wouldn't have done a damn thing," Velzard interrupted sharply, her voice cutting through her sister's anger. "You know as well as I do that as long as Rudra sits on that emperor's throne, no attack in this world can harm him. The Castle Guard is the ultimate shield in the world, isn't that right?" Velgrind froze, her fiery aura dimming slightly as Velzard's words sank in. "Of course I know that," she snapped, but her voice wavered. "I mean, I thought I knew." Her tone faltered, confusion clouding her features. "Then why did I?" Suddenly, Velgrind winced, clutching her temples as a sharp pain shot through her head. She staggered, her breaths quickening as conflicting emotions surged through her. "What's happening to me?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Moments later, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Velzard knelt beside her sister, her icy demeanor hiding the storm of questions swirling in her mind. She placed a hand on Velgrind's forehead, scanning her with a subtle flow of magicules. Something is wrong. Rimuru was right, she thought grimly. Straightening, Velzard rose to her feet, her resolve solidifying. Gently, she lifted Velgrind's unconscious form into her arms. "I need answers," Velzard muttered to herself, her voice low but resolute. Without another moment's hesitation, she summoned her wings and ascended into the sky, flying toward the Jura forest. To be continued. Chapter 24, Primordial of Black, Noir. Ciel. Voice of the world. Ah. Interesting. Rimuru mused, sensing two powerful presences rapidly approaching Tempest. From his spot on the couch, Veldora looked up from his manga, frowning. "Rimuru, something feels off." He shuddered slightly, rubbing his arms. "I don't know why, but I suddenly have this terrible chill down my spine." Rimuru glanced at him and smirked. "Relax. I have a pretty good idea of what's going on." Before Veldora could ask, the doors burst open, and Testarossa and Ultima hurried inside, both looking visibly tense. "Rimuru-sama." Testarossa started, but Rimuru casually raised a hand, cutting her off. "I know," he said, standing up. "For now, I want you two to receive them on my behalf and escort them to my house. I'll be there shortly." Testarossa and Ultima exchanged glances before nodding. "Understood, Rimuru-sama." Without another word, they turned and rushed back out. Rimuru let out a quiet sigh, crossing his arms. "Good thing I set up those orinating barriers. If the citizens had sensed two dragons descending on Tempest, we'd have full-blown panic on our hands." Then he turned toward Veldora, who was still sitting there, utterly clueless. Rimuru couldn't help but scoff. "It looks like living in luxury has dulled your sense of crisis." He leaned forward, resting a hand on his hip. "Try sensing that power again. I'm sure you'll find it familiar." Veldora blinked. "Huh." Closing his eyes, he focused. The moment he did, his entire body stiffened. Then, like a switch had flipped, his eyes shot wide open in sheer panic. "Rimuru. I just remembered I have something important to do. I'll be back in a month or two." He turned, ready to bolt, but... "Stop right there." Rimuru's voice was firm, and Veldora froze mid-step, shoulders tensing. "Don't you think it's about time you faced your sister instead of running at the mere thought of her?" Veldora slowly turned back, shaking his head furiously. "You don't understand, Rimuru." His voice wavered, pure fear written all over his face. "My sisters are terrifying." He visibly shuddered, memories of past disciplinary actions flooding his mind. Rimuru sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Look, I get why you're scared. But you're my sworn brother now, no one in Tempest can lay a finger on you without my say-so," he declared before narrowing his eyes. "That doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, though. I'm treating you like an adult, so start acting like one. I don't have anything for you to do right now, but I will soon. So stay put and wait. Now, come with me. Let's go greet our guests." Rimuru stood up, dragging the reluctant Veldora along with him. Veldora groaned but reluctantly followed, muttering under his breath. "I should have stayed sealed." "Hello, Velzard. We meet again," Rimuru said casually as he stepped into the guest room of his house. Veldora followed closely behind, only to freeze the moment he saw the silver-haired woman standing in the center of the room, her expression as unreadable as ever. Rimuru's gaze shifted to the bed, where a familiar figure lay unconscious. "And it seems this time, you brought your sister along as well," he added, eyeing Velgrind's unmoving form. Velzard barely spared Veldora a glance, yet it was enough to make him visibly shudder. Her piercing gaze then returned to Rimuru. "I'm not in the mood for games. Just tell me, what's wrong with my sister?" "Huh? Something's wrong with Velgrind." Veldora tilted his head in confusion, but the two ignored him. "You already know the answer, don't you, Velzard?" Rimuru smirked at the female dragon, who narrowed her eyes in response. "The real question isn't, what's wrong with her? It's, can you help her?" Rimuru continued, taking a deliberate step forward. "And the answer is yes, I can. In fact, I can help you too, so you don't end up like her." "Then do it," Velzard said haughtily, folding her arms across her chest. Rimuru's smirk faded. "And why should I?" In an instant, a suffocating, oppressive aura flooded the room. It was a presence so overwhelming that even the air seemed to thicken. "This isn't charity, and I'm no saint," Rimuru stated, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. I have no reason to help her, especially since she's second in command to Rudra, the emperor of a nation that will inevitably set its sights on Tempest. So tell me, Velzard, why should I save her, when I could just seal her away in the same cave Veldora was once trapped in? The temperature in the room plummeted. Frost crept along the walls, and the very air turned razor-sharp as Velzard unleashed her own aura, countering Rimuru's pressure with an icy wrath of her own. If you help my sister and me, I, Frost Dragon Velzard, will owe you a favor, she declared, her tone just as haughty as before. That should be enough of a payment, don't you think? Rimuru scoffed, his expression unimpressed. A favor from you? Please. That's about as valuable to me as a bag of dirt. Velzard's gaze darkened, her aura flaring ever so slightly. I'm smarter, stronger, and wealthier than you, Rimuru continued, his voice dripping with confidence. There's nothing you can offer that would make curing your sister worth my effort. Velzard clenched her fists, her jaw tightening. Fine. She glared at Rimuru, her patience thinning. What do you want? Nothing too extreme, Rimuru chuckled as he stepped forward, stopping just inches from Velzard. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement. I want you, Frost Dragon Velzard, to become my subordinate. A heavy silence fell over the room. Velzard stared at Rimuru as if he had just declared himself the ruler of the multiverse. Beside her, Veldora looked equally dumbfounded, his jaw slack. Then. Are you out of your fucking mind? Velzard roared, her aura flaring violently as ice spread across the room, encasing the walls and floor in a thick layer of frost. You want me, one of the only 3 remaining true dragons, to become your subordinate? Rimuru smirked. Oh hey, so you do have ears, he teased, utterly unfazed by her outburst. Velzard's eye twitched. You. She clenched her fists, her usual composure completely shattered. Who the hell do you think I am? I'm not like my little brother, who follows anyone just because they dangle a carrot in front of his face. Hey! Veldora shouted, clearly offended, only for Velzard to snap an agitated, shut up. Which immediately silenced him. Rimuru let out a sigh, shaking his head. First of all, Veldora isn't my subordinate. If anything, he's got a better life than me since he doesn't have to work. He shot a pointed look at Veldora, who quickly averted his gaze. Then Rimuru turned back to Velzard. And if being my subordinate is too much for your pride, I have a counteroffer, you can be my partner instead. Live here like Veldora does. I even have a job in mind for you. Velzard opened her mouth to retort, but Rimuru raised a hand, stopping her. Before you answer, actually think about what I'm offering, he said, his tone shifting into something more serious. I'm talking about overriding the skill that was created by your brother, the one who created this world. So don't be too hasty in rejecting my offer. Sit on it and come to me when you're ready. With that, Rimuru turned to Velgrind, placing a hand on her forehead. A faint shimmer spread across her body before he nodded in satisfaction. What did you do to her? Velzard asked, raising a brow. I erased her memory of the crystal ball experiment you conducted on her, Rimuru replied, smiling as Velzard's expression shifted to shock. You're probably wondering how I knew about that, right? Well, the answer is simple. After that experiment, there were only 2 possible outcomes, either your sister would destroy a massive chunk of land in a rage, or she'd go into deep shock. Luckily for us, it was the latter. And the reason for erasing that memory? Simple, Rimuru continued with a shrug. If Rudra noticed Velgrind resisting or questioning his influence, he might resort to something permanent, which would be bad for her and annoying for me to deal with. He glanced at Velzard. And before you ask, yes, Rudra does have a way to permanently control true dragons. No, I won't tell you more unless you join my side. Velzard scoffed, but her jaw tightened. Fine. Then she gave him a sharp look. By the way, what was with your tone when you said Rudra's name? What are you hiding from me? Hey, there are a lot of things I am hiding from you, but once again, unless you join my camp, you're not getting anything out of me, Rimuru said, taking absolute delight in Velzard's annoyed expression. Velzard exhaled through her nose, visibly annoyed. Fine, keep your secrets, she said and lifted her sister in her hand. I wish I could say that this meeting was productive, but unfortunately it was not, and now I am back to square one. Well, you know my terms, Rimuru said, lazily waving his hand. Hit me up when you're ready. Velzard glared at him for a moment before turning her eyes towards Veldora, who instinctively straightened up. Veldora, looks like you are doing quite good for yourself, she said. Anyway, don't cause any trouble unless you want me to beat you up like a stress ball. Of course not. I will be on my best behavior. Veldora stammered as he instinctively saluted her. Good, she said before glancing at Rimuru one last time, and then without another word, she took off from Tempest. Rimuru, after Velzard vanished over the horizon, Veldora turned towards Rimuru while scratching his head. You really think it's a good idea to provoke her like that? Don't worry, I've got everything under control, Rimuru reassured him, patting his shoulder. Anyway, come on, let's get some lunch. I heard Shuna's the one cooking today. An hour after enjoying a delicious lunch prepared by Shuna, Rimuru returned to his house, only to hear a knock on the door. Before he could even respond, the door swung open, and Testarossa and Ultima strolled in, bickering as usual. Hello, ladies, Rimuru greeted them with a small smile, instantly putting a halt to their argument. So, Ultima, he continued, taking a seat on the couch, what do you think of Tempest so far? Ultima's crimson eyes lit up, her earlier irritation with Testarossa forgotten in an instant. I love it here, she exclaimed, practically vibrating with excitement. There's so much to do, so many people to annoy. And with Testarossa around, I can fight to my heart's content without holding back too much. Testarossa sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. You really are hopeless. She crossed her arms, casting Ultima a look of disapproval. There's more to Tempest than just fighting, you know. The infrastructure, the economy, the diplomatic ties. Ugh, boring, Ultima groaned, making exaggerated gestures with her hands. At least I'm not a simpleton like you. Testarossa snapped, glaring at the violet-haired girl. Rimuru swiftly raised a hand before the argument could escalate further. All right, break it up. I don't need another war breaking out in my living room. Both girls huffed and turned their heads away from each other. Testarossa, is there anything else? Rimuru asked, tilting his head. Testarossa hesitated for a moment before nodding. Actually. Speak freely, Rimuru encouraged, motioning for her to continue while taking a seat on the couch. She cleared her throat, shifting into a more formal stance. Well, my lord. When I went to the demon realm to bring Ultima, I encountered another of our kind, black primordial, noir, to be precise. At that, Rimuru's eyes narrowed slightly. Noir, huh? Without a word, Testarossa pulled out a massive stack of papers and placed them on the table in front of him with an uncharacteristically sheepish expression. Rimuru's gaze flicked between the towering pile and Testarossa's face, a deep sense of unease creeping into his chest. His past life's experiences with paperwork flashed before his eyes like a cursed memory. And this is, he asked warily. Testarossa cleared her throat again. That is 213 pages of a detailed resume and appeal explaining why you should summon him to your side. Silence. Rimuru stared at her, his expression utterly deadpan. Testarossa shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. I tried to refuse, she admitted, cheeks tinged with the faintest blush. But he was very persistent, so. It's fine, I understand. Rimuru sighed, waving his hand dismissively. He knew all too well how annoyingly persistent the black primordial could be. You two can go now. I have another matter to attend to. Both girls bowed before taking their leave, leaving Rimuru alone with the towering stack of papers. Noir, huh? Rimuru muttered, leaning back in his chair as he thought about the black primordial, his most annoying yet undeniably highly efficient and competent subordinate. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rimuru made his decision. Rising from his seat, he cast several layers of privacy barriers around the room. Well then, heed my call and come to me, primordial of black. A massive, intricate magic circle flared to life in the center of the room, pulsating with an ominous glow. The very air trembled with an unnatural pressure as thick, black smoke billowed from the summoning point, coiling like living tendrils before dispersing to reveal a kneeling figure. He, Noir chuckled, his voice lilting with eerie amusement as he lifted his head to meet Rimuru's gaze. His piercing crimson eyes gleamed with something unsettling, reverence, amusement, and perhaps a hint of madness. It is an absolute pleasure to be summoned by you, my lord. Rimuru studied him carefully, his expression unreadable. Noir, Testarossa mentioned that you want to serve me. Noir straightened, placing a hand over his heart. Indeed, my lord. It would be an unparalleled honor to stand at your side, to serve you with unwavering loyalty and devotion. Rimuru remained silent for a moment before nodding. I see. He then smirked slightly. In that case, how about a test before I give you a name? Noir tilted his head ever so slightly, his curiosity piqued. A test, my lord. Yes. Rimuru folded his arms. I'll provide you with a body suited for you as a vessel and the necessary skills to complete it, but whether or not you succeed will depend entirely on your intelligence and execution. His voice carried a weight that left no room for misinterpretation. This project is critical to my future plans, so failure is not an option. Are you up for the challenge? For a split second, Noir was silent. Then, without warning, his entire body trembled, not with fear, but with uncontained excitement. To be entrusted with such a monumental task, oh, how blessed I am. Noir's voice rose with unrestrained glee as he suddenly spun in place, clasping his hands together like a starstruck devotee and continued showering Rimuru with exaggerated praises. Enough, Rimuru raised a hand, cutting off the theatrical monologue before it spiraled further out of control. Since you're so eager, let me explain what I have in mind. The moment he began outlining the details, Noir's demeanor shifted. His exaggerated glee melted away, replaced by razor-sharp focus. His eyes gleamed as he absorbed every word, his mind already dissecting the task and planning its execution. When Rimuru finally finished, he extended his hand. With a mere thought, he conjured a body made of divine steel, for Noir, and at the same time, he formed a soul corridor between them, granting Noir several carefully selected skills necessary for his mission. Noir gazed at his new form with a gloved hand resting against his chest, as if savoring the sensation. He flexed his fingers, testing the responsiveness of his new body. Rimuru smirked. Well then, Noir, best of luck. Hopefully, the next time we meet, I'll be calling you by your name. The black primordial let out a dark, delighted chuckle. He. Fear not, Rimuru-sama. He bowed deeply, his grin stretching unnervingly wide. I will flawlessly complete this task and earn that name for myself. And with that, he vanished into a swirl of black smoke, leaving only the faintest lingering trace of his ominous presence. Rimuru exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck as he dispelled the privacy barriers. Well, that's one way to liven up the afternoon. Later that evening, Rimuru strolled through Rimuru City, casually interacting with citizens and enjoying the lively atmosphere. It was then that a messenger approached, informing him that a delegation from the Kingdom of Raja had arrived, urgently requesting an audience with him. Oh. So they're finally here, Rimuru mused, a smirk playing on his lips. Without missing a beat, he summoned Rigard and instructed him to prepare a meeting room for their guests. 15 minutes later. Rimuru stepped into the designated meeting room, where two nervous-looking humans awaited him. The moment they saw him, they immediately stood and bowed deeply in respect. Without a word, Rimuru took his seat at the head of the table, then waved his hand in a casual gesture, signaling for them to sit as well. So, honored guests from the Kingdom of Raja. Rimuru began, keeping his tone deliberately bored. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? The two humans exchanged uneasy glances before rising to their feet once again, bowing even lower than before. Lord Rimuru Tempest, one of them spoke with reverence, on behalf of Queen Tawa and the Kingdom of Raja, we humbly request the aid and support of the great nation of Tempest. Rimuru tapped his fingers on the table, pretending to consider their words carefully, though inwardly, he was already a step ahead. I see. Interesting. He muttered, his expression unreadable as he suppressed a smirk. To be continued. Chapter 25, Bringer of Joy, Shizu Aizawa. Ciel. Voice of the World. The Kingdom of Raja was a land steeped in sorrow, its once vibrant streets now hauntingly silent. The laughter of children that once echoed through the alleyways had faded into distant memory. The spirited haggling of merchants, and the steady hum of life that had once filled its marketplaces. In their place, fear hung thick in the air, weighing on the people like an unseen force. When they spoke, it was in hushed, hurried whispers, as if even sound itself could invite misfortune. War loomed on the horizon like an unrelenting storm, its shadow stretching over Raja with suffocating inevitability. Soldiers patrolled the streets, their gazes sharp and unwavering, hands ever at the ready to draw their blades. The townsfolk moved like wraiths, their steps hesitant, their eyes darting with suspicion, their shoulders hunched as though bracing for a blow that had yet to fall. But war was not the kingdom's only affliction. The lifeblood of Raja, its water, had turned against it. Poison had seeped into its wells and rivers, sickening its people and leaving them frail, their strength ebbing away with each passing day. No matter how many times Queen Tawa purified the sacred lake, the corruption always returned, as if mocking her efforts. Some whispered of an unseen enemy at work, while others, in hushed and fearful tones, murmured of divine punishment. Yet, whether the cause was sorcery or the wrath of the gods, the result was the same: desperation, paranoia, and suffering. But today, something was different. A shift rippled through the heavy silence as a luxurious carriage rolled through the desolate streets, its polished exterior gleaming beneath the weary sun. Flanking it on either side were two Kijin, who rode atop monstrous wolves, creatures of raw muscle and sinew, their powerful forms exuding an air of silent menace. Under normal circumstances, such a sight would have sent the people into a frenzy, whether of fear or awe. But the presence of Queen Tawa's elite guards leading the carriage quelled any immediate panic. Whispers spread like wildfire. Curious onlookers emerged from the shadows of shuttered homes and dimly lit alleyways, their gazes drawn to the mysterious procession. Soon, the trickle of spectators became a flood, until a massive crowd had gathered before the gates of the royal palace. At its entrance stood Queen Tawa, a vision of regal composure despite the turmoil that plagued her kingdom. Flanked by her most trusted ministers, she waited to greet and welcome whoever was inside that carriage. "Brother, we're here," Framea said, glancing out the carriage window. Beside her, Rimuru sat comfortably, engrossed in a book as if he were on a casual afternoon retreat rather than arriving in a tense, war-torn kingdom. "I see," Rimuru replied, flicking his wrist to make the book vanish into thin air. He turned to Framea with a gentle smile. "Are you ready?" This will be your first official appearance as my sister. Framea took a deep breath, steeling herself. I am, she answered, though her fingers instinctively smoothed the fabric of her gown. The dress, a stunning black silk masterpiece, was a far cry from the practical clothes she usually wore for work. It clung elegantly to her form, highlighting her curves, its flowing design exuding nobility, but to Framea, it felt restrictive, unnatural. She wasn't used to garments that sacrificed function for beauty. Sensing her unease, Rimuru reached out and placed a hand on her head. Don't worry, you look amazing, he assured her. Then, a teasing grin spread across his face. Actually, you look so amazing that I might have to start chasing boys away with a stick. Naisama. Stop saying such nonsense. Framea protested, her cheeks turning pink as she swatted at his arm. All right, I'll behave, Rimuru chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender. Then, with a more composed expression, he nodded toward the door. Well, it's time to step out. He said before, Shion opened the door of the carriage for him. At that moment, Shion, his personal bodyguard, swung the carriage door open. Sunlight poured into the interior, and as Rimuru stepped out, his gaze swept across the enormous crowd that had gathered around them. Hundreds of eyes filled with curiosity focused squarely locked onto him. Instead, he moved around the carriage just as Rimuru opened the door on the other side, extending a hand to Framea. She hesitated, inhaling sharply before placing her palm in his. With practiced grace, Rimuru helped her step down, and the moment her feet touched the ground, the crowd's hushed murmurs intensified. Framea swallowed her nerves, glancing at Rimuru. He met her gaze and gave her an almost imperceptible nod, reassuring yet firm. Taking his cue, she straightened her posture, shoulders squared, and together, they stepped forward, Rimuru and Shion following closely behind. At the palace entrance, Queen Tawa stood waiting, the regal air about her only enhanced by the golden embroidery on her pristine white gown while her lips poised in a polite smile. Welcome to the kingdom of Raja, King Rimuru. It is a pleasure to meet you in person, she greeted, her tone formal, as though this were their first encounter. Rimuru's expression softened into an easy, confident smile. The pleasure is mine, Queen Tawa, he responded smoothly, taking her offered hand and brushing a light kiss against the back of it. I have heard much about your strength from my cousin, King Gazel, Tawa said, her voice carrying just loud enough for the gathered citizens to hear. And I am truly grateful that you have shown such generosity in coming to Raja's aid during these troubled times. Rimuru flashed a charming smile, one that sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Many of the women were visibly flustered. I'm honored by your kind words, Queen Tawa, he replied. And as for coming to your aid, it's only natural. We are neighbors, after all, and supporting you now will lead to mutual prosperity in the years to come. A sentiment I wholeheartedly share, Tawa agreed with a graceful nod before shifting her attention to Framea. And who might this be, King Rimuru? This is my sister, Framea, Rimuru introduced, glancing at her as a subtle cue to step forward. Gathering her courage, Framea met Tawa's gaze. It's a pleasure to meet you, Queen Tawa, she said, keeping her voice steady despite the way her heart pounded in her chest. Lady Framea, the pleasure is mine, Tawa replied warmly, her expression kind yet subtly assessing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she turned slightly and gestured toward the grand doors of the palace. Please, let us continue this conversation inside. Before she could step forward, Rimuru raised a hand slightly, stopping her in her tracks. Before that, he said with an easy smile, how about we solve one of your kingdom's problems? A hush fell over the gathered crowd, tension thickening the air as all eyes locked onto him. Tawa's brows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean, King Rimuru? She asked carefully. This wasn't something instructed in his letter just days ago. Rimuru met her gaze evenly. The poisoned lake, the root of so many illnesses in your kingdom. I believe I have a permanent solution. The moment those words left his lips, a ripple of disbelief and outrage surged through the onlookers. What the hell is he saying? What could he possibly do? Even Queen Tawa, with a gift from the goddess, couldn't fix this. What hope does an outsider have? Tawa ignored the murmurs, keeping her gaze firmly on Rimuru, trying to figure out what he was trying to do. After a moment, she let out a soft sigh and decided to play along. Are you certain, King Rimuru? She asked, feigning skepticism. Even the royal treasure could only purify the lake for a few days at most. I'm certain, Rimuru replied smoothly, his voice carrying the quiet confidence of someone who already knew the outcome. He then gestured toward the carriage. In fact, we can settle this issue right now. What do you say, Queen Tawa? Tawa glanced at her people, their expressions ranging from curiosity to outright doubt, and was waiting for a reaction. Finally, she gave a single nod. Very well, King Rimuru. Let's go at once. Rimuru nodded before turning to Framea. Framea, you'll stay here at the castle. Shion, stay with her. Rimuru, you're coming with me. Framea nodded in acknowledgement, while Cheyenne looked like she wanted to argue, but a look from Rimuru made her swallow her complaint and nod along as well. Rimuru, meanwhile, stepped forward, already prepared. Tawa turned and called over one of her attendants, whispering instructions before addressing Framea. Lady Framea, please go with her. She will serve as your attendant during your stay. With that, Rimuru and Tawa boarded the carriage once more, their destination set. Behind them, the crowd surged forward, a wave of anticipation and skepticism driving them to follow. Whatever was about to unfold, they would see it with their own eyes. As the carriage rolled through the streets, Rimuru glanced at Tawa, who was gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Yet, every so often, she subtly stole glances at him. Do you want a picture? It'll last longer, Rimuru teased, smirking as she jolted upright, her face heating up. What? That's not, she stammered, clearly caught off guard. Relax, he chuckled. What's on your mind? Tawa hesitated before sighing, her gaze dropping to her hands. Rimuru-sama, it's my just ministers, she admitted. Oh, you mean the old men standing with you earlier? Rimuru mused, recalling their stiff postures and not-so-subtle glares. They didn't exactly look thrilled to see me. Tawa nodded, fingers fidgeting in her lap. They weren't pleased about your arrival. I shared the terms you proposed for helping us, and let's just say, most of them weren't thrilled. I figured as much, Rimuru said casually. Then, without missing a beat, he added, what about the plan your finance minister suggested? Tawa's head snapped toward him, eyes wide with shock. How do you? She couldn't even finish the sentence. Know about their brilliant little scheme. Rimuru finished for her, his voice carrying an edge. The one where I use my nation's power to repel your attackers, only for them to later claim I had mind-controlled you into accepting my aid. His tone darkened. Yeah, I knew the moment your finance minister first voiced it. A suffocating pressure filled the carriage, the weight of it pressing down on Tawa's chest, making her stomach churn. Her breath hitched as the realization sank in, he had known all along. You think I'd leave my wife in your kingdom without at least 3 safeguards in place? Rimuru continued, his voice chillingly calm, each word sending shivers down Tawa's spine. Tawa swallowed hard. Rimuru-sama, I'm sore. Shut up. She flinched at the uncharacteristically harsh command, her hands tightening in her lap. A ruler who cannot control their own people is a cancer to their nation, Rimuru said coldly. Today, they're scheming behind your back, plotting to betray me without your approval. What's stopping them from planning your assassination next? Tawa lowered her head, unable to find an answer. For my allies, my benevolence knows no bounds, Rimuru continued, his voice softening just slightly. But for my enemies. He let the words hang in the air, the unspoken threat more powerful than if he had finished the sentence, and Tawa's trembling form told him she understood. Then, in a quieter, more solemn tone, he added, Tawa, I mean this. Get control of your people. You're kind, too kind. You remind me of my own sister, and that's why I would hate to ever raise my sword against your nation. With that, the conversation ended. Tawa fell into deep thought, replaying Rimuru's words over and over in her mind. The weight of his words settled heavily on her, sinking into her very core. The rest of the ride was silent. But in Tawa's mind, Rimuru's warning echoed over and over again. So, this is the place, huh? Rimuru muttered, his gaze sweeping over the once majestic lake. Now, its surface shimmered with an unnatural purple hue, the telltale sign of lingering corruption. He clicked his tongue before turning to Tawa. I can purify it, no problem. As his words rang out, murmurs rippled through the gathered crowd. This time, however, there were voices tinged with hope, a stark contrast to the skepticism that still clung to others. In that case, King Rimuru, please, Tawa said, gesturing toward the lake. With a nod, Rimuru stepped forward. Kneeling at the water's edge, he placed a hand on the tainted surface. The moment his fingers made contact, a wave of radiant light burst forth, sweeping across the lake in a brilliant cascade. Gasps echoed around him as the poison coalesced at the center, swirling into a dark mass before shooting skyward. With a final crackle of energy, the corruption burst apart, dispersing harmlessly into the air. A hush fell over the crowd as purified water rained down in a light, refreshing drizzle over the stunned onlookers. And that's that, Rimuru said, rising to his feet with a satisfied smile. Of course, he wasn't just showing off, Ultima had already disabled the magic circle polluting the lake the night before. What he had just done was merely expelling the remaining poison, ensuring Raja would never suffer from it again. Tawa, staring in astonishment at the now pristine water, barely registered Rimuru's voice when he spoke again. Queen Tawa, you'll want to assign people to monitor the lake over the next few days, he advised. She snapped out of her daze and quickly nodded, issuing orders to 2 of her guards. Now then, Rimuru stretched lazily, flashing a grin. Shall we head back? All this traveling has made me a little peckish. Tawa composed herself and smiled. Of course. I'll have the finest cuisine our kingdom has to offer prepared for you. As they turned back toward the carriage, the people remained frozen in place, eyes darting between Rimuru and the lake that now gleamed like polished crystal. The poison was gone. The water, clearer than it had been in years, shimmered under the sun, along with the newfound hope in the hearts of Raja's people. As soon as they returned to the palace and found themselves alone, Rimuru finally voiced the question that had been on his mind ever since he arrived. Tawa, where is Shizu? It was strange, Shizu was supposed to be here, yet he hadn't seen her once since his arrival. Knowing her personality, he was sure she would have greeted him the moment he stepped foot in the palace. At the mention of the name, a bright smile bloomed on Tawa's face, an expression so full of warmth that it felt oddly out of place for a queen burdened with her nation's hardships. Miss Shizu. 2 days ago, she suddenly started feeling nauseous, so I had her rest in one of our rooms. Please, follow me. I'll take you to her. Nauseous. Rimuru frowned slightly. That shouldn't happen, not after I rebuilt her body. Despite his confusion, he followed Tawa as she led him through the palace halls until they arrived outside a door in the castle. She's inside, Tawa said, gesturing toward the door. Please, take your time. I'll meet you later. With that, she turned and left, leaving Rimuru standing there, more puzzled than before. Shaking his head, he knocked lightly before stepping inside. The moment he entered, his eyes immediately landed on Shizu. She was sitting on the bed, looking completely healthy, while Framea sat beside her, chatting animatedly about something. Just then both women noticed him and turned toward him as he walked in, and before he could get a single word out, Framea's face lit up with pure delight. Big brother, she cheered, jumping up from the bed and launching herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Rimuru blinked in confusion, awkwardly patting her back. Framea? What's going on here? He asked, utterly baffled by the behavior of the women around him. I really want to tell you, but... Framea turned to Shizu with a teasing smile before looking back at Rimuru. I think it's best if I let you two lovebirds have this moment. Then, before he could stop her, she spun around and darted out of the room. I'm going to explore the castle, bye, her distant voice echoed as the door shut behind her. Rimuru chuckled, shaking his head, what a strange silly girl. Turning back to Shizu, he walked over to her and knelt in front of the bed, gently taking her hands in his. Hey, conqueror of my heart, I missed you so much. Shizu giggled, warmth filling her gaze. That was ridiculously cheesy, I love it. She squeezed his hands. I missed you too, lord of my heart. Rimuru grinned before tilting his head. So, what's going on? Tawa told me you were feeling nauseous, but that shouldn't be possible, right? You're right, it shouldn't, Shizu admitted, her lips curling into a radiant smile. But, there are special circumstances this time. Rimuru blinked, his mind racing through possibilities. Special circumstances? Shizu nodded, her fingers tightening slightly around his. Rimuru. She hesitated, then took a deep breath before meeting his eyes. I'm pregnant. Time seemed to freeze. Rimuru stared at her, completely still, his brain momentarily short-circuiting. What? Shizu let out a soft laugh, her eyes shimmering with warmth. We're having a baby. To be continued. Chapter 26, Scheming Grandmaster, Yuki Kagurazaka. Ciel. Voice of the world. We're having a baby. Silence stretched between them as Shizu's words settled, their meaning sinking deep into Rimuru's mind like a stone dropped into a still lake. Then, realization struck. Rimuru's golden eyes widened, lips parting slightly as the weight of the moment crashed over him like a tidal wave. A baby, he echoed, his voice barely above a whisper, as if saying it too loudly might shatter the fragile, wondrous truth before him. Shizu nodded, her gaze never leaving his, filled with warmth, love, and unwavering certainty. For a moment, Rimuru forgot how to breathe. Not that he ever needed to, but right now, it felt like his entire being had come to a standstill. Something swelled within his chest, warm, overwhelming, unlike anything he had ever experienced before. A deep, unfamiliar ache, yet one that felt so right. His fingers tightened around hers, his grip firm yet gentle, as a slow, joyous smile spread across his lips. We're having a baby, he repeated, this time with awe, as if speaking the words aloud made them more real. Shizu chuckled, eyes twinkling with quiet amusement. What's with that reaction? You're the one who told me it was possible, remember? You said we could have a child without any risks to me or drawbacks to you. Rimuru blinked, then let out a small, breathless laugh. Yeah. I did say that, didn't I? He rubbed the back of his head, a sheepish grin tugging at his lips. Just then a familiar voice chimed in. Do not forget that I was the one who assisted in creating the seed and ritual, overriding the natural laws that prevent spiritual life forms from conceiving without consequence. Rimuru exhaled a quiet chuckle, shaking his head. Of course. How could I ever forget such a massive favor? His gratitude surged through their connection, filled with the overwhelming joy of this moment. There is no need for thanks. My existence is to aid Master in achieving his desires, no matter how absurd or illogical they may seem. Despite Ciel's typically logical tone, Rimuru could sense the faintest trace of satisfaction in her words. He sent another surge of gratitude her way before turning his full attention back to Shizu. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his arms, holding her close, tighter than ever before, as if she were the most precious thing in the world. Shizu. His voice was thick with emotion. This is incredible. A soft laugh escaped her, muffled slightly as she buried her face against his shoulder. I'm glad you think so. I was a little nervous about how you'd react. Rimuru pulled back slightly, mock offense flickering across his features. You were nervous. Shizu, you just gave me the best news of my entire existence. Why would I be anything but happy? Her breath hitched, her expression softening. Slowly, she pressed her forehead against his, her fingers curling into the fabric of his clothes. Rimuru. Her voice trembled slightly, thick with unspoken emotion. Tears welled in her eyes before slipping down her cheeks, glistening like tiny crystals in the dim light. Thank you for giving this to me. Rimuru's thumb brushed across her cheek, wiping away her tears with infinite tenderness. No, he whispered, his forehead still resting against hers. Thank you for making this dream come true. Wrapped in each other's warmth, they sat in quiet bliss, hearts entwined, their lives forever changed by the miracle they had created together. While he was embracing his wife, Rimuru turned his attention inward, seeking Ciel's insight into Shizu's current condition and their unborn child. There is no issue with Shizu's body. She is in excellent health. Rimuru let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, relief washing over him like a gentle wave. That's a relief. However, the birth of your child may not follow the same process as normal humans. Rimuru stiffened. What do you mean? His voice carried a hint of alarm. Calm down, Master. There is no danger to either Shizu or your child, Ciel reassured him smoothly. However, Shizu's pregnancy will last approximately 18 months. Rimuru blinked. Then, with a dramatic sigh, he exhaled in relief. Oh gosh, Ciel, you almost gave little old delicate me a heart attack. I respectfully disagree, Master, considering you neither possess a heart nor are as delicate as you claim. Rimuru scoffed, rolling his eyes. Wow, that's rude. But his playful expression soon faded into something more serious. So, what's the reason for the extended pregnancy? Master, a child born between you, a being comparable to a god, and Shizu, a being comparable to a true hero, is bound to be extraordinary. To ensure the child's body can properly accommodate its immense power without complications, I modified its genetic structure to that of a dragonoid race. As a result, the gestation period has doubled. Rimuru hummed, nodding in understanding. I see. He then chuckled softly, a small smile tugging at his lips. You really thought of everything, huh? Of course. This is Master's first child. No harm will come to them as long as I exist. Rimuru's smile widened. Ah, look at you, already acting like a mom. His voice brimmed with amusement. Master, please don't forget that I can still disable your taste buds, Ciel threatened him while Rimuru rolled his eyes. Besides, as a Master's partner, the child's well-being is also my top priority. Rimuru's smile softened. Thanks, Ciel. Knowing you're looking after my child, it really takes a load off my shoulders. Back in the real world, Rimuru and Shizu slowly pulled apart. He took a deep breath, steadying himself before relaying everything Ciel had told him about her pregnancy and their child. The moment he finished, Shizu's eyes widened in shock. I'm going to give birth to a dragon, she blurted out. A stunned pause. Then, with a shake of her head, she muttered, wow, just wow. Rimuru winced slightly. I'm sorry. I made that decision without asking you first, he admitted, guilt creeping into his voice. The last thing he wanted was to upset the mother of his child. Shizu blinked at him before letting out a soft laugh. No, it's all right, she reassured him, placing a gentle hand over his. I'll admit, an 18-month pregnancy and raising a dragonoid child both sound, well, unexpected. But if it's for the sake of our baby, then I have no complaints. Rimuru let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, squeezing her hand in gratitude. Thank you. I was really worried you'd be upset with me. Shizu's expression softened as she gave him a warm smile. Don't worry, Rimuru. I understand. And more importantly, I trust you. I know you'd never do anything to harm me or our child. A thoughtful look crossed her face, her fingers idly tracing circles against the back of his hand. Besides, I know how cruel this world can be. I've lived through it. If our child is born strong, then that's a blessing, one I have no right to deny them. Rimuru felt his heart swell at her words. Without thinking, he reached out, gently cupping her cheek in his palm. You're going to be an amazing mom. Shizu's smile grew, a soft warmth shining in her eyes. You think so? Rimuru's gaze never wavered. I know so. And before she could say another word, he leaned in, capturing her lips in a tender, lingering kiss. When they finally parted, they gazed at each other with soft smiles, like love-struck teenagers. So. Rimuru's playful demeanor softened as he shifted back to a more serious tone. What do you want to do next? Do you want to stay here or return to Tempest? Shizu took a moment to think before nodding to herself. I'd like to stay. Tawa and I have grown quite close over the last few days, and I want to be here for her, to support her however I can. Rimuru studied her for a moment, then sighed, a hint of concern lacing his voice. That's fine, but you have to promise me you won't overexert yourself. And more importantly, you'll keep yourself safe. Shizu chuckled, finding his protectiveness endearing. Stop being such a worrywart, she teased. I might not be as strong as Hirosama, but I can handle myself just fine. She gave him a reassuring smile. And if things ever get bad, I always have Agni to rely on. As if summoned by her words, Agni, the fire elemental lord, manifested from within Shizu, her form flickering like a living flame. She bowed respectfully toward Rimuru. Rest assured, Lord Rimuru, Agni intoned solemnly. I will protect Lady Shizu and the child growing within her from any and all harm. Good, make sure you protect her, Rimuru acknowledged Agni's resolve. His eyes flickered back to Shizu, and a mischievous glint replaced the seriousness from earlier. Well, since the lake issue is settled and the invading army has yet to arrive, I suddenly find myself with 2 whole days of freedom to do whatever I wish to do. He took a step closer, tilting his head with a playful smirk. So, my lady, what do you say? Care to take a stroll with your most devoted admirer? He extended a hand. Shizu let out a hearty laugh before schooling her expression into one of exaggerated regality. I do find myself a little bored, she mused dramatically. I suppose I could grant you the honor of my company. With deliberate grace, she placed her hand in his. Shizu giggled mightily when Rimuru pulled her close, one hand settling at her waist as he leaned in with a whisper. As you command, my lady. Before she could respond, the world around them shifted, shadows stretching, magic crackling in the air. In an instant, they vanished, reappearing in a distant, untouched land, far from prying eyes, just the two of them, where they could enjoy their time alone. While Rimuru basked in the joy of his impending fatherhood, spending a blissful time with his wife, the wheels of conspiracy were already turning within the Free Guild's headquarters in the kingdom of Inglacia. Kigali let out an exasperated sigh as she slumped onto the couch opposite Yuki Kagurazaka, her expression clouded with frustration. It's useless, she muttered, crossing her arms. Laplace and Tyr have exhausted every trick in the book, but there's still no trace of footmen. Worse, they haven't figured out a way to infiltrate Tempest without exposing themselves. She exhaled sharply. At this rate, our only option is an open invasion, but that would mean a direct confrontation with this Rimuru and his forces. Yuki, lounging in his chair with an air of ease, merely swirled the tea in his cup. No need to take that kind of risk, he said smoothly, his sharp eyes gleaming with calculation. Rescuing footmen is important, but Tempest is still too much of an unknown. If you can still sense him, that means he's alive, captured rather than killed. And knowing him, he'd sooner die than spill our secrets. We can afford to be patient. I was just worried about him, Kigali admitted, pursing her lips before glancing up at him. Unless you go in personally. Her golden eyes narrowed. With your anti-skill, you're practically untouchable. You could disable any protective or detection barriers and slip in and out without anyone even realizing it. Yuki chuckled, setting his cup down with a quiet clink. Tempting, but no. It's still too soon to reveal my hand, especially before we establish a stronger foothold in the east. Besides. His smirk deepened. I have a few ideas that could get us into Tempest without ever stepping foot inside ourselves. Kigali arched a brow, intrigued. Oh. Do tell. Yuki leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled together as he studied her. You're familiar with the legendary adventurer, Shizu Izawa, right? Kigali blinked. The Conqueror of Flames. Of course. She's practically a myth in adventurer circles. That's right. Shizu Izawa, my old teacher. His voice took on a nostalgic lilt before his smile twisted into something far more sinister. I recently acquired some very interesting intel. Nearly a year ago, she took a job investigating Tempest, and then she vanished. Realization flickered across Kigali's face before a slow smirk crept onto her lips. I see. So you want to spin a little tale, is that it? Exactly. Yuki's eyes gleamed with amusement. With the right whispers, we can turn her disappearance into something far more dramatic. A few well-placed lies, a little emotional manipulation, and I know just the person who will lose their mind over it. Let me guess, Kigali mused, already catching on. Someone with enough influence to act rashly. Someone who won't hesitate to stir up trouble. Yuki's smirk widened. Precisely. And conveniently, they already have ties to Luberus. A personal vendetta mixed with political ambition. It's the perfect recipe for chaos. But not yet. Kigali chuckled darkly. You're waiting until Tempest becomes too big to ignore, aren't you? Bingo, Yuki confirmed, mirroring her amusement. We let Tempest grow, let it become a beacon of power and influence. And when the time is right, we strike. Not only will we retrieve Footman, but we'll also set the stage for Clayman's ascension as a true demon lord. Kigali nodded approvingly. That's a solid plan. Then, her expression turned contemplative. Speaking of Clayman, he's been getting restless. He requested permission to use Charybdis for one of his own schemes. Yuki let out a tired sigh, rubbing his temples before his expression darkened. Let me guess, another ridiculous revenge scheme. His lips curled into a frown. Clayman's been getting more insufferable lately. From what Tyr told me, his ego has inflated to the point where he's even ignoring Laplace and Tyr's advice now. He's acting like a spoiled child playing at being a demon lord. Kigali crossed her legs and leaned back, arms folded. He's always been arrogant, but lately, it's like he actually believes he's untouchable. Something is definitely going on with him. Yuki exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. Anyway, let him do whatever he wants for now. With this new plan, we won't even need Charybdis anymore. If his little schemes stir up some chaos, it won't be entirely bad for us. But if he keeps running wild without thinking, he might end up causing irreparable damage to our plans. Kigali sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. I'll talk to him, see if I can get him to at least pretend to listen. Yuki smirked. Good luck with that. Then, he straightened up and stretched before glancing at the clock. But for now, we have somewhere to be. Kigali quirked an eyebrow. Oh. Something important. Very, Yuki smirked as he stood. After all, it's not every day that the head of the Rosso family, Mr. Granbell Rosso himself, summons you for a meeting, he said, expression turning serious. That old man doesn't do anything without a reason, and I'd rather not be caught off guard. Kigali chuckled, pushing herself up from the couch. Fair enough, she said before her amusement faded, replaced by sharp intrigue. Granbell, huh? Now that is interesting. Let's see what kind of game he's playing this time. As the two prepared to leave, a heavy silence settled over the room for a brief moment. Unnoticed, as always, a pair of sharp gray eyes lingered in the shadows, before vanished into darkness once more. To be continued. Chapter 27, The Cruel Court Magician, Lucius Spellweaver. Ciel. Voice of the World. In a secluded chamber deep within Raja's royal palace, the kingdom's ministers sat gathered around a grand, ornate table. The air was thick with tension, their grim expressions reflecting the crisis at hand. It's almost time, Bryn Stormblade, the Minister of Defense muttered, his fingers tightening into a fist against the polished wood. His gaze swept across the room, searching for answers that refused to present themselves. Astoria Kingdom's army is nearly at our doorstep, and yet our ever-so insightful queen has forbidden us from deploying our forces in defense. His voice carried a sharp edge of frustration. A/N, I gave the attacking kingdom a random name since constantly referring to it as the neighboring kingdom didn't sit right with me. All because of that damn demon. Theron Shadowbane, the army general seethed, his fury punctuated by a resounding slam of his palm against the table. I fail to understand why the queen would seek aid from that nation of monsters, of all places. Couldn't she have turned to a human kingdom instead? As much as I hate to admit it, Jareth Ledgerleaf, the Minister of Finance sighed, rubbing his temples, the nation of monsters may be our best, perhaps even our only, choice. Indeed, Seraphina Valerius, the Minister of Foreign Affairs agreed, her voice heavy with reluctant acceptance. The armed nation of Dwargon is bound by that old non-interference treaty. Their hands are tied, they can't officially come to our aid. And requesting help from the kingdom of Falmouth would be no different than handing them our economy on a silver platter, she exhaled sharply. Not to mention the endless demands they'd impose on us for years to come. Those greedy bastards have been scheming for years, Ilara Stonescribe, the head of intelligence scoffed, crossing her arms. They even tried to strong-arm the kingdom of Blumond into assimilation. They would have succeeded if Dwargon hadn't intervened. Honestly, Falmouth wouldn't be nearly as bold if not for their chief sorcerer, Raisin. That man is no ordinary spellcaster, he's frighteningly knowledgeable, rumored to be as strong as 10 great demon lords. His very name alone forces even a nation like Inglacia to tread carefully around him. Enough. Seneschal Whisperwind, the royal advisor snapped, raising his voice. Falmouth and their sorcerer are not our immediate concern. What about the Holy Empire of Lobelia? I know they don't usually intervene in human conflicts, but if they learned a demon was interfering in our affairs, surely they would have sent someone to help us. There was a chance, Ilara admitted, though her expression darkened. But I wouldn't recommend it. Their assistance would be just as, if not more, troublesome than Falmouth's. She leaned forward, her voice lowering as if the walls themselves could not be trusted. Lobelia might help us, but their price would be steep. Once inside our borders, they would demand the right to establish a Church of God Luminous, planting their influence deep within our society. And they wouldn't stop there. She tapped a finger against the table for emphasis. They would install their own bishop or priest within our royal court, gradually shifting our people's faith and loyalty away from the crown. And while they preach their righteousness, they'd quietly exploit our resources for their own ends. The chamber fell into a heavy silence, the weight of their predicament settling upon them like an iron shroud. So, in the end, Seneschal muttered bitterly, staring down at his clasped hands. Bowing to that demon is our only real option, isn't it? But becoming a vassal to a nation of monsters. It would be the greatest disgrace our kingdom has suffered since its founding. If that happens, the goddess will surely strip her blessing from our land. A defeated sigh escaped the Minister of Defense as he leaned back in his chair. What other choice do we have, he said, his voice hollow. As much as I despise this situation, the Queen is not wrong. The poisoned lake has already left most of our soldiers weakened, and even though the waters have been purified, it will take at least a month before they regain their full strength. Deploying them now would be nothing more than an act of desperation, a futile sacrifice that would only bolster our enemy's morale. Silence once again settled over the room as the ministers reflected on the day Queen Tawa had announced the aid Raja would receive from Tempest, along with the condition its ruler had set in exchange. That's right. The only demand Rimuru Tempest had made before offering his assistance was that the kingdom of Raja would become a vassal state of his nation. It was a simple yet absolute requirement. Naturally, Tawa had been reluctant. No ruler would willingly surrender their country's sovereignty, and yet when she looked upon the dire state of her kingdom, the poisoned lake that had weakened her people, the looming threat of invasion, and the sheer helplessness of her forces, she realized there was no other choice. And so, with a heavy heart, she accepted Rimuru's terms. However, when she shared her decision with her court, not a single one of them was pleased. Though they understood the reality of their situation, none of them could stomach the thought of losing their status as a free nation, least of all to monsters. To them, the idea was unthinkable. Unforgivable. The greatest disgrace that could have befallen their kingdom. If they submitted, Raja would become a laughingstock among the human nations, a shameful example of a kingdom that had bowed to creatures they had been raised to fear and distrust. And yet, despite their silent resentment, none dared to openly oppose the queen's decision. For many, it was out of respect. Tawa was not just their queen, she was a ruler who had given everything for her people. They had witnessed firsthand the sacrifices she had made. Week after week, she had risked her own health to purify the lake, even as the poison stubbornly returned. She had forsaken the luxuries of the palace, diverting resources into the national treasury instead. Many of the older ministers had watched her grow from a polite, timid child into a queen who bore the weight of her kingdom without complaint. And above all, she had sought aid not through a mere envoy, but by humbling herself and personally appealing to the king of monsters. That alone spoke volumes of her devotion towards her kingdom and its people. For others, however, respect was not enough to quell their anger. There were whispers, quiet conversations behind closed doors, of those who believed Raja could outmaneuver Tempest. That if they played their cards right, they could feign compliance and, once the crisis had passed, find a way to reclaim their independence. But when one such proposal was brought before the queen, she had immediately rejected it. That was when the true divide began to form. The dissatisfied faction held their tongues in the presence of the queen's loyal supporters, knowing that open defiance would not be welcomed. But they did not abandon their convictions. No, they merely waited. Biding their time. Searching for the right moment to make their voices heard. What if there was a way? The court magician, Lucius Spellweaver, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke with a sly smile curled at the edges of his lips as he surveyed the room. What if we could turn that demon against our enemies and exploit his nation's resources to strengthen our own, without giving him anything in return? Then I'd say you've lost your damn mind, Bryn snapped, his glare sharp enough to cut stone. The queen already warned us against any reckless schemes, didn't she? He's right, Seneschal said with a nod, siding with the Minister of Defense. It hasn't even been 6 months since you took over as court magician after your father. Don't do anything that'll get you removed from the position. Lucius scoffed, his expression twisting into mockery. I see. No wonder this nation is in such a pitiful state. With a royal court full of cowards, is it any surprise the queen is just as spineless? The temperature in the room seemed to drop, and before anyone could react, the Bryn moved. In a blur, he surged from his seat, seized Lucius by the throat, and slammed him against the stone wall. His grip was ironclad, fingers digging into the young mage's windpipe. How dare you slander Her Majesty behind her back, he growled, fury burning in his eyes as he tightened his grip. Even as he struggled for breath, Lucius smirked. Resorting to brute force against a mage, how brave of you, he rasped, his voice dripping with mockery. But unfortunately for you, I'm not the only one who shares this opinion. As soon as the words left Lucius's mouth, a cold sensation pricked Bryn's skin. His body tensed as he felt the unmistakable press of a blade against his throat. Let him go, Army General Theron's voice was low, dangerous. Or we're going to have a problem. The blade pushed in slightly, a warning. I won't ask twice. Shock flickered across Bryn's face as he slowly released his grip, stepping back. He turned to the Theron, disbelief clouding his features. You. How could you? His voice was unsteady, wavering between anger and betrayal. How could you betray Her Majesty like this? Betray her? Theron let out a bitter laugh, pulling his sword away. Don't make me laugh. She's the one who betrayed us first. She's the one who bowed her head to those monsters. She's the one who is handing our nation over to a demon. And I will do whatever it takes to stop that from happening. And how, exactly, do you plan to do that? Royal Advisor, Seneschal demanded, his voice heated. Are you going to fight that demon yourself? Lucius chuckled, stepping forward as he dusted off his robes. Now, let's not be so barbaric, he said smoothly, amusement lacing his words. I never said anything about fighting him. His smirk widened. Why fight when I can simply change the Queen's mind? A cold chill ran through the room. Unease flickered in the minister's eyes, but none of them spoke. Taking their silence as an invitation to continue, Lucius's tone turned almost gleeful. You see, during my travels studying magic, I came across a certain rare and powerful spell that allows one to bind another's mind to their will. He let the words sink in, watching as horror dawned on some faces and intrigue on others. With that magic, we can take control of the Queen. That way, we'll be the ones making the decisions for this kingdom, without waiting for our spineless monarch to approve them. You. Bryn looked as though he wanted to strike him, but his hands clenched into fists at his sides, trembling with rage. How can you say something so vile with a smile on your face? The Minister of Defense spat, disgust twisting his expression. He turned to the Theron, desperation in his voice. How can you be okay with this? We swore to the late king and queen that we would protect their daughter. Is this what you call protecting her? Theron's expression was cold, unyielding. We made that promise before Tawa decided to sell us out to the monsters. Before she made it clear that she cares more about honoring some foolish agreement with that demon than protecting her people. His voice was sharp, unwavering. She made her choice. Now we make ours. Raja does not need a monarch who kneels before monsters. And, quite frankly, we agree with the young court magician, Minister of Finance, Jareth added, his tone laced with disdain. The current queen fails to hold a candle compared to her predecessors. We have all seen her pathetic attempts to purify the lake. If she had truly been blessed by the goddess, she would have succeeded long ago. But she didn't. Which only proves one thing, the goddess has turned her back on the royal family. His lips curled into a sneer. It's time we take the reins of this nation into our own hands. I see. So you've all made up your minds, Seneschal said, his voice tight with barely restrained fury. His piercing gaze swept across the room before settling on the court magician. His eyes narrowed dangerously. I assume the spell isn't so easy to cast. Otherwise, we all would have been enslaved by you already. Lucius let out an exaggerated gasp, clutching his chest in mock offense. Oh, I'm wounded. Offended, even, that you think so little of me, he lamented dramatically, only for his smirk to return, twisted, confident, and utterly sinister. But you're right. It's a rather intricate spell, one that requires an immense amount of magic power, and a living sacrifice. A frigid silence settled over the room. Even those who had initially supported him felt a sickening unease coil in their stomachs. The air, already heavy with treachery, now seemed suffocating. But worry not, Lucius continued breezily, as if discussing something as mundane as tomorrow's weather. I've already found a solution to the issue of magic power. And as for the sacrifice, he let out a dark chuckle. That rabbit woman who accompanied the demon should do nicely. After all, our dear queen is rather weak-willed, isn't that right? He added with a chuckle. The discomfort in the room deepened, the weight of his words pressing down on everyone. Even the more ruthless members of the court hesitated. But the court magician wasn't finished. And as for the demon himself, he grinned. He may look formidable, but he won't be a problem either. I've already found the perfect sacrifice, one that will allow me to control even him. Seneschal swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. And who is the sacrifice you speak of? Lucius's grin widened, his voice practically dripping with glee. You remember the blonde woman who arrived with the queen a few days ago, don't you? He let the words hang in the air, watching as realization dawned in their eyes. Some of the palace servants reported something quite interesting. Apparently, she's the demon's wife, and she's pregnant. A wave of horror and disgust rippled through the room. A sacrifice like that, Lucius mused, savoring their reactions, should be more than enough to bind even a demon of his caliber. You've lost your mind. Bryn roared, slamming his hand down onto the table with enough force to rattle the goblets and documents scattered across it. His face twisted in sheer outrage. This vile wretch is talking about murdering an unborn child. And none of you have anything to say about it. Theron hesitated, his fingers curling into a fist. For the briefest moment, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. But then, just as quickly, it vanished. He inhaled deeply, steeling himself. The kingdom's survival demands sacrifices, he said coldly, his tone devoid of hesitation. And I'd rather sacrifice outsiders than our own people. Bryn stared at him, disbelief washing over his face like a crashing wave. It seems that in your fear of monsters, you've decided to abandon all your humanity, he said, voice thick with disgust. His hand moved instinctively to his sword. I won't stand by and watch you become the very monsters you claim to despise. Steel hissed as he unsheathed his weapon. I'll deal with this abomination myself. He lunged forward, his blade gleaming in the dim candlelight. Only for his vision to blur. His steps faltered. His grip on his sword slackened. The room around him twisted, tilting unnaturally. What? His voice was hoarse, disoriented, as his body fought to stay upright. Lucius let out a satisfied hum, tilting his head in amusement as he watched the Minister of Defense struggle. Ah, it seems the concoction is taking effect. He tucked his hands into his sleeves, strolling toward the door with an air of smug satisfaction. Don't worry, it's not poison. I'll still need you all after my plan succeeds. I simply slipped a sleeping draught into the wine. He cast an almost pitying glance at the Minister of Defense, whose knees buckled beneath him. It'll keep you unconscious for the next 24 hours. A chorus of enraged curses erupted from the others, their bodies succumbing to the drug's effects one by one. Some tried to resist, reaching for weapons or attempting to stand, but their limbs grew heavy, their minds clouded. Lucius watched them fall, one after another, until he was the last one standing. He exhaled slowly, savoring the moment. Rest easy, he murmured, stepping over the fallen Minister of Defense with a smirk. When you wake up, Raja will be well on its way to becoming the most powerful nation in the West. With that, he slipped out of the room, the sound of collapsing bodies and fading curses trailing behind him. Deep within the underground dungeons of Raja's castle, the court magician, Lucius strolled leisurely, his footsteps echoing softly against the cold stone walls. The deeper he ventured, the dimmer the torchlight became, casting flickering shadows that danced like specters in the damp corridors. As he walked, he made sure to dismiss any guards he encountered with a casual wave of his hand, and his authority within the Queen's court ensured that no one questioned him. One by one, they obediently turned on their heels and left, vanishing into the upper levels of the castle. It was a simple but necessary precaution. This was not a meeting that needed unwanted witnesses. At last, he reached the deepest part of the dungeon, where the air was thick with the scent of mildew and iron. He came to a halt before a particular cell, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips as he peered through the iron bars. Well, well. Royal Dr. Chiquan, Lucius greeted, his voice laced with amusement as he addressed the imprisoned elf. I won't lie and say you're looking good, but for someone locked away in this miserable place, you seem to be holding up rather well. Inside the dimly lit cell, a figure stood calmly amidst the filth, unfazed by his circumstances. Slender and sharp-eyed, Chiquan barely looked worse for wear, despite the conditions of his imprisonment. If anything, he carried himself with an air of quiet defiance, his violet eyes glinting in the low light. It's all thanks to my elven physiology, Chiquan replied smoothly, brushing off the remark with practiced ease. He had no intention of revealing his true nature as a demon to the human in front of him. Anyway, I take it your visit means it's finally time to put the plan into motion. Indeed, it is, Lucius confirmed, though he paused for a moment, tilting his head slightly as if studying the prisoner. A thoughtful expression crossed his face before he spoke again. That said, I must admit, I never expected you to be the one poisoning the Queen, he mused, tapping a finger idly against his staff. You've served the royal family for nearly a century, haven't you? What made you turn on her all of a sudden? I have my reasons, Chiquan said curtly, his voice edged with finality and his face remained unreadable, just as you have yours. He stepped forward, the dim light catching the sharp angles of his face. Besides, does it really matter anymore? We're working toward the same goal now, aren't we, Master Lucius? Lucius chuckled, the sound low and knowing. That, we are, he conceded, his smirk widening. Without another word, he lifted his staff, tapping the metal lock with a lazy flick of his wrist. A pulse of magic surged through the air, an instant later, the lock shattered into pieces, the fragments clattering against the stone floor. Just as the heavy iron door groaned open, and Chiquan stepped out of his cell, the faint but distinct sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the dungeon corridor. Lucius tensed. His fingers tightened around his staff as his eyes flickered toward the shadows beyond the torchlight. I dismissed all the guards, so who could this be? He muttered, his voice laced with suspicion. His grip on his staff tightened, prepared to strike if necessary. However, as the figure came into view, his wariness shifted into something more akin to irritation. Ah, Master Lucius. I finally found you. The cheerful, almost giddy voice of Lacua, the ever-smiling traveling merchant, rang out as he stepped into the dimly lit corridor. His round face was stretched into a wide, unsettling grin, and his violet eyes gleamed with amusement as he rubbed his hands together. Lucius exhaled sharply, lowering his staff but not his guard. Lacua, it's about time you showed up, he said, his tone dripping with barely concealed disdain for the short, rotund merchant. But of course. How could I miss such an auspicious occasion? Lacua chuckled, the corners of his mouth twitching as if he could barely contain his amusement. By the way, did you find that magic tome I so generously gifted you useful? Lucius regarded him for a moment before offering a slow nod. Yes. It proved to be quite insightful, he admitted. In truth, the spell he had so proudly presented to the ministers, the one he claimed could bind another's mind to his will, had come from that very tome. And he wholeheartedly believed that soon, it would be the key to reshaping Raja's future. Or so he thought. Unbeknownst to Lucius, he had been played for a fool. The so-called mind-binding spell he had so eagerly sought to master was not a spell of domination, but a weapon of utter destruction, an ancient, insidious curse crafted by none other than the great evil sorcerer, Ciel. Its true purpose was not to subjugate the mind of another, but to shatter it beyond repair, reducing the victim to a hollow, broken shell. Worse still, the spell did not discriminate. If the caster failed to shield their own consciousness properly, they too would suffer the same fate, erased, mind and soul, into the void. And Lacua, no, the demon hiding beneath that merchant's guise, could barely contain his anticipation. For 3 long years, he had laid the groundwork, searching tirelessly for the perfect fool to cast the spell upon the queen. Countless pawns had failed him, forcing him to pivot to his backup plan, poisoning the lake and weakening the kingdom from within. But now, at last, everything had fallen into place. All that remained was for Lucius to take the final step. To willingly condemn himself in his misguided arrogance. And Lacua, ever the loyal follower of Empress Violet, would be there to witness it all, waiting to reap his reward from the Empress for his unwavering devotion. By the way, did you bring the artifact you mentioned in our last meeting? Lucius asked, his sharp gaze fixated on the merchant. But of course, Master Lucius. Lacua responded gleefully, his ever-present grin widening as he reached into his coat. With exaggerated care, he pulled out a small, golden-colored box, its ornate surface glinting under the dim torchlight. Holding it reverently before Lucius, he slowly lifted the lid, revealing a dark, swirling marble that pulsed with a sinister energy. This, Lacua declared, his voice dripping with theatrical excitement, is the artifact I spoke of. Once consumed, it will grant you an immense surge of magical power, enough to rival even the strongest of demon lords. But be warned, its effects last only 48 hours. Use it wisely. Lucius eyed the marble warily, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. The sheer malevolence radiating from it was palpable. Any side effects, he asked, his voice carefully neutral. None that I'm aware of, Lacua answered smoothly, though a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Then, tilting his head slightly, he let out an exaggerated sigh. What's wrong, Master Lucius? Surely you're not having second thoughts. His tone was deliberately goading, laced with just the right amount of condescension to stir Lucius's pride. Absolutely not. Lucius snapped, his voice echoing through the underground chamber as he glared at Lacua. Once I've made up my mind, not even the gods themselves could make me turn back. Of course, Lacua chuckled, rubbing the back of his head in mock apology. Forgive me, Master Lucius, for overstepping. Lucius let out a sharp exhale, his expression hardening as he turned his attention back to the dark marble. The hesitation returned, if only for a fraction of a second, before he made his decision. Without another word, he plucked the artifact from the box and swallowed it whole. The moment it passed his lips, an overwhelming force erupted within him. Dark energy surged violently through his body like a raging storm, consuming every fiber of his being. He barely managed to stifle a cry as searing pain exploded in his chest, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. His very soul felt like it was being torn apart, shredded by the sheer intensity of the raw, unfiltered magic. This power. Lucius gritted his teeth, refusing to fall to his knees. He forced himself to remain standing, his body trembling as he anchored his mind by repeating his goal over and over in his mind. Minutes passed before the chaotic surge of power finally settled. The pain, however, remained, a relentless torment he forced himself to ignore through sheer willpower. And then, a miracle occurred as the voice of the world echoed in his ears. Unique skill, Dark King, acquired. Lucius's eyes widened in shock before a slow, triumphant smile stretched across his face. As the pain gradually subsided, understanding flooded his mind. His newly awakened skill allowed him to absorb and process magicules just like a monster. So, this greedy little merchant tried to sell me a cursed artifact, one designed for monsters and lethally poisonous to humans, Lucius mused, his fury barely concealed beneath his composed exterior. Still, now isn't the time to deal with him. Once Tawa and that demon are under my control, I'll make sure Lacua pays for his deceit. Now then, Lucius said, his voice smoother than before, dripping with newfound confidence. I need a favor from you. Lacua raised an eyebrow, feigning intrigue. Oh. And what might that be? You will go and apprehend the blonde-haired woman who is staying in the castle, Lucius ordered. Don't worry, Dr. Chiquan will accompany you to ensure there are no complications. Well, if it's just one human, I doubt we'll have much trouble, Lacua said, his ever-present smirk widening. Even as he spoke, his mind was already working several steps ahead, weaving the perfect plan to manipulate the demon lord who had come to save this nation, into being the one to destroy it instead. Isn't that right, Mr. Chiquan? Chiquan, ever composed, merely adjusted his glasses, the faint glint hiding the quiet amusement in his gaze. There was no need for words, he understood all too well what his fellow demon was scheming. Very well then, let's not waste any more time, Lucius said, his malicious grin widening. His gaze burned with cruel anticipation as he turned toward the dungeon exit. I want to see the demon's face when he returns from the battlefield. Only to find his wife and unborn child at my mercy. A deep, twisted chuckle rumbled from his throat before growing into full, sinister laughter, his voice echoing through the underground chamber like a death knell. His steps were slow and deliberate, as he strode forward, his aura thick with confidence and cruelty. Lacua watched in silence, his own amusement simmering beneath a mask of mock servitude. He would let Lucius believe he was in control, for now. But as they moved, so too did the shadows. Unseen. Unheard. Stirring with the burning fury of their own. To be contained. Chapter 28, Electrifying Usagi, from Ea. Ciel. Voice of the world. I see. Rimuru said quietly, his voice calm, almost detached. With a smooth motion, he conjured an obsidian-colored katana and twirled it lazily in his hand, the soft hum of the steel slicing through the air, while thunderclouds gathered ominously overhead. Just moments ago, Sui had informed him of the turmoil unfolding among Raja's ministers, and of Lucius Spellweaver's treacherous plan to harm his sister, his wife, and their unborn child. Master, please, stay calm. You losing your composure would not only be detrimental to Raja but could have far-reaching consequences for the world. The words of his most trusted partner cut through the brewing storm inside him. With a quiet exhale, Rimuru let the katana disappear before he flicked his hand with a casual gesture, and a slick, black throne materialized in the middle of the forest. He lowered himself onto it with a thoughtful frown, resting his chin on his fist. What's the status of the Astoria Kingdom's army? Lord, they are advancing from 3 directions, east, west, and north, Sui replied swiftly. The northern and western forces are composed of 5,000 soldiers each, while the eastern front is much larger, with 10,000. The princes command the northern and western forces, but King Astoria himself leads the eastern army. Rimuru's eyes narrowed as he processed the information. Very well, he said after a long pause, his tone even. You may go. Keep your subordinates monitoring their movements, and send one to the Astoria Kingdom itself. I want real-time updates on all their actions. And the princess is still within the kingdom, correct? Keep an eye on her. As you command, my lord, Sui acknowledged, bowing slightly before turning to leave. Rimuru's eyes followed him, and he added, also, stay in the shadows with Shizu. Do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. If she is attacked, let her handle it. I trust she can take care of herself, but I'd appreciate your presence for reassurance. Having you nearby puts my mind at ease. Sui's gaze sharpened. Would you like me to handle the situation, my lord? His voice edged with deadly intent. No, that won't be necessary, Rimuru replied, shaking his head. Shizu isn't in any real danger, and as for Tawa, she will be fine. She needs these kinds of experiences to develop into a queen who could actually lead and rule this nation, and not just coddle it through hardships and take all the responsibility without making its people work for it. Understood, my lord, Sui replied before he disappeared into the shadows. Once Sui had disappeared into the shadows, Rimuru turned his attention to Benimaru and Cheyenne who were standing guard nearby while Ranga emerged from the shadows with a fluid motion, and the 3 of them knelt before him in perfect unison. Benimaru, Ranga, Rimuru began. You 2 will handle the armies approaching from the west and north. Cheyenne, you'll take care of the east. The 3 of them nodded in agreement, their expressions focused and ready. Rimuru's gaze hardened as he added, by the way, feel free to rough them up as much as you need to, but don't kill anyone. Taking them out would be too easy for you, and wiping them all out would waste valuable manpower. With a single flick of his wrist, Rimuru granted them a common skill, one that would bind people across a large area. The skill would manifest in chains that would bind their targets and compel them to follow the user's commands without question. However, the catch was simple: the user could not bind anyone stronger than themselves. Use the skill to round them up and bring them back to Raja, Rimuru instructed. It'll boost the morale of the people there, and we can use the king and the two princes as leverage to annex the Astoria kingdom. He paused, looking at them with a determined gleam in his eyes. I want this battle over before lunch. Can you do that? Understood, Lord Rimuru, the three replied in perfect harmony before standing and heading off in their respective directions to face their opponents. Once they had left, Rimuru summoned Zonda, one of his newer subordinates. Zonda had originally served under Ultima before pledging his loyalty to Rimuru. The dark figure emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully before him. Lord Rimuru, Zonda greeted, his tone respectful and unwavering. Zonda, I have a task for you, Rimuru began, his voice steady as he continued. I need you to gather around 100 demons from Ultima's lineage, and then. Meanwhile, inside the castle, the courtyard was quiet, save for the gentle rustling of the wind through the ivy-covered stone walls. Shizu sat on a marble bench beneath an ancient willow, a thick leather-bound book resting open in her hands. The pages were yellowed with age, yet the words held her in rapt attention. She had found it tucked away in the castle's vast library, its contents more intriguing than she had expected. Then, she felt it. A shift in the air. The weight of an unfamiliar presence. No, too. Shizu did not react immediately. Instead, she turned the page with deliberate leisure, feigning indifference. Only after another beat did she glance up, her dark eyes settling on the figures standing a few paces away. She recognized them instantly, not by their faces, but by the unnatural energy that clung to them like a second skin. The air around them was thick, tainted by something distinctly inhuman. Demons. Well, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit, Royal Dr. Chiquan? Or should I say, Demon Chiquan? Shizu chuckled, her voice laced with quiet amusement. Then, her gaze flicked to the shorter man beside him. And I see you've brought another of your kind. Chiquan and Lacua exchanged looks of surprise. Their cover had been flawless, or so they had thought. But now that their deception was pointless, they no longer bothered to suppress their presence. A ripple of dark energy pulsed through the courtyard as their wings unfurled, shadowy, jagged things that stretched unnaturally against the dimming sky. Chiquan's lips curled into a slow, predatory grin. Lacua let out a low, rasping chuckle. I'm impressed, girl, Chiquan mused, his head tilting as he studied her. You're quite perceptive for a human. And yet, even knowing what we are, you don't seem afraid. How intriguing. Ah, but I suppose it makes sense. His gaze slid to her stomach, amusement dancing in his eyes. You are rather intimately familiar with a certain demon, aren't you? And you have proof of that growing inside you. Shizu's expression remained unreadable, but her fingers tightened slightly against the book's spine. A child born of a human and a demon, now that is something I would have liked to witness, Lacua sneered, his grin stretching into something wicked. Shame neither you nor that abomination will live to see the light of day. Silence thickened the air. Then, Shizu exhaled, slowing down and measuring. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet but carried the weight of a blade drawn in warning. You have a lot of nerve threatening a child right in front of their mother. Lacua merely chuckled, his laughter curling through the space between them like a viper waiting to strike. No need to be so hostile, Chiquan murmured, his tone almost indulgent. We bear you no personal ill will. It's simply unfortunate that you got caught up in all of this. Exactly, Lacua drawled, his smirk widening. It's nothing personal. Just something that must be done, for a greater purpose. Without warning, Lacua made the first move. He lifted his hand, and a surge of deep purple energy crackled to life in his palm. In an instant, the dark power erupted forward, streaking toward Shizu in chaotic, jagged arcs. The force of it shattered the stone path where it struck, sending fragments of marble flying through the air. Yet, Shizu remained calm, and with a swift motion, she drew her sword from its sheath, the elegant silver blade gleaming in the fading sunlight. The green hilt fit perfectly in her grasp, a familiar weight she had long since missed, ever since she started living with Rimuru. Next moment, golden flames roared to life along the blade, dancing along the metal in a fierce display of power. The fire cast a flickering glow upon her face, illuminating the unwavering rage and resolve in her dark eyes. She swung her sword in a single, fluid motion, cutting cleanly through the streaks of dark energy. Each strike of her blade nullified the incoming attacks, the fire consuming the malevolent force before it could reach her. The sheer force of her movement sent embers scattering through the air, the remnants of her counterattack dissolving into glowing cinders. Lacua let out a low growl of frustration, his violet eyes narrowing. "Tch, fast," he sneered, and for some unknown reason couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something odd in the flames produced by this human. Chiquan, still observing with a smirk, stepped forward and lifted his own hand. Unlike Lacua's reckless onslaught, his magic was more refined, more controlled. A dark sphere of energy formed between his fingers, its surface swirling like a living void. He barely flicked his wrist, and the orb shot forward at an alarming speed, expanding as it traveled. However, for the attack that might look fast in the eyes of a normal human, to Shizu, it was as slow as a turtle, and she could see it coming from miles away even before the attack was upon her. So, taking her ample time, Shizu effortlessly pushed off the ground, twisting her body midair to evade the strike. The sphere slammed into the stone wall behind her, consuming everything it touched in a burst of violent destruction. Dust and debris filled the air, momentarily obscuring her from view. Chiquan exhaled in mild irritation, expecting to see her struggling amid the wreckage. But before the dust could even settle, a blur of motion cut through the haze. A second later, Shizu was behind them, her sword already descending in a deadly arc. Chiquan barely managed to twist out of the way, but Lacua was not as fortunate. The blade cut into his abdomen, flames searing his flesh as the silver edge sliced deep. He let out a strangled scream, staggering backward, his hands flying to his stomach in a futile attempt to staunch the bleeding. His breath came in ragged gasps, his entire body trembling from the unexpected pain. Chiquan's smirk faltered, his expression hardening as he turned to face her fully. His gaze flicked to Lacua's wound, which kept burning and wasn't regenerating back, then back to Shizu, who stood before them with her sword still raised. "You," Chiquan started, but she cut him off with a quiet chuckle. "You demons love to talk, don't you?" Shizu said, tilting her head slightly. At the moment, she neither had her lovely smile on her face nor the usual kindness in her eyes. Just hard, cold indifference. "What happened? Weren't you going to kill me? My child. And yet here you are, bleeding, growling at my feet. How amusing, isn't it?" Lacua bared his teeth, his face contorted with rage and pain. He opened his mouth to retort, but his body betrayed him, his knees nearly buckling from the deep wound. Blood dripped steadily onto the cracked stone beneath him, pooling in dark crimson rivulets. Chiquan's expression darkened. He had underestimated her, and that realization sent a surge of irritation through him. This human, this woman, was not supposed to be a threat. And yet, she had not only held her own but had wounded them both with seemingly little effort. Shizu took a step forward, rolling her shoulders in an almost leisurely manner. The fire along her blade flickered and crackled, hungry for more. "You called me human so dismissively earlier," she murmured, her voice light, almost teasing. "But if a mere human can leave you in such a pitiful state, then what does that make you?" Chiquan clenched his jaw, but before he could summon another attack, she moved again. This time, she was faster, too fast for their eyes to follow. One moment she was standing before them, and the next, she was behind them once more, her sword singing through the air. Both demons barely had time to react before fresh pain exploded across their stomachs. This time, the wounds were deeper, the fire-infused blade cutting through them like a hot knife through wax. Lacua's scream was raw, filled with agony and disbelief. Chiquan staggered forward, a sharp hiss escaping his lips as he clutched at his wound. Their bodies trembled, the scent of scorched flesh thick in the air. The once confident smirks on their faces were gone, replaced by something far less certain. Chiquan and Lacua locked eyes for a split second, their expressions a mixture of fury and reluctant understanding. This battle was not going as they had anticipated. They had expected an easy target, a defenseless woman caught up in something beyond her comprehension. What they had found instead was a monster standing against them without fear. "Well, this has gone on long enough," Shizu said suddenly. The demons tensed as the air thickened, the temperature spiking to unbearable levels. Even the stone beneath her feet seemed to radiate heat, and the nearby fountain sizzled as its water evaporated into curling wisps of steam. Still, Shizu continued, rolling her shoulders as if shaking off rust, "I should thank you. You've given me a chance to stretch after so long." Her dark eyes gleamed, an edge of something dangerous lurking beneath her calm expression. "So, in return, I'll show you something truly unforgettable, something that will be burned into your memory, even when you are reborn." In an instant, golden flames erupted around her, swirling like a living inferno. "Let's do this, Agni," she called, her voice steady amidst the roaring fire. The blaze coiled and expanded, taking shape around her. Spirit dive, phoenix feathers robe. Fiery wings unfurled from her back, massive and regal, each feather shifting and curling like living flame. From her lower back, 4 blazing tails emerged, swaying with the rhythm of the inferno. A crown of fire ignited above her head, casting a golden glow that turned the courtyard into a realm of molten light, radiating overwhelming power. Before her, the 2 demons stood frozen. Their eyes, wide with horror, reflected the searing glow of her transformation. Then, the pain set in. The heat didn't just scald their flesh, it burned deeper, clawing at their very souls. The sensation was unbearable, like an unseen force setting their very essence ablaze. Reality dawned upon them. They were outclassed. Hopelessly so. Jiquan's grin had long since vanished. Lakua's earlier amusement had twisted into sheer terror. Their instincts screamed at them to flee. Without hesitation, they unfurled their shadowy wings and launched themselves into the sky, desperately trying to escape the radiant monster before them. But they were far too slow. Shizu vanished from sight in an instant, the only sign of her movement a blackened scorch mark where she had once stood. Before the demons could process what had happened, she reappeared floating effortlessly in the sky, blocking their path. "You two have quite the sense of humor," she said coolly, her voice devoid of amusement. "You threatened me. You threatened my child. And now you think I'll just let you fly away with your lives? Hilarious." Her gaze sharpened, her fury burning hotter than the flames that surrounded her. Shizu drew her blade. The divine metal gleamed, reflecting the firestorm raging around her. "For the crime of daring to act against me and mine." Her grip tightened. "I sentence you to burn by my blade. Conqueror's blade, 20 slashes of judgment." For a heartbeat, the world stood still. But then in an instant, Shizu was back on the scorched ground, her back turned to them, her transformation fading as she calmly sheathed her sword. Click. The moment her blade settled into its scabbard, the sky above ignited. 20 blazing slashes carved through the heavens, each one burning with divine wrath. The demons barely had time to scream before the relentless strikes engulfed them. For an entire minute, their bodies twisted in agony, torn apart by each successive slash, yet they were given no respite. Their souls, too, burned, an eternal torment that stretched across what felt like millions of years before they were nothing more than ash, and the surrounding area returned to silence once more, like it was before. Conqueror's blade, 20 slashes of judgment, was an ultimate move created by Shizu after she received her new spirit and ultimate skill. The move utilizes divine flames, thought acceleration, Shizu's enhanced swordsmanship, refined through rapid sparring with Hakuru, and her mastery over flames. Once unleashed, the enemy experiences the agony of being slashed and their soul burning for millions of years with each strike. Yet, to an outside observer, the entire ordeal lasts only a single minute. Shizu exhaled softly, the firelight fading from her eyes. Then, she frowned. Her gaze shifted toward the castle, sensing a familiar, malevolent presence drawing closer to Tawa. A new threat loomed. But before tension could fully take hold, something else caught her attention. Another presence, swift and familiar, moving toward her friend. Relief spread through her, melting away the last remnants of her fury. With a small, knowing smile, she bent down, retrieved her book, and, without another thought, resumed reading as if nothing had happened. The grand throne room of Raja stood eerily silent. The glow of the chandelier reflected off the polished marble floor, casting long shadows across the crimson banners that adorned the chamber walls. Queen Tawa sat alone on her gilded throne, her delicate fingers drumming lightly against the armrest. The silence was oppressive, amplifying the weight on her shoulders. She closed her eyes, exhaling softly. The Asturian army marched toward her kingdom, but she had already entrusted that matter to Rimuru. If there was anyone who could handle such a crisis, it was him. That thought provided some comfort, allowing her to push aside the immediate fear of an invasion. But the second problem gnawed at her like an unseen poison. Where were her ministers? The absence of her trusted advisors unsettled her. Even in the face of war, they should have been at her side, deliberating strategies, reinforcing their defenses, and managing internal affairs. Yet, when she called for them, there was nothing. No response. No explanation. She had sent servants to scour the palace, to summon every last minister without delay. But each search ended in failure. Not a single trace of them. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Just then, the heavy silence of the throne room was broken by the slow, deliberate sound of footsteps. Tawa's sharp eyes immediately turned toward the grand entrance, where a lone figure strode forward. This was none other than the court magician, Lucius Spellweaver. Tawa felt a brief wave of relief at the sight of him. Finally, a familiar face. "Lucius," she called out, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "Where are the other ministers?" "No one has seen them." Lucius smirked. It was an unsettling expression, one that sent an immediate chill down Tawa's spine. "Oh, your majesty," he said smoothly, his tone dripping with condescension. "There's no need to worry about them anymore. In fact, you won't have to worry about anything after today." Tawa narrowed her eyes. Something about the way he spoke, the way he carried himself, felt wrong. "What are you talking about?" she asked, straightening on her throne. Lucius let out a mocking chuckle, shaking his head. "You truly are hopeless, aren't you? Even now, you don't see it." His violet eyes gleamed with contempt as he stepped closer, his hands clasped behind his back like a man delivering a lecture. "This kingdom is rotting, and do you know why? Because of you." Tawa's breath hitched slightly, but she didn't look away. "You are spineless," Lucius sneered. "Weak. Incapable of making the hard decisions necessary for Raja's future. Instead of standing firm, you bow to the will of others. You begged for help from monsters, of all things. You invited a demon into our lands and treated it as an honored guest. Tawa's hands clenched into fists, her nails pressing into her palm. You're talking about Lord Rimuru. Lord Rimuru, Lucius mocked her. Yes. That thing. That monster. You had the perfect opportunity to gain power, real power, and instead, you chose to honor some meaningless promise. You had the chance to double-cross him, to use him as a tool and discard him, yet you refused. His expression twisted with disgust. Pathetic. Tawa stared at him, trying to make sense of it all. Lucius had always been ambitious. She knew that. But she never imagined he harbored such deep resentment toward her. Toward everything she had done. What happened to you? She whispered, her voice barely audible. Lucius didn't answer her question. Instead, his eyes glowed an eerie purple, and the very air around him seemed to shudder with unnatural energy. You see, he continued, his tone now laced with sinister delight, I've found a spell. A truly magnificent one. A spell that allows one to bind the mind of another, bending them entirely to their will. His smirk widened. And with it, I will take control of you. Tawa's body stiffened. The throne will be mine, in all but name, Lucius declared, his voice triumphant. No more waiting for a cowardly queen to approve what must be done. No more weakness. With your authority under my command, I will reshape Raja into the kingdom it should be. Tawa felt her heartbeat quicken. Betrayal. After everything she had sacrificed. After everything she had endured for the sake of her people. After all the sleepless nights, the difficult decisions, the quiet suffering she had endured to keep this kingdom standing. This was what she got in return. Her lips parted, but no words came out. She was frozen. Not from fear, but from heartbreak. Lucius, the youngest minister of the new generation. Someone she had once believed could share her worries due to their similar age. Someone she had played with on occasion while growing up, had now turned against her. Lucius smirked, satisfied by Tawa's stunned silence. Her wide, pained eyes, the way her body tensed in disbelief, it was also amusing to him. Good. Let it sink in, he thought, taking slow, deliberate steps toward her throne. Soon, she would no longer be a burden to this kingdom. Soon, she would no longer be herself at all. However, just as he moved closer. Thud. A small, agile figure landed between him and the queen, standing firm with arms spread protectively in front of Tawa. Lucius's smirk faltered for a brief moment as his eyes fell on the intruder. A young girl, with long, chestnut-colored hair, flowing down her back, with fluffy rabbit ears twitching slightly atop her head. She wore a determined scowl on her usually cheerful face, her eyes filled with defiance. Tawa gasped softly. Framea. The rabbit girl didn't look back at her. She kept her sharp glare locked on Lucius. I was nearby when I sensed something disgusting heading this way, Framea said, her voice laced with anger. Now I see why. Lucius let out a scoff before crossing his arms lazily. Ah, the beast woman. That demon's so-called little sister. What a pleasant surprise. His smirk returned, sharper than before. This actually saves me time. I was going to hunt you down eventually. Framea's eyes narrowed. Hunt me down. Lucius chuckled. That's right. You see, to complete my spell, I need a living sacrifice. And what better option than a monster brat directly related to that demon? Your power will serve as the perfect catalyst to enslave the queen. Tawa's breath hitched. You were planning to sacrifice Framea. Lucius shot her an amused glance. Of course. Don't look so horrified, Your Majesty. If anything, you should be grateful. She'll be helping you fulfill your true potential. You do realize that if you so much as touch a single hair on my head, my brother will have yours, Framea said coldly. Lucius smirked, his grin dripping with malice. Oh. But how will that demon find the time to deal with me, when he'll be too busy mourning his wife and child? The air shifted. Framea's brown eyes began to glow, and in the next instant, a wave of sovereign's hockey burst from her body. The sheer force of her aura crashed against Lucius like an invisible storm, making him flinch despite himself. For a moment, his confidence wavered. She was stronger than he had anticipated. But it didn't matter. With the power granted by the dark marble and his vast knowledge of magic, he was certain he could even take on that demon himself. She, in comparison, was nothing more than an obstacle to be removed. A moment later, Framea took a deep breath, steadying herself as Testarosa's training echoed in her mind. Without hesitation, she reached back and swiftly tied her long hair into a tight bun. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she removed her heels and tossed them aside. Her ears twitched, and her small fingers flexed as she shifted into a low, combat-ready stance, her sharp glare locking onto Lucius. You want me, she said, her voice laced with quiet menace. Then come and try. Lucius's glowing purple eyes flashed with excitement. He grinned, his grip tightening around his staff. Oh, with pleasure. Dark energy crackled at the staff's tip, swirling with raw malice. A moment later, a bolt of purple lightning exploded forward, streaking toward Framea like a spear of death. But before it could reach her, she vanished. With a sharp crack, she reappeared 10 meters away, crouched low, her fingertips grazing the floor for balance. Sparks danced across the marble where she had once stood, the air still humming from the aftershock of her skill, flash step. Lucius barely had time to register her new position before she moved again. She lunged, the ground splintering beneath her feet as she propelled herself forward at blistering speed. Blue electricity crackled around her legs, surging through her body as she twisted midair. Her foot swung toward his head, aiming to kill. Lucius barely managed to throw up a magical barrier. The instant her attack connected, the force of the impact sent a sharp boom echoing through the chamber. The shimmering shield trembled under the strain, fractures webbing across its surface. Lucius gritted his teeth. You're fast. Framea smirked. You're slow. And a fucking moron. Lucius's sneer twisted with irritation. He lifted his staff and, with a surge of magic, detonated his own barrier. The blast forced Framea back, the shockwave rattling through the chamber as she flipped midair to regain control. Before she could counter, he waved his staff in a wide arc. Glowing magic circles flared to life around him, filling the space with ominous energy. His grin widened. Try dodging this. From each magic circle, a storm of deadly spells shot forward, razor-sharp icicles, roaring fireballs, and streaks of crackling purple lightning. They streaked toward Framea from all directions, tearing through the space in a chaotic barrage. Wow, this would have been troublesome, Framea said, but then a smirk appeared on her face. Luckily, as you said, I'm quite fast. With flash step, she flickered through the battlefield, her form vanishing and reappearing in an instant. She moved like a phantom, slipping past the deadly spells with fluid precision. Lucius' attack struck only air, colliding with the marble floor and walls, leaving behind scorched marks and shattered stone. Lucius grew increasingly agitated as his spells failed to land on the rabbit woman he had so easily deemed inferior. His frustration mounted, until a cruel idea suddenly flickered to life in his mind. Smirking, he halted his assault on Framea and slowly turned, leveling his staff at Tawa. You think you're fast, huh? He sneered, his grin dripping with malice. But tell me, are you fast enough to protect our spineless queen? As soon as the words left his mouth, Framea vanished and in a flash, she reappeared right in front of Lucius, her body already twisting midair. Sparks crackled around her as she gathered all her momentum into one devastating strike before her foot connected with Lucius's chest, and a massive jolt of electricity surged through his body, searing through his nerves like liquid fire. Gaha. The force of the blow sent him rocketing backward like a shooting star. He crashed through the far wall with an ear-splitting explosion, stone and debris collapsing around him. Boom. The entire castle trembled from the impact. Dust and rubble filled the air, and for a moment, there was only silence. Framea landed gracefully, barely winded. She dusted off her shoulder and glanced at the wreckage. I was taught that offense is the best form of defense, she quipped, then turned to Tawa, her expression briefly softening. Stay safe. I'll be back. Framea followed through the hole in the wall, landing gracefully amidst the settling dust and debris. Ahead of her, Lucius was already back on his feet, his body trembling with uncontained rage. His seething glare locked onto her, his breath coming in ragged, furious gasps. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Lucius roared, his voice crackling with hysteria. The very air seemed to tremble under his furious thick, purple smoke erupted from his body, twisting like cursed tendrils around him. You. A mere beast-woman dared to lay a hand on me, a great magician, the future king of this nation. His voice turned shrill with unhinged madness. You will pay. You will pay with your head. As his rage reached its peak, his body began to contort and swell. Flesh stretched unnaturally. Bones cracked and elongated. His mind, consumed by madness, could no longer control the transformation overtaking him. His body warped into a grotesque, monstrous abomination, his twisted form looming over the battlefield like a demon out of legend. Framea, however, merely tilted her head, her expression unreadable. Oh. Looks like someone got a makeover. She cracked her knuckles, her crimson eyes gleaming. In that case, I should get one too. With that, she activated Usagi battle mode, and her body shifted. Her once brown eyes burned a fiery red, her hair and tail turned a snowy white, and her ears elongated. Her claws grew longer and sharper, giving her a mesmerizing yet deadly presence. Now fully transformed, her senses sharpened to an entirely new level. It was then that she noticed a pulse. Deep within the grotesque monstrosity Lucius had become, she sensed it. The source of his power. The dark core that corrupted him nestled in the center of his chest, pulsating like a vile heart. Her lips curled into a smirk. Well, I would have enjoyed playing around a little longer. But I do like this place. So let's deal with you before you bring the whole castle down, Framea said, rushing towards him at breakneck speed, too fast for the mindless Lucius to follow. Sacred text art, Chidori. Framea said, as electricity crackled as energy surged around her hand, shaping into a lethal blade of lightning. Then, with a single, decisive thrust, Framea drove her hand straight through his chest. Flesh tore. Bone shattered. The twisted mass of his body convulsed violently as she pierced through, her arm buried to the elbow in his grotesque form. Then, with a sharp, merciless yank, she ripped her hand free. Dark ichor splattered across the ruined floor as she pulled something from his body, the dark marble. The very thing that had corrupted him. The source of his monstrous power. It throbbed in her palm, pulsing with its final, dying flickers of energy. The moment the marble left his body, Lucius's form began to unravel. His towering monstrosity shrank, flesh dissolving into fading remnants of cursed energy. His face twisted in agony, but he was beyond words now. The last embers of dark magic stitched his wound closed, but without the marble to sustain him, his body could no longer endure, and with one final, broken gasp, Lucius collapsed to the ground. As his senses returned, Lucius processed what had just happened. Anger twisted his features as he cursed the vile merchant who had given him that accursed marble, his mind reeling at how quickly his supposed victory had crumbled. Just as he struggled to come to terms with his defeat, the sound of footsteps echoed through the empty chamber. His breath hitched as he instinctively assumed the rabbit woman had come to finish him off. However, when he forced himself to look up, he was met with an entirely unexpected sight. It was not Framea standing before him. Instead, it was Tawa, her elegant form moving with a quiet purpose as she stepped toward him. She did not hesitate, stopping right beside where he lay, her presence looming over him. A spark of hope ignited in Lucius's eyes. He had always known Tawa to be soft-hearted, too kind for her own good, easily swayed by emotions. This was his chance. If he played his cards right, he could turn this situation around. All he had to do was shed a few tears, weave a pitiful story about how the monsters had manipulated him, and beg for her mercy. If he pushed the right buttons, she might even believe that the merchant had deceived him as well, allowing him to pin the blame on those very same creatures. With enough luck, he could turn her against them and walk away from this disaster with his life intact. Convinced he had the perfect plan, Lucius gritted his teeth and forced himself onto his feet. His legs trembled, and his grip tightened around his staff as he tried to compose himself. With great effort, he mustered what he hoped was a remorseful expression and turned to face Tawa, attempting to paint himself as nothing more than a man caught in unfortunate circumstances. Before he could utter a single word, a sharp, searing pain tore through his throat. His body jolted, his breath catching in his lungs as a warm, wet sensation flooded his senses. The sickening realization hit him a second later as blood spilled down his chest, the crimson liquid pooling at his feet. His fingers instinctively flew to his neck, but the damage had already been done. Lucius's gaze lifted, his mind struggling to process what had just happened, but what he saw left him utterly frozen. Tawa was still standing before him, but gone was the gentle, uncertain queen he had known. There was no kindness in her expression, no hesitation in her stance. Her eyes, once filled with warmth, were now hard and cold, completely devoid of emotion. The only movement came from her hand, which held a dagger dripping with his blood. "Well done, Lucius," Tawa said, her voice steady and chilling in its finality. "You have given me a new perspective, one that will surely help me grow as a queen. I hope, for your sake, that it will count toward whatever little good you have done, to help you in your next life." Lucius barely heard her words as darkness began creeping at the edges of his vision. His body swayed, his strength failing him as his knees buckled beneath him. The last thing he saw was Tawa standing over him, unyielding, before his body finally collapsed to the ground, never to wake up again. To be continued. Chapter 29, Budding Chef, Cheyenne. The rhythmic thud of marching boots echoed through the west part dense forest as the second prince of Astoria, Victor Astoria, led his troops forward. A smug grin curled across his lips, his golden armor gleaming under the overcast sky. Behind him, row upon row of disciplined soldiers advanced in perfect formation, their armor clanking in unison. Victor was a man with a vision of conquest, wealth, and power. His plan was as grand as his ego, and he relished every moment of it. Raja would fall, its lands would be annexed into Astoria, and best of all, Queen Tawa would be his. "Mark my words," Victor declared, his voice booming across the ranks, "Raja's downfall is inevitable. Once we crush them, all the gold buried beneath that kingdom will belong to us." His grin widened, his eyes gleaming with something far darker than ambition. "And Queen Tawa?" He paused, savoring the moment before adding with a vile smirk, "She'll soon learn how rewarding it is to serve a real man like me." A murmur rippled through his soldiers, some chuckling, others shifting uncomfortably. They were not so foolish as to question their prince, even as they saw the darker glint in his eye. The lecherous undertone of his words was not lost on them, but they said nothing, knowing better than to challenge the royal heir. Victor, oblivious or uncaring, continued, his arrogance spilling forth like a flood. Once Raja is under my control, we will not stop there. We shall extend our reign across all its territories. This is merely the beginning. Astoria shall rise to supremacy, and none shall stand in our way. But just as his final words left his lips, a sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, carrying with it an eerie stillness. The forest, once filled with the distant calls of birds and rustling leaves, had gone silent. The soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, the tension in the air unmistakable. Victor frowned. Something was off. Who dares? Victor started, but his words died in his throat as a figure appeared in the army's path. A lone warrior stood before them, clad in crimson armor that seemed to glow with an inner fire. His hair, a deep fiery red, was perfectly straight, two large jet-black horns protruding from his head. A katana rested at his side, its hilt wrapped in dark cloth, and his piercing crimson eyes locked onto Victor with something between amusement and boredom. I am Rimuru, commander-in-chief of Tempest and proud warrior of the Kijin, the man introduced himself, his voice even and calm. Yet, there was a weight to his words, an unshakable presence that sent a shiver down the spines of even the most hardened soldiers. You have two choices: surrender now and avoid unnecessary bloodshed, or continue down this foolish path and suffer the consequences. For a moment, silence hung between them. Then, Victor threw his head back and laughed, a sharp, mocking sound that grated against the eerie stillness of the battlefield. You, he sneered, stepping forward, his confidence unshaken. You're nothing more than a monster who serves Raja. And you dare speak to me like that? His eyes gleamed with contempt. I am Victor Astoria, second prince of the mighty Astoria kingdom. A mongrel like you should kneel in my presence. Benimaru's expression didn't shift. If anything, he looked vaguely disappointed. First of all, I serve only Lord Rimuru, ruler of Tempest, and Lady Edelgard, chief of the Kijin village, he corrected, his voice devoid of emotion. And second, his crimson gaze sharpened, the air around him growing heavier, you are far too insignificant for me to care about your name or your title. So I will ask once more. Surrender. Or face the consequences. The soldiers behind Victor exchanged uneasy glances. The weight in the air was oppressive, and though they outnumbered the lone warrior 1,000 to 1, a primal part of them screamed at them to flee. But Victor, blinded by his arrogance, only laughed harder. This time, louder. You think you can defeat me, he scoffed, stepping even closer, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. I've heard all about your little nation of monsters. Monsters playing at being human, it's disgusting. His face twisted into a sneer as he spat on the ground. And now, you, a mere beast, dare to offer me surrender. To stand in the way of my victory, of my rightful claim to Raja's queen. His grin widened, his aura swelling with unchecked confidence. You'll be crushed, just like all those who have ever stood against me. Benimaru's eyes narrowed, his crimson gaze sharpening as the temperature around them began to rise. He could ignore an insult directed at himself, but to insult Lord Rimuru, the one he had sworn to serve, and the nation they had built. That was something he could not overlook. So in the next moment, Benimaru's body shifted, and in a single, fluid motion, his katana was drawn. The blade gleamed in the light, the air around it seeming to hum with an almost unnatural energy. In the blink of an eye, Rimuru closed the distance between himself and Victor's nearest soldier. His katana moved in a fluid arc, a streak of crimson lightning cutting through the air. The soldier had no time to react before Benimaru's blade was at his neck. Fortunately for him, Benimaru hadn't been ordered to kill. The blunt side of the katana struck his neck instead, sending him collapsing to the ground with a soft thud. The surrounding soldiers recoiled in shock, their faces draining of color. None of them had even seen him move. Victor's expression twitched as panic flickered in his eyes, but he quickly smothered it with anger. He turned on his men, barking furiously, "Don't just stand there. Fight back. Take him down." But Benimaru was already in motion again. His katana swirled through the air with incredible speed, each swing a blur of deadly steel. Soldiers tried to draw their swords, but their movements were slow, too slow compared to Benimaru's. His blade sliced through the air with surgical precision, knocking down the soldiers one after another in quick, flawless motions. His style was like a dance, fluid, precise, and unforgiving. With each step, each movement, his blade cut through their blade with ease. The soldiers stood no chance against his mastery. Their attacks were too weak, their reflexes too slow. Benimaru was everywhere at once, his sword an extension of himself, cutting down his enemies with ease. With a single, deft move, Rimuru disarmed two soldiers at once, their swords falling uselessly to the ground. He spun on his heel and, with a flick of his wrist, sent the two men sprawling to the earth, unconscious before they even hit the ground. Victor's eyes widened in growing terror. He had gravely underestimated the monster standing before him. The soldiers he had once considered his shields, his tools, his means to victory, were turning out to be useless morons, nothing more than targets for that monster's blade. Stop. Stop this madness. Victor shrieked, his voice cracking under the weight of his panic. I am the second prince. You can't do this to me. Rimuru didn't react. He remained motionless for a moment, his katana still raised, his crimson gaze fixed on Victor with a cold, detached amusement. Then, without a word, he took a slow step forward. Victor stumbled back, his breath coming in ragged gasps. You'll pay for this, he stammered, his earlier bravado crumbling. I am royalty. You cannot touch me. I will have your head for this. But his threats fell on deaf ears. Before Victor even realized it, Rimuru had closed the distance between them. 1 second, he was several paces away, the next, he was right in front of him, his towering form casting an imposing shadow over the trembling prince. There was no dramatic announcement. No taunting remark. Just a flick of the wrist, then Rimuru activated the skill Rimuru had bestowed upon him. In the blink of an eye, dark chains forged from pure, condensed magicules materialized in the air, snapping around Victor and his fallen soldiers like hungry serpents. The cold, unyielding bindings coiled around their arms, legs, and throats, constricting with an oppressive force that drained their strength in an instant. Then, one by one, the unconscious soldiers stirred. Their bodies convulsed as they were forcibly yanked from the depths of unconsciousness, their heads swimming with dizziness and confusion. What is this? Victor screamed, thrashing wildly against his restraints. What have you done? I am a prince. Release me at once. Rimuru didn't even spare him a glance. He took a step forward, standing at the head of the defeated, shackled soldiers, his presence alone enough to suffocate what little resistance remained in them. You'll march, he ordered, his voice calm and indifferent, as if he were giving them the simplest of commands. And you'll march now. The chains tightened. Victor's struggles grew more frantic, his entire body twisting and writhing in a desperate attempt to break free. But it was useless. The gap in power between him and Rimuru was insurmountable. No matter how much he strained, how violently he pulled, the chains didn't even so much as creak under his efforts. Yet still, he flailed, clinging to the last shreds of his pride. Rimuru's patience, however, had worn thin. With an exasperated sigh, he lifted his katana and drove the hilt squarely into Victor's gut. The prince let out a choked gasp before his body went slack, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Rimuru caught him by the collar and dragged him forward like a sack of discarded waste, his expression one of utter indifference. The once proud second prince of Astoria, who had dared to dream of conquest, who had envisioned himself ruling over Raja, was now nothing more than a prisoner, bound in chains both literal and figurative. The rest of the soldiers watched in stunned silence. Their leader, beaten, bound, and dragged away like a mere commoner. Their morale, already crumbling, shattered completely. There was no resistance left in them. No defiance. No fight. With heads lowered in shame, they followed. The northern part of the forest was cloaked in a soft, eerie silence. Unlike the chaotic arrogance of Victor Astoria's march, the northern army moved with disciplined, quiet efficiency. At the head of the formation rode a man who bore little resemblance to his younger brother, neither in demeanor nor in spirit. First Prince Alexander Astoria. His black hair was neatly tied back, framing a sharp, composed face. His piercing blue eyes stayed alert, scanning the path ahead as his army advanced at a steady pace. There were no boasts, no cruel declarations of victory before the battle had even begun, only measured caution. After all, he had never wanted this war. Attacking Raja had never seemed wise, especially when the instigator was some shady merchant whispering poison into his father's ear. Yet as the first prince, it was his duty to lead when commanded. He had tried to reason with the king, to at least delay the assault until they had firmer intelligence, but his father had been adamant. And so, Alexander had no choice but to obey. Blind faith in power, that will be our downfall, he thought grimly as his troops pressed forward, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was wrong, yet no movement in the trees betrayed an ambush. Then it happened. Without warning, a vast shadow passed over the army, darkening the forest for only a few seconds before a deafening boom tore through the air. The sound echoed like thunder, and the earth trembled beneath their feet as something enormous hurtled down from the sky. Dust and debris exploded outward upon impact, forcing soldiers to stumble back as deep cracks splintered through the ground, radiating from where a massive pair of clawed paws had struck. As the dust began to settle, the shape emerged. It was a wolf, but not an ordinary one, not something born of this world. The creature stood taller than any man, a monstrous force that seemed carved from myth. Its dark blue fur crackled with strange energy, like lightning dancing just beneath the surface. Every movement was deliberate, filled with terrifying strength, as powerful muscles shifted beneath its coat. Its golden eyes shone with unnatural clarity, full of awareness and calculation, as it regarded the humans frozen before it. Tension gripped the soldiers. Weapons were drawn and held tight, but not a single one dared to move. Even the most experienced among them, the hardened veterans of Prince Alexander's retinue, found themselves faltering. Their breathing had turned shallow, and their knuckles were pale from the force with which they clutched their weapons. Yet despite the pressure in the air, Alexander remained composed. He held his reins firmly, though he could feel the nervous tremble of his horse beneath him. He did not fault the animal. What stood before them was no simple beast to be hunted or chased away. It was a predator at the very top of the food chain. Slowly, Alexander dismounted from his horse. Every movement was deliberate and controlled, a display of calm under pressure. He raised a hand, signaling his men to stand down. Then, in a steady, unwavering voice, he addressed the creature before him. "I assume you're not some mindless beast," he said, locking eyes with the wolf. "There's too much intelligence in your gaze. So tell me, why do you stand in our way?" A low, rumbling laugh echoed from the wolf, deep and resonant like distant thunder rolling across a mountainside. "Master Rimuru has given me a command," Ranga said, his voice thick with restrained power. "I am to capture you and your men and bring you to Raja." A hushed ripple passed through the army. Soldiers exchanged uncertain glances. The word capture, not kill, echoed in their minds. Alexander narrowed his eyes, considering what he'd just heard. Rimuru. The name meant nothing to him. He had never heard it before. But if this entity could give orders to a creature like this, then they were far more dangerous than any noble or warlord he had faced. Power like this was not granted lightly. He opened his mouth to respond. And the sky split open with sound. A bolt of black lightning cracked down from above, moving faster than thought. It struck the ground directly in front of Alexander with devastating force, the blast flinging debris and sending deep fractures through the earth. The resulting explosion nearly threw him off his feet. Heat surged past his face, and his ears rang from the violent impact. Gasps and cries broke out across the ranks. Some soldiers dropped to their knees, while others instinctively raised their shields, not in defense, but in futile instinct against the overwhelming display. Alexander drew a slow breath, trying to steady his pulse. He had faced assassins in the shadows. He had stood in the chaos of the battlefield. But this was something else entirely. This was not an attack. It was a warning. A message, undeniable and absolute: there will be no second chance. For the first time in years, a flicker of fear touched Alexander, not fear of death, but of the sheer power now standing against him. He forced himself to calm down, to think. If this Rimuru was acting on Raja's behalf, then it meant Raja was no ordinary kingdom. They had allies, monstrous allies. And yet, when he looked back at Ranga, the beast remained still. Golden eyes watched him without cruelty or pride. There was no malice, no hunger for blood. Only quiet expectation. They weren't here to kill him. That meant surrender wasn't just a viable choice, it was the only reasonable one. Alexander exhaled. Then, before his men could object or even process what he was doing, he unclasped the sheath at his side and let it fall to the ground with a heavy thud. He raised both hands, his voice calm and resolute. "I surrender." A stunned silence settled over the army. "Why, Your Highness?" One of the captains turned to Alexander, eyes wide with disbelief. We still have forces. We can fight." "No, we can't," Alexander replied, his voice firm yet composed. "Look around you. Do you truly believe we stand a chance against a force that can summon lightning from the sky at will?" Reluctantly, the soldiers turned their eyes toward the massive wolf and the scorched crater where the bolt had struck moments ago. Smoke still curled from the cracked earth, a stark reminder of the power they now faced. One by one, weapons began to lower. Then, slowly but steadily, the soldiers began to drop their swords, following their prince's example. Ranga watched in silence, then gave a low, approving growl. A wise decision. In response to his words, chains of black energy materialized and slithered through the air, wrapping themselves around the soldiers. They did not cause pain, nor restrict movement unnecessarily, only enough to prevent any thoughts of escape. Alexander looked down at the bindings forming around his wrists and flexed his fingers thoughtfully. "Efficient," he muttered under his breath. Ranga gave a quiet, satisfied huff. "Now then," he said, turning away. "Let us head to Raja." The massive wolf began to walk, and the ground seemed to shudder beneath each step as Alexander took one final look at his men, his loyal soldiers, now prisoners. "Father, what have you dragged us into?" Without another word, he followed after the beast, knowing deep down that whatever awaited him in Raja would change everything, both for his family and for the future of the kingdom. In the eastern reaches of the forest, Cheyenne strode confidently toward her objective, to intercept the king of Astoria and capture both him and his army. She carried no supplies, no backup, only her usual armor and the massive odachi strapped across her back. As she moved through the dense greenery, her expression gradually softened, and a faint, almost bashful smile tugged at her lips. Her thoughts wandered to a cherished memory, a day she had spent with her lord just a few months after she began living in Tempest. It was during that quiet, unforgettable moment that something within her changed. From then on, she didn't just serve him out of duty. She gave him her loyalty, her strength, and her whole heart. Flashback. And it's done. Cheyenne announced cheerfully, placing her hands on her hips as she beamed down at the lumpy mass of purple goo on the counter. It was still releasing what could only be described as toxic fumes, but she looked genuinely proud of her creation. If only I had someone to taste test it. That would have made it perfect. It was supposed to be a peaceful day off, a rare chance to relax in Tempest and finally spend some time honing her cooking skills. She had poured her heart into this dish, genuinely determined to improve. But no matter how many times she tried, no one ever seemed willing to volunteer for taste testing. Honestly, she thought that was pretty rude. How was she supposed to get better if no one was willing to help by actually tasting her food? Just then, a sudden knock startled her from behind. She spun around quickly, nearly jumping out of her skin when she saw Rimuru standing in the doorway, smiling casually. "Sorry to intrude," Rimuru said, glancing around the room. "I noticed your door was open, so I let myself in. Hope I'm not bothering you on your day off." "And no. Not at all." Cheyenne blurted, her voice a touch too loud, her back going ramrod straight. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. She was terrified of offending him. After all, no one wanted to be the one who angered their new lord, the very same one their village chief had sworn loyalty to, and definitely would take the head of the person who angered their new lord, without a second thought. But for Cheyenne, the pressure was even heavier. She was training to become Lord Rimuru's personal guard, perhaps even the one to lead his entire guard unit. It was an honor she cherished, but it also came with an enormous burden. Every move she made felt like she could ruin everything without realizing it. "Do you need something from me, Lord Rimuru?" Cheyenne asked, her voice tight with nerves. "No, nothing in particular," Rimuru replied with a relaxed smile. "I was just checking in on all the Kijin who've recently moved in. Making sure everyone's settling into life here in Tempest." His eyes wandered toward the kitchen counter, where a suspicious plume of steam was rising. "Do you enjoy cooking?" At the mention of her cooking, all of Cheyenne's nervous tension evaporated in an instant. Her eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Yes. I enjoy it very much," she said, beaming. In a flash, she was at the counter, carefully plating a generous helping of the bubbling purple goo. "Would you like to try some, my lord?" "Sure, why not?" Rimuru said, taking a seat at the dining table as Cheyenne placed the still fuming purple goo in front of him. He blinked at it. "Well, it definitely has a unique smell and appearance." Without hesitation, Rimuru took a spoonful and placed it in his mouth. Cheyenne watched him eagerly, her hands clasped in front of her chest, waiting for praise. But then came the verdict. "Wow," Rimuru said flatly, setting the spoon down. "That's terrible." Cheyenne's expression froze, and her heart broke. "Honestly," he continued, turning to her with a mix of confusion and concern, "I can't even tell what ingredients went into this. And to be blunt, for anyone who isn't me, this might very well count as a deadly poison." Cheyenne's body trembled as tears welled up and streamed down her cheeks. In that moment, the truth hit her like a blade. This was why no one ever volunteered to taste her cooking. This was why they always ran the moment she so much as mentioned it. "What are you crying for?" Rimuru's voice was gentle, laced with a hint of amusement, and it snapped Cheyenne out of her stupor. She looked up, eyes still brimming with tears, only to find him smiling at her, kind, reassuring, and completely unbothered by what he'd just eaten. "Sure, I said your cooking was terrible," he continued, standing up from his chair and dusting off his hands, "but I never said you couldn't get better, did I?" With a casual snap of his fingers, his usual regal outfit shimmered and shifted into something far more relaxed, a simple pair of pants and a soft-looking hoodie. It was a far cry from the formal image he usually projected, and the sight alone was enough to make Cheyenne blink in surprise. "In fact," Rimuru said with a grin, rolling up his sleeves, "why don't we start right now? Come on, let me show you how it's done." "All right," Rimuru said, tying a simple apron around his waist with a confident tug. "Step 1, we're going to start with something basic, vegetable stew. Hard to mess up, easy to build on later. First, we prep the ingredients." Snapping to attention, Cheyenne gave a crisp salute, her earlier gloom already replaced by a bright, determined smile. "Yes, my lord," she declared, quickly wiping the last of her tears away with the back of her hand. Rimuru chuckled. "Relax, Cheyenne. This isn't a battlefield." With a snap of his fingers, a softly glowing pantry cabinet appeared beside them, cool mist drifting out as the door opened. It was fully stocked with fresh produce, vibrant carrots, plump potatoes, golden onions, and bundles of fragrant herbs grown right in Tempest. As the vegetables spilled out across the counter, the room filled with the rich, earthy scent of nature's bounty. "Here," Rimuru said, gesturing toward the pile, "you take the carrots and potatoes. I'll handle the onions. Just peel and chop them nice and easy." "Understood," Cheyenne said with her usual military enthusiasm, already reaching for the vegetables. But then she paused, her eyes flicking toward the kitchen drawers. And then drifting to the far wall, where her beloved odachi stood gleaming against the light, propped neatly within reach. Rimuru hummed a little tune as he began dicing an onion with smooth, practiced motions. "Just make sure to grab a small knife." Shing. The unmistakable ring of steel filled the room as Cheyenne unsheathed her massive odachi in one smooth motion, holding it aloft like she was about to strike down a mighty foe. Rimuru froze mid-chop. Slowly, he turned, eyes wide with horror as Cheyenne raised the enormous blade over the cutting board like she was performing an execution. "Cheyenne, no." Thwack. The whole table shuddered as the odachi came down, slicing straight through the carrot, the cutting board, the countertop, and embedding itself a good 5 inches into the reinforced stone floor. A long silence followed. Cheyenne blinked at the crater she'd made, completely unbothered. It worked. Rimuru pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling slowly. "Cheyenne, you can't cleave your way through cooking." She looked down at the crater she'd made, then gave a small pout. "But my swordsmanship is top tier." "And we're making stew, not sashimi by decapitation," Rimuru replied flatly. With a snap, he conjured a sleek wooden box and opened it in front of her, revealing a pristine set of 5 polished kitchen knives. "From now on, you'll use these. In this kitchen, all weapons are banned. And if you don't use them, I'll be very upset that you're refusing my gift." "No. I would never do that," Cheyenne said quickly, picking up one of the knives and turning it over in her hands. But her brow furrowed as she inspected it. "This is so small, how am I supposed to put my heart and soul into cutting things with this?" With a casual wave of his hand, Rimuru cleaned up the cratered countertop and scattered debris from Cheyenne's earlier odachi incident, restoring the kitchen to spotless order in a flash of magic. Despite the rather dramatic start to their cooking lesson, the rest of the afternoon unfolded in a surprisingly gentle rhythm, soft laughter, quiet focus, and the occasional teasing remark. Rimuru patiently guided Cheyenne through each step, showing her how to curl her fingers safely while chopping, how to stir with a steady hand, and how to use each of the 5 kitchen knives he'd gifted her. Whenever she got a little too enthusiastic with the spices, Rimuru would gently nudge her elbow and raise an eyebrow. When she accidentally dumped in twice the salt, she tensed up, expecting a lecture, but instead, he just chuckled and showed her how to balance it out with a bit more broth, a squeeze of citrus, and a sprinkle of fresh herbs. As the stew simmered, its aroma began to fill the air, a rich, savory warmth that made the entire kitchen feel like home. Cheyenne stood over the pot, eyes wide with anticipation, cheeks flushed from the heat and the effort she'd poured into the meal. Her stomach growled audibly, and she clutched it with a sheepish laugh. This actually smells good," she whispered in awe, as if she couldn't quite believe it herself. "Of course it does. You made it," Rimuru said, giving her a gentle bump with his shoulder. "Well, with a little help." Cheyenne looked at him for a long moment. Then, without thinking, she blurted out, "You're not like I thought you'd be." Her eyes widened as soon as she heard herself. She slapped a hand over her mouth in horror. I didn't mean it like that." But Rimuru just raised an eyebrow, amused. "Let me guess," he said with a knowing smile. "You expected some cold, stoic ruler type. The kind who only speaks to his subordinates when giving orders." When Cheyenne gave an embarrassed nod, Rimuru laughed. "You're not entirely wrong. I can be like that, but only with outsiders. The moment you became part of Tempest, you became family. And to me, nothing is more important than my family." "Family?" Cheyenne whispered to herself, warmth blooming in her chest as memories of her lonely, indifferent past floated to the surface. Now, it wasn't that Cheyenne had been shunned by the other villagers, far from it. In truth, it was she who often kept her distance. She preferred training with Hakuru, sparring with Benimaru, or practicing alone. Whenever she could, she avoided unnecessary interaction. From birth, she had always been different. Taller, stronger, and faster than most of the other ogre girls her age, and she even outmatched most of the boys. But in their clan, physical strength meant little when it came to leadership. Tradition dictated that only males could ascend to positions like village head or clan chief. Her strength, rather than being seen as a blessing, became a threat, especially to the boys of her own purple clan, who were expected to compete for those very roles. The stronger she grew, the more she exposed their shortcomings, casting long shadows over their supposed potential. And that didn't sit well with them. Their envy didn't erupt into open hostility, but instead manifested as quiet resistance. She was deliberately excluded, kept from group training sessions, left out of hunting parties, passed over for duties in the village guard. Anything to prevent her from standing out. Anything to keep her brilliance from outshining theirs. That pattern might have continued endlessly, if not for Hakuru. He saw what others refused to acknowledge. He recognized her potential and chose to train her personally, right alongside the village chief's children. It was a bold and controversial decision, one that only deepened the resentment from the clan's young elite. But Hakuru never wavered, and neither did she. Under his guidance, Cheyenne grew swiftly into a warrior of rare caliber. Her rapid progress eventually earned her a prestigious appointment as the bodyguard to the village chief's daughter. It was a mark of honor, yet it only made the envy of her peers burn hotter. Smiles became forced. Words turned sharp beneath the surface. Surrounded by cold glances and barely concealed hostility, Cheyenne began to retreat into herself. Most of those her age were either too arrogant to tolerate or too weak to train alongside. In the end, solitude became her sanctuary. Cheyenne didn't think that it would be any different here in Tempest as well. After all, just like back home, here too Rimuru-sama had many races under his command, and each one would be eager to gain his favor, once again pushing her into the rat race in which she had no interest. But now, after spending an afternoon with Rimuru, she looked back at her experience in Tempest and realized how different it was compared to back home. Everyone was always nice to her, no matter their race. She even got along well with orcs, with whom her kind had a bad history, without even a hint of animosity. She even had people she sometimes went out to drink with in the evenings, people she could actually call friends. As Cheyenne reflected on everything, the ice that had long settled over her heart began to melt. Just then, a sharp snap echoed in front of her face, jolting her back to the present. "What are you daydreaming about?" Rimuru teased with a chuckle, his fingers still poised mid-snap. Without missing a beat, he began ladling generous portions of stew into 2 bowls. "Come on, let's taste the fruits of our labor." They settled at the table, steam rising from the bowls and filling the room with the rich, savory scent of perfectly simmered vegetables and herbs. Cheyenne sat across from him, watching nervously as Rimuru blew on his spoon and took a sip. Hesitantly, she picked up her own spoon and brought it to her lips. The moment the stew touched her tongue, her eyes widened in shock. "It's good," she whispered, almost breathless. She stared down at the bowl as if it might vanish any second. Then she glanced toward the ominous plate still sitting on the counter, her earlier culinary disaster, the purple lump that continued to emit faint, but menacing fumes. Comparing that to what she now tasted felt almost absurd. It wasn't just night and day, it was disaster and deliverance. Her cheeks flushed with color as the memory of feeding that monstrosity to Rimuru flashed in her mind. Embarrassment prickled at her neck, and she quickly averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. But Rimuru only grinned. "Told you," he said, taking another bite. "You're not a bad cook, Cheyenne. You just never had anyone to teach you the basics." He paused, watching her quietly for a moment before speaking again, more gently this time. "How about this, whenever I've got some free time, let's cook together again sometimes. Sound good?" That sounds wonderful," she said, her voice trembling slightly as emotion swelled in her chest. Her eyes shimmered, but this time, the tears didn't fall. She clutched her bowl tightly and gave him a bright, heartfelt smile. "And thank you, Lord Rimuru. I promise. I'll become a real chef one day. Just watch." Flashback end. Back in the present, Cheyenne couldn't help but smile as she recalled how, ever since that day, she and Rimuru had made it a tradition to cook together at least once a month. She also remembered the priceless expressions on Benimaru and the others' faces when Rimuru casually mentioned that he was going to eat Cheyenne's cooking at her home. Just as she was lost in the warmth of those peaceful memories, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the quiet. Marching. Heavy. Headed straight for her. "Looks like they're here," she muttered, her expression hardening as she reached for her odachi. "Let's get this over with. Then maybe I'll cook something amazing for Rimuru-sama." With that thought fueling her, Cheyenne charged toward King Astoria's approaching army, determined to end this battle quickly so she could return to what truly mattered to her. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Tawa stood over Lucius's lifeless body, a bloody dagger still clenched in her hand, and the sharp metallic scent of blood hung heavy in the air. It was quiet until the doors slammed open with a gasp of breath. A guard rushed in, only to freeze in place the moment his eyes landed on the gruesome scene. The former court magician lay sprawled at Tawa's feet, a dark crimson pool blooming beneath him. Tawa slowly turned to face him, and the guard felt an icy chill run down his spine. He had never seen such a cold, detached expression in his queen's eyes. "What is it?" she asked, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade, snapping him out of his daze. The guard swallowed hard, trying to suppress the tremor in his limbs. "Queen Tawa," he managed, forcing himself to stand straighter. "Our scouts report that the King of Monsters has successfully defeated the Asturian army, and he's bringing them back as hostages," he reported with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Good," Tawa replied coolly, not the slightest hint of surprise in her tone. "Tell the guards to prepare the underground cells for our guests. And begin preparations for a grand feast to honor our allies who made this victory possible." At once, my lady, the guard said, bowing quickly. He turned to leave, eager to escape the suffocating stillness of the room. But her voice stopped him in his tracks. One more thing. Her tone dropped, low and cold as winter steel. It froze him in place. You are not to speak of what you've seen here, she said, her words carrying the weight of a death sentence. To anyone. Her gaze narrowed, and her next command came with deliberate precision. And have a platform constructed in front of the castle. I want it finished by tonight. Understood. The guard's knees nearly buckled. Why yes, my lady, he stammered again, bowing deeper this time, before hurrying out, mentally vowing to forget everything he'd just seen and heard. Once alone, Tawa looked down at Lucius's motionless form, his face now frozen in one final expression of rage and disbelief. Her fingers loosened around the dagger as she let out a slow breath, and her voice dropped to a whisper. Today will be remembered, this date will be etched into the history books. She murmured, her words meant for no one but the dead. As the day the kingdom of Raja held its first public execution. To be continued. Chapter 30, Transcendent Queen, Tawa. Ciel. Voice of the world. In the harpy queendom of Fulbrosia, Demon Lord Fry, the Queen of Fulbrosia, was flying swiftly through the spacious corridors of her palace. Just minutes ago, she had been seated in her throne room, reviewing documents related to the administration of her nation, when one of her guards burst in and urgently informed her that the old seer had requested her presence. Normally, anyone who dared to summon Fry would have sealed their own fate, but the old seer was an exception. This elderly harpy had been serving Fulbrosia since before Fry was even born. She commanded great respect in Frey's heart and was known for her preference for solitude, rarely interacting with others unless something truly warranted it. That was why, the moment Fry heard she'd been urgently summoned, a sense of unease rose within her. Now, wings beating with urgency, she was rushing toward the old seer's chamber. A moment later, she finally arrived outside the old seer's room and entered, closing the door behind her. As for someone eavesdropping on their conversation, she wasn't afraid of that. After all, the fear of her claws was well ingrained in all of her subjects, and none of them would dare to do something like that. Upon entering, Fry saw the old seer seated before a crystal ball, her eyes closed in concentration. Seer Circe, you called for me? Fry asked, halting just a few paces from the elder harpy. Circe slowly opened her eyes and regarded Fry for a moment before gently gesturing to the seat across from her. Come, take a seat, my child. Fry obeyed, folding her wings neatly behind her as she sat. Queen Fry, Circe began solemnly, her voice soft yet heavy with a weight that seemed to chill the very air. Just moments ago, I received a vision. A great disaster looms over Fulbrosia. Frey's eyes widened instinctively, but she quickly forced her expression into calm since she had suspected as much the moment she was summoned. What kind of disaster, Seer Circe? I fear my words cannot do justice to what I've seen, Circe sighed, placing both hands on the crystal ball. With a subtle nudge, she pushed it toward Fry. It's best you see it for yourself. A soft glow flared to life as Circe poured her magic into the sphere. Mist swirled inside, parting to reveal flickering images. Frey's eyes widened again, and her body tensed as she stared at the vision of a massive, shark-like dragon swirling in the glass. Is that, she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, Circe said, her tone grim. That is Charybdis. The beast foretold in the prophecy. Fulbrosia's natural enemy. It was said that one day it would awaken and bring ruin upon our lands. She paused, letting the weight of the words settle. Centuries have passed since that prophecy was uttered. Many queens have ruled without ever worrying whether it would come to pass. But fate has made its decision. She looked directly into Frey's eyes, her expression heavy with sorrow. It is your reign that will be tested. You must stand against this threat, and find a way to preserve our kingdom and protect our people. Fry clenched her fists, wings twitching with restrained fury. Her jaw tightened, and with a growl of frustration, she slammed her hand on the table, the sharp sound echoing off the stone walls. Damn that fate. Silence fell between them for a moment before Fry exhaled deeply, forcing herself to think clearly. How much time do we have? Circe's gaze dropped to the glowing sphere, the shifting image of Charybdis still pulsing within. I cannot say for certain, she replied, her voice lined with regret. Visions are fickle, and time within them is always blurred. But judging by the strength of the omen and the signs I've seen, I believe the beast could arrive at any time within the next 8 months. That's nowhere near enough time to prepare a proper defense, Fry muttered through gritted teeth, clicking her tongue in frustration before abruptly rising from her seat. Very well. I'll take my leave. I need to come up with something, anything, that might help us in this situation. Very well. Take care, my child. May the winds guide your path, Circe said softly, watching as Fry nodded and swiftly exited the room. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Silk Rosso, Grand Bell Rosso stood by the tall windows of the palace's sunlit sitting room, a glass of wine in hand and a warm smile on his lips as he watched his daughter-in-law enter. One hand rested gently on her rounded belly, the other held lightly by a maid for support. She was 7 months along now, her steps slow and careful, but her posture graceful despite the weight she carried. Genevieve, Grand Belle greeted her warmly, stepping forward. "How are you feeling today?" Genevieve gave a tired chuckle, her expression touched with fondness. "Heavy and exhausted, but honestly, not too bad. It's been easier than I expected. A lot better than what some of my friends went through during their pregnancies." "Well, I'm not surprised in the slightest," Grand Belle replied with a proud gleam in his eye. "My granddaughter is special. She's not like any of those other children." Genevieve smiled, but there was a weariness in her gaze as she lowered herself into a nearby armchair with the maid's help. "Father-in-law, we still don't know if it's a girl or a boy," she reminded gently, though it was hardly the first time she'd said it. From the very beginning, Grand Belle had been unwavering in his certainty, and that wasn't even what concerned her most. Grand Belle waved the thought away with a dismissive hand. "Of course it's a girl," he said confidently. "My beloved Maria is returning to us, reborn as my grandchild." Genevieve's smile faltered for just a moment. That was what truly unsettled her. It wasn't just the gender assumptions, it was the belief that the soul of his late wife, Maria, was somehow reincarnating through her unborn child. She knew Grand Belle was still grieving, Maria had passed years ago, and her absence had left a wound that time hadn't managed to heal. Still, there was something about the intensity of his conviction that made Genevieve uneasy. She didn't want to offend him, he had always treated her with kindness and respect, but as a mother-to-be, the thought of her child being burdened with such unrealistic, possibly unhinged expectations filled her with quiet dread. After a moment, she offered a polite smile and began to rise, with the maid's assistance. "Well, I think I'll lie down for a bit," she said. "I'll see you at dinner." Grand Belle nodded. "Of course, my dear. Get some rest." He watched her go in silence, the soft echo of her footsteps growing fainter with each passing second. When the sound finally vanished down the corridor, he turned back toward the window, his smile shifting into something more enigmatic. Raising his glass of wine, he gazed out over the sprawling gardens below and murmured to himself, "You don't understand, Genevieve. You're not just carrying a child. You're carrying the future of the Rosso family." He took a slow sip, his eyes gleaming with quiet certainty, and something else, deeper and far more unsettling, hiding just beneath the surface. Night had fallen over the kingdom of Raja, but the castle courtyard blazed with torchlight, casting long, dancing shadows across the stone walls. A thick crowd of citizens had gathered before the grand platform erected at Queen Tao's command. The air was taut with anticipation, charged with a silent, heavy tension that clung to the skin like mist. Whispers moved like wine through the masses, hushed yet fevered, carrying questions, rumors, hopes, and fears. Then, the great double doors of the castle creaked open, and all sound died in an instant. Queen Tao emerged, and it was as if the very air held its breath. Draped in robes the color of the starless sky and crowned with a silver circlet that shimmered in the torchlight, she stepped forward with the composure of one who bore the weight of an entire kingdom without flinching. Her expression was unreadable, calm, regal, and commanding. With a single, measured gesture, she stilled even the last few murmurs. "People of Raja," Tawa began, her voice ringing out clear and strong, cutting through the night like a blade through silence. "These past weeks have tested us all. You have endured fear, uncertainty, and hardship. The lake that once gave life to our lands was poisoned. Enemies beyond our borders gathered their strength, hoping to strike while we struggled, believing we were vulnerable, divided, weakened. But I stand before you tonight to tell you this, those threats no longer hang over us. As of this evening, they have been vanquished." She let the declaration breathe before continuing. "The lake has been purified. What was once a source of death and decay now flows clean and pure once more, thanks in no small part to the intervention of powerful new allies. And the invading army of Astoria." She lifted her chin, voice rising. "They have been utterly, completely defeated. Their formation broken, their banners trampled, their weapons discarded. Their soldiers now kneel, disarmed and under our control. But I want you to understand something, and I want you to remember it well," she said, her voice now sharper, more deliberate. "This victory, this overwhelming triumph, was not won by an army of thousands. No. The Asterian forces, nearly 10,000 strong, were brought to their knees by just 3 warriors. The reaction was instant and electric, shocked cries, incredulous gasps, and the buzz of voices breaking into stunned disbelief. "Yes, you heard me correctly," Tawa said, her voice unshaken, calm as still water beneath a storm. 3 warriors. And not one enemy soldier was killed. Not a single life was taken on that battlefield. Every last soldier in the Asterian army still draws breath. And because of that, we now hold unprecedented leverage in the days to come. The Asterian army cannot paint us as butchers. They cannot cry massacre. Their defeat was clean, undeniable and shameful enough for the world to remember." Tawa stepped forward, her silver circlet flashing in the torchlight as she delivered the final blow. And most importantly, we have taken their king, along with both of his crown princes, alive. They now rot in our dungeon, stripped of their titles, their pride, and their power. The crowd erupted. This time, there was no holding back. Cheers rang out from every corner, mingled with cries of disbelief and exultation, until Tawa raised her hand once more. Gradually, the storm of voices quieted. And now, she said, her voice softer but no less commanding, you must know the name of the one who made all of this possible, Rimuru Tempest, the king of monsters. Her words settled like a drumbeat in the hearts of her people. In our darkest hour, when the lake that sustained us turned to poison and death, and the shadow of war stretched over our land, he was the one who answered our call. He sent his finest warriors to defend our people. He cleansed our waters with his own magic. He demanded no tribute, claimed no land, and asked for no oaths of submission. And in a single day, he changed the fate of our kingdom. Tawa drew in a slow, steady breath, her gaze sweeping across the silent sea of faces before her. When she spoke again, it was with the unwavering resolve of a monarch whose path had already been chosen. That is why, as of this night, I declare that the kingdom of Raja shall become a vassal state under the protection and guidance of the nation of Tempest. A hush fell across the courtyard, deeper than any silence that had come before. For a moment, it was as if even the torches had stilled. Then came the murmurs, soft, uncertain, like waves lapping against a fragile shoreline. The announcement rippled through the gathered citizens, carried on breaths held too long. Fear, confusion, and disbelief began to churn beneath the surface of their composure, and Queen Tawa saw it in their eyes. Her jaw tightened, and her voice rose again, not with anger but with fierce conviction, as if daring the shadows of doubt to linger. I see your hesitation. I hear the questions you do not yet speak aloud. And I do not fault you for them. But I ask you, when our lake turned against us, where were our neighbors? When disease swept through our streets, when foreign armies closed in, which of the so-called great nations reached out their hands in aid? She paused, letting the silence answer for her. None of them. Not a single one. She stepped forward, the firelight dancing along the polished silver of her circlet, illuminating the strain etched into her features. I have never ruled you from a throne of comfort. I have walked beside you through drought and famine, stood beside you in mourning and in celebration. I have shed my blood and burned the midnight oil in service of this kingdom. And yet, it was Rimuru Tempest who gave us back what we feared we had lost forever. He restored what we thought beyond saving. And all he asked in return was trust. A subtle shift moved through the crowd, uneasy expressions gave way to thoughtful silence, and a few heads bowed, as if ashamed to have doubted. Tawa's voice softened, but her resolve remained ironclad. If there are still those among you who fear this path, then I urge you to go to Tempest. See it with your own eyes. Walk their streets, see their people, their technology, their unity. What you will find there is not a kingdom of monsters, but a nation of individuals who live free, thrive together, and are led by someone who values life. She scanned their faces one last time, no longer the queen demanding allegiance but the guardian of her people's future, asking for trust one final time. I am not asking for blind faith. I am asking you to believe in me, as you always have. I have never steered you toward ruin, and I do not intend to start now. This decision marks the beginning of a new era for Raja. No longer will we stand alone. No longer will we live in fear of being abandoned or overrun. With Tempest beside us, we step into a future where we can stand tall and never alone again. Her hand slowly lowered, and the finality of her words lingered in the air like the last echo of a bell. There was no instant eruption of noise. Instead, a solemn stillness settled over the courtyard, heavy but no longer filled with doubt. It was the silence of thought, of hearts weighing fear against hope, and choosing the latter. Then, from the front of the crowd, a pair of hands began to clap. Others followed. One by one, applause spread, not wild or raucous, but steady, deliberate. It carried the sound of a people not blindly cheering, but accepting. Not euphoric, but resolved. Their hearts had not caught up with their minds, but they were willing to try. And for Queen Tawa, that was all she needed. As the applause slowly faded into a steady murmur, Queen Tawa stepped forward once more. Before you return to your homes with lightened hearts and renewed hope, she began, her words thick with gravity, there is one final truth you must hear. A truth I wish I did not have to speak. Because not all the threats we faced came from beyond our borders. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Where moments before the crowd had basked in awe and relief, now a cold stillness spread among them, stiff with dread and growing apprehension. Earlier today, Tawa continued, her tone steady but edged with something darker, steel wrapped in sorrow, I was betrayed. Not by a foreign king, nor by an enemy army lurking beyond our lands. No. This betrayal came from within our own walls. From our court. From someone I trusted, not just with state secrets, but with the safety of our people. And with my life. Lucius Spellweaver, Tawa said at last, and though her voice remained level, a deep fury pulsed beneath each syllable, the very men who served as our court magician. The one entrusted with our kingdom's magical defenses, who stood beside me at the council for the last 6 months. He used that trust to mask his deceit. With forbidden spells and vile ambition, he tried to seize my mind, my will, my soul. He sought to bind me with magic, to make me his puppet, and rule this kingdom from the shadows, through me. The disgust in her voice was unmistakable, and it struck the crowd like a slap as they all wore visible expressions of barely restrained outrage. But Tawa's tone changed again, softer now, but not weakened. Her gaze turned tender, a glimmer of gratitude lighting her eyes. But I was not alone. I was saved, not by chance, nor by divine intervention, but by one of Rimuru Tempest's kin. His sister. Framea, the rabbit folk whom I now proudly call my dear friend. A quiet murmur passed through the crowd at the mention of the name, though no one dared to speak too loudly. She uncovered Lucius's betrayal and intervened without hesitation, Tawa said, her voice thick with quiet reverence. She stood between me and the spell that would have stolen my mind. She risked everything to stop him. And had she been even a heartbeat later, I would not be standing before you now. She paused just long enough to let that truth settle in. For her courage, for her loyalty, and for the life she saved. I am eternally grateful. Tawa's gaze swept slowly over her people, lingering not with triumph, but with the weight of solemn duty. Her expression, carved from stone and shadow, held no warmth as she extended a single hand toward the rear of the platform. At her silent command, a deep, metallic creak echoed through the courtyard, and the great red curtain, drawn tight since the beginning of her speech, began to part. Gasps erupted across the courtyard as the crowd laid eyes on what stood behind it. 3 men knelt at the center of the raised platform, their heads bowed, hands bound tightly behind their backs. Flanking them on each side were armed soldiers in dark armor, swords bared and gleaming coldly in the torchlight. A wave of uneasy murmurs spread through the gathered citizens. Whatever celebration or relief they had felt moments before now curdled into dread. Tawa turned to face the prisoners. She stepped aside, granting her people an unobstructed view of what judgment looked like. Then, in a voice low and clear as thunderclouds, she began. I take no pleasure in what you see before you now, she said, each word deliberate and heavy. Public execution has never been a spectacle I wish to bring to our square. It is not our custom. Not our way. And yet, tonight, you will witness one. She let her words hang, watching the shift of discomfort and confusion in the crowd before she continued. 2 of the men before you are traitors. Trusted leaders who stood by my side as stewards of our kingdom, and yet they chose silence and treachery over duty. She turned her eyes to the first man, a broad-shouldered figure with graying hair and a jaw clenched in defiance. Theron Shadowbane. General of our royal army. The man I entrusted with our borders, with the lives of our soldiers. And beside him, Jareth Ledgerleaf, our Minister of Finance, keeper of the kingdom's purse, voice of reason in our council chambers. Tawa's voice sharpened, now laced with cold fury. They knew. Both of them. They knew of Lucius's treachery. They stood idle as he plotted to enslave my mind and seize the throne through deceit. They saw what was coming, and they said nothing. They chose cowardice over courage. Silence over justice. Their loyalty was to their own power, not to you. The murmurs among the crowd surged into open outrage. Shouts rang out, angry, confused, betrayed. Some wept, others cursed. And in their eyes, the last vestiges of respect for the 2 men burned away like parchment in flame. They chose cowardice. They chose ambition. And in doing so, they betrayed all of you. They were willing to let your queen become a puppet so long as their power remained intact. Her gaze hardened. But Raja is not a kingdom ruled by shadows. Not while I wear the crown. She turned and gave a single nod. In one smooth, silent motion, the soldiers raised their blades and brought them down. The steel sliced through the air with a sound that seemed to cut the very breath from the lungs of the crowd. The heads of Theron and Jareth hit the platform with dull, lifeless thuds and rolled a short distance before settling, eyes forever shut to the justice they had been denied to others. The crowd recoiled, a wave of gasps and stunned silence crashing outward. Shock anchored them in place, no screams, no cheers. Only the cold, oppressive reality of what justice looked like when it arrived too late. Tawa turned at last to the final prisoner. King Astoria, stripped of his robes and crowned arrogance, knelt in the rags of a common criminal. The pride that once adorned his every word had curdled into a mask of fury and disbelief. His jaw trembled, but his eyes still burned with the desperation of a man who refused to accept his fate. You dare, he spat, his voice thick with venom. You dare to lay a hand on me. I am a crowned king. You think you can execute royalty without consequence? My people will come for you in fire and steel. Your lands will bleed for this. But Tawa's expression did not change. Her steps were measured as she approached him, slow and steady, her presence alone enough to silence the ripple of anxiety passing through the crowd. When she spoke, her voice was quiet, but it rang across the square like the tolling of a bell. You already tried to make us bleed. You poisoned our lake. You marched your armies to our gates. You threatened the lives of my people. And when we stood against you, you were found wanting. Astoria tried to rise, but the soldier behind him drove him back to his knees. He snarled, struggling, but his strength had long since been spent. Tawa raised her eyes, not to him, but to the crowd, to the people she served. To any who would dare strike at Raja in our darkest hour. To any who believe we are weak, divided, or alone, let this serve as your warning. She raised her hand high. The blade fell. King Astoria's head joined those of his co-conspirators, landing with a final, echoing thud. Blood pooled and trickled across the platform, soaking into the wood like ink on ancient parchment. Silence consumed the courtyard. No cheers followed, no cries of elation. Only stunned stillness. Tawa turned once more to face her people. Her shoulders remained square, but her voice, when she spoke again, was softer, heavy not with regret, but with the weariness of a queen who had done what must be done. I am sorry you had to see this. I know what this night will cost us, not just in blood, but in spirit. This is not the legacy I wish to write with my reign. But it is the burden of leadership. The burden of protection. She paused, her eyes scanning the silent sea of faces. This is how we guard the future of our children. This is how we show the world that the crown of Raja is not a brittle trinket, not a token to be bartered, stolen, or broken. Her final words rang out like iron across stone. We are not prey. We are not victims. We are a kingdom that stands unbroken. And whether the threat comes from beyond our borders, or from within our walls, we will meet it without fear. With fire and with sword. There was a brief, breathless pause, then the courtyard exploded with sound. Cheers rang out like thunder, echoing off the stone walls as the crowd erupted in celebration, chanting Queen Tawa's name with a fervor that reached toward the heavens. High above it all, on the palace's grandest balcony, Rimuru stood with arms crossed and a knowing grin on his face. Watching the sea of people below, he murmured to himself, and with that, the kingdom of Raja becomes part of the Tempest Empire, the first of many still to come. To be continued. Chapter 31, Devoted Demon, Diablo. Ciel. Voice of the World. Harpy Queendom of Fulbrosia. In the private chamber of Queen Fry, ruler of the Harpy Queendom of Fulbrosia, the air was thick with the sour scent of wine and frustration. The queen herself paced restlessly across the room with a half-empty bottle clenched tightly in one hand, while dozens of empty bottles lay scattered across the floor, some rolling gently with each heavy footfall, a clear sign this wasn't her first drink of the night. From the stormy, bitter scowl etched across her face, it was obvious it wouldn't be her last. Damn it. It's been 2 months, and I still haven't found a single damn solution, she snarled in a low but seething voice. Her grip tightened around the bottle until her knuckles turned white, and with a guttural growl, she hurled it against the wall. The glass exploded on impact, shards flying as red wine splattered across the stone like blood, leaving a deep, angry stain behind. It had been a month since Seer Circe had foretold the impending disaster that would soon strike Fulbrosia, and Queen Fry was no closer to finding a solution. The relentless weight of the prophecy had left her angry, irritable, desperate, and frequently drunk. What grated on her even more was the bitter irony that, despite being hailed across the world as one of the 10 great demon lords, the threat now looming over Fulbrosia was unlike anything she had ever faced. It was overwhelming, monstrous, and far beyond her usual scope of power. Bearing down on her kingdom was none other than Charybdis, a calamity-class monster of terrifying might. A creature capable of wiping Fulbrosia off the map with a single rampage if she failed to mount a proper defense. And yet, despite all her strength, titles, and influence, Fry still had no idea how she was going to stop it. Of course, she could ask for help from her fellow demon lords, but Fry knew that despite all 10 of them bearing the title of Great Demon Lord, only Guy and Malim truly lived up to the name. They were the ones whose raw power inspired fear across the world, while the rest merely basked in the perks of their status. Well, there was also de Gruul. But Fry had no real sense of how strong he actually was or whether he'd even be willing to help. He mostly kept to himself and rarely involved himself in matters that didn't directly concern him. That's why in Frey's eyes, only those two were worth turning to for aid against a monster like Charybdis. But even that was a last resort. Owing a favor to a whimsical and dangerous demon like Guy Crimson was like living with a sword pressed to her throat. And as for the other. Suddenly, the doors to her chamber burst open, slamming against the walls with a thunderous bang, and in marched the pink-haired menace, completely uninvited, as always. Fry. I came to play with you, chirped the girl the moment her bright eyes landed on the winged queen. Fry let out a long, weary sigh, pinching the bridge of her nose before looking up at her unexpected guest. Malim, you. She muttered, trailing off as she stared at the destroyer Malim Nava, her fellow demon lord and one of only 2 beings Fry knew who could not only stand against Charybdis, but annihilate it without breaking a sweat. And that was exactly the problem. If calling in a favor from Guy Crimson meant placing a blade to her own throat, then letting Melim fight Charybdis was like holding a loaded cannon over her entire nation. In Frey's eyes, Melim was terrifyingly powerful and just as terrifyingly childish. If she let Melim loose on Charybdis, there was a very real risk the girl would destroy the monster, and level Fulbrosia in the process. And then laugh about it without a care in the world. That's why Frey had decided to involve Melim only as a last, desperate resort, and if all else failed and no other options remained. "Hey, Melim," Frey said, gently placing a hand on the younger-looking girl's shoulder and steering her away from the wreckage of her chamber. Though Melim looked like a child, Frey knew full well she was far older than her. Despite that, she had been acting as Melim's older sister for the past decade or so, and that's why her pride wouldn't allow the destroyer to see the sorry state of the room, littered with broken glass and wine-stained stone. "What brings you here?" she asked, keeping her voice as calm and pleasant as possible. "I came to play, of course," Melim chirped, tilting her head with exaggerated sweetness. "Oh, and to eat something yummy. Midray keeps giving me bland food, and I'm so over it," she added with a theatrical pout, sticking out her tongue in protest. "I see," Frey murmured, letting out a soft sigh and managing a faint smile. With practiced ease, she led Melim toward the dining hall, subtly signaling one of the nearby servants to begin preparing a meal for the demon lord. They walked in silence for a moment before Melim suddenly glanced up at her. "By the way," she said, eyes flicking toward the retreating servant, "what's wrong with you? You look kinda off." "It's nothing major," Frey replied a little too quickly. "You don't need to worry about it." She kept her expression neutral, but inside, her stomach twisted. The last thing she needed was for Melim to find out about Charybdis and start pestering her for allowing her to fight the behemoth. "Oh, by the way, Melim, last time we spoke, you mentioned wanting to test that demon from the Jura forest. Whatever happened with that?" Frey said, quickly shifting the topic away from herself, and when Melim's eyes lit up, she knew she'd succeeded for the time being. "Yeah. I went to test Rimuru's strength, and let me tell you, he was amazing." Melim practically bounced in her seat, kicking her legs with uncontainable excitement. "I had so much fun playing with him." "Oh really?" Frey replied, her brow arching in genuine surprise. Melim never described her fights as fun. Boring, maybe. Too easy. Constantly. But fun. That was new. "Was he really that strong?" she asked curiously, leaning in slightly. "Yep. Rimuru is, like, super strong," Melim exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. "He could keep up with me even when I went all out. And guess what? He gave me these amazing honey candies. We're besties now. He could keep up with you." Frey repeated, unable to mask the disbelief in her voice. It wasn't a rhetorical question, she genuinely needed to process that. After all, this was Melim Nava they were talking about. The Destroyer. One of the strongest beings in the world, her power rivaled only by the likes of Guy Crimson and True Dragons. For an unknown demon from a minor region like Jura to match Melim in combat, that was quite shocking to her. Frey's initial shock slowly gave way to something else, curiosity. A spark lit in her eyes as a new possibility quietly took root in her mind. Maybe. I have a third option after all, she thought, just as a servant arrived with trays of food and began laying the meal out before them. Frey offered a polite nod but said nothing, her thoughts still racing behind a composed mask. Melim, oblivious to the subtle shift in Frey's demeanor, let out a delighted squeal and immediately began devouring the food, humming contentedly between bites without a care in the world. Meanwhile, in Tempest, a large wooden cabin stood nestled in a secluded yet heavily protected part of the city, surrounded by a beautifully maintained garden with a gentle river flowing through the backyard. Inside, the soft glow of morning sunlight filtered through the kitchen windows, casting golden patterns across the wooden floors and countertops. The air was rich with the scent of vanilla and sweet batter, wrapping the space in a calm, homely warmth. At the stove stood Rimuru Tempest, the nation's leader, humming a light-hearted tune that rose and fell in time with the flick of his wrist as he expertly flipped a pancake into the air. A frilly yellow apron, complete with a proud little slime emblem stitched to the chest, was tied snugly over his usual outfit. His sleeves were rolled up, and a relaxed smile played at the corners of his lips. At the dining table, Shizu sat with her chin resting in her palm, dark eyes quietly fixed on the most precious men in her life as he moved effortlessly around the kitchen. Her expression was soft, serene, touched by a gentle affection that even the sunlight couldn't rival. She hadn't touched the tea he'd placed in front of her yet, too caught up watching him, too wrapped up in the warmth of the moment. Eventually, she sighed, her voice breaking the silence with familiar tenderness. "Rimuru, this is the 4th time this week you've made breakfast for me." She tilted her head slightly, exasperation in her tone, but love unmistakable in her gaze. "You are the leader of an entire nation, you know. Maybe, focus on that just a little." Rimuru turned, spatula still in hand, and shot her a playful look. And what kind of husband would I be if I couldn't even take care of my pregnant wife, he said, punctuating the question with a little flourish as he placed another stack of pancakes onto a plate. Besides, he added, walking over to set the plate in front of her, wearing a smile that hovered somewhere between proud and smug, I've got a whole council of super capable people running things for me. I trust them enough to know Tempest won't fall apart just because I'm busy pampering you. Shizu blinked at him, a soft blush coloring her cheeks as she giggled softly before glancing down at the fluffy tower of pancakes, then back up at him. It's just the second month, she murmured with a fond sigh, shaking her head. I don't even have a baby bump yet. That doesn't matter, Rimuru replied, settling down beside her and resting his arm along the back of her chair. His voice lowered, the playful edge softening into something warmer, more sincere. This is our first child, Shizu. Our child. And I want to be there for every moment, no matter how small. From the first flutter to the last kick before delivery. I'm not letting you go through this alone. I want to walk this whole journey with you. Shizu looked at him, lips parting slightly, her breath catching for just a moment. The warmth in his eyes, the quiet conviction in his voice, wrapped around her like a blanket. She exhaled slowly and smiled, a soft, quiet smile that said everything words couldn't. You're really stubborn, you know that, she said, reaching out to rest her hand over his. Only when it comes to you, Rimuru chuckled, gently squeezing her hand. Just then, Rimuru's expression shifted, a faint frown tugging at his lips. Noticing it instantly, Shizu's brows knit together. What's wrong? Nothing serious, Rimuru said, tapping a finger on the table. Just, something came up. He let out a dramatic sigh, his tone shifting into a childish whine. And I don't want to leave your side just yet. Seriously, Rimuru. Shizu laughed, unable to hold it back. But really, if it's important, you should deal with it. Rimuru hummed thoughtfully for a moment before looking back at her. Would you mind if I handled it here? I promise it won't take long. Of course you can, she said, nodding. Do you want me to step inside? No need, Rimuru replied, shaking his head. This isn't something I need to hide from you. Oh. So there are things you do hide from me? Shizu asked, folding her arms and raising an eyebrow. My lovely darling, Rimuru said smugly, some of my secrets are so classified, even my own consciousness isn't cleared to access them. Master, there are no secrets you possess that I am not aware of. And honestly, what you just told Shizu only sounded impressive in your head. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Ciel, Rimuru thought with an internal eye roll. A moment later, the air inside the cabin shifted, and a dark, suffocating pressure blanketed the space, so heavy it seemed to press down on the walls themselves. The homely scent of vanilla was swallowed by the scentless weight of pure malice. Without warning, a swirl of shadows erupted into motion, twisting into a vortex of black mist before rapidly coalescing into a tall humanoid form. The figure landed in a fluid motion, one knee to the floor, his head bowed low in reverence. Kofufufufu Lord Rimuru, my soul feels truly at peace now that I once again stand in your presence, the demon intoned, his voice laced with dark reverence and unshakable loyalty. Noir, Rimuru said as he leaned back in his chair. I hope you have a good reason for disturbing my lovely time with my wife, he added as the warm, carefree aura that had surrounded him moments ago vanished, replaced by an oppressive, commanding pressure that filled the room. Rest assured, my lord, Noir replied smoothly, a faint smile curving his lips. I would never dare to waste even a second of your time. Noir, Shizu said slowly, her eyes narrowing as she studied the figure now rising gracefully from his bow. So you really were the primordial of black. I wasn't just being paranoid back then. Indeed, Shizu, forgive me. Lady Shizu, as I should now address you, Noir said with a theatrical flourish and a courteous bow. It has been quite some time since our paths last crossed, back in the kingdom of Filtwood, if memory serves. Well, it's good to see you two are acquainted, Rimuru said, his voice returning Noir's attention to him. But as I mentioned earlier, you're interrupting a very important moment. And if I'm guessing right, you're here to report on a rather important task I assigned you. Kofufufufu indeed, Rimuru-sama, Noir replied with a nod, adjusting his tie with graceful precision. The task you so generously entrusted to me is progressing quite nicely, he added before producing an item from within his coat and offering it to Rimuru with both hands, as though presenting a sacred relic. This is the final product. It will begin circulating tomorrow. Rimuru took the object and examined it closely, flipping it back and forth with interest. Not bad, he said after a moment, nodding with satisfaction. Looks like you've been working hard. But of course, Noir said, as though the idea of anything less were absurd. It was a task given to me by you, Rimuru-sama. I wouldn't dream of slacking off. Rimuru, what is it? Shizu asked, her gaze drifting toward the item in his hand, curiosity flickering in her dark eyes. Why don't you see for yourself? Rimuru said with a playful smirk, sliding it across the table to her. Shizu picked it up and studied it closely. Her eyes widened slightly as she read the title printed boldly across the top. Rimuru, this is. She murmured, holding up the sheet of paper, formatted like a newspaper, with the black quill written in striking black letters at the top. This, my dear Shizu, is a prototype of the newspaper I'm setting up. Well, not officially mine, of course. I mean, really, who would trust a newspaper run by a demon? Rimuru chuckled and leaned back. But in all seriousness, this world has a real problem when it comes to accessible, reliable information. Most people have no idea what's happening outside their own town, and the few journalists who try to change that either don't have the resources or end up silenced the moment they uncover something inconvenient to the powerful. The second and more practical reason is to boost Tempest's reputation and trade. If we can entice common citizens and merchants by highlighting our products through well-crafted articles, reviews, stories, etc., we can shift the public perception from suspicion to desire. Curiosity will bring them to try our goods while desire will lead them here, right to our doorstep, which will strengthen our economy, Rimuru added. What Rimuru didn't say aloud was the third and most important reason, to subtly destabilize the power structures of rival nations. Through a carefully controlled narrative by exposing or even fabricating scandals tied to powerful figures, he could plant seeds of doubt, dissatisfaction, and envy among the populace. Over time, as citizens began to resent the disparity between their own lives and those of Tempest people, trust in their own rulers would erode. And when that trust crumbled, their nations would be ripe for the taking. That's a brilliant initiative, Shizu said, her voice soft with genuine admiration as she looked at Rimuru. It won't just help our nation, it could change things for people all over the world. Giving them access to the information, that's more powerful than most realize. Rimuru blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the sincerity in her voice. For a brief second, a flicker of guilt stirred in his chest, knowing full well that his plan wasn't entirely as noble as Shizu made it sound. But he quickly pushed the feeling aside and turned his attention back to Noir. So, how are things on your end? Rimuru asked, leaning his cheek against his fist. Are the resources I provided holding up, or do you need more? That won't be necessary, Rimuru-sama, Noir replied smoothly. You've already been more than generous. With you supplying the printing materials and the press staffed entirely by demons of my lineage, production costs are virtually non-existent. He adjusted his cuff slightly. As for the fieldwork, my demons have been working in close coordination with the human journalists we hired at exorbitant rates and even paid them a full month's advance to secure their loyalty and motivation. Yet despite all that, the budget hasn't made so much as a ripple in our financial reserves. That's good to hear, Rimuru nodded, his tone firm but satisfied. But don't hold back if you need anything. This project is very important to me. For the next month, I want the Black Quill printed and distributed freely across every major and minor nation. Hit the cities, the market towns, the remote villages, anywhere there's a cluster of people. Feed them the one thing they never knew they needed, information. Let them get addicted to it. Help them build the habit of reading. Once that habit sticks, then we introduce a subscription. Price it so low that even a child could afford it with a few days' worth of pocket change. Make it impossible to resist. A luxury they'll convince themselves they can't live without. You'll also need to smuggle the Black Quill into places like the Holy Empire of Lobelia and the Eastern Empire. We already know they won't allow it to circulate legally, especially not after the real news starts rolling in, Rimuru added, recalling the words of a certain holy knight who had told him people wouldn't yearn for luxury if they didn't know what luxury was. Well then, Hinata, let's see how loyal your people remain to your so-called god once they learn what a real standard of living looks like, Rimuru thought, suppressing the smirk threatening to rise. For now, he continued aloud, keep the content tame. Slip in 1 or 2 spicy pieces to hook attention, but don't overwhelm them. The real bombshells come after the subscription model is in place. That's when the real shock value begins. And finally, Rimuru said, stepping forward until he stood directly in front of Noir. At once, the demon dropped to one knee, his head bowed low in absolute reverence. You have done a great job so far, and without giving me a reason to worry or get involved, that's why I have decided to expedite your promised reward, he said and placed his hand on Noir's head. From this day onwards, you shall be called Diablo. The moment the name was spoken, a surge of power exploded within the demon's body. His form shimmered with unrestrained energy as he evolved, ascending from an archdemon to a demon peer, his strength and magical reserves skyrocketed exponentially, creating a soul corridor with Diablo. Success. Unique skills, Tempter, and Seeker, have evolved into ultimate skill, Azazel, Lord of Temptation. Unique gift, Primordial Eye, granted to Diablo, Testarossa, and Ultima, A/N, each demon only heard their own name. Primordial Eye, a unique skill granted exclusively to primordial demons. It allows them to monitor all demons of their own lineage and summon them at will. Well then, Diablo, Rimuru said with a smile, go make the Black Quill a global name. I'm counting on you. You have nothing to worry about, Rimuru-sama, Diablo replied, his voice trembling with barely restrained joy. The sheer excitement of being named by Rimuru was unmistakable. And then, with a final bow, he vanished into the shadows. Just as I thought, my most reliable subordinate, Rimuru murmured under his breath, a small smile tugging at his lips. Then, turning away from the now empty space where Diablo had vanished, he returned to Shizu's side and sat down beside her once more. The heavy atmosphere that had filled the room only moments earlier seemed to lift, replaced by the quiet intimacy they'd shared before the interruption. "By the way, Shizu," Rimuru said, his voice softening as he leaned slightly closer, "there's something I want your opinion on." "Sure," she said, looking at him with curiosity. "What is it?" "I know this might sound a little sudden," Rimuru began, "especially with our own children on the way, but I've been thinking, what are your thoughts on adopting a child?" Shizu blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected question. "Adopting a child," she echoed, tilting her head. "Are you talking about my students?" "We'll definitely bring them to Tempest, don't worry," Rimuru replied, shaking his head gently. "But no. I was actually thinking about." To be continued. Chapter 32, Blumen's Crown, Drum and Varel. Ciel. Voice of the World. Meanwhile, in the guest lounge of Rimuru's office, Drum Blumend, king of the Blumend kingdom, sat uneasily, his gaze flicking around the elegantly furnished room. The refined decor, while tasteful, did little to calm his nerves. Beside him, his wife, Varel Blumend, sat composed and graceful, quietly sipping her tea and savoring its delicate flavor. In stark contrast, Drum's own teacup sat untouched on the table before him, exactly as it had been placed. Drum shifted in his seat, hands clenched tightly in his lap, one foot tapping a restless rhythm against the marble floor as Varel set her teacup gently back onto its saucer, echoing the clink in the quiet room. Despite the warmth in the air and the subtle floral fragrance drifting from the vase nearby, the king's brow remained furrowed. "I still can't believe we're here," Drum murmured, his gaze fixed on the closed door as if it might suddenly swing open. "Monsters. I'm about to have a diplomatic meeting with the ruler of a nation of monsters." Varel offered a soft, knowing smile. "And yet, here we are, of our own volition, seeking peaceful relations with those very monsters." Drum huffed, his fingers beginning to drum nervously along the carved armrest of his chair. "Yes, well, maybe. Or maybe it's just good politics. This Rimuru, ruler of the monster nation, is unpredictable. Too new to have a history, yet already strong enough to make someone like Gazel tremble. What if I say the wrong thing? What if we offend him without realizing it? One misstep and..." Drum, Varel interjected gently, but carried the unmistakable authority of a queen and a wife. "Breathe. You are not walking into a dragon's den. You're walking into a conversation you requested. You sought this meeting. Remember that." He looked at her, blinking as her words settled over him like a bomb. Then, with a slow nod, he murmured, "You're right. You're right. It's just..." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and let out a slow breath. His voice dropped, barely louder than a whisper. "Falmouth is circling us like a vulture. Every month, it's something new, some excuse to tighten the noose. A trade dispute. A sudden skirmish on the border against monsters that claims our civilians' lives. Or one of their envoys arriving with another so-called friendly warning." His mouth curled bitterly. "They're testing the waters, Varel. Waiting for the moment we're too weak to resist. They want to bleed us slowly until there's nothing left to call Blumend." Varel's expression darkened for just a moment, but she remained silent, giving him the space to speak. Drum ran a hand down his face, sighing through his fingers. "And then there's the Council of the West," he said, his voice tinged with weariness. "I didn't oppose joining. On paper, it made sense, it was a chance to gain allies, support, and security. But the terms..." He trailed off, scoffing under his breath as he shook his head. "Terms that all but shut down our import and export routes. Resource taxes that hit us the hardest, while larger kingdoms like Falmouth and Ingratia get away with paying far less. It's not membership, they're kneecapping us and calling it cooperation. And the worst part is, we can't push back. We don't have the strength. Not militarily, not politically. We don't even have the numbers to walk out of the room without being shut out for good." His jaw clenched as silence fell again, broken only by the soft ticking of a gilded clock across the room. "If only we had the power to make them listen." Varel reached out and placed a gentle hand on his arm. "That's exactly why we're here, my love. We've seen with our own eyes how prosperous and welcoming this town is. And from what I've gathered, there's been a steady influx of adventurers and brave merchants over the past few weeks. It may be a nation of monsters, but it clearly isn't hostile to humans. In short, as King Gazel told Fuse, this monster nation has enough strength and resources that it doesn't need to devour a small kingdom like ours. On the contrary, allying with a power like this could benefit us greatly." Drum gave a dry chuckle, though it lacked true humor. You make it sound so sensible, he muttered, shaking his head. And yet I still can't shake the feeling that we're placing our future on the edge of a blade. He glanced toward the door again, then back at her. You're right, though. You usually are. He exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. Let's just hope that, when the histories are written, we're remembered as visionaries who were the first people to build a revolutionary alliance, and not as fools who handed over our kingdom's fate to a smiling monster in a mask. Just then, a knock came at the door, and a moment later, a female hobgoblin stepped into the room, dressed in a pristine-made uniform that wouldn't have looked out of place in a noble's estate. Thank you for waiting, esteemed guests. Lord Rimuru will be with you shortly, she said and bowed gracefully. Then, without waiting for a reply, she turned and exited as silently as she had entered. Drum watched her go, his brows lifting slightly in quiet surprise. Beside him, Varel let out a soft breath and smiled. Such manners and grace, she murmured, shaking her head with quiet amazement. I wonder how the priests and holy knights of Lobelia would react if they witnessed this. They're always preaching that monsters are irredeemable evils, and yet here we are, being treated with more courtesy than most humans ever bother to show. Drum let out a dry scoff, his lips curling in faint disdain. They'd probably try to wipe this nation off the map. After all, its very existence contradicts everything they preach. He shook his head, a bitter edge creeping into his voice. And we both know those so-called servants of God are just as deeply entangled in the pursuit of power and control as any greedy noble. And you're still going through with today's negotiations, even knowing Lobelia might target us for it in the future. Varel asked quietly, though the answer was already clear in her heart. Yes, Drum replied without a moment's hesitation. I don't want our nation dragged into an unnecessary conflict, but staying small and silent won't protect us forever. If all we have to offer the world is our intelligence network, then we'll always be at the mercy of stronger powers. That's not a future I'm willing to accept. He leaned back slightly, folding his arms as his gaze drifted toward the door where the maid had exited. Besides, he continued, I trust King Gazel's judgment. There's a reason Dwargon has held its ground for so long, even while walking the tightrope of neutrality. King Gazel isn't just a mighty warrior, he commands a powerful army, manages a prosperous economy, and governs with a sharp mind. And yet. Drum paused, his voice lowering with emphasis, even he is cautious around a nation that didn't exist a year ago. He looked at Varel, his eyes steady. That alone should tell you what kind of force we're dealing with. Roughly 10 minutes passed in silence before the door finally opened again. This time, it was Rimuru who entered, followed closely by Testarossa. With an air of casual confidence, he approached the table and took a seat across from the royal couple of Blumund. King Drum, Queen Varel, it's a pleasure to meet you, Rimuru said warmly, offering a slight nod of thanks as a maid placed a cup of tea before him. Apologies for the wait, I was caught up with some important stuff. Calling your own wife stuff, master, how heartless. Shut up. You know I'm not ready to reveal Shizu's existence yet, Rimuru sighed internally, rolling his eyes at Ciel's teasing. It's quite all right, Lord Rimuru, Varel said with a polite smile. If anyone understands how much time and energy it takes to run a nation, it's us. Besides, we arrived without prior notice, we hardly have the right to complain about a brief delay. Well then, let's not waste time on empty pleasantries, Rimuru said, his tone shifting slightly as a faint wave of pressure radiated from him, subtly asserting control over the room. Given that the king and queen of a nation have come personally to my doorstep, I can only assume the matter is of some significance. So then, shall we get straight to the point? Drum and Varel immediately straightened in their seats, the subtle shift in atmosphere sharpening their focus as they adopted a more serious demeanor. Yes, that would be for the best, Drum said. Lord Rimuru, as you've correctly surmised, we've chosen to visit in person because we wish to propose a formal alliance between Blumund and Tempest. An alliance, is it? Rimuru leaned back slightly, his eyes narrowing as he studied the couple across from him, who involuntarily shrank under his gaze. As the monarch of a long-standing nation, you understand, of course, that any alliance must be built on mutual benefit, a fair exchange that strengthens both parties. So then, tell me. What exactly does Blumund bring to the table? To begin with, we're prepared to offer tax-free trade routes through Blumund territory, which would ease access to Western human nations, Drum responded promptly, laying out his offer. We also have a world-renowned intelligence network at our disposal. Additionally, we possess a world-renowned intelligence network, one of the finest in the region. Our agents have eyes and ears in almost every major city. More importantly, we're willing to officially recognize Tempest as a sovereign nation. He paused for effect, then added, Fuse, the assistant supervisor of Blumund's intelligence department, is a highly respected figure within the adventurer community. His endorsement could go a long way in promoting Tempest as a human-friendly nation, and his connections could help introduce your goods into human markets as trusted and reputable products. There was a brief silence, and then. You truly believe such paltry offerings are worthy of an alliance with Tempest? Testarosa's voice cut through the air like a blade, smooth but laced with menace, as the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees as a chill crawled down the royal couple's spines. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have taken grave offense at being addressed in such a manner, especially by someone other than the ruler of the nation. But their survival instincts warned them to hold their tongues. Somehow, they instinctively knew this woman was dangerous, and after years of navigating political minefields, they had learned when to swallow their pride for the sake of survival. Testa, calm down. There's no need for hostility, Rimuru said with a casual wave of his hand, and instantly, the oppressive aura that had settled over the room vanished, as if it had never been there. The shift was so sudden that Drum and Varel instinctively exhaled, releasing the tension they hadn't even realized they were holding. That said, Rimuru continued smoothly, redirecting his focus to the royal couple. She's not wrong. What you've offered so far feels underwhelming, especially when compared to what Tempest would be putting on the table. He gestured toward Testarosa, who responded without a word as she produced a document from the folder she carried and placed it gently in front of the king and queen of Blumund. As they scanned the document, their eyes widened in disbelief. The proposed alliance was filled with generous terms. Among them, a low-cost, co-funded road construction initiative aimed at establishing a secure and efficient trade route between their two nations, one that would significantly reduce travel time for merchants and travelers alike. One clause guaranteed full protection for any caravans or citizens passing through the monster-infested Jura forest. Another promised military support from Tempest in the event of foreign aggression against Blumund. Additional provisions offered favorable trade agreements, technical and financial assistance for infrastructure and military development, and cooperation in fields such as magical research, agriculture, and more. Varel's brows rose slightly as she skimmed the fine print while Drum's eyes flicked back to Rimuru, disbelief flickering across his face. This wasn't just fair, it was extraordinary. A lifeline. A blessing. A partnership that could raise their small kingdom to a level of influence and security they had only ever dreamed of. And yet, it was that very generosity that gave them pause, because no offer, no matter how kind, ever came without expectations. You were right, Lord Rimuru, Varel said, lifting her gaze to meet his. Her expression was composed on the surface, but a trace of visible apprehension flickered in her eyes. These terms are exceedingly generous, especially compared to what we have to offer. There must be more to it, though. You wouldn't provide so many benefits simply for the sake of forming an alliance. Rimuru gave a faint smile, leaning forward slightly as he reached across the table. You're right. That was our mistake, he said calmly, retrieving the document with practiced ease. Drum and Varel exchanged a glance, both feeling a subtle but undeniable sense of unease as the paper was pulled away, almost like watching an opportunity slip through their fingers. Those were the terms we had prepared if you'd agreed to become a vassal state, Rimuru continued, holding the document between two fingers, and the royal couple's eyes widened, as if they had just heard something utterly unthinkable. As for a standard alliance, he went on, only two of those benefits remain guaranteed, the co-funded road construction and military assistance in the event of an invasion. As for protection from the monsters of the Jura forest, we're willing to shoulder that burden, but it would come at the cost of a yearly tax, which could be negotiated separately. He placed the document back on the table, face down this time, a subtle but clear signal that the more generous offer was no longer on the table. Still, after reading its contents, both Varel and Drum couldn't help but feel a growing curiosity about the idea of becoming a vassal state. Lord Rimuru, if I may ask, where is this idea of making us a vassal state coming from? Drum asked, doing his best to keep his voice steady. Despite his composed exterior, a flicker of unease crept into his eyes. He was well aware that the men sitting across from him could easily force him into signing whatever he wanted if he willed it. Nothing too serious, Rimuru replied casually. I just figured a nation like yours might benefit more by becoming a vassal of Tempest. But don't worry, I won't force you into anything. Still, if I were you, I'd keep an eye on the kingdom of Raja. As of 2 months ago, they formally became a vassal state of Tempest. What? Varel and Drum exclaimed in unison, shocked. An ancient kingdom like Raja, reduced to a vassal, especially under a nation that hadn't even been formally recognized on the international stage. It was something they hadn't even considered. Rimuru leaned back slightly in his chair, his expression unreadable. Naturally, he added, his tone cooling just a touch, I'd appreciate it if you kept that information to yourselves for now. It's not public knowledge yet, and I'd prefer it stayed that way. He let that sink in before continuing, his tone returning to its usual calm. As for the alliance between Tempest and Blumund, you're under no pressure to decide immediately. Whether you choose to pursue a formal alliance, agree to vassalage, or walk away from the table altogether, that's your choice. But I will need your final answer within 1 week. That's when King Gazel and the Dwarven Kingdom of Dwargon will formally recognize Tempest as a sovereign nation. You're invited to attend the ceremony, of course. But when you come, bring your answer. Yes, thank you, Drum replied, nodding as Varel mirrored the gesture. That works for us as well. Well then, I'd say this has been a productive meeting, Rimuru said as he rose from his seat. Unfortunately, I'll have to excuse myself now, since other matters require my attention. But please, feel free to stay and enjoy Tempest's hospitality for as long as you'd like. Thank you for your generous offer, Varel replied graciously as she and Drum stood as well. But we'll be taking our leave for now. That said, we certainly won't pass up the opportunity next time. A shame, Rimuru said with a soft chuckle. But I'll hold you to that. He turned slightly, as if preparing to leave, then paused and glanced back at them over his shoulder. Oh, and one more thing, he added casually. For a nation that prides itself on being the intelligence capital of the world, you sure have a lot of blind spots in your own backyard. Drum's brow immediately furrowed. What do you mean by that, Lord Rimuru? What I mean, Rimuru said with a chuckle, is that out of the 20 noble families in your kingdom, 5 are cozying up to outsiders. 3 of them have been feeding internal information to Falmouth, hoping they'll be rewarded with more territory if Falmouth ever manages to annex your kingdom. The other 2 have been leaking details to certain members of the Western Council, trying to curry favor in hopes their houses might be chosen to wear the crown, once yours is removed. This. Drum and Varel stared at him, stunned into silence. Horror flickered across their faces, not solely because of the betrayal, but because all of it had happened right under their noses. Now, Rimuru continued with a smile, turning slightly toward the door, I could give you the names of those families, but that's not really my job, is it? You'll have to root them out yourselves. He took a step toward the threshold, then paused, glancing back over his shoulder. And if you're wondering why I warned you, the answer's simple, I prefer your family on the throne. You're intelligent, reasonable, and actually care about your nation and its people. That makes you a hell of a lot easier to work with than a bunch of self-serving puppets. A small, knowing grin tugged at the corner of his lips. Oh, and one more thing. He added, tilting his head slightly. I just wanted to show you that my intelligence division is just a tiny bit better than yours. With a playful wink, Rimuru turned and exited the room, Testarossa gliding silently at his side. The heavy doors closed behind them with a quiet thud, leaving the stunned king and queen behind. To be continued. Chapter 33, Desperate Mother, Genevieve Rosso. Ciel. Voice of the World. After wrapping up his meeting with the royal couple of Blumund, Rimuru made his way back to his office. He had barely settled into his chair when a familiar presence appeared before him. Moss, kneeling respectfully with one hand over his chest. Lord Rimuru, he greeted, bowing his head deeply. Rimuru leaned back in his seat, letting out a soft sigh. Good afternoon, Moss. Judging by your timing, I'm guessing you have some good news for me. Indeed, Rimuru-sama, Moss replied, lifting his gaze slightly. The target you instructed us to monitor has begun to move. They're currently passing through the forest that borders the kingdom of Silk Rosso and the kingdom of Falmouth. As expected, they are heavily guarded, but nothing beyond what we can handle. I see. Rimuru hummed thoughtfully, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. And what of the other matter? Are the preparations complete? They are, Moss confirmed with a small nod. The merchandise you requested has already been assembled and is ready for immediate delivery. All that remains is your signal. Excellent, Rimuru said, rising from his seat. In that case, I'll make my way there now. Have the merchandise brought to my location. As you command, Moss said, bowing once more. In the blink of an eye, Rimuru vanished from the room, followed by Moss, who gave a respectful nod to the empty space his master had just occupied before vanishing as well, off to fulfill his orders without delay. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest stretching between the kingdom of Silk Rosso and the kingdom of Falmouth, a lavish caravan wound its way along a narrow, twisting path. 3 ornate carriages, each adorned with gold-trimmed panels and reinforced with subtle magical wards, moved in steady procession, flanked by a squad of mounted soldiers riding in tight formation beside them. In the center and the most heavily protected carriage of the 3, Genevieve Rosso sat, gently holding her infant daughter tenderly in her arms. The baby, barely a month old, rested peacefully against her chest as Genevieve looked down at her with a soft smile, eyes full of maternal warmth. With slow, rhythmic motions, she gently rocked her newborn, completely absorbed in the moment. Seated across from her was Anna, Genevieve's lifelong maid and most trusted confidant. The woman held a large, well-organized travel bag on her lap, its compartments filled with everything a new mother and her baby could possibly require. Lady Genevieve, I hope you don't think I'm overstepping, Anna began softly, but, are you certain this journey is wise? Especially so soon after giving birth. The terrain is rough, and, she hesitated, then glanced out the carriage window at the dense, twisting woods surrounding them. A 7-hour ride through a forest like this, it hardly seems fitting for the young Lady Maria Bella, she added with concern as she glanced nervously at the infant, who remained blissfully asleep in her mother's arms. Anna, you don't need to be so hesitant to speak your mind, Genevieve said with a gentle smile. We grew up together. Your mother did more to raise me than my own ever did, if anything, that makes us sisters in all but blood. She glanced down at the sleeping baby in her arms, then back at Anna. "And I know how deeply you care for Mariabella. You love her as if she were your own. So please, never hold back when you think your advice is for her sake or mine." Anna's heart swelled with emotion, and tears welled in her eyes. She couldn't help but be deeply moved by Genevieve's words, feeling as though her years of loyalty to the girl she had grown up with had finally been acknowledged in the most meaningful way. Her gratitude only deepened from knowing how so many servants like her were treated with indifference or even contempt by nobles, no matter how devoted they were. Yet here was her lady, one of the rare few who truly valued the people around her. Nobles like Genevieve were few and far between, and Anna knew just how lucky she was to serve her. "And as for my decision..." Genevieve's voice grew quieter, her smile fading as a troubled frown took its place. "I know traveling with Bella so soon after her birth might not have been the wisest choice, but truthfully, Anna, I didn't have any other choice. I'm at my wit's end." "My lady, are you speaking of Master Granbell?" Anna asked gently, choosing her words with care so as not to sound disrespectful toward the head of Genevieve's family. "Yes. It's about my father-in-law," Genevieve replied with a weary sigh. "His fixation on little Bella is getting worse. He pinned all of the family's hopes on her before she even drew her first breath, and now, he's convinced she's the reincarnation of his late wife. And just recently, he told me that once she turns 3, he expects me to hand her over so he can begin grooming her to become the next head of the Rosso family, and it's not a request, Anna. It's an order, one he accepts without any question." Her hands trembled slightly, her frustration and helplessness rising to the surface. "And the worst part is, I know that there is nothing I can do to stop him. When the time comes, I'll be expected to stand aside and keep my mouth shut, to watch as my daughter is taken from me and shaped into some idealized version of the woman he lost, molded into whatever legacy he's decided she must fulfill," she said through gritted teeth. "He's the current head of the family. I have no authority to challenge him. And what does Master Julian think of all this?" Anna asked gently, as she reached out and placed a comforting hand over Genevieve's. At the mention of her husband, Genevieve's expression darkened. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and her gaze dropped to the floor of the carriage. "Do you really think that spineless man would ever dare stand up to his father?" she scoffed, the bitterness in her voice slicing through the silence. "He's thrilled that the head of the family has taken such a strong interest in Bella. He thinks it reflects well on him, that it proves he's raising a child worthy of the family name, and that it'll raise his standing in the household." She paused, her voice lowering. "He's too blinded by ambition to see what's really happening. Or worse, maybe he does see it and just doesn't care." Her words lingered heavily in the air. "Like I told you, Anna. I have no allies in that house." The silence that followed was thick and heavy, broken only by the soft rhythm of hooves outside and the faint rustle of leaves brushing the carriage. "That's why I had to leave," she said at last, her voice quieter, raw with emotion. "Even if just for a little while. I needed space to breathe, to think, to be away from all those watching eyes. And most of all..." She paused, cradling Mariabella closer. "To savor what little time I have left with my daughter," Genevieve finished softly, her lips curling into a smile that was equal parts sad, helpless, and resigned. Suddenly, a distant shout echoed through the trees, cutting through the steady rhythm of hooves and rattling wheels. Genevieve's head snapped up, her body going rigid. Across from her, Anna stiffened as well, her eyes wide and alert. A second cry followed, closer this time, louder, and edged with panic. Then came the unmistakable sound of steel clashing against steel, a metallic ring that sent a chill straight down their spines. Without thinking, Genevieve clutched Mariabella tighter to her chest, her arms instinctively shielding the baby. The infant stirred at the sudden tension, letting out a tiny noise, but remained asleep, nestled against her mother's heartbeat. "What was that?" Genevieve whispered, though the question seemed more directed at the gathering dread in her own chest than at Anna. Anna, already moving, rose carefully to her feet despite the rocking of the carriage. She shifted the travel bag aside and stepped lightly to the narrow window, pulling the curtain back just enough to peer outside. Her voice was low, tight with unease. It sounded like fighting, up ahead. The front guard, maybe. The sounds outside quickly escalated, hooves thundering across packed earth, more shouting, the telltale crash of something heavy breaking. A heartbeat later, the sharp crack of splintering would cut through the chaos, followed by a scream that ended too abruptly to be natural. Then, suddenly, silence. Not the peaceful kind, but a heavy, suffocating stillness that settled over the forest like a shroud that made Genevieve and Anna exchange a glance, with fear flooding both their faces. Suddenly, the carriage door was wrenched open with such brutal force that it slammed against its hinges with a deafening crack, nearly tearing clean off. In the very next breath, a wave of foul air rushed in, metallic, acrid, and thick with the unmistakable stench of fresh blood. It hit them like a physical blow, and both women recoiled instinctively. Anna gagged and clamped a hand over her mouth and nose, eyes watering as she fought to keep from retching. Genevieve turned her body, shielding Mariabella as the baby let out a soft, confused whimper, disturbed by the sudden shift in the air and her mother's racing heartbeat. As the moment stretched and dread swelled in their chests, their eyes rose slowly to the figures now filling the open doorway. 5 men stood there, hulking and silent, their armor spattered with crimson. Then one of them stepped forward, clearly the leader. His face was blank, devoid of rage or cruelty, as he regarded them in silence, casually wiping blood from his blade. At last, he spoke. "Out," he said flatly, his tone cold and uninterested. Genevieve didn't move. Couldn't move. Her entire body had gone rigid with terror, every instinct screaming at her to protect the child in her arms. She clutched Mariabella tighter, trying to make herself small, invisible. Unfortunately for her, the man's patience wore thin. "I said, out," he repeated, stepping closer as he raised his blood-stained sword and leveled the edge at Genevieve's throat. Seeing the blade pressed against Genevieve's throat, Anna sprang into action without thinking. Fear surged through her, but she forced her limbs to move, even as they trembled. She carefully set the travel bag down on the carriage floor, then stepped out slowly, hands raised in a clear gesture of surrender, positioning herself between the man and her lady. Please," she said, her voice shaking as her feet touched the forest floor. "We're not soldiers. There's nothing of value here, just a noblewoman and her newborn daughter. We have no weapons. No coin worth stealing. Please, don't hurt the baby." The men didn't respond. Instead, one of the other men stepped forward and seized her by the arm, with a bruising grip. Without a word, he yanked her roughly the rest of the way out of the carriage and shoved her toward the others waiting behind him. Anna stumbled, barely managing to keep her footing, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. She looked back over her shoulder, panic rising, her eyes locking onto Genevieve's, still frozen inside the carriage, still clutching Mariabella with desperate, white-knuckled arms. Meanwhile, Genevieve shivered as the cold edge of the blade pressed against her neck. Her eyes dropped to Mariabella, who had begun to fuss, clearly unsettled by the tension and noise. Every instinct in her screamed to run, to fight, to protect her child, but there was nowhere to go. Reluctantly, still cradling Mariabella tightly in her arms, Genevieve rose to her feet and stepped out of the carriage. The moment her feet touched the ground, a wave of nausea hit her. She nearly doubled over at the sight before her. The guards, the mounted escort, all gone. Their bodies lay scattered, lifeless, in pools of blood. But then Genevieve took a deep breath and steeled herself. The fear was still there, but she forced it down. She had to survive this. Not for herself but for Mariabella. Drawing on every ounce of composure she had, Genevieve straightened her posture and slipped into the imperious demeanor she usually reserved for those outside of her close family. "Listen," she said sharply, her voice ringing out with unexpected strength. "You may think you've proven something by slaughtering our guards, but don't fool yourself. You have no idea who you're dealing with." The man's face remained unreadable. Cold. Empty. But she met his eyes and held his gaze, refusing to look away. "I'm not bluffing," she continued, her tone colder now, every word laced with authority. "We belong to House Rosso, the ruling family of the kingdom of Silt Rosso. I am Genevieve Rosso, wife to the first prince. If you so much as lay a hand on me, if you even touch my daughter." She paused, her grip tightening around Mariabella, her voice lowering into a deadly whisper. "My family will find you. And when they do, they won't just execute you, they'll erase you. Your name, your home, your entire bloodline. Burned from the earth." At last, after a long and suffocating silence, the leader of the attackers finally spoke. "It doesn't matter who you are," he said flatly. "Lord Granbell has already marked you for death." Genevieve stared at him, the words not fully registering at first. "Wait," she said, voice faltering. "Did you just say?" But even before she finished the question, realization struck her like a hammer. The color drained from her face. Her breath caught in her throat. Everything inside her, the defiance, the composure and the carefully controlled mask of noble arrogance, crumbled in an instant. "My father-in-law sent you," she whispered, stunned. "But, why? Why?" The man tilted his head slightly, as if her confusion genuinely puzzled him. "Lord Granbell believes your continued presence in Lady Mariabella's life will hinder her potential," he explained in an eerily calm and emotionless voice. "He says your influence is sentimental, weakening. That you will fill her with softness when she needs discipline. Attachment, when she must embrace duty. And so, he took a step forward, raising his blade slightly, for the future of the Rosso family, and for the good of all the West, your sacrifice is necessary, Lady Genevieve." Just then, out of the corner of her eye, Genevieve saw Anna lunge toward the leader. With a sudden, desperate motion, Anna pulled a small knife from her hair bun and drove it toward the man's neck, aiming to kill. But the leader was faster. In one swift motion, he slashed his sword across her torso. A heartbeat later, a deep, gushing wound split through Anna's body, and she collapsed to the ground. "Lady." Genevieve. I'm sorry. Anna gasped, her voice barely above a whisper as blood poured from the grievous wound and her life began to slip from her. I failed you. Anna. Genevieve whispered, her voice barely audible as tears welled in her eyes and spilled down her cheeks. Her gaze flicked briefly to where her dearest companion had been taken, roughly torn away, powerless to stop any of this. The grief hit her like a stone to the chest, but she had no time to feel it, no space to fall apart, because the next moment, the leader approached her. I will say this once, and nicely, please hand Lady Mariabella to me, he began in a disturbingly calm voice, but noticed that Genevieve had no intention of doing so and let out a quiet breath through his nose, as if disappointed but not surprised. Lady Genevieve, he said, almost patiently, you're intelligent enough to recognize the truth of your situation. You are outnumbered. Outmatched. And by all accounts, already marked for death. So why make this harder than it needs to be? He tilted his head slightly. Why force a struggle that will only frighten and endanger Lady Mariabella? In fact, you should feel proud, he added. Your death isn't meaningless. It is the first step toward the future. A future where Lady Mariabella will grow into a ruler strong enough to lead the entire West. Isn't that what any mother would want? Still, Genevieve said nothing. Her lips trembled, her tears flowing freely now, but she still did not yield, still refused to give away her child. Oh well. I tried, the leader said, dropping all pretense of politeness as he reached out to snatch little Mariabella from Genevieve's arms. Genevieve resisted, holding on as tightly as she could, but suddenly, a sharp, searing pain tore through her back. One of the men behind her had slashed her without warning. The shock and agony made her arms falter, and in that moment of weakness, the leader ripped Mariabella from her grasp. Bella. No. Genevieve cried, reaching out desperately. But for a noblewoman raised in comfort, the pain was overwhelming. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her trembling hand still outstretched. Her teary eyes remained locked on her daughter, now fussing and wriggling in the arms of the stranger, disturbed, as if sensing the unfamiliar and unfriendly presence that now held her. No. 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 Why? Why? Genevieve's anguished sobs echoed through the forest, her voice cracking under the weight of grief. The pain in her back was unbearable, but it was nothing compared to the agony in her heart, the crushing despair of having her daughter torn from her arms. And just as Genevieve was about to give in to the weight of her despair, a voice echoed in her mind. Do you wish to be saved? Yes, she answered at once. She didn't know where the voice came from or whether it was real or just a figment of her imagination, but in that moment, it didn't matter to her. She needed a miracle, and she wanted to believe in one. I can help you, but it comes with a price. I don't care. Genevieve cried out in her mind. I'm willing to pay anything, just save me and my daughter. Very well. You and your daughter shall be saved. Then, in the very next moment, Genevieve's eyes widened as everything around her fell into utter silence, everything except the soft, joyful giggle of a child. Heart-pounding, she looked up and gasped. God, she whispered. Standing before her was a captivating figure, serene and radiant, with long, flowing blue hair. He smiled down at her gently, cradling her giggling daughter in his arms. It's okay, Genevieve. Everything is all right now, the figure said in a soothing voice. Genevieve didn't know why, but the moment she heard him speak, she believed him. Something deep within her soul trusted him completely. Her pain faded, her breath slowed, and she let the darkness take her, comforted by a single thought. Bella is safe, in his hands. To be continued. Chapter 34, Do Be a Savior, Rimuru Tempest. Ciel. Voice of the World. When Genevieve's eyes fluttered open, the first thing she registered was the soft rustle of curtains and the unfamiliar ceiling above her. For a few seconds, her mind struggled to catch up, and everything felt hazy, like waking from a deep, dreamless sleep. Then, like a crashing wave, the memories from before she lost consciousness surged back, the chaos, the fear, and her daughter. Mariabelle, she gasped, lurching upright in bed. Her gaze swept the room, searching for her daughter, until it landed on the small, empty cradle beside her. Her breath caught in her throat, and panic flared sharp and hot in her chest. 100 terrifying thoughts raced through her mind, each more dreadful than the last. But then, she heard a familiar voice. Lady Genevieve. Thank goodness you're awake. She turned toward the sound, and a wave of overwhelming relief washed over her. There, by the window, stood Anna, her ever-loyal maid, cradling little Mariabelle in her arms. The child had been gazing quietly out at the world beyond the glass, especially at the setting sun in the sky, but the moment she heard her mother's voice, she stirred with a soft wiggle, her tiny hands reaching instinctively toward her. Anna, Genevieve breathed, her voice soft with unmistakable relief, as her loyal maid stepped forward and gently placed the baby into her waiting arms. Mariabelle let out a quiet coo, immediately nestling into her mother's embrace and burying her face against her chest. My Bella, Genevieve whispered, clutching her daughter close, feeling the small warmth of her body against her chest. She closed her eyes and held her tightly against her heart. After holding her daughter close for what felt like forever, Genevieve finally looked up at her maid. Anna, what's going on? She asked quietly. Where are we? And. Her voice faltered, trembling on the edge of something painful. Everything I remember before I blacked out, that wasn't just some nightmare, was it? She didn't want to believe it. That her own father-in-law, the man she had looked up to and trusted like her own father, had tried to have her killed. And for what? So he could seize control of Mariabelle's life. Mold her into some weapon, some pawn in whatever twisted vision he'd crafted in that cold, calculating mind of his. All for the sake of restoring the family's lost prestige, or chasing after some other hollow, grand ambition that had long since warped his sense of right and wrong. Seeing the faint flicker of hope in her lady's eyes, Anna's expression faltered. Her gaze dropped to the floor, and she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Forgive me, my lady. But I'm afraid that's not the case. Slowly, she reached up and tugged down the top of her gown, revealing a jagged, reddish-purple scar that ran from her lower abdomen, traced up between her breasts, and disappeared over her shoulder blade. She continued in a heavy and sorrowful voice, everything you remember, it did happen. As for where we are, Anna continued, adjusting her gown back into place, I truly don't know. When I woke up, we were already here. You were unconscious, and young Lady Mariabelle was growing restless. So I tended to her first, and decided to stay close, for her safety and yours. I see. Genevieve murmured, her voice trailing off as she lapsed into silence, and her mind raced as she tried to make sense of their situation and figure out what to do next. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Anna stiffened instinctively, her spine going rigid as her eyes darted toward the door, while Genevieve's arms tightened protectively around Mariabelle, who stirred softly in response. Both women exchanged a tense look before casting wary glances toward the door. Moments later, it opened, and stepped in Shuna, a gentle-looking girl with fair skin, long wavy pink hair, and 2 white horns rising from her forehead. Oh, good, you're both awake, she said with a warm smile, before walking over and carefully setting down a small bundle on the edge of the bed. I brought a change of clothes for you, and for this adorable little one, she added with a glance at Mariabelle. You'll be meeting Lord Rimuru soon, so I thought you might like something fresh to wear. Genevieve and Anna stared at the pink-haired girl in silence, exchanging a glance before Genevieve finally found her voice. Thank you, she said softly, her arms still wrapped protectively around Mariabelle. That's very kind of you, and thank you for the clothes. But, may I ask, who is this Lord Rimuru you speak of? Shuna blinked, tilting her head slightly in confusion. Ah. You don't know who Lord Rimuru is, she asked, clearly surprised. That's strange. He's the one who brought you both to Tempest. At her words, something clicked in Genevieve's memory as she suddenly recalled the voice she'd heard and the faint image of a figure just before she lost consciousness. Anyway, Shuna continued, there's a washroom and a bath just through that door in the back. Once you've freshened up and are ready, just let the maid outside know. She'll escort you to meet Lord Rimuru. With a warm smile, Shuna turned and left the room, leaving the 2 women and the child behind. Staring blankly at the door, Genevieve tried to make sense of what she had just heard before turning towards her trusted friend and maid, and asked, Anna, what do you think? Can we trust these people? Lady Genevieve, I wish I could reassure you, Anna said, shaking her head. But right now, I'm just as lost as you are. That said, I do recognize the name Tempest. It's a newly established nation of monsters in the Jura forest. I recall hearing Lord Granbell and a few other family members mention it once or twice, though never in a flattering way, of course. A nation of monsters. Genevieve's eyes widened. Are we really safe in a place like this? Anna let out a dry, humorless chuckle. I hate to say it, my lady, but, does it even matter anymore, she said, her voice laced with quiet bitterness. Lord Granbell, the head of your house, sent assassins after you. And yet it was someone from this so-called nation of monsters who saved both your and young Lady Mariabelle's life, she paused, her expression softening just slightly as she glanced at the baby. So even if this Lord Rimuru does have a hidden agenda, I think our best course of action is to stay humble, show our gratitude, and listen to what he has to say. We owe him at least that much. Genevieve sighed, her shoulders slumping as the weight of reality pressed down on her. You're right, Anna, she murmured. Knowing father-in-law's reach and influence, this might actually be the safest place for me and Bella, for now at least. Exactly, my lady. Which is why we shouldn't keep our savior waiting, Anna said with a small nod. Let's get cleaned up and find out what kind of person this Lord Rimuru really is. Meanwhile, back at Rimuru's residence, the atmosphere was calm and cozy, as he was relaxing in the living room with Shizu, Framea, Testarossa, Ultima, and Veldora. Rimuru and Testarossa were seated on the couch, engaged in a game of chess, while Shizu, Framea, and Ultima played cards nearby. Veldora, true to his new, self-proclaimed calling, lounged in a chair, completely absorbed in a manga. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Shuna had taken it upon herself to prepare a meal for Rimuru that day, and assisting her, much to the ongoing surprise of those who knew her well, was none other than Cheyenne. These days, seeing Cheyenne in the kitchen wasn't unheard of. But for those like Shuna and Benimaru, who remembered the old days all too clearly, the sight never failed to raise eyebrows. Back when they still lived in the ogre village, Cheyenne's cooking had been nothing short of catastrophic. Her culinary creations had caused everything from mass food poisoning to full-scale panic. There had even been whispered meetings held in secret, all working together to come up with strategies to keep Cheyenne as far away from the cooking fires as possible. And yet, here she was now, calmly slicing vegetables, following instructions, and even humming to herself as she worked. By some divine miracle, Rimuru had managed to reform the once disastrous chef. The same Cheyenne who had once whipped up dishes that could be classified as biological weapons was now a capable kitchen assistant. Honestly, if Rimuru hadn't already earned the undying loyalty of the entire Kijin village, this alone would have done it. To them, transforming Cheyenne's cooking was no less than a godlike feat. By the way, Testa, Rimuru said casually as he slid a chess piece forward, what's the update on the royal couple from Blumund? Did they head back to their kingdom? Yes, they left shortly after your meeting with them ended, Testarossa replied with a soft chuckle, covering her mouth with her hand. Though honestly, that's to be expected after the bomb you dropped on them, my lord, she added, making her move on the board. Oh, come on, I was just being honest, Rimuru shrugged as he slid another piece into position. Still, have Sui assigned 2 of his subordinates to tail them from the shadows at all times. Like I said before, keeping that couple on the throne is far more beneficial for us, and for our future plans. Understood, my lord, Testarossa said, her tone turning serious. Should I have Sui deal with the traitors in their kingdom as well? No, that won't be necessary, Rimuru said, shaking his head. Now that I've warned them, they can handle it themselves. Besides, their nation still has someone like Fuse on their side. He might be overly cautious and prone to overreacting, but he's fiercely loyal to Blumund and its royal family. He'd never let traitors threaten them, or the nation. By the way, Rimuru, Shizu said as she laid down her card, eyes flicking up to meet his, those people you brought to Tempest today, what's their story? And that child, does it have anything to do with what we discussed this morning? No, it's not connected to that, Rimuru replied, shaking his head. As for why they're here. He went on to explain the situation about how Genevieve Rosso had been marked for assassination by the head of her own family, Grand Belle Rosso, and how her daughter, little Maria Belle, was the reason behind it all. That's awful. Shizu murmured, her expression darkening with sympathy for Genevieve and a growing anger toward Grand Belle. How could someone do something like that to their own family? Yeah, that man is truly despicable, Rimuru agreed, exchanging a glance with Testarossa. After all, she was the only one currently privy to the full truth of the situation. In truth, it hadn't been Grand Belle who orchestrated Genevieve's assassination. The entire incident had been carefully staged by Rimuru himself, only to step in as their savior at the crucial moment. It all stemmed from events in Rimuru's previous timeline, when Maria Belle and Yuki had ambushed him during an expedition into Amrita, the ancient underground ruins beneath Clayman's castle, where he'd been exploring alongside Malim. Maria Belle had tried to control him using her unique skill, greed, and when that failed, she had a backup plan prepared to eliminate him using a magical control reactor. But even with everything that had happened, Rimuru couldn't shake the bitter taste left in his mouth when Yuki killed Maria Belle, a 10-year-old child. No matter how devious or cunning she had been, she was still just a child in his eyes. What soured his mood even further was the fact that Grand Belle Rosso had been led to believe he was the one who had killed her. And it was all thanks to that bastard Yuki, who whispered lies and twisted truths, poisoning Grand Belle's mind and deepening his already festering hatred toward the ruler of the monster nation. That manipulation was what ultimately pushed Grand Belle over the edge, leading to the battle in the Holy Empire of Lobelia. Later, when Rimuru gained unrestricted access to the voice of the world, he uncovered the true history of Maria Belle, and the revelation left him stunned. She had once been Maria, Grand Belle's wife in her first life. After her death, she reincarnated into a version of Earth, where she rose to power and became the Morik of all Europe. Then, in yet another twist of fate, she was reborn back into this world as Maria Belle, her own husband's granddaughter, carrying with her the ambition to conquer the world once more. More importantly, the revelation made Rimuru realize just how powerful Maria Belle's soul truly was to endure not just one, but 2 natural reincarnations while retaining her memories across lifetimes. That level of spiritual strength was nothing short of extraordinary. Had fate taken a different path, she could have easily been chosen as a candidate for a true hero. That's why, when Rimuru traveled to this timeline, he made up his mind to bring Maria Belle into his camp, sparing her from an early death and helping her reach her full potential without the influence of her past 2 lives, while also making her a valuable asset to Tempest, of course. Now, before anyone rushes to blame Rimuru for destroying an innocent life or corrupting a kind woman like Genevieve into turning against her own family, it's worth remembering that Genevieve's fate in his original timeline hadn't been a happy one either. When Mariabelle was just 4 years old, she used her unique skill, greed, to manipulate her own mother into plotting against Granbelle. Unsurprisingly, Granbelle uncovered the scheme, and in response, had Genevieve executed. And all of it happened simply because Mariabelle's pride had been wounded. Being treated like a child, despite having lived 2 lifetimes, felt deeply insulting to her. Silly as it might sound in hindsight, that small slight felt like a deep insult to someone who once ruled an entire continent. For Mariabelle, it wasn't just insulting, it was a blow to her pride she couldn't ignore. And that single wound to her pride was all it took to push her into making such a reckless and horrible decision. As for Genevieve's husband, Julian Rosso, well, there wasn't much to say. He had always been something of a spineless fool, a man forever stuck in his father's shadow. Despite being the eldest son of the prestigious Rosso family, Julian had never accomplished anything of real significance, not before Mariabelle was born, and certainly not after. Once Mariabelle came into the picture, things only deteriorated further. She outright refused to acknowledge him as her father, and when Granbelle recognized the depth of her talent and ambition, any lingering hope Julian had of earning respect within the family vanished. From that point on, both Julian and the rest of the Rosso household were relegated to the background, living quietly under Mariabelle's shadow, unable to outshine her, in the eyes of Granbelle, and in the end, all they could do was bow their heads and follow along, irrelevant until the day she died. That's why Rimuru was certain that even if he had tried to bring Julian into his camp, the man would have just wagged his tail and run back to his father at the first opportunity, something Rimuru had no tolerance for. So, it was an easy decision to leave Julian where he was, rather than put Genevieve through another traumatic experience of losing her husband in the future. Then, over the past year, Rimuru had quietly tasked Ciel with a critical mission, to monitor the reincarnation of Maria's soul, the event that would mark the birth of Mariabelle. The moment Ciel detected her arrival, Rimuru set his plan into motion, wasting no time. First, he issued orders to a select group of demons descended from Testarosa's lineage, instructing them to covertly abduct 10 particularly vile and irredeemable soldiers from the kingdom of Falmouth and then used memory alteration to bind their loyalty to him. From there, he handpicked 5 of the most capable among them and had some demons push them through an intense training regime, honing their combat skills to the absolute limit of human ability. When their conditioning was complete, he altered their memories once more, but this time, it wasn't loyalty to him they remembered. Instead, they were made to believe they served the Rosso family directly. A fabricated mission was implanted into their minds: assassinate Genevieve and kidnap Mariabelle on Granbelle's orders. Which brings us to the present. The staged assault went exactly as planned, and Rimuru, timing his intervention down to the second, rescued Genevieve from the brink of death and now has both her and Mariabelle safely under his protection. Rimuru's train of thought was interrupted by the soft knock of a hobgoblin maid entering the room, who bowed politely to Rimuru. "Master, the guest you requested has arrived." "Good. Send them in," Rimuru said, casually moving another piece on the chessboard. "And that's mate," he said, smirking at Testarossa. "Indeed." "Congratulations, Master," Testarossa replied, accepting her defeat with a graceful smile. Just then, Genevieve entered the room with Anna by her side, and little Mariabelle snuggled securely in her arms. The moment they stepped in, both women instinctively stiffened as all eyes turned toward them, though most quickly returned to what they'd been doing, aside from 2 pairs that lingered. Rimuru observed them quietly, his expression calm as he studied their faces, already calculating his next steps. Beside him, Shizu's attention remained fixed on the baby nestled in Genevieve's arms, babbling softly with thumb in her mouth and utterly lost in her own little world. A warm smile spread across Shizu's face at the sight, and instinctively, she placed a gentle hand over her stomach as a faint blush rose to her cheeks, and for a brief moment, her thoughts drifted to the future, to the child she would one day hold the same way. "Lord Rimuru?" Genevieve asked hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper as her eyes settled on the blue-haired man seated calmly on the couch, and she knew instinctively that this was the one who had saved her life. "That's me," Rimuru replied with a casual smile, dispelling both the chessboard and playing cards with a graceful wave of his hand when Shuna entered the room and announced that dinner was ready. "Perfect timing," Rimuru said, rising to his feet. "Let's talk after we've eaten. Come, join us for dinner first." Then, turning his attention to the child in Genevieve's arms, he gave a soft wave and conjured a delicate, cushioned cradle beside one of the empty chairs at the table. "And for the little one, she can rest here comfortably." Genevieve wanted to decline the invitation out of habit, but before the words could leave her lips, a familiar burning sensation flared in her stomach, making her falter. It had only been 4 or 5 weeks since she'd given birth, so she was still in the middle of her recovery, and everything that had happened earlier that day had left her not just exhausted, but absolutely starving. Swallowing her pride and the lingering sense of shame, she gave a small, hesitant nod. "Thank you for your generosity," she said softly, then gently laid her baby into the conjured cradle. The child was already drifting off, eyelids fluttering as sleep tugged her under, as Genevieve took the seat beside the cradle. Anna followed suit without pretense or forced formality. She simply mirrored her lady's actions and settled into the chair on the other side of the cradle. And so, the two women began eating quietly, occasionally stealing glances at their mysterious savior, observing him in silence. After dinner, Veldora, Framea, and the two primordial girls took their leave, heading off to tend to their own affairs. The house gradually grew quieter, leaving behind only Rimuru, Shizu, Genevieve, Anna, and little Maria Belle, who slept soundly in her cradle. Unable to bear the heavy silence that had settled over the room, Genevieve finally found her voice. "First and foremost, allow me to thank you, from the bottom of my heart, for saving my life, my daughter's, and Anna's." She rose from her seat just enough to offer a deep, respectful bow. "I don't know what would have happened to us if you hadn't appeared when you did. That said, I do have a question, if you don't mind," she went on, not giving anyone a chance to interrupt. "Lord Rimuru, what exactly were you doing in that forest where we were attacked? I truly am grateful you were there to save us, but your arrival, it was very convenient. Right place, right time, just as we were attacked in the middle of a remote forest. Don't you think that raises a few questions?" Immediately, Anna, who was sitting beside her, placed a hand over hers and gave it a firm squeeze. When Genevieve turned to look at her, she saw the fear in Anna's eyes, an unspoken plea to stop talking. And she understood why. After all, how could questioning the very person who had saved their lives, and who also happened to be the ruler of the land they were in, ever be considered a wise or sensible move? Especially not when the question itself could be interpreted as a subtle accusation, as if she were suggesting that the danger he'd rescued them from might not have been a coincidence at all. But Genevieve didn't back down. She ignored both Anna's silent plea and the fear gnawing at her own heart, meeting Rimuru's gaze with steady, determined eyes. After all, she had been raised in a noble house, where one of the first lessons drilled into her was that no one ever offers a favor without expecting something in return. To her, Rimuru's sudden intervention, appearing out of nowhere, with no prior contact or connection, felt convenient, far too convenient to dismiss. No matter how she turned it over in her mind, it reeked of suspicion. In her world, a favor of that scale didn't come freely. A life-saving act like that, it was a debt. And debts demanded payment. That was why she chose to be direct. To meet the issue head-on, rather than pretend it didn't exist. She needed to know where Rimuru stood and what he truly wanted, so that when the time came, she'd be prepared. If possible, she hoped to negotiate the terms. Find a way to balance the scales herself. But if it came down to it, if it truly came down to someone paying the price, then she would shoulder that burden herself rather than let Anna or her daughter bear the burden of repaying that favor. But Rimuru's silence dragged on, and the longer it stretched, the more it unsettled her. The confidence that had fueled her question began to waver. Her fingers fidgeted in her lap, thumbs nervously twiddling as she struggled to maintain her composure. Unable to hold Rimuru's scrutinizing gaze any longer, Genevieve's eyes shifted to the woman seated beside him. Shizu, whom she'd learned was his wife. To her surprise, Shizu didn't seem the least bit alarmed by the tension in the room. She showed no visible reaction to the pointed question, didn't glance up, didn't even pause in turning a page. She simply continued reading the book in her hands, casually listening to their conversation as ideal chatter in the background. But before Genevieve could linger any longer on Shizu's indifference, Rimuru suddenly burst out laughing. The sound was loud, unexpected that it made both Genevieve and Anna jolt in their seats. A shiver shot down Genevieve's spine, her skin prickling with goosebumps from the sudden shift in atmosphere. Shizu, by contrast, didn't even flinch. With a sigh and a roll of her eyes, she reached over and gave Rimuru a light swat on the arm. "Really? Try to keep it down. There's a baby sleeping right there," she said, nodding toward the cradle. "Sorry," Rimuru replied with an apologetic smile in her direction, then turned to Genevieve and Anna. "Sorry to you two as well. It's just that what you said struck me as really funny," he added, his hand dismissively. "Anyway, getting back to what you said," Rimuru continued, the amusement fading from his voice as his expression turned serious once more. "You were right, my showing up when I did wasn't a coincidence at all. In fact, my people have been keeping tabs on your family for almost a year now," he confessed, and Genevieve and Anna's faces instantly tensed with alarm. "You don't need to be so alarmed, you know," Rimuru chuckled while shaking his head. "It's not as shady as it sounds. I wasn't targeting you or anything like that. It's just standard protocol. You're the ruling family of the Silt Rosso Kingdom, so of course, I'd want to keep an eye on you. That's what I do with every major nation." Then, with a crooked smile, he added, "And if it makes you feel any better, I've got spies planted all over the world. Pretty much every important person out there has someone nearby reporting back to me." "No, that doesn't make us feel better at all," Genevieve and Anna thought in unison. "And as for saving you, well, part of it was just on a whim," Rimuru said with a shrug, earning blank stares from the two women seated across from him. "What?" "I'm being honest," he continued. When my operatives tipped me off about Granbel's plan, I figured, yeah, it was all a bit too cruel. I mean, letting you die like that. And leaving that poor little girl to be raised by that old bastard. It just didn't sit right with me. Genevieve stared at him, trying to make sense of what she'd just heard. So, you saved us because you pitied us, she asked slowly, her voice tight with disbelief. As I said, that was only part of it. The other reason has to do with your daughter, Rimuru said, and in the next moment, the air seemed to grow heavier as Genevieve felt her heart lurch and a chill run through her body. I want Maria Belle to join Tempest and become one of my subordinates in the future. My little Bella, as your subordinate. Genevieve whispered softly, then looked up at Rimuru. But why? She's just a normal human. Why would someone as powerful as you want her as a subordinate, she asked, a hint of desperation in her voice, subtly trying to sway him, hoping he might reconsider taking an interest in her daughter. Your little Maria Belle is anything but ordinary, Rimuru said calmly. And I hate to say it, but your father-in-law wasn't completely wrong. That child really is the reincarnation of his late wife, Maria. The moment Genevieve heard those words, her heart sank, and it felt as if the ground had been ripped out from under her. Her mind went blank, her gaze distant and unfocused. But slowly, the weight of Rimuru's words began to sink in. She turned to look at her daughter, peacefully sleeping in her cradle, thumb tucked in her mouth, and every instinct in her heart rejected the idea that she could be anyone other than her daughter. Her Maria Belle. Fury flared in Genevieve's chest, burning away the numbness that had gripped her moments before. She snapped her head toward Rimuru, eyes blazing, and fixed him with a sharp, accusing glare. How do I know you're not lying to me? She demanded, her voice cracking slightly under the weight of emotion. The fear that had gripped her earlier was now burning away, replaced by a rising tide of anger. How do I know this isn't just some elaborate trick to steal my daughter from me? If I wanted to steal your daughter from you, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of saving you in the first place, Rimuru said coolly, leaning back into the couch with an easy, relaxed air. But I get it, he added with a small shrug. You're her mother. You're scared, of course you are. A stranger shows up out of nowhere and claims your child is someone else entirely. It's only natural you'd be on edge. That's why I'm not going to ask you to just take my word for it. Instead, he continued, and with a flick of his wrist, conjured a crystal orb in his hand. Its smooth surface pulsed with a soft, swirling light, and faint images shifted within, like mist trying to take shape. Tell me, Genevieve, he said, holding it out toward her. Would you like to see a glimpse of the discarded breach of the future? To be continued.